After the disabled god of war became my concubine. Chapter 51 to Chapter 100. Announce in broad daylight. Announce what? Jiang Suzhou was dumbfounded by Hu Wuzhou's words. He stared blankly for a long time before he finally realized what Hu Wuzhou was talking about. He immediately laughed and blurted out, "It's different from what you think." Hu Wuzhou was stunned when he heard this. He asked, "What?" Jiang Suzhou paused the tea that was about to be delivered to his lips. Then, he raised his eyes to look at Hu Wuzhou. Even Meng Qianshan didn't know about his relationship with those two concubines. In the entire estate, only the three of them knew about it. Jiang Suzhou's rationality told him that the fewer people who knew about his relationship with those two, the better. Moreover, even though he had already revealed everything to Hu Wuzhou, there was no need to tell him these things. Telling him would only cause trouble. However, Jiang Suzhou felt as if his rationality had crashed when those limpid black eyes looked at him. "The two of them are nothing more than this prince's aides in this estate," he said. Jiang Suzhou only realized what he had just told Hu Wuzhou after he said this. He immediately regretted it a little. He felt that his brain had heated up just now. However, he couldn't take back what he had said. He could only comfort himself by saying, "Forget it." In any case, Hu Wuzhou and he were now grasshoppers on the same rope. Hu Wuzhou already knew about his relationship with his successor. There was no harm in letting him know one or two more things. With that thought, he continued, "This prince pretended to be a homosexual in order to deceive others and make His Majesty lower his guard against this prince. These two people were also raised in this estate as concubines. Yesterday, this prince summoned Gu Changyun to discuss the Pangxiao matter with him." After saying this, Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. He sat upright and waited for Hu Wuzhou's reaction. Surely Hu Wuzhou would be moved by his sincerity? After all, this was a huge secret to him. He even told Hu Wuzhou such a thing, so his sincerity in cooperating with him must be obvious. However, after waiting for a long time, Hu Wuzhou did not say anything. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but look up at him. Hu Wuzhou picked up his chopsticks and lowered his head to continue eating. "You?" Jiang Suzhou was puzzled. Hu Wuzhou raised his eyes to glance at him, then lowered his eyes and let out a faint sound of acknowledgement. "Got it," he said. "However, this has nothing to do with me." As expected of his Hu Wuzhou. Jiang Suzhou gritted his teeth angrily, picked up his chopsticks, and continued to eat. However, he did not notice that the person in front of him had his head lowered. He was clearly not eating seriously, but was trying hard to hide the smile on his face. With a clear target, it was much easier for Jiang Suzhou to carry out his mission. Qi Min's student was named Zhao Dunting. He was currently working in the Ministry of Personnel. Although he was not a high-ranking official, his job was very lucrative. His residence was not as heavily guarded as Peng Xiao's. Sudu's subordinates could easily sneak into his residence and clearly investigate his daily movements. Sure enough, the time when he went out to do his business coincided with the time when Peng Xiao met the unidentified courtier. It really was him. Jiang Suzhou felt that this person was too good at hiding. In his previous life, he did not reveal his identity even after everyone involved died. No one found out that he was Peng Xiao's henchman. It was clear that although this person was not a high-ranking official, his methods were quite impressive. Jiang Suzhou asked Sudu to keep a close eye on his movements. Not only did he have to find out when he met with Peng Xiao, but he also had to find out if he met with anyone else. However, he had a lot of dealings with Qi Min. There were very few records of this person in the history books. Most of them revolved around Qi Min. He was Qi Min's student. However, Qi Min was an extremely upright person. Even if they were his relatives or friends, he would not take care of them in the imperial court. Therefore, although he had students all over the country, he was not as powerful as Peng Xiao, and he did not have many friends. However, Zhao Dunting was especially close to him. Even though he had been in the imperial court for 10 years, Qi Min did not take care of him. He did not have anyone to rely on and his rank was very low. However, he treated Qi Min like his own father. After Qi Min colluded with the enemy, he even wrote a petition to the emperor to leave Qi Min's corpse intact. Because of this, although he did not have a high official position, he was quite wise in the imperial court. Jiangnan had been raining since the beginning of spring. Qimen seemed to have a habit of suffering from joint pain when it rained. Therefore, Zhao Dunting sent Qimen medicinal herbs early in the morning. The men of sacrifice under Jiang Suizhou checked the medicinal herbs. They were indeed ordinary medicinal herbs and did not contain anything else. After the medicinal herbs were sent, Zhao Dunting still visited Qimen every few days. However, Qimen's entire family was used to this, especially Qimen's wife. She was especially close to Zhao Dunting. Jiang Suizhou waited quietly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Su Du to send him a few copies of a letter. These were the letters that Zhao Dunting had taken from Peng Xiao and placed in the study. The men of sacrifice under Jiang Suizhou made a copy and sent it back. From the contents of these letters, it was obvious that they were sent from Beiliang and were addressed to secret agents. In the letters, there were detailed inquiries about various news in the imperial court of Nanjing. The last letter was a half-written letter. From the handwriting on the letter, it was obvious that it was from Qimen. These were the forged letters from Beiliang and Qimen's reply. Those secret letters were forged very well, and even the signatures were stamped. Jiang Suizhou read the letters over and over again. Then, he slowly put them away with a solemn expression. Su Du observed his expression and asked, "Your Highness, do you need me to send someone to steal the original copies?" Jiang Suizhou pondered for a moment and shook his head. If the letters are lost, they won't succeed this time. However, what about the next time? As he spoke, he looked at Su Du now. We know that Zhao Dunting is the one behind this. However, if Zhao Dunting's letters are lost, Peng Xiao will definitely know. Not to mention that Peng Xiao may find us. What if he doesn't use Zhao Dunting anymore and changes to someone else and does it again? What should we do then? Su Du nodded slowly. Your Highness is right. It's easy for us to investigate Zhao Dunting. However, if Peng Xiao is alerted, we can only guard against him this time. It will be difficult for us to guard against him the next time. In that case, Lord Qi will still be in danger. Jiang Suizhou grunted in agreement. He held the letter and pondered. However, if we don't stop him, Zhao Dunting will place this evidence in Lord Qi's residence in less than 2 days. Su Du said. When that happens, when the imperial court investigates, Lord Qi will not be able to defend himself. Jiang Suizhou nodded. So, this prince is thinking of how to get the best of both worlds. He said. Su Du pondered over his words. Suddenly, he froze. Your Highness is saying. He spoke hesitantly. Jiang Suizhou nodded. We can only take a risk. He said. On this day, he and Su Du discussed the matter for the entire morning. After the discussion, they hid the evidence and the letter properly and sent Su Du out. As soon as he walked out, Su Du made a strange sound of surprise. What's wrong? Jiang Suizhou asked. Su Du looked around. Why don't I see Chang Yun? He asked. Jiang Suizhou was puzzled. Gu Changyun is here? Su Du nodded. At this moment, they were outside the door. There were maids and servants everywhere. When he spoke again, the way he addressed them had changed. Your Highness, Chang Yun came with this concubine this morning. This concubine said that she wanted to see your Highness alone, so he threw a tantrum and said that he wanted to wait outside. When Jiang Suizhou heard this, he was speechless at Gu Changyun's acting. However, it was probably because he was too confident in the script. Everyone in the residence knew that he was a spoiled brat who could cause trouble. No one doubted their identities as concubines. Thus, no one doubted Jiang Suizhou's identity as a homosexual. Jiang Suizhou looked around and did not see anyone. He said, maybe he went back first. Don't worry about him. Just go. But at this moment, Meng Qianshan hurried over. Your Highness, he said anxiously. Do you want to go to Madame Hua's room to take a look? Jiang Suizhou frowned. What's wrong? He asked. Meng Qianshan's face was full of anxiety. Just now, Madame Gu insisted on going to Madame Hua's room to take a look. This servant couldn't stop her, so, he stammered. So, Madame Gu has been sitting in Madame Hua's room for a long time. Wei Kai's face was ashen. He stood next to the medicine stove like a flagpole and stared at the small stove above the fire. He wanted to stare a hole into the small clay stove. Behind him, a beautiful young man dressed in red was sitting on a couch with a cup of tea by his hand. It was Gu Chongyun. The sun was really too good today. It had been scorching since early in the morning. He was waiting for Sudu in the courtyard. After waiting for a long time and not seeing him come out, he knew that he must have something to discuss with his master. Then he would have to wait forever. Gu Chongyun didn't want to be scorched in the courtyard, but he also didn't want the chair that Meng Qianshan brought out to be comfortable. He thought that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go back now, so he simply hid in Hu Wuzhou's room. The room was very lively. Other than the servants who didn't make a sound, there were a total of 4 people including him. However, Hu Wuzhou had always ignored him. At this moment, he was lying on the bed and didn't say a word. The other 2 were doctors who entered the residence. At that time, in order to make it easier for him to investigate the skills of the doctors who came from all over the country and scare them away, he deliberately put on a crafty appearance. Therefore, when these 2 entered the residence, they suffered a lot from him. Therefore, when he came in just now, these 2 bowed to him submissively and went about their own business as if he didn't exist. However, Gu Chongyun didn't have much interest in them. He was a doctor, after all, and his job was to treat illnesses with medicine. He had no interest in Hu Wuzhou's leg, and he couldn't be bothered to know how they were treating Hu Wuzhou and what the outcome would be. Gu Chongyun only felt very bored. He held the teacup and looked around. In the end, his gaze fell on Hu Wuzhou. He remembered the last time when Hu Wuzhou looked at him, the murderous intent hidden under his calm black eyes. Gu Chongyun had never been afraid of death. Instead, he was very interested in the deeper meaning behind it. If Hu Wuzhou was annoyed by him, he shouldn't have such intense emotions. However, if it was jealousy, wasn't this person's jealousy a little too fierce? Last time, when Xianxia was present, Gu Chongyun didn't have time to look at it in detail. He only felt that it was a pity. However, leaving it until now gave him a good opportunity to kill time. With that thought, Gu Chongyun put down his teacup and smiled coquettishly. This room is quite bright. It's even more spacious than my main room. As he spoke, he looked at Hu Wuzhou and smiled. Madame Hua has only been in the prince's residence for a few days, but you're already so favored by the prince. Big brother is really jealous. Hu Wuzhou looked up indifferently and glanced at him. His eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. On the other hand, Wei Kai, who was sitting in the corner, was so angry that his eyes turned red and his hands began to tremble. This was too much. How could their general be treated like a woman in the harem? This was a great humiliation. However, at this moment, he heard their general's calm voice. It's just the new replacing the old. His voice was calm and steady. It didn't sound like he was joking at all. Wei Kai's eyes widened. Hu Wuzhou could tell what this subordinate from Xianxia was thinking. If he really was a concubine from Xianxia, then it wouldn't be strange for him to say such things. But since he wasn't, then he must be making fun of him by putting on such an expression. Hu Wuzhou recalled the few times he had met this person after he was locked up in Prince Jing's estate, and became even more certain at this point. After Hu Wuzhou finished speaking, he glanced at him indifferently. He would never let others have their way with such thoughts, especially when it came to him. When Gu Chongyun heard this, he was immediately stunned. He only thought that Hu Wuzhou was a prisoner who was usually taciturn, so it wasn't a big deal to provoke him when he had nothing better to do. However, he didn't know that Hu Wuzhou had been famous in Yangguan since he was young for being a rascal who didn't care about anything. He looked quiet and arrogant, but in reality, no one dared to provoke him. There were even people who had been bullied by him who secretly nicknamed him behind his back, saying that he was a dog that bites but doesn't bark. For a moment, Gu Chongyun's words were stuck in his throat. His eyes revealed a hint of shock as he stared blankly at Hu Wuzhou. He saw Hu Wuzhou looking at him indifferently. It was obvious that his legs were full of frightening silver needles, and his lips were pale, but his expression was calm and composed. He even curled the corners of his lips in a mocking smile. What about me? He glanced out of the window without anyone noticing. Didn't you come here just to wait for me to say this? After he finished speaking, he lowered his eyes and didn't say anything else. Gu Chongyun was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly braced himself and continued to act. He didn't expect Hu Wujiu to respond to him, and even choke him with 2 sentences. He had no choice but to stand up and casually say a few words to give himself a way out before taking the opportunity to leave. "Alright, I'm just here to ask for some tea. I just casually said a few words, and you dare to talk back to me like this," he said. "Since Madame Hu doesn't welcome me, I won't stay here to annoy you. Let's see how long His Highness will dote on you." After he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. However, he saw Jiang Suzhou walking in with a frown. Across the small hall, Gu Chongyun saw that Jiang Suizhou's expression was not good. "Gu Chongyun," Jiang Suizhou said in a deep voice. Gu Chongyun knew that he had gone overboard. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, please forgive this concubine for her lack of manners." Jiang Suizhou looked at him speechlessly. He knew that Gu Chongyun liked to cause trouble and act, but at least his mind was clear. How could he do something like making a scene in front of Hu Wujiu to provoke him? Seeing that the other party was his subordinate, he didn't have the heart to scold him. He could only coldly warn him, "Get out. In the future, without this prince's orders, you are not allowed to enter here." Gu Chongyun knew that Jiang Suizhou was giving him face, so he lowered his head and left. Before he left, he couldn't help but raise his eyes and glance at the innermost bed. The person on the bed had his eyes closed as if he hadn't said anything, allowing the doctor to perform acupuncture. He didn't expect that a dog that didn't bite wouldn't bark. Gu Chongyun gritted his teeth. He only knew that Hu Wujiu was proud and arrogant, with no dust in his eyes, and was too lazy to argue with others, so he appeared to be very easy to bully. But he did not expect that this person's scheming was so deep, and especially good at fanning the flames. With just a few words, he made him make a mistake in front of the Lord. This was the first time Gu Chongyun had failed miserably. After Gu Chongyun left, Jiang Suizhou's heart was full of regret. However, he knew that Gu Chongyun's identity was a secret. There were too many people in the room, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say too much. He only said indifferently, "He won't bother you in the future." Then he sat down on the side. Hu Wujiu grunted and looked at the dense needles on his leg without saying anything. He naturally knew that Gu Chongyun wouldn't bother him in the future. Originally, Gu Chongyun didn't bother him much. He originally wanted to say a few words to make him unhappy. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he said that, he would hear footsteps from Jiang Suizhou outside the room. He could only change his offense and force Gu Chongyun into a situation where he couldn't advance or retreat. At the same time, he chose himself. However, he didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Imperial Prince Jing. Instead, he made Gu Chongyun make a mistake in front of Imperial Prince Jing. At the same time, he looked up at Jiang Suizhou. He saw that Jiang Suizhou was sitting under the window with an indifferent and quiet expression. He was flipping through a book in his hand. He looked quite uneasy, as if he had done something wrong. Hu Wujiu's lips moved and he looked away. The way he looked at his emotions always gave people the wrong impression that he shouldn't have. The room was quiet until Hu Wujiu drank the medicine. The two people tidied up and left. Jiang Suizhou finally spoke. "Gu Chongyun just likes to play around. Don't take it to heart," he said. Hu Wujiu pulled up the blanket and covered his legs. He grunted and said, "It's fine." Jiang Suizhou sighed and took the book to sit by the bed. He said, "Fortunately, you're magnanimous. He went overboard today." Hu Wujiu's expression was calm and serene. It was as if he wasn't the one who had provoked Gu Chongyun. Jiang Suizhou continued, "Just now, Su Du came because he found a letter from Zhao Dunting." "Zhao Dunting?" Hu Wujiu looked up. Jiang Suizhou said, "The one you mentioned the other day. He's Ji Min's disciple, the one who came in third 10 years ago." Hu Wujiu grunted, "What letter?" "It's a letter from Beiliang," Jiang Suizhou said. "It was taken from Pangshao. The letter was especially authentic. Even Beiliang's seal is on it." Hu Wujiu frowned. "What seal?" Jiang Suizhou took out the printed letter from his sleeve and handed it to Hu Wujiu. Hu Wujiu opened the letter and flipped through it. Finally, his gaze fell on the seal at the end of the letter. He didn't say anything for a moment. Xianxia saw that he paused and rubbed the edge of the seal a few times in an almost inaudible manner. "What's wrong?" he asked hurriedly. After a moment, Huo spoke. When he spoke again, his voice was slightly hoarse. "Is this a copy of Peng Xiao's seal?" he asked. Xianxia nodded. "Yes." "Is there something wrong?" Huo stared at the seal. His eyes were burning as if he wanted to burn the letter. "This is a copy of Crown Prince Liang's private seal," he said slowly. "It's exactly the same." Xianxia blinked in confusion. Crown Prince Liang, the current emperor of Northern Liang, had very few heirs. He only had 3 sons in total, and 2 of them had died on the battlefield. It was precisely because of the Battle of Xianyang that the Liang army was almost completely wiped out that Huo father and Emperor Zhaoyuan's 2 sons died. It also left Emperor Zhaoyuan with a body full of old injuries. Ever since then, his body had been weak. His only remaining son, Huiyuan, had also fallen ill on the battlefield. 2 years after he succeeded the throne, he died of illness. He had just passed the age of 30 when he died. In other words, this seal was Huiyuan's. "And then?" Xianxia asked. Huo stared at the seal. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He couldn't say it. This seal was his cousin's private seal. It was usually only used for extremely important secret letters. When they were young on the battlefield, the 2 brothers were stationed at different positions. Every time Huiyuan sent him a letter, he would use this seal. When his uncle ascended the throne and his cousin became the crown prince, this seal was often used by him to send letters to his subordinates outside of the country. Then, how did Peng Xiao manage to imitate the design of this seal? On this day, Xianxia didn't get any answers from him. Huo looked at the letter for a moment, then said that he would keep it. If he found out anything, he would tell him. Xianxia trusted him. After hearing his words, he told him to keep the letter safe and gave it to him. After that, he quietly planned and made arrangements in his residence. 10 days later, the imperial court was suddenly in chaos. Something had happened to Qi Min. It was said that it was Qi Min's student, Zhao Dunting. That day, he was chatting with Qi Min in his study when he suddenly saw something that he shouldn't have seen. After he left, he immediately went to the palace to meet the emperor. He said that his teacher was confused and did something that he shouldn't have done. He begged the emperor to spare his teacher's life. His crying made the emperor confused, so he sent someone to Qi Min's residence to investigate. But to his surprise, as soon as he checked, he found Qi Min's letters of illicit relations with foreign countries. An old official of 3 dynasties was actually colluding with Bailiang. Everyone believed that Qi Min, a disciple who was more filial than his own father, would never frame him. When Qi Min confronted this disciple in the imperial court, he didn't say anything. He only stared at the letters that were found, and Zhao Dunting, who was kneeling beside him and crying, saying that he was confused. His face was pale, and he didn't speak for a moment. After a long time, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the emperor. It meant that he had nothing to say. For a moment, the imperial court was shocked, and the emperor was furious. He wanted to immediately drag Qi Min's entire family to be beheaded. Fortunately, many officials stopped him and said that they wanted to lock up Qi Min first and thoroughly investigate this matter. They wanted to find out if there were any accomplices, and also find out who else was working with him from the inside. When it came to matters in Bailiang, the emperor had always paid 120% attention. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and locked up Qi Min's entire family. He would only wait for the matter to be investigated before deciding how he should die. For a moment, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court were in chaos. Only Prince Jing's estate was quiet. Huo looked out the window for the 3rd time. He knew that Qi Min's matter had caused a lot of commotion in the past few days. He discussed the plan with Xianxia, and Xianxia sent people to do it. Today was the day that this matter broke out. Xianxia rushed to Su Du's place early in the morning to wait for news from the informant. "General?" He heard someone call next to him. It was Li Chongning. At this moment, he and Wei Kai were surrounding his bed and looking at him with burning eyes. "General, don't worry. Just try, Li Chongning said. Hu Wuzhou looked away and got out of bed. His feet stepped on the stairs in front of the bed and he slowly exerted force. Although it was a familiar feeling, he had not felt it for a long time. His meridians were still in pain, but in the midst of the pain, a long-lost strength surged. The muscles in his legs tightened slightly, and the strength flowed through his meridians all the way to the tip of his feet. He stood up clumsily and slowly, but steadily. The two people around him immediately let out a surprised cry. Hu Wuzhou tried to lift his legs. He still could not walk, but this was the first time in 2 months that he stood up. Wei Kai's joyful voice entered his ears, and he could even see the tears in his eyes. However, in Hu Wuzhou's heart, he did not seem as happy as he had imagined. He raised his eyes and looked out the window for the 4th time. The door to the main room of Aning Pharmacy was open, and people came in and out, but the owner was not inside. Hu Wuzhou paused for a moment, looked away, and sat back down on the bed. This was the first time he realized that joy had to be shared with someone in order to truly release it. Moreover, it had to be a specific person. Hu Wuzhou knew that if he didn't say something, it would be hard to say it again. If he admitted to some lies, it would be difficult to go back on his words. For example, Li Chongning's case. In the beginning, Li Chongning lied to Jiang Suzhou that his legs couldn't be cured. Wei Kai also pretended to be Li Chongning's disciple and not his subordinate. At that time, he admitted to these lies. If he told Jiang Suzhou that he could stand up, it would mean that he admitted to lying to him. Perhaps it was because he didn't have much experience in lying and didn't know how to deal with it. Or perhaps it was because he felt guilty and didn't dare to let Jiang Suzhou know about his intentions. In short, his strong desire to share the truth with Jiang Suzhou was forcefully suppressed. It was as if he had swallowed a fish bone that was stuck in his throat. It was uncomfortable. And Jiang Suzhou had no way of knowing about his discomfort. He was at Su Du's place and was drinking tea with Su Du a few days ago. When he was discussing this matter with Hu Wuzhou, he listened to Hu Wuzhou's opinion. Hu Wuzhou also agreed with his risky method, so he followed his plan and made arrangements. He gathered all of the original owner's contacts and found someone buried in the Ministry of Justice to secretly contact him. When that person found out that Qi Min was going to be harmed, he was very willing to help. Thus, that person became the person who could save Qi Min's life in the imperial court today. Jiang Suzhou asked him to speak up when the future owner was angry and let him keep Qi Min's life for the time being. He pretended to be filled with righteous indignation and said that he wanted to eliminate Qi Min's roots and find out who was colluding with the foreign country behind him. Peng Xiao and Zhao Dunting's plan was very secretive. Not many people in their camp knew about it. As long as this official made this suggestion, these people would definitely respond. After all, even if they were caught, they would be officials who went against the Peng party. There would only be benefits and no harm. In that case, Qi Min's life was saved for the time being. Next, it was another person's turn to perform. The imperial court was in an uproar. Many courtiers agreed with the suggestion of the official from the Ministry of Justice. For a moment, more than half of the courtiers knelt down and begged to let Qi Min live for a few more days so that they could dig out more information from him before letting him die. This was a huge scene. The future emperor was a man without his own opinions. When he saw the officials kneeling on the ground, he immediately ordered a thorough investigation of all the officials related to Qi Min. For a moment, none of the court officials dared to disobey. At this moment, an official knelt down with a thud. "Your Majesty is right. Qi Min should be investigated, and everyone else in the imperial court who is in contact with Bailiang should be executed," the official said. "However, I have something to worry about. Your Majesty, please listen to me." The courtiers looked over and saw that the person kneeling on the ground was a 6th-rank official under Qi Min. This official had just passed the imperial examination a few years ago. Ever since he entered the imperial court, he had been working under Qi Min. He was not very close to Qi Min, but he was almost an accomplice. For a moment, everyone in the imperial court was silent. They were all waiting for him to continue. When the future emperor heard this, he said, "Just say it." The official looked up and looked around the court. He cat out and said, "The letter was found in Qi Min's residence because he was caught off guard and was caught red-handed. If your Majesty goes to arrest him now, I'm sure that someone will be on guard and destroy the evidence. At that time, even if there are spies, it will be difficult to find them. When the future emperor heard this, he felt that it made sense. He nodded repeatedly. Then, what do you think? The official gritted his teeth, raised his head and said, Qi Min has a few close colleagues and students in the imperial court. Even if I don't say it, your majesty should know. Why don't we ask your majesty to send the imperial guards to search these people's homes now? All the courtiers will stay in the hall until the search is over. For a moment, the surrounding courtiers were shocked. What kind of idea was this? Detain all the courtiers like criminals and then send troops to search their homes? That was ridiculous. However, everyone could see that this was a risky move. He knew that Qi Min was going to fall and that he was related to Qi Min. That was why he betrayed Qi Min and his accomplices in advance. He wanted to curry favor with the future emperor. For a moment, the courtiers who were related to Qi Min all looked worried. Many of them glared at this person, thinking that he had betrayed them. Peng Xiao's face revealed a hint of joy. He knew that Qi Min's people were not necessarily clean. Even if he could not find evidence of collusion, he could still find something to use against them. Now that he had toppled Qi Min, he could use this opportunity to uproot his power and eliminate the source of trouble. Otherwise, those people would still want to avenge Qi Min. With this thought, he stepped forward and said, I think so too. The crime of colluding with the enemy is not to be underestimated. Your Majesty, why don't you try it? When the future emperor heard that person's suggestion, he was already tempted. When he heard Peng Xiao say the same thing, he said, Then we'll do as you say. Immediately, Peng Xiao fluently reported the names of several courtiers. They were all people who always went against him, but he could not find anything to use against them. However, when he finished, the courtier who had suggested earlier said, Your Majesty, although Lord Zhao Dunting is the one who reported Qi Min, he is Qi Min's disciple and has always been on good terms with Qi Min. We can't leave him out. When Peng Xiao heard this, he glanced at the courtier indifferently. He saw that the courtier was looking up at the future emperor, waiting for him to speak. Peng Xiao sneered in his heart. What a brainless person who is so eager for quick success. He had already spoken, yet the courtier still wanted to interrupt. He must have gone crazy from wanting to gain merit and had lost his sense of propriety. However, there were no traces of his dealings with Zhao Dunting. The only evidence was the letters that were used to frame Qi Min, and they had already been sent to Qi Min's residence. Even if they wanted to investigate, Zhao Dunting was not afraid of being investigated. If they investigated him, he would be able to clear his name. With that thought in mind, Peng Xiao coldly glanced at the courtier and said, I'm sorry. I forgot about Lord Zhao in a moment of carelessness, he said. Since we are master and disciple, then let's investigate him together. The court was in an uproar, and news was quickly sent to the prince's residence. Jiang Suzhou watched as the situation slowly progressed in the direction he had planned, and his anxious heart gradually relaxed. When the sky was turning dark, the most important news was sent in. Letters were found in Zhao Dunting's residence. They were from Peng Xiao. In the tone of one of Peng Xiao's subordinates, the letters explained how Zhao Dunting had framed Qi Min step by step. They also told him how to send the letters that Peng Xiao had prepared to Qi Min's study under the pretext of visiting a patient. The letters were placed in an extremely secretive secret compartment in the room. Every step of the way, no matter how big or small, matched up with what had happened in the past few days. When Zhao Dunting saw the letters, his face was filled with astonishment. He cried out that he had been wronged, but the evidence was irrefutable. He could not refute it and was immediately thrown into prison in exchange for Qi Min. Peng Xiao tried to explain to his successor, but his successor did not listen. He flew into a rage for the first time and ordered people to drag Peng Xiao out of the palace. Jiang Suzhou knew that Peng Xiao would not receive any substantial punishment even though he had framed a courtier, because it had nothing to do with colluding with the enemy. However, the rift between him and his successor would worsen to the point of no return. To Peng Xiao, this was a loss worse than being punished. Jiang Suzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered Su Du to clean up the mess, then left his residence and returned to Anin Hall. When he passed by the garden, he changed the direction of the carriage and went to the wine cellar of the prince's residence. He took 2 jars of good wine and left. How could he not celebrate such a good thing with wine? When he returned to Anin Hall, lanterns were already lit everywhere. He carried the jars of wine and got off the carriage. He was about to walk straight to the main room when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood in the middle of the courtyard and looked to the north. He saw the lights in Huozhou's room flickering through the curtains. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. How could he drink this kind of happy wine by himself? With that thought in mind, he turned around and walked toward the light. Qi Men had only been imprisoned for less than a day before he was released with his tail between his legs. It was to the point that the successor even felt a bit of guilt towards this old pedant that he had disliked since childhood. After releasing him from the prison, he actually left him in the palace and comforted him a bit before letting him go home. When Qi Men returned home, the streets were already brightly lit. His entire family had already been released from prison and were waiting at the door to welcome him. His good friends were also waiting in front of his foo. When they saw him coming down from the carriage, they all came forward to congratulate him. Surviving a great disaster was a happy thing. After Qi Men greeted them one by one, he welcomed everyone into the foo and invited them to eat a meal before returning. The officials naturally didn't refuse. Qi Men set up a banquet at home to congratulate everyone. He was usually frugal, so when his house was searched this time, he didn't find much money. Thus, the banquet was prepared quite simply. However, everyone at the banquet were his good friends and knew his character. The officials closed the door to the banquet. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they gradually spoke more freely. Today at the imperial court, I finally understood what it means to be heartless. One of the officials held a wine cup and said drunkenly. For a moment, everyone at the banquet was speechless and gradually quieted down. The official continued, Official Qi can be considered to have students all over the world. Which one of the people he knows isn't a scholar who is well-read? But today, this group of people who framed him, fanned the flames, and took the opportunity to clear their names are all his disciples. Although Qi Men hadn't been a teacher for a day, scholars always valued rules. If a commoner wanted to become an official, they all had to pass the imperial exam. And those who passed the imperial exam had to be grateful to the examiner for recognizing their worth. Thus, they had to call their examiner as their teacher. As for Qi Men, she had been the chief examiner of many imperial examinations. Hearing this, the banquet was completely silent. A moment later, an official drank the wine in his cup and put the cup on the table with a clang. Dun Ting. Who would have thought that the one who did this was Dun Ting? All the officials present knew that Zhao Dunting was very filial to Qi Men. Back then, Zhao Dunting was poor and destitute. He sold his ancestral home and farmland to enter the capital for the imperial examination. However, he was robbed outside the city. When he entered the capital, he was penniless. At that time, it was Qi Men who happened to meet him and helped him, allowing him to gain a foothold in the capital and take the exam. After that, everyone saw how Zhao Dunting reported back to Qi Men every year. Hearing this, everyone's expression became even more solemn. Qi Men was silent for a while. Then, he picked up his chopsticks, picked up some food, and put it into his mouth. I didn't teach him for even a single day. He became a high scholar and served the imperial court. It was all because of his own ability and luck. He said plainly. I'm not his teacher, and he didn't betray me. For a moment, everyone sighed. Someone continued, today's matter is also a good thing for Lord Qi. He saw the nature of some people clearly. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. The official next to him praised, that's right. Lord Qi's subordinate, Zhang Yan, who forced the emperor to thoroughly investigate Lord Qi's relatives and friends, is a hidden person. The people around him nodded. However, Qi Men put down his chopsticks. He's not, he said. The official next to him said in surprise, Lord Qi, you mean? Qi Men stared at the cup on the table and said slowly. Today, he seemed to be adding insult to injury, but he didn't forget to drag Zhao Dunting into this. If it weren't for him, I would have been beheaded by now. His actions made it seem like he knew something in advance and stood out to save me. The banquet fell into silence. I just don't know how he knew who was behind this. At this moment, an official spoke slowly. Lord Qi, I have some personal relations with Zhang Yan. A few days ago, when we were drunk, he said something to me. Chi-men looked at him and heard him speak slowly. He said, he wanted to do something for His Highness, Prince Jing. He didn't know if he would live or die, but he had to do it. By the time the lanterns were lit, the search of Zhao Manor was almost complete. The soldiers dispersed. Everyone in the Zhao Manor had been arrested and dismissed. The heavy door was slowly closed and sealed. The Zhao Manor, which was bustling with people, fell into darkness and silence. At this moment, a few shadows jumped up from the eaves. They were very fast, like birds in the night sky. They jumped up the walls in the darkness and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. These were Su Du's men of sacrifice. The black shadows flashed a few times and disappeared into a dark alley. In the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the alley was already empty. The people in black had disappeared long ago. Only a few inconspicuous servants in coarse clothes were left. They carried the groceries they bought from the busy market and went straight into Prince Jing's manor. No one noticed that there was a bottomless dead end next to the alley where they disappeared. If you turned there and walked a little further, you could smell the pungent smell of blood. A few people were quietly hiding there. At their feet, there were a dozen or so corpses piled up into a small hill. These corpses were the work of these people. Almost inaudible footsteps could be heard. "Let's go," the person stood in front of the corpses and said slowly. In the darkness, the few figures that were climbing the wall like vipers started to move when they heard this. One of them jumped down from the top of the wall and pulled off his mask. He walked to the corpses and casually kicked them. "It's finally over," he said. "The assassins sent by old thief Pang are quite skilled." The person who was on the lookout also pulled off his mask. It was Wei Kai. "I'll have to trouble my brothers to clean up these things," he said as he looked at the corpses. "Make sure there's no trace left." "Commander Wei, don't worry," someone next to him said. "We'll do it. Don't worry." Then, they started to get busy in the dark. The person who spoke first said as he worked, "I don't know what the general is thinking. I thought it was something big that even Commander Wei had to work." Someone next to him laughed and said, "That's right. Look at how big this is." I'm rubbing my hands together. "I thought we were going to rescue the general from Prince Jing's manor." Someone else said, "Who knew that we were secretly protecting a few men of sacrifice?" "Commander Wei, do you know which family these men of sacrifice belong to? Why are they so precious?" Wei Kai scolded them with a sullen face, "Don't gossip. Hurry up." They laughed a few times when they heard this and didn't say anything else. They quickly got to work. Wei Kai stood on the side with a frown on his face. His subordinates weren't the only ones who were confused. Even he didn't know why. He probably knew that Prince Jing wanted to oppose Pang Xiao, and he had also heard that Prince Jing had succeeded in this matter. The general had asked him to make arrangements for them to hide in the dark and wait for the men of sacrifice from Xianxia to retreat. Although the general's foresight was miraculous, and if Pang Xiao's men really did come to investigate, they were all killed by them. However, Wei Kai did not know why the general would do something so superfluous. Was it to kill Pang Xiao's men, or was it because the men of sacrifice from Prince Jing's manor really had something special about them? The 2 jars of wine in Xianxia were good wines that had been kept in the manor for many years. The original owner of the manor seemed to like collecting wine, but she didn't drink much. There were many good wines in the manor that were brought from Yi City. This was one of the jars. Xianxia also didn't expect that the alcohol of the northern lands in ancient times would be so strong. He carried the wine jars to Huowuzhou's room. Huowuzhou had just finished dinner. Xianxia saw him sitting on the bed and remembered that he was still injured. He hurriedly asked, "You're still taking medicine? Can't you drink wine?" Huowuzhou looked up and saw him carrying the wine jars. He asked, "Is it done?" Xianxia naturally knew what he was talking about. He raised his hand and dismissed the servants. He smiled and said, "It's done. Everything is going according to plan." Huowuzhou's gaze was fixed on the smile on his face and didn't move away for a moment. Xianxia put the wine jars on the table and sat down on the left. He said, "I wanted to celebrate with you, but I forgot that your injuries haven't healed yet. Otherwise, forget it. It doesn't matter if you drink or not. Huowujiu repeated, celebrate with me? Jiang Suizhou nodded. No matter what, Peng Xiao has a grudge against you. He suffered a great loss. For you, it's something to be happy about. His words were quite dignified. At this time, the room was brightly lit and seemed a little out of place. He paused. He pressed one hand on the wine jars and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He looked at Huowujiu and smiled frankly. There's really no one else. There are very few people who know about this. Gu Chongyun is unreliable, and Su Du is still busy. If this prince didn't invite you to celebrate, wouldn't I be bored to death? He was very relaxed now. The pretense on his face had been mostly removed, revealing his lazy and gentle appearance. Huowujiu remained silent, but his movements were nimble. He pulled the wheelchair over with one hand, and with a push of his hand, he sat down in the wheelchair. He walked straight to the table and sat opposite Jiang Suizhou. He didn't say anything, but opened the wine jars. For a moment, the fragrance of the wine filled the room. Jiang Suizhou was stunned. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Can't you drink alcohol? If you can't, then forget it. Don't delay your treatment. Huowujiu looked up. His black eyes were especially bright under the light. I brought the wine. Do you want to drink? Jiang Suizhou always felt that there was a smile in his eyes right now. Although he couldn't see it and couldn't find any clues, it was bright. It was like sunlight shining on the tip of a spear. When it shone in his eyes, it made him dizzy. He couldn't help but withdraw his hand, allowing Huowujiu to skillfully pick up the wine jars with one hand. He casually grabbed 2 bowls and filled them to the brim. It wasn't until Huowujiu placed one of the bowls in front of him that he came back to his senses. He was dumbfounded. The wine in the bowl was very clear and fragrant. Just by smelling it, one could tell that it was strong. The bowl wasn't small. The wine in the bowl shone brightly under the light. For a moment, Jiang Suizhou flinched a little. Even before he transmigrated, he had never seen anyone drink white wine from a bowl. He stared blankly at the bowl on the table, then raised his eyes to look at Huowujiu. He said firmly, drink with this? Huowujiu had a puzzled look on his face. What else? It took him a while to realize that the people in the capital didn't drink from bowls, unlike the people at the border. They were always short on supplies and didn't have so many fancy cups. They used the same things to eat meat and drink wine. He was a little annoyed. He felt that he was a little unsophisticated. I forgot, he said. I'll go ask someone for a cup. He was about to leave when he saw Jiang Suizhou look up and stop him. He saw that Prince Jing's face seemed to show some self-esteem that he didn't want to show. He gritted his teeth and said, forget it. Peng Xiao is out of luck today. It's worth it for me to drink with a bowl. Huowujiu watched him pick up the bowl and suddenly remembered the day when he came back drunk. He smelled of sweet wine. He could tell that it wasn't hard wine just by smelling it. Presumably, this person couldn't hold his liquor well. He paused. He was about to say something to stop him, but he swallowed it back down. He remembered the day when this person lost his balance and fell into his arms. It was the smell of osmanthus. Huowujiu didn't know that Jiang Suizhou could be so torturous after drinking too much. After drinking half a jar of wine, Jiang Suizhou started to show signs of drunkenness and began to talk more. He seemed to be quite proud of what had happened that day and told Huowujiu everything he had planned for the past few days. Because he was getting more and more drunk, his memory was getting worse. He began to repeat what he had said over and over again. Although he talked a lot, his voice was soft and slow. It was obvious that he was drunk, but it was like a warm breeze, carrying a sense of gentleness. Huowujiu patiently responded from the side. He watched as Jiang Suizhou gradually began to sway and speak incoherently. Thinking that Jiang Suizhou still had to go back later, Huowujiu regretted that he didn't change his cup just now. When he poured wine for him, his subordinates controlled the amount. However, he was quickly discovered by Jiang Suizhou. His eyes were a little hazy and a little watery. He pointed at the 2 wine bowls on the table. Isn't this too unfair? He said. The bowl in front of Huowujiu was full, but the bowl in front of him was only covered by the bottom. Hu Wujiu fooled him. This is what you drank just now. Jiang Suzhou stared at the bowl for a long time. As if he remembered something, he smiled drunkenly. I forgot, he said slowly. I'm sorry, I was rude. Then, without waiting for Wujiu to stop him, he picked up the wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. Hu Wujiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was so gullible and honest. If he drank with others outside, wouldn't he be too easy to bully? Seeing that his bowl was empty, Hu Wujiu poured him a little more. It was still very little, barely covering the bottom of the bowl. Jiang Suzhou said a few more words. Then, he spat in confusion and looked at his bowl. I didn't finish it just now, he asked. As he spoke, he reached out to take the bowl. Hu Wujiu quickly reached out and held his wrist. He took the jade bowl from his hand and put it a little further away. Just now, how did you say that? Zhao Dunting cried in front of Jiang Suanheng. He changed the topic. Ah. Jiang Suizhou immediately tossed the wine bowl to the back of his mind, a smile appearing on his face. The court official said that he knelt in front of the Pill Emperor and started crying as soon as he knelt down. His tears fell so quickly that it scared the emperor and made him think that someone in his family had died. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows joyously. So he didn't know that he was acting. And no one had any evidence of it. The mantis stela stalk, the oriole behind. This was the third or fourth time Hu Wujiu had heard these words tonight. Jiang Suzhou had never been a patient person. When his subordinates reported to him, they would think it over in advance. They were afraid that they wouldn't be concise enough and would annoy him. However, he unexpectedly liked to listen to Jiang Suzhou's repetitive words. Perhaps it was because Prince Jing forgot all his pretense when he was drunk and revealed the gentle and mild nature under his fox skin. Or perhaps it was because he spoke very well and was different from other people. He always sounded like a teacher giving a lecture. He had the leisurely manner of a scholar and made people feel very comfortable. Or perhaps it was because his happiness was genuine and sincere. His eyes were shining, which made people like to see him. Hu Wujiu gradually drank the rest of the wine. By the time the moon was high in the sky, all the lights outside had been extinguished. Even though Hu Wujiu tried to control himself, Jiang Suzhou was completely drunk. His elbows were on the table and his head was buried in his elbows. Only a pair of watery eyes could be seen as he looked at Hu Wujiu. He didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Hu Wujiu's Adam's apple moved slightly. He picked up the wine bowl on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Jiang Suzhou's voice was lazy and there was a hint of a smile in it. That's great, Hu Wujiu, he said. Hu Wujiu looked at him. Jiang Suzhou closed his eyes and buried his face in his arms like a small animal looking for a place to sleep in its nest. It's been a long time since someone talked to me. His voice was almost a whisper. It's very lonely. Fortunately, I have you. Peng Xiao's residence was brightly lit until the middle of the night. Peng Xiao stood in the corridor with his hands behind his back. The plum blossoms in the courtyard were in full bloom. Under the illumination of the red lanterns, they glowed warmly. You're not back yet? Peng Xiao looked down at the person kneeling in front of him and asked slowly. The subordinate knelt in front of him and didn't dare to raise his head. I'm incompetent, he said. I've already sent people to look for them. I'll definitely get them back tonight. Peng Xiao stared at him. After a while, he sneered. You're indeed incompetent, he said. However, I'm sure those things are even more incompetent. The subordinate's body trembled. Peng Xiao sighed slowly and said, You're right. There's no need to look for them, he said. It's already late. Those who could have returned would have already returned. The subordinate lowered his head even more. Go and receive your punishment, Peng Xiao said and turned to enter his room. The subordinate was left kowtowing at the bottom of the stairs. Thank you for your reward, Minister. Thank you for your reward. The door opened. The bright light shone on him for a moment before the door closed, leaving him in the darkness. In the room, a few Peng Party officials stood in front of their seats and looked at Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao sat down at the head of the table. You're capable, he said. I've never seen someone as capable as you before. Today, I've seen it. For myself. An official next to him hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Minister, none of your assassins survived? Peng Xiao didn't say anything. Seeing that he had acquiesced, the official paced around a few times and said hesitantly, It shouldn't be. Sir, we all know how capable your assassins are. They've never failed. This time, they were all wiped out. Who could it be? Peng Xiao stared at the flickering candlelight on the table when he heard that. It's not completely useless, he said. At least it confirms my guess. It proves that someone has been targeting Zhao Dunting and tampering with his residence. An official next to him hurriedly said, but we can't prove who did it without catching the culprit. Everything that happened today was so natural. However, the person who did this was hiding behind the scenes, making it impossible for others to find any traces of him. Peng Xiao was silent for a long time. His hand fell on the teacup on the table. Guesses don't need evidence, he said. I know who it is. That's enough. His finger slowly turned on the lid of the teacup. He turned his head and his gaze fell on the south side. That was the direction of Xianxia City. I know very well who added fuel to the fire in the beginning, who became complacent in the end, and who secretly competed with me and formed a grudge against me, he said slowly. His voice was calm, without the slightest hint of anger. However, it sent a chill down the spines of the people around him. When everyone heard his words, they knew that he didn't intend to say it out loud. No one dared to ask. Only an official carefully stepped forward and changed the topic. Yes, Minister, your heart is as clear as a mirror. We can rest assured now. It's just that, what can we do about the emperor? All the civil and military officials in the imperial court knew that the emperor was so angry at the minister of the treasury today. The emperor didn't even call him uncle today. For the first time, he directly called the minister of the treasury by his full name. Everyone knew that the minister of the treasury was now so famous and majestic. It was all because of the person sitting on the throne, who was willing to listen to him. Peng Xiao sneered, picked up the teacup, and opened the lid. What happened today was originally because Zhao Dunting and Qi Min had disagreements. When he harmed Qi Min, he used my name and tried to frame me. It's just the truth. Do you need me to teach you how to tell the emperor? Several officials bowed to him, indicating that they knew what to do. Peng Xiao lowered his eyes and took a sip of the tea. After just one sip, he put down the teacup and looked quietly at the rippling tea in the cup. Top-grade Longjing tea before the Ming dynasty is ruined for no reason, he said. An attendant quickly came up from the side and answered. Peng Xiao put the teacup on the table with a clang. Go and ask who brewed it, he said casually. They should pay with their lives for ruining such good tea. After Jiang Suizhou got drunk, he lay on the table and didn't get up. Hu Wujiu wheeled his wheelchair to his side and reached out to hold his arm to help him up. Jiang Suizhou couldn't even open his eyes, and his body was weak. Following Hu Wujiu's strength, he leaned on Hu Wujiu. He went from lying on the table to leaning on Hu Wujiu's arm. Hu Wujiu froze on the spot as if someone had pressed his acupoints. His entire arm went numb, and he couldn't feel the left side of his heart. He wanted to raise his voice to call for Meng Qianshan, but the words stopped in his throat. After a long time, he slowly lowered his head and looked at Jiang Suizhou, who was leaning in his arms. The light shone on his eyelashes, making them glow with a golden light. His lips were stained with strong alcohol and glistened with moisture. Hu Wujiu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. At this moment, Jiang Suizhou, who was leaning on Hu Wujiu's arm, seemed to feel uncomfortable. He moved his body and plunged into Hu Wujiu's arms. An unconscious groan drifted from his throat to Hu Wujiu's ears. Hu Wujiu's ears started to burn. His heart, which was originally numb, suddenly burst into flames and burned directly into his brain. There was a loud bang, as if a string had been burned. Hu Wujiu's hand, which was holding Jiang Suizhou's arm, loosened by 20% and started to tremble slightly. Suddenly, he realized one thing. Jiang Suizhou did not have any improper thoughts about him, but he seemed to. He stared intently at Jiang Suizhou. He didn't know when, but he had already started to have dirty thoughts about Jiang Suizhou. He had mingled with men since he was young, fighting and fooling around. He must have been disgusted by such thoughts. But now, there was only a sudden sense of homesickness in his heart. He had never liked anything in particular. He had always been indifferent to everything. He had never felt such a strong sense of possessiveness and overwhelming love. Because these feelings came too fiercely, he was in disbelief and panic, which gave birth to fear. It turned out that people would become cowards in front of something they deeply loved. He lowered his head and looked at that person quietly. Under the light, he was like a statue, not daring to move in the slightest. Until Xianxia, who was in his arms, moved. Huowujiu seemed to have reacted, but it was already too late. He raised his eyes and looked at the door. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He had never read the sages, so he didn't know what it meant to not be deceived in a dark room. No one had taught him that in a place where there was no one, he had to suppress his nature and make the right choice. The evil dragon wanted to guard his treasure tonight. He withdrew his gaze and his arms. He directly held this person in his arms. He bent over slightly and stood up from the wheelchair with Xianxia in his arms. He had just gotten up, so walking was very difficult. However, he slowly and steadily carried Xianxia to the side of the bed and placed him on his bed. The moment Xianxia touched the pillow, he opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing that it was Huowujiu, he revealed a smile that was half a beat too slow. Huowujiu. His voice was so soft that only his lips were moving. I won't let you kill me. He was already drunk and disoriented. He actually said his true words to Huowujiu. But before the clothes touched, Huowujiu only heard the beginning and the end. Huowujiu, I won't let you die. He heard Xianxia say this. When Xianxia woke up the next day, the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar bed. Just as he was about to sit up, he felt a terrible headache. Even the slightest movement caused him to feel dizzy. He frowned and rested on the bed for a moment until the world was no longer spinning in front of his eyes. Then, he slowly sat up. His surroundings were bright, and there was a sense of familiarity amidst the unfamiliarity. He was actually in Huowujiu's room. Xianxia felt a little dizzy. He lowered his head and held his forehead for a long time before he managed to recall some of his memories. Last night, he had been drinking at Huowujiu's place. However, the alcohol was strong, and his alcohol tolerance was poor. He had only drunk half of it before he passed out. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what had happened after that. So, he had slept at Huowujiu's place last night and even occupied his bed. While Xianxia was still feeling dizzy, he heard the door to the bedroom open. It was Huowujiu who had just washed up. His face was still wet as he pushed his wheelchair into the room. You're awake, he heard Huowujiu ask. Xianxia looked up and saw Huowujiu sitting upright in his wheelchair. Although he was expressionless, he looked refreshed. Meanwhile, he was lying on the bed, leaning against the headboard dispiritedly. No matter how he looked at it, the atmosphere was a little off. I drank too much last night. I didn't know I spent the night at your place, Xianxia said as he pressed his forehead with one hand. Huowujiu looked at him indifferently and said, It's fine. Then, he pushed his wheelchair out of the room and called Meng Qianshan in. Meng Qianshan had been waiting outside for the whole night. When he heard Huowujiu's voice, he quickly pushed the door open and entered. He arranged for someone to bring in the sobering tea that had been prepared beforehand. Xianxia was served sobering tea by him. Finally, he was not as dizzy as before. He got up and changed his clothes. Just then, he saw Li Changning and Wei Kai coming in from outside. Seeing him sitting on the bed in Huowujiu and drinking tea, the two of them were stunned. Then, Li Changning hurriedly lowered his head and pretended not to see, but he didn't forget to follow behind and look at the Wei Kai and Xianxia. Just now, this lowly one went to the main room and didn't see Prince. I didn't expect Prince to be here with Madam. Li Changning stepped forward and bowed. Xianxia gave a light hum and said, It's fine. If the dosage of the decoction is not allowed to be adjusted today, just get someone to boil it directly. Li Changning responded. Xianxia helped Meng Qianshan to stand up. When he stood up, he still felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. He thought to himself, I still need to go back and get some sleep. He raised his hand and ordered, Do what you need to do. This prince is leaving. The two of them hurriedly sent Xianxia off. Xianxia nodded at Huowujiu, then turned and left. Jiang Suizhou's feet felt weak as he walked out. The door closed from the outside. Just like before, there were only the three of them left in the room. Wei Kai immediately raised his head and looked outside. He watched until Jiang Suizhou walked far away. Only then did he hurriedly look at Hu Wujiu. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "General, he's..." Hu Wujiu glanced at him indifferently. He knew what this kid was thinking. He frowned and said, "Don't think too much." When Wei Kai heard this, he hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know much about human affairs, he still felt alarmed when he saw Prince Jing's appearance. Why did he spend the night at the general's place? Why did he look even weaker than usual? Could it be that something really happened between him and the general last night? Fortunately, since the general told him not to think too much, then everything was fine. Wei Kai was shocked for a long time. Now that he finally let out a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but blurt out, "This subordinate knew it. What kind of person is the general? How could he be the same as him?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked at his general with sparkling eyes. However, he saw his general's eyes suddenly turn cold. Wei Kai was shocked. He saw the general frown and coldly say, "Watch your mouth." Wei Kai immediately shut his mouth and nodded repeatedly. The general didn't look at him anymore. He stood up with the help of his wheelchair and slowly walked to the bed. He tactfully retreated to the side and took out the medicine bag that Li Chongning had brought. He began to boil the medicine for Hu Wujiu. Wei Kai clearly knew that he had said something wrong and angered the general. However, he was puzzled. He didn't say anything wrong. What was the general angry about? Meanwhile, in the main room of Anin Hall, Jiang Suzhou was slowly lying down on the bed with the help of Meng Qianshan. He was used to sleeping on his own bed. He didn't expect Hu Wujiu's bed to be so hard. His waist and back ached from sleeping on it all night. Meng Qianshan helped him eat some food and then helped him put down the bed curtain so that he could take a nap. Jiang Suzhou still couldn't figure it out. He pondered for a long time, then asked, "How did this prince sleep there last night?" Meng Qianshan heard this and exclaimed, "Your Highness, how would this servant know? Yesterday, this servant kept watch in the corridor until the middle of the night. It was Madame who came to the door and said that you wanted to sleep there." Jiang Suzhou frowned. "Madame who said that?" Meng Qianshan nodded. "Your Highness doesn't remember?" Jiang Suzhou grunted after a while, then said, "I drank too much. I don't remember." Meng Qianshan acknowledged. Jiang Suzhou paused, then said, "It's just that." Meng Qianshan hurriedly asked, "It's just what?" Jiang Suzhou frowned and pondered. From what Meng Qianshan said, it seemed that he had asked to stay there. However, he didn't remember saying such a thing. Instead, he vaguely remembered that the world was spinning, and he seemed to have been picked up by someone and placed on the bed. However, that memory was like a hallucination in his dream. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He rubbed his temples and said softly, "It's fine. It's nothing. It must be a hallucination," he thought to himself. Hu Wujiu's legs were still disabled. Moreover, even if he wasn't disabled, why would he carry him? Even though it was confirmed that Jiang Suzhou was seriously ill, Jiang Suanheng still didn't let down his guard. Every once in a while, he would send an imperial physician to check on Jiang Suzhou's condition. Gu Changyan's medicine was quite effective. When the medicine came, it was like a mountain, causing the physicians and imperial physicians in the estate to be at a loss. When the medicine wore off, it wore off step by step until it was maintained in a state where his body and pulse were weaker than before, but he could still maintain his daily life. Therefore, after a period of time, even though the imperial physicians sent to Jiang Suzhou were highly skilled, they couldn't find any clues. In the past few days, the imperial physicians went back and told Jiang Suanheng that although His Highness Prince Jing's illness was mostly healed, it had damaged the foundation of his body. Now, the estate had a few mountain physicians who came out of nowhere to help him recuperate. However, they didn't have any results. Hearing this news, Jiang Suanheng was very happy. "He's really desperate," Jiang Suanheng said lazily. That imperial physician repeatedly agreed. Then, Jiang Suanheng said, "Since he's mostly healed, he should be brought into the palace for me to take a look. That way, I can persuade him." There are all kinds of physicians in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Why should he believe in the wild? The eunuch on the side understood and quickly smiled apologetically. He asked Jiang Xuanheng when he planned to invite Prince Jing into the palace so that he could pass on the imperial edict. Jiang Xuanheng had been in a bad mood recently and wanted to have some fun. Seeing how sick Jiang Suzhou was and then speculating about when this sickly person would die was his biggest source of amusement. Therefore, within 2 days, Jiang Suzhou entered the palace. Under the effects of the medicine, his body was already very weak. Because he was drunk 2 days ago, his complexion hadn't recovered yet. Therefore, when he entered the palace, he looked even weaker than usual. The imperial prince's imperial robe was thick and black. It was thick and wide and graceful, but it made his cheeks look even thinner and paler. When he knelt on the ground to pay his respects, he looked swaying as if he would fall if no one pushed him. His appearance was similar to his mother's appearance before she died. When the previous emperor died on the way to the south, the imperial concubine also fell ill along the way. When the previous emperor died, Jiang Xuanheng immediately gave the order to imprison the imperial concubine. He didn't allow anyone to serve her, and he didn't allow any imperial physicians to treat her illness. Before she died, Jiang Xuanheng went to see her once. He saw that seductive face was so thin that it was out of shape. Her eye sockets were sunken, and her skin was pale. It was like heaven and earth compared to the proud appearance of being pampered in the past. Jiang Xuanheng felt very satisfied when he saw her. Now, the son she gave birth to looked like he was going to follow in her footsteps. Jiang Xuanheng was very happy and asked Jiang Suzhou a few questions in an eccentric manner. Jiang Suzhou knew that this day would come, so he made preparations before he came. He only put on a sickly appearance and answered perfunctorily. Sure enough, his appearance greatly pleased Jiang Xuanheng. Now that Jiang Xuanheng was happy, he was able to let him go in advance. It wasn't even noon, but Jiang Xuanheng was already in a good mood. He raised his hand and dismissed Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou stood up and was about to bow when he heard Jiang Suzhou speak again. Since fifth younger brother's body is better, why don't you return to your duty at the Ministry of Rites? He said with a smile. Without fifth younger brother in the Ministry of Rites, we will feel uneasy. Uneasy my ass. He only had an idle position in the Ministry of Rites. It didn't make much of a difference whether he was there or not. Jiang Suzhou said this only because he saw that fifth younger brother's body was weak and his complexion was ugly. Jiang Suzhou wanted fifth younger brother to work hard and lose a few years of his life. But fortunately, this was also what Jiang Suzhou wanted. He and Pang Xiao had a lot of exchanges and made Pang Xiao suffer a few losses. After this, Pang Xiao would definitely not let his guard down. If Jiang Suzhou was in the imperial court, he would be more well-informed. As Jiang Suzhou thought about this, he put on a troubled expression and feigned civility. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to end his leave under Jiang Suzhou's forceful order. Jiang Suzhou was even happier. Only then did Jiang Suzhou leave. As he walked out of the hall, he saw Jiang Suzhou cross his legs on the table with a satisfied expression on his face. Jiang Suzhou calmly retracted his gaze. Empress Dowager Pang was indeed short-sighted. She really came from the same family as Pang Xiao. She deliberately taught her son how to hate the concubines who competed with her for favor and how to kill his brothers for fun. But she never thought of teaching her son to be a qualified emperor. She only thought that the imperial court would last for thousands of generations and that the previous dynasty had Pang Xiao's support, so she could sit back and relax. She really only had herself to blame. Jiang Suzhou pondered as he walked out of the hall. The sun was gradually rising. He needed to hurry out of the palace and go back to find Su Du and Gu Chongyun to make some plans. But at this moment, he saw a person in the spacious square in front of the hall. That person was striding in this direction. He was probably heading to the hall where Empress Dowager was. An eunuch trotted beside him and tried to persuade him with a bitter face. Minister, please wait. His Majesty is busy right now. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you. Jiang Suzhou stopped in his tracks. His entire body tensed up. Pang Xiao was walking towards him. This was the second time that Jiang Suzhou had come face to face with Pang Xiao since he had transmigrated here. Although he had exchanged a few moves with Peng Xiao and could be considered old acquaintances, he knew that he was just lucky to have the upper hand because he came from the future. The person in front of him was a tough nut to crack. He looked at Peng Xiao from afar, took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and slowly approached him. When there were only 3 to 5 steps between them, Jiang Suzhou stopped and looked down at Peng Xiao under the sun. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a slight smile on his face. Peng Xiao's expression was gentle as he bowed to him. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Jing," Peng Xiao said. Jiang Suzhou looked at him with a faint smile for a moment until the eunuchs beside him looked frightened. Then he said slowly, "You're too polite, Minister of the Prime Minister." Peng Xiao straightened up. Jiang Suzhou looked him up and down and said meaningfully, "Why did you come to the palace today, Minister Peng? Did my brother summon you?" Peng Xiao said gently, "Your Highness, I have some trivial matters to report to His Majesty." Jiang Suzhou laughed a few times. "What's the matter between Minister of the Prime Minister and my brother? Why don't you come here in vain? I'm afraid my brother doesn't want to see you." Peng Xiao looked up at Jiang Suzhou and saw Jiang Suzhou staring at him with an undisguised gloating smile. "Although I've been lying in bed these days, I've heard some things about Minister of the Prime Minister." His tone was gentle, and there was a hint of unconcealable pride in his voice. "Minister of the Prime Minister, you're an expert, but there are times when you make mistakes." Peng Xiao forced a faint smile and said, "Your Highness, please don't laugh at me." In front of him, Jiang Suzhou's palms were covered with a thin layer of sweat. He knew that he was forcing himself to act like this in front of Peng Xiao to dispel Peng Xiao's doubts. He wanted Peng Xiao to think that he was just gloating and not the instigator of this incident. This was the only way that Peng Xiao would not immediately deal with him. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to fight against Peng Xiao directly. Thinking quickly in his heart, Jiang Suzhou continued with a smile, "I also have to thank you, Minister of the Prime Minister. After hearing about your good news, this prince's illness has almost recovered." Peng Xiao replied faintly, "Then it's all thanks to me." Jiang Suzhou smiled and nodded. Then, he turned sideways and raised his hand to make an inviting gesture. "Then, you may go first," he said. "I'm afraid that Imperial Brother will be angry with you for a long time. Minister of the Prime Minister, please don't delay here." Hearing this, Peng Xiao bowed to him and walked away. Jiang Suzhou glanced sideways at him and walked straight out of the palace. His hands in his sleeves were trembling uncontrollably. The person in front of him looked the most amiable, but he knew that under this disguise was the sharpest and most ruthless soul. He suppressed his footsteps and slowly walked forward. Behind him, Peng Xiao, who had walked 10 steps away, turned around and glanced at him indifferently. Jiang Suzhou was already far away. This was different from what he had expected. Peng Xiao thought to himself. Since the day the matter was exposed, he was certain that Jiang Suzhou was behind Zhao Dunting's incident. He immediately sent people to Zhao Dunting's residence to look for clues, but those people were all wiped out and their bodies were nowhere to be found. Peng Xiao had been monitoring Prince Jing's residence all year round. Although he couldn't reach into Prince Jing's courtyard, he knew that Prince Jing couldn't be so capable. After all, he had spent a lot of money to train Prince Jing's secret guards in the residence. Prince Jing wasn't rich enough to begin with, and he was restrained by others everywhere. Even raising a few men of sacrifice was harder than ascending to heaven, let alone fighting against his secret guards. However, he also knew that this matter seemed to be going with the flow, but in fact, it would cause discord between him and the emperor. The biggest beneficiary would be Prince Jing. Therefore, he only thought that it was his oversight. But looking at Prince Jing's appearance just now, Peng Xiao's heart wavered. He had watched Imperial Prince Jing grow up and knew that he wasn't as shrewd as Imperial Prince Jing. On one hand, Imperial Prince Jing had killed his hidden guards. On the other hand, Imperial Prince Jing acted as if nothing had happened in front of him. The eunuch next to him saw him stop and hurriedly asked, "Minister?" Peng Xiao paused and said indifferently, "It's nothing." Then, he turned around and walked toward the main hall. He didn't like guessing, and he hated things that he couldn't figure out even more. The best way to deal with these people and matters was to not let them go, even if they were wrongly killed. Ever since Huo Wujiu could stand up, his body had been getting better day by day. In just a few days, he was able to move freely. Wei Kai was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. After the acupuncture treatment, the two men closed all the doors and windows in Hu Wuzhou's room and made him walk back and forth in the room a few times. General's legs will be fully healed soon, Li Chongning said happily. From now on, I just need to prescribe you some nourishing medicine to nourish your meridians every day. In less than a month, you'll be able to ride a horse and use lightness skills. Hu Wuzhou lowered his head to look at his legs and murmured, Li Chongning then turned around to pack up his medicine box. Wei Kai walked forward and whispered to Hu Wuzhou, Your Highness, the brothers outside have news about Daliang. Hu Wuzhou suddenly looked up. Speak. Wei Kai quickly said in a low voice, The pigeon has contacted the general guarding the north bank of the Xianxia River. He said that as long as you can make it, he will welcome you at the river. As long as the brothers can escort you to the river, he will arrange everything after that. At this point, Wei Kai smiled and said, As long as General's leg is completely healed, who would be able to catch you? Moreover, they all think that you are disabled. As long as they are unprepared, they will definitely succeed. Hu Wuzhou was silent for a moment, then asked, The general guarding Jiangbei? What about Wu Qianfan? The general guarding Jiangbei was Wu Qianfan, who was adopted by the Marquis along with Wei Kai. Wei Kai paused, his smile gradually fading. Qianfan is gone, he said. Hu Wuzhou looked up and saw Wei Kai pursing his lips. After a moment, he said in a low voice, That person said that Qianfan was shot by a stray arrow on the day you crossed the river and couldn't be saved. His eyes were a little red. He and Wu Qianfan had grown up together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were not blood-related brothers. After he crossed the river with the general and the general was captured, he blamed Wu Qianfan for his failure. He didn't expect that it was because he was gone. Hu Wuzhou fell silent. Dead, Wu Qianfan was his most capable subordinate. Their relationship was even closer than Wei Kai's. He should be sad that this person was dead, but long before today. He already had some speculations. If Wu Qianfan was executed because of his incompetence, that would be pardonable. But the river was so wide. Even if they were fighting by the river, ordinary arrows would not be able to reach the other side of the river. If Wu Qianfan was killed by an arrow, then it must have happened while he was leading the troops across the river. But if that was the case, he would have waited for a soldier to arrive. So, if Wu Qianfan died accidentally, he must have been killed to silence him. Because if he was executed, he would definitely be detained and interrogated. The only way to prevent him from spitting out any secrets was to let him die accidentally. After a moment of silence, Hu Wuzhou asked, Who is guarding Jiangbei now? Wei Kai said, His surname is Li, and his name is Qing. He is an old subordinate of His Highness the Crown Prince. I am not familiar with him. His people were dead. It was not surprising that it was the Crown Prince's people who died. After all, he was no longer in Daliang. Naturally, the Crown Prince had to personally dispatch troops. The people he appointed were also people he was more familiar with and knew more about their abilities. But, if Hu Wuzhou had not seen the fake letter with the Crown Prince's personal seal in Xianxia that day, perhaps he would have thought so. Hu Wuzhou did not speak for a moment. Even if there was nothing wrong with his cousin, then there must be something wrong with his subordinates. If that was the case, then the general guarding the river was not someone he could completely trust. Based on his original personality, if he discovered this kind of problem, he would directly confront it without any fear. After all, the army guarding the river had only changed their general. Even if they took 10,000 steps back and the general really wanted to kill him by the river, he would have to consider who the soldiers under his command were. When the time came, it would be unknown who would die. On the contrary, as long as he was prepared in advance, then when this person wanted to kill him the most, it would be the easiest time for him to turn the tables and obtain evidence to counterattack. But, although he only stared at his knees, he was thinking of another person. That person had asked for his protection in the name of cooperation. If he escaped alone, then this person would have to bear the crime of releasing prisoners for him. And if he took this person away, firstly, his body was weak and he did not know martial arts. It would be difficult to protect him in front of two armies. Secondly, as a member of the Nanjing royal family, what would he do if he was rashly brought back to Bailiang? The pampered and spoiled little prince naturally could not become a prisoner. Huowujiu had always chosen the most direct and easiest way to succeed. As for the consequences and risks, he had never taken them to heart. But he did not expect that there would be a day when he would be so overcautious and indecisive. It was all because of one person, and he wanted to give up the easiest shortcut for him. Wei Kai saw that the general was silent for a moment and could not help but be puzzled. General? He knew that the general would be sad about Wu Qianfan's death. But in addition to being sad, the general had to consider the big picture. Now that they had finally contacted the guards in Daliang, what was the general still hesitating about? Huowujiu, who had been silent for a long time, slowly opened his mouth. Wait first, he said. Don't let anyone know that my leg has been cured. Tell them that it can't be cured. But you have to keep in touch with them. Every time you send me the contents of your letters, I'll reply to them. Wei Kai was dumbfounded. General? He saw that the general seemed to have heard something and looked out the window. He saw Prince Jing's ceremonial guards appear in the distance outside the Anin Hall. His Highness, who was dressed in heavy ceremonial robes, was walking down from the carriage. His general stared at him for a moment before walking straight to the bedside. He flipped over the bed neatly and pulled the blanket up. The person who was walking as if he was flying a moment ago was now sitting on the bed sickly as if his legs could not move. He picked up the book beside the bed with one hand and started flipping through it. Prince Jing is here. Pack up your things and get out of here, he said. Wei Kai took 2 steps forward and did not care about anything else. But General, why are you? Because I want to take someone with me. He heard the general say this. When Jiang Suzhou stepped into Huowujiu's room, he saw him sitting on the bed reading a book. When he entered the room, Meng Qianshan tactfully took the cloak for him and retreated. Jiang Suzhou went straight into Huowujiu's bedroom and sat down by his bed. Huowujiu had just put down the book in his hand when he saw Jiang Suzhou sitting there looking at him. What's wrong? Huowujiu asked. Jiang Suzhou frowned and said, I feel like they've been treating you for so long, but you still don't look well. Huowujiu paused, then casually withdrew his gaze and changed the topic. Did Jiang Xuanheng summon you to the palace? He asked. Jiang Suzhou smiled when he heard this. He took the book in Huowujiu's hand and casually flipped through it. Yes. He said with a smile. These days, the imperial physicians have been coming into the palace non-stop. My body has recovered a bit, so he naturally wants to see for himself whether I'm dead or not. As he said this, he lowered his head and looked at the book. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Before he transmigrated, his body was very healthy. He had never known what it was like to be sick. Now that he had transmigrated here for so many days, even though he did his best to prevent Huowujiu from killing him, he knew that his body, which was naturally weak, would never recover. It was hard to say how long he would live. At this moment, he heard Huowujiu's voice. I won't let anything happen to you. He said. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw Huowujiu looking at him with a serious expression. He laughed out loud. Of course. He said. With General Hua's protection, even if Jiang Xuanheng is an old friend of the King of Hell, he won't be able to persuade him to take my life. He only took Huowujiu's joke as a joke, so he responded quickly. After all, it was easy to avoid death, but it was not so easy to avoid dying of illness. However, Jiang Suzhou had always been open-minded and only wanted to take one step at a time. In front of him, Huowujiu's lips moved almost imperceptibly, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words. Jiang Suzhou did not notice his strange behavior. After he finished joking, he continued, however, this prince did meet Peng Xiao today. Hearing this, Huowujiu raised his eyes and looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. He then heard Jiang Suzhou say, today this king left the palace and happened to run into him. Look, there's a little eunuch beside him trying to persuade him. Presumably, His Majesty still doesn't want to see him, so he came on his own accord. Huowujiu nodded. Did he say anything? Jiang Suzhou smiled. He did. This king acted as if I didn't know anything and mocked him a little, acting like a villain who got what he wanted. Huowujiu grunted and did not say anything. However, when he looked at Jiang Suzhou, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He was a person who did not usually smile, but every time he smiled, just a little bit of his smile was like a radiant light, especially dazzling. Jiang Suzhou was momentarily stunned. When he opened his mouth again, he almost stuttered. "What's wrong?" His throat was slightly sluggish as he asked. Hu Wujiu said, "It's nothing. I just remembered that day at the palace banquet, you acted quite well in front of Peng Xiao." Jiang Suzhou was momentarily speechless and actually felt a little embarrassed. Even if Hu Wujiu did not say it directly, the two of them were well aware of it. That day, he had no choice but to act as a complete pervert in front of Peng Xiao. However, he did not expect that Hu Wujiu would one day joke about this matter. He felt a little embarrassed and actually felt a little amused. He cleared his throat and glanced at Hu Wujiu in a condescending manner. "Madam Hua," he said in a condescending tone. "This king does not like people who are arrogant because they are favored." Hu Wujiu knew that he was joking, and he also knew that he should laugh at this time. However, when he saw this person's arrogant attitude, his heart tightened and his meridians became a little numb. His throat moved and he could not help but recite the heart-calming technique in his heart. Jiang Suzhou did not notice his strange behavior. He laughed a few times and then said seriously, "However, this king was thinking about something on the way back from the palace today." Hu Wujiu suppressed his emotions and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Suzhou said slowly, "The enmity between Jiang Xuanheng and Peng Xiao is a foregone conclusion. However, will there be a day when they will reconcile?" Hu Wujiu was silent for a moment and said, "Of course." Jiang Suzhou nodded. "This king is thinking the same thing," he said. "Firstly, Jiang Xuanheng is simple-minded and has been spoiled by Peng Xiao and Empress Dowager Peng since he was young. He trusts them very much. Secondly, although Peng Xiao's recent incidents have deceived Jiang Xuanheng, they have not affected his position as the emperor. Peng Xiao will try to please him again. It will only take time." Hu Wujiu responded. "Then what do you think?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou said, "Rome isn't built in a day. It's impossible to do it overnight. These days, we have enough time to take a breather, expand our influence, and suppress the Peng Xiao party. After that, we'll have to deal with them as they come." Hu Wujiu grunted, "You can make the decision." Jiang Suzhou muttered to himself and nodded. Hu Wujiu, who had slowly retracted his gaze, had a complicated expression on his face. Jiang Suzhou was right. Peng Xiao only needed time to regain the trust of the future emperor. And the best way for him to do so, Hu Wujiu looked up at Jiang Suzhou. That was to make a move on Prince Jing, who was the least liked. Sure enough, Peng Xiao had done everything he could these days. All kinds of rare treasures were sent to the palace as tributes. Beauties from all over the country were also sent to the palace in all sorts of ways. Jiang Suzhou listened to the commotion in the Ministry of Rites. He heard that the future emperor was gradually relaxing. Gradually, he wouldn't refuse Peng Xiao when he went to see him. He would see Peng Xiao once or twice out of 5 times. After that, whenever Peng Xiao entered the palace, he would definitely see him. These days, he actually took the initiative to summon Peng Xiao. Everyone in the imperial court said that the prime minister was truly favored by the emperor. Even if he had made such a big mistake, the emperor couldn't bear to punish him. Thus, as long as the emperor was still alive, no one could shake the prime minister's position. Jiang Suzhou also saw all of this. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. Jiang Xuanheng had been raised in the depths of the palace since he was a child and had always been pampered. Even though he was over the age of 30, he was still just a child who only cared about the present. However, these days, the Peng party had still suffered a lot of losses. Not to mention that when Peng Xiao was in trouble, the future emperor replaced many of the core Peng party officials with poor scholars recommended by Qi Min. Even now, the Peng party members in the imperial court were all in danger and didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. After all, everyone saw that although the prime minister was prominent and nothing could shake him, once something happened, the officials under him could be killed or replaced at will. No one would protect them. They wanted to gain benefits from Peng Xiao, but they also had to think of a way out for themselves. If something happened, Peng Xiao couldn't protect them. They could only think of new ways to protect themselves. For a time, the entire imperial court seemed to have changed, showing a clear and positive atmosphere. Chi-men also seemed to know that all of this had something to do with Jiang Suzhou. It was the first time Jiang Suzhou attended the imperial court after he returned from recuperation. Chi-men found him after the imperial court and invited him to his residence for a drink to express his gratitude. Jiang Suzhou knew that he couldn't go. Previously, Chi-men wasn't liked by the future emperor. Last time, he benefited from the disaster and was now somewhat relied on. The more this was the case, the more he couldn't get close to him. After all, if he got close to him, the future emperor's trust in Chi-men would collapse. I don't know what Lord Qi wants to thank me for. Jiang Suzhou looked at Chi-men with a faint smile. Although his tone was light, his words were not polite at all. Then, he raised his voice so that the surrounding officials could hear him clearly. Lord Qi, just do your job well and mind your own business. Don't provoke me. After that, he left in a huff. Sure enough, it didn't take long for this matter to reach the ears of the future emperor. The future emperor didn't say anything, but from then on, he relied on Chi-men even more. In the court, there was a lot of talk about Prince Jing's frivolity and rudeness. There were also many people who complained to Chi-men. When Chi-men heard it, he ignored it. One day, when he was dealing with official business alone in his study, he sighed. If Prince Jing had been born a few years earlier, I think I would have had the opportunity to see the city walls of Yi again in my lifetime. Jiang Suzhou naturally didn't know what Chi-men was thinking in private. He didn't pay attention to these things either. Instead, he was waiting for the movements in the court. Sure enough, not long after, Peng Xiao made a big move. He subsidized a lot of money and built a large enclosure that would have taken 1 or 2 years to complete. The future emperor had always liked to hunt. There were many mountains outside Yi City and grasslands 50 miles away from the city. It was the most suitable place. Ever since the capital was moved to Linen, Peng Xiao spent a lot of effort and finally found a good place to hunt in Tianping Mountain. However, after moving the capital, building the palace and raising the army all required money. There was also a constant bandit problem in the south. The construction of the enclosure was delayed again and again. However, in less than a month, Peng Xiao suddenly spent money to repair the enclosure. He even raised many birds and animals in it. That morning, he informed the future emperor of this matter. The future emperor was overjoyed when he heard this. He said that summer was coming and that he must go hunting before it got hot. He discussed with Peng Xiao and set the date for half a month later. Jiang Suzhou knew why he was in such a hurry. 2 or 3 days ago, he received news that General Liu Yu had quelled the bandit problem in the south. After cleaning up the remaining bandits, he would return to the capital. If Chi-men only annoyed and troubled Peng Xiao, then Liu Yu was the real thorn in Peng Xiao's side. Nanjing lacked talented generals, and Liu Yu was the best general in Nanjing. He had a bad temper and always went against Peng Xiao. However, Peng Xiao wanted to use him, so he couldn't do anything to him. This person was the most difficult person to deal with. Therefore, Peng Xiao had to appease the future emperor. He had to do it before Liu Yu returned to the capital. Only then could he be at ease and deal with Liu Yu. This day, Jiang Suzhou returned to his residence after court. He was deep in thought and didn't speak for a long time until he reached his room in Huowujiu. What are you thinking about? Huowujiu asked. Jiang Suzhou sat down beside his bed and said, I'm thinking about who to bring with me to the Tianping mountain hunting trip. As he spoke, he analyzed the situation to himself. When the emperor goes hunting, his subjects always bring their families. I discussed this with Gu Changyun and Sudu. The two of them were afraid that it would be unsafe, so they suggested that Sudu accompany us. Although he looks weak, he knows some martial arts. However, I still need someone to keep an eye on the capital. With Sudu gone, I'm afraid that Gu Changyun won't be able to keep his subordinates in check. As he spoke, he sighed. I should have brought back 2 more aides. That way, I wouldn't have been short of manpower, he muttered to himself. However, he didn't notice that Huowujiu's eyes darkened. Then, he heard Huowujiu's voice. I'll go with you, he said. Jiang Suzhou was stunned when he heard this. What? He heard Huowujiu say, aren't you going hunting? I'll go with you. He immediately knew that what Huowujiu said was not feasible. The two people suggested that he bring Su Du because they wanted Su Du to protect him in case Pang Xiao wanted to attack him during the hunting trip. Hu Wujiu could not even stand up. If he brought him along, he would protect him in case anything happened. But strangely, he opened his mouth but could not say anything to refuse. He was even tempted for a moment. It was as if this person had been by his side for a long time. Even if he could not do anything, as long as he was there, he would feel an inexplicable sense of security. Jiang Suzhou was silent for a moment before he suppressed this irrational thought. He said, but it's not convenient for you to move. Linan is hundreds of miles away from Mount Tianping. The journey is tiring. Hu Wujiu said, that's not a problem. Jiang Suzhou looked at him, only to see him look up and say calmly, you're bringing your family. Does that count as me? Jiang Suzhou opened his mouth. He wanted to refute. However, the words he had just said were already contrary to the faint expectations he had in his heart. Now that he was interrupted by Hu Wujiu, he could not open his mouth again. After a moment, he said slowly, then you must be careful on the road. After this day, Jiang Suzhou became busy. Gradually, it was summer, and the clothes of the empress had to be changed. Making clothes was the responsibility of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The old clothes of the empress had to be registered by the Ministry of Rites and properly stored in the archives. The Ministry of Rites was busy these days, so this matter fell to Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou knew that he couldn't take the matter of the dragon robe lightly. If it were to be leaked out from his hands, it would be a great crime. Because of Pang Xiao, he was extremely careful. He did everything personally and did not dare to let Pang Xiao have any evidence against him. Therefore, he didn't come to Hu Wujiu for several days. Since he did not come, Wei Kai found an opportunity to stay here for a long time and report to him all kinds of news in the capital and Beiliang. One day, he learned that Hu Wujiu was going on a hunting trip with him. Wei Kai was overjoyed and said, General, you said that you weren't in a hurry to leave, so that's why. If we follow them out of the palace, we won't have to hide from the guards of the capital. Their ceremonial guards must be redundant. When we get out of the city, it's best to find an opportunity to escape. However, Hu Wujiu said indifferently, I won't run. Get ready and pretend to be a manservant to push my wheelchair. Wei Kai was stunned, General? Hu Wujiu looked up at him and heard him ask, what are you planning to do if you don't run? Hu Wujiu said indifferently, aren't we going hunting? Of course we're going hunting. Wei Kai hurriedly said, General, don't try to scare me. If you don't want to use this opportunity to escape, why are you going? Hu Wujiu interrupted him. It's because I have a guess, he said. I need to go with him in order to be at ease. If my guess is correct, you'll know when it happens. Wei Kai heard this and could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. Hu Wujiu asked, what has Prince Jing been busy with these days? Wei Kai said, he's helping the dog emperor fix his dragon robe. He's been leaving early and returning late these days. It seems like he's worried that someone might tamper with it. Did someone tamper with it? Hu Wujiu asked. Wei Kai said, there was one person. He's from the Pang family. He's in the Ministry of Rites and isn't a high-ranking official. He's Pang Xiao's nephew. However, Prince Jing has been on guard against him for a long time and hasn't given him a chance to make a move yet. Hu Wujiu put down the book in his hand and thought for a moment. He wants to make a move because he wants Prince Jing to do something disrespectful, he said. Wei Kai nodded his head repeatedly, that's right. This subordinate heard that the dog emperor is extravagant and won't wear his old clothes again after a season. Therefore, after these dragon robes were put away, no one checked them. Tell me, if one or two of them were missing and appeared in Prince Jing's estate, wouldn't Prince Jing's head fall to the ground? Wei Kai looked as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He was so engrossed in talking that he didn't notice that his general was rubbing his chin. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the general ask. With your skills, is it difficult to make a dragon robe? Wei Kai was stunned. General, you want to use him to kill Prince Jing? Hu Wujiu looked at him quietly. Wei Kai felt a chill run down his spine and shut his mouth. This subordinate has misspoken. General, please tell me what to do. His general looked away and slowly opened his mouth. An eye for an eye. Jiang Suzhou had always known that Peng Xiao's nephew was working under him. However, Peng Xiao's nephew was an unfavored concubine son of his elder brother. The Peng family had a large family business and many descendants. He had more nephews than he could count with two hands. Naturally, he didn't care much about this concubine's nephew. Jiang Suzhou didn't know whether this concubine's nephew had won Peng Xiao's heart or not. However, this person was working under him. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, he didn't have the authority to chase him away. Therefore, he could only be careful of his every move to avoid any trouble. However, this person unexpectedly got into trouble a few days later. On this day, Jiang Suzhou was dealing with the aftermath at the Ministry of Rites. He was busy until late at night before he finally returned home. Even when he returned home, he was still in a daze. He felt that what had happened during the day wasn't real. When he returned home, he couldn't help but look for Hu Wujiu. These days, it had become a habit for him to look for Hu Wujiu whenever something happened. Hu Wujiu was still awake. "What's wrong?" Hu Wujiu asked when he saw him sit down in front of him. Jiang Suzhou looked up and stared at him for a while, then said slowly, "One of my subordinates died." Hu Wujiu's eyebrows twitched. "Who?" Jiang Suzhou said, "A minor official in the Ministry of Rites. His name is Peng Xuanjian. He's Peng Xiao's nephew." Hu Wujiu immediately understood what was going on. Wei Kai had always been efficient in his work. He must have succeeded today. Hu Wujiu's expression didn't change. "Looking at you, are you feeling sad for Peng Xiao?" Jiang Suzhou shook his head. "No," he said. "I just feel that it's too bizarre. It's like a dream." As he spoke, he looked at Hu Wujiu and asked, "Do you know how he died?" Of course, Hu Wujiu knew. After all, it was his idea to kill that person. It was his order. However, he was quite supportive. He asked, "How did he die?" Jiang Suzhou said, "On the way to the minister's residence, the horse in his carriage was startled. He was thrown out of the carriage and fell to his death." Hu Wujiu's expression didn't change. "Oh, so it was an accident." Jiang Suzhou hurriedly said, "However, his private collection of dragon robes fell out of his carriage. Many people saw it. Now, the capital is abuzz. Everyone is saying that Peng Xiao is disloyal and wants to replace his surname with Jiang." Hu Wujiu chuckled. Wei Kai's work was indeed reliable. He didn't leave any traces behind. Everything was done according to his orders. "And then?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou said, "The emperor was naturally furious. He immediately called Peng Xiao to confront him. Although Peng Xiao tried to explain, the emperor didn't listen to him. In the end, Peng Xiao could only throw away the responsibility. He only said that he didn't know anything about this matter. Perhaps his unfavored nephew was disloyal and didn't know what he wanted to do. In order to dispel the emperor's doubts, he even took the initiative to severely punish Peng Xuanjian's branch of the Peng family." Jiang Suzhou slowly took a breath. Today, Peng Xuanjian's family, together with his father and brother, have been imprisoned. Presumably, even if they are still alive, they will all be removed from their positions and sent to the borders. Hu Wujiu's lips curled up. He was quite satisfied with this result. He asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Jiang Suzhou nodded. "It is a good thing. However, I still feel that it's very strange." He frowned and said thoughtfully. Hu Wujiu raised his eyebrows without batting an eyelid, surprised by his reaction. "What's strange?" he asked. "These days, Peng Xiao has been involved in a series of accidents. However, you and I both know that those accidents were man-made." "I did it behind the scenes," he said. "However, I didn't do anything today." Hu Wujiu said, "Maybe it's just a coincidence?" Jiang Suzhou shook his head without hesitation. "It can't be," he said. "That's why I'm thinking, who is the mastermind behind all of this? How could he be so powerful?" Hu Wujiu didn't say anything. He quietly listened to him. Jiang Suzhou said, "This person is very well informed. He has a clever mind and his methods are swift and ruthless. Now that Peng Xuanjian is dead, there is no evidence left. The only evidence left is public. Naturally, Peng Xiao can't defend himself. Since he set up such a trap and killed him so cleanly, this person must be a ruthless person. Hu Wujiu paused for a moment and nodded in agreement. Jiang. Suzhou frowned and continued. What's even stranger is that he didn't implicate me at all. Hu Wujiu thought to himself, isn't that nonsense? Jiang Suzhou continued, the dragon robe in his carriage happened to be handled by him. The Ministry of Rights recorded it. It has nothing to do with me. This person not only viciously attacked Peng Xiao, but also coincidentally avoided me. Tell me, do I know this person? Hu Wujiu's eyebrows twitched. Perhaps he didn't just know him. He cursed in his heart. On the surface, however, he remained calm and composed, his expression calm and indifferent. Perhaps, he said. Do you have any guesses? Jiang Suzhou pondered. I've thought about it all afternoon, but I still can't figure it out, he said. In today's imperial court, there aren't many people who have the ability to contend with Peng Xiao. General Liu isn't in linen, so he probably can't reach that far. Qi Man has the intention, but he's not someone who would kill. If that's the case, I don't know who it is. He stared solemnly at the flickering candlelight on the table. He was thinking seriously, and his brows were furrowed tightly. For a moment, Hu Wujiu felt a little guilty for teasing him. Perhaps it was because of the rain in Jiangnan, and it was humid everywhere. After a long time, it softened one's heart. He sighed in his heart and opened his mouth to speak. However, he saw Jiang Suizhou look up at him with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Perhaps I didn't expect it. No matter who it is, he's a good person. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently patted Hu Wujiu through the quilt. Since he's like this, he must have good intentions towards me. Don't worry. If I find out who this person is in the future, I'll definitely do my best to entrust him to protect you. Hu Wujiu paused and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. That's good. After a moment, he said slowly. Although Jiang Suzhou returned home late that day, he still couldn't make it in time for Peng Xiao. The servants of the Peng residence waited anxiously in the Peng residence. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the evening when the sky started to brighten that a servant from the gatehouse came to report that the master had returned from the palace. Those who served him had never seen Peng Xiao with such a gloomy face. For a moment, no one dared to breathe loudly. They watched as Peng Xiao walked all the way to the main hall, closed the door, and went straight to meet the officials who had been waiting in the Peng residence until dawn. The servants outside the door heard Peng Xiao throwing a tantrum in the room. The officials in the room didn't dare to breathe loudly either. They all knew what Peng Xiao was thinking. He had been trying to curry favor with Peng Xiao for a long time. However, no one expected this person to be so daring. It was such a coincidence that he got into trouble on his way to the Peng residence. Peng Xiao's father was one of Peng Xiao's elder brothers. Although his position wasn't as high as Peng Xiao's, he was his most capable right-hand man. Today, Peng Xiao pushed his entire family out to clear his name. To Peng Xiao, this wasn't like a gecko cutting off its tail. It was like cutting off one of his own arms. Naturally, Peng Xiao was furious. However, he was getting older. After staying up in the palace for most of the night, he didn't have the energy to throw a tantrum. He smashed a teacup and reprimanded the people in front of him. Then, he sat down on the armchair and started to pant. I thought he was just a sick dog with only a few years left to live. I didn't expect him to have such sharp fangs and claws. I've underestimated him, Peng Xiao said through gritted teeth. An official beside him hurriedly asked, Minister of the Prime Minister, could it be that someone deliberately did this? Peng Xiao sneered. Could it be that he wanted to use the imperial robe to frame Prince Jing and came to me to claim credit for it? Could it be that his horse was startled and he fell to his death and the imperial robe flew out of his carriage? He said. If you don't think so, then it must be the deities in the heavens who want my life. Someone beside him hurriedly said, Lord Peng is right. This is indeed strange. But, how did you know who did it? Peng Xiao looked at him. Who else in the imperial court needs to do this? Who else has the ability to do this? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Peng Xiao's. It just so happens that His Majesty likes to hunt. In a few days at the hunting ground, I'll give him a big gift to atone for my mistake. With Pang Zong's death, even Jiang Suizhou's work in the Ministry of Rites became much smoother. In the morning, Pang Xiao's day Xiao. It was almost summer, and the day when he would take the initiative to go to Tianping Mountain was getting closer. Jiang Suzhou rested for a few days and began to prepare for the hunting trip. This was indeed troublesome for him. He didn't know how to ride a horse. Before he transmigrated, the most he did was go to the racecourse and ride in circles on the flat racetrack. After coming here, he traveled in either a palanquin or a carriage. He had never ridden a horse before. When he arrived at the imperial enclosure, it would take him a lot of effort to think of ways to avoid being lazy. Gu Chongyun and Su Du were also worried about Jiang Suzhou's decision and came to persuade him several times. They were worried because they didn't trust Hua Wujiu. Hua Wujiu was disabled and couldn't even walk. If there was any danger, they naturally couldn't count on him. Jiang Suzhou was rather relieved. There shouldn't be too much trouble in the imperial enclosure, he said. Moreover, Hua Wujiu is a prisoner of war, and I hate him. Naturally, I have to watch over him. In this way, we can avoid going into the mountains to hunt. Hearing Jiang Suzhou's words, the two of them felt that it made sense. In addition, they really couldn't persuade Jiang Suzhou, so they could only give up. At the end of the 4th month, the Empress's ceremonial procession left Linen. Hundreds of carriages and horses majestically left the city under the protection of the imperial guards and headed north. Tianping Mountain was more than 200 miles northwest of Linen, in the territory of Suzhou. This place was originally a beautiful landscape. It was famous for its strange peaks and steep cliffs. Maple trees covered the mountain, and when autumn came, the red maple trees reflected on the stream. It was very beautiful. Before Jingdu moved south, this place was quite lively. There were often tourists coming and going, and there was even a Taoist temple on the mountain. However, in the 2nd year after the capital was moved, Pang Xiao took a fancy to this place and ordered people to surround it. From then on, it became a place for the imperial family. Even the Taoist temple on the mountain was razed and rebuilt into a palace. This was also Jiang Suzhou's first time leaving Linen. He brought Hua Wujiu to the palace early in the morning and got on the carriage of Prince Jing's estate. The Empress's mood wasn't very good these days, and she had a long face early in the morning. It wasn't until she saw Hua Wujiu that she revealed a rare smile and ruthlessly ridiculed him. The Empress's mood temporarily turned for the better, but she didn't forget to send an extra 20 to 30% of her troops to surround the carriage of Prince Jing's estate. Jiang Suzhou noticed it as soon as he got on the carriage. He lifted the curtain to take a look, then said to Hua Wujiu with a smile, "Take a look, this kind of big entourage, only the emperor's side has it." Hua Wujiu faintly looked out through the gap in the carriage window and laughed ambiguously. "You're flattering me," he said. For some reason, Jiang Suzhou only felt that this laughter was full of contempt, as if his leg was fine and he didn't care about these people watching over him. Jiang Suzhou was shocked by his own thoughts. He curled his lips and thought that he was so eager to see Hua Wujiu recover that he thought everything was the same. The sky was turning white, and the ceremonial guard slowly started to move. Although the empress was going out to hunt, she was actually looking for an excuse to go sightseeing. The carriages were surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs. Coupled with the ceremonial guards wearing armor and holding flags, the procession moved extremely slowly. After leaving Linen, they followed the official road all the way to the north. After traveling for half a day, they didn't seem to have gone far. Near noon, Jiang Suzhou lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked Meng Qianshan, who was outside, "Do you know how long it will take?" Meng Qianshan hurriedly said, "Replying to your highness, according to the current speed, it will probably be night by the time we reach Tianping Mountain. But just now, the imperial guards in front said that they won't stop to rest for the whole day. Otherwise, they will have to spend the night on the way and will only arrive tomorrow." Jiang Suzhou looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. He responded and lowered the curtain of the carriage. Retracting back into the carriage, he sighed. "It's really troublesome," he said. Hua Wujiu looked at him. "What's wrong?" Jiang Suzhou leaned back. The prince's carriage was naturally comfortable and luxurious. Even Hua Wujiu's wheelchair was more than enough to fit inside. The seat he sat on was also quite spacious and comfortable. There were teacups and snacks on the small table beside him. But his body tended to suffer from the disease of wealth. After sitting for so long, my whole body feels uncomfortable, he sighed as he moved the soft pillow behind him. It'll take more than half a day, Huowujiu said. Isn't that so? Jiang Suzhou said. I woke up early this morning. This carriage is giving me a headache. Huowujiu looked up at him. The man in the brocade robe with sculpted features sat in the soft brocade. He frowned, complaining that his body was sore and that his head was aching. He really was very delicate. For Huowujiu, it was normal for him to ride a horse for days on end. If the situation was serious and he didn't have a horse to ride, it was normal for him to travel with injuries in the rain, snow, wind, and sand. He didn't have the energy to complain about this and that. If this was a year ago in Huowujiu, if someone said such words in front of him, he would have thrown that person out of the carriage with one hand. But now, he thought, indeed. After traveling for 4 to 6 hours, the carriage was still jolting and didn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. It was really unreasonable. He raised his hand and pulled out the 2 soft pillows beside him. He stuffed them next to Jiang Suzhou and said, "It's still early. You should sleep for a while." Jiang Suzhou leaned against the soft pillows. He didn't feel sleepy. Instead, he started talking to Huowujiu. "To be honest, you've been sitting in a wheelchair all day. It's really tiring." Huowujiu didn't know how tiring it was to sit in a wheelchair. But since he said it, he played along and said, "It's not that bad." Jiang Suzhou continued, "The doctors who have been treating you these days are only SOSO. Don't worry, Gu Changyan has been looking for a doctor for you. Although he hasn't found anything yet, he'll definitely find someone who can cure you in a year or so." Huowujiu was curious. "How can you be so sure?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou said, "What is it?" Huowujiu said, "Cure me." He paused, then continued slowly, "That day, it was Jiang Suanheng who personally witnessed my torture. He only stopped when the imperial physician and the executioner said that my leg was forever crippled." He paused, then continued, "How can you be so sure that it can be cured?" Jiang Suizhou actually choked on his words for a moment. Knowing this was one thing, hearing Huowujiu describe it to him was another. It was such a bloody and painful past, but Huowujiu was able to talk about it so casually. It was as if he wasn't the one who had endured the torture that day, and he wasn't the one sitting in a wheelchair now. Jiang Suzhou didn't say anything for a while. Just as Huowujiu's inquisitive gaze fell on him, Jiang Suzhou looked out the window and said calmly, "This prince said that I can cure you, so I can cure you," he said. He didn't have much of an expression on his face, but Huowujiu could see a kind of determination in his eyes. It wasn't a determination that he was determined to succeed, but a determination that he had to do something. Even if he had to pay a high price, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. Huowujiu's hands on his knees couldn't help but clench tightly. Jiang Suzhou continued. "There are so many doctors in the world. Not all of them are from the Imperial Physician Institute, and not all of them know how to treat people. Moreover, Jiang Suanheng has done all kinds of evil. Not everything will go according to his wishes," Jiang Suzhou said. Huowujiu looked at him. He wanted to tell him that he had already done what he wanted to do a long time ago. If he hadn't sacrificed his own body to find a doctor for himself, Li Changming and Wei Kai wouldn't have found him so early, and he wouldn't have been able to cure his legs so early. He wouldn't have been crippled at all. However, he couldn't say it out loud. At that time, he thought that all of this had nothing to do with him. The two of them didn't have anything to do with each other, so there was no need to be honest. But now, he wanted to have something to do with the other party, but because of that momentary thought, he began to worry that if he wasn't honest, it would fall under the category of deceit. He had always been decisive, but now, even a simple sentence was suppressed by his lips and tongue. He hesitated back and forth, unable to say it out loud. After a moment, only a faint was left. It disappeared in a flash, covered by the sound of the rolling wheels. Jiang Suzhou and Huowujiu chatted casually, and gradually fell asleep. His seat was soft, but the walls of the carriage were abnormally hard. He leaned against the carriage, and as the carriage shook, he felt a little uncomfortable. However, perhaps it was because he was sleeping too soundly that the discomfort gradually disappeared. He felt as if he was leaning against a hard but resilient object, warm and steady, supporting him, as if he was gradually sinking into an embrace. He slept until Meng Qianshan woke him up. Your Highness, wake up. We're here. Meng Qianshan called out in front of him. Jiang Suzhou opened his eyes in a daze, and saw that the carriage window was brightly lit. They had already entered a courtyard. The servants were already waiting outside the carriage, and Hu Wujiu was also sitting next to the carriage, pushed by Wei Kai. It was the day when Li Changning decocted the medicine for him, and said that it was inconvenient for him to accompany them, but Jiang Suzhou and Hu Wujiu needed someone to decoct medicine every day, so he asked Jiang Suzhou to bring his disciple along. Jiang Suzhou did not want to make a fuss, and was also afraid that something would go wrong, so he simply let Wei Kai take Sun Yuan's place, and left Sun Yuan in the residence. He only felt that he was in a daze from sleep, and his vision was a blur. After a while, he gradually regained his consciousness. I slept too deeply, and did not realize that we've arrived. His voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. Meng Qianshan helped him out of the carriage, and he saw that he had already arrived at the palace on the mountain. Although the altitude of this area of Balance Mountain was not high, there were many mountain peaks, and this was one of them. It was the old site of the Taoist temple that was razed 2 years ago. The scenery here was really good. In the night, one could faintly see the green mountains, dense forests at the foot of the mountain, and the murmuring river. Peng Xiao spent a lot of effort to build this palace on the mountain. Although the area of the palace was not large, it was exquisite and unique. From afar, it looked like a celestial abode in the mountains. The main building in the courtyard was a room with 5 rooms, and there were 2 rows of side rooms on both sides. Meng Qianshan quickly settled the servants, and invited Jiang Suzhou and Hu Wujiu into the main building. There were 2 beds in the east and west rooms, and this saved a lot of trouble. Although Jiang Suzhou slept all the way, the bumpy ride, he was still sore and tired. When he entered the room, he let Meng Qianshan tidy up, and lay down on the bed. And this prince feels that my body seems to have gotten a lot better, Jiang Suzhou said. When Meng Qianshan heard this, he tucked him in and asked, What do you mean, Your Highness? When he heard Meng Qianshan spoke, Hu Wujiu, said, and Hu Wujiu, when I would jijiu. Hu Qianshan. Wu. What's wrong? Jiang Suzhou looked confused. Meng Qianshan shook his head. Nothing. Hu Wujiu smiled. This servant is happy for Your Highness. Jiang Suzhou looked confused. He looked at Hu Wujiu a few more times, but didn't ask any more questions. As Meng Qianshan spoke, he lowered the bed curtains for Jiang Suzhou, and left with a smile. He was happy for Hu Wujiu, but he couldn't tell him why he was happy. After Meng Qianshan left Jiang Suzhou's bedroom, he chuckled. He couldn't tell Hu Wujiu that the reason Hu Wujiu didn't feel tired today wasn't because Hu Wujiu's body was strong, right? Hu Wujiu recalled what he saw during the day. When he lifted the curtains, he wanted to reply to Hu Wujiu, but he saw that Hu Wujiu was asleep. He wasn't leaning against the carriage, but Mrs. Hu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was leaning on her shoulder. When he lifted the curtains, Mrs. Hu was looking down at Hu Wujiu. Meng Qianshan had never seen Mrs. Hu look like that before. Based on Hu Wujiu's words, Mrs. Hu must have let Hu Wujiu lean against her all the way. Meng Qianshan couldn't hold back his laughter. He was happy for Hu Wujiu. He was happy that Hu Wujiu's feelings weren't one-sided, but mutual. The estate on the mountain wasn't big, and there weren't many rooms in the side rooms. Because there were many servants, they had to squeeze in. Even Meng Qianshan had to share a room with others. He might have to follow the emperor to the mountain the next day, so there were many things to do. Meng Qianshan sent someone to keep watch outside his room in Jiang Suzhou, and went back to his room to rest. His room was quieter, and there were only 2 beds. When he entered the room, the other bed was already occupied. Seeing him enter, the person stood up politely and bowed, Eunuch Meng. This person was the disciple of Dr. Li Changning, who had disguised himself as a servant and followed him here. Meng Qianshan waved his hand and said, Don't stand on ceremony, just rest. He had specially arranged for this fellow to stay here. He had to stay by Mrs. Hua's side and brew medicine for his two masters. There were many people in the other rooms, so it wasn't as quiet as Meng Qianshan's room. Seeing that this fellow looked dull and obedient, he listened to him and sat back down on the bed. Meng Qianshan sat on the bed, took off his boots, and started chatting with him. Your teacher has been by Huo's side for a while now. Has Mrs. Hua's leg improved? Wei Kai, who had been playing dumb, immediately tensed up when he heard this. He was testing her. He said in his heart. He chose his words carefully and said carefully, Eunuch Meng, I can only reduce Mrs. Hua's pain so that she won't be in so much pain on rainy days. However, my teacher also said that the meridians in Mrs. Hua's leg are completely broken, so I'm afraid this is the best we can do. Hearing this, Meng Qianshan couldn't help but sigh. Reducing her pain is also good, he said. Wei Kai looked at his expression and nodded repeatedly. Meng Qianshan saw that this fellow was being honest, so he couldn't help but remind him, you and your teacher just need to take good care of her. As long as Mrs. Hua's leg recovers even a little, the two of you will live a luxurious life for the rest of your lives. Hearing this, Wei Kai's pretense of being in a daze became more genuine. Could it be that he had seen through his identity? Otherwise, why would he say something like this? Meng Qianshan put his boots on the ground and glanced at him with a smile. This Mrs. Hua is very important. Wei Kai paused and asked hesitantly, why, is that? Meng Qianshan chuckled when he heard this. He was truly a naive boy. One was a prince, and the other was Mrs. Hua. Why else would the prince dote on Mrs. Hua? He chuckled and looked away. You don't understand, he said slowly. You'll know in a few years. Early the next morning, someone came to deliver an imperial edict, telling Xianxia to prepare. He was going to go hunting with the emperor in a while. Xianxia was tired from the long journey yesterday, so he didn't want to move at all. He originally wanted to send Meng Qianshan back and say that he was tired and sick. However, the servant who delivered the imperial edict insisted on waiting there and said that the emperor had decreed that Prince Jing must go today. Xianxia naturally knew that the empress didn't have good intentions. There was no other way. Xianxia could only resign himself to fate and sit up on the bed, allowing Meng Qianshan to help him change into his riding attire. At this moment, Huo came over in his wheelchair. What is it? Xianxia hurriedly raised his head and asked. Huo glanced outside. Although the courtyard was filled with people from Xianxia's government, there were guards from the imperial palace everywhere. Every exit of the courtyard was guarded. Before you leave, have a conflict with me, Huo said. Make a big deal out of it. Say that you're worried about me and lock me in the main room. He paused for a moment, then continued. Leave Wei Kai alone in the room. Xianxia was stunned. Why is that? Huo opened his mouth to explain, but when he looked up, he saw that someone was looking at them from a distance. He lowered his head and succinctly said, it's for self-protection. Xianxia thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. He left with his men, leaving Huo alone here. If the empress sent someone over, what should he do? Xianxia quickly and slightly nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Thus, the personal attendant sent by the empress waited in the courtyard for less than an hour before he saw His Highness, Prince Jing, walk out of the room in his riding attire. The surrounding servants also seemed to have been reprimanded. They all lowered their heads and filed out of the room. When the personal attendant saw this, he hurriedly walked over. He saw Prince Jing coldly instructing the servants to lock the door. Give the key to this prince. If this prince doesn't come back, he's not allowed to open the door, even if he dies inside, he coldly said as he stood at the door. Oh, Your Highness, what are you? The personal attendant hurriedly asked. What? Xianxia turned his head and coldly said. Do you want to meddle in this prince's family matters? The personal attendant hesitated for a moment, but his eyes were sharp. He looked through the crack in the door and saw Huo sitting inside with a cold expression. Behind him was a servant pushing his wheelchair. The personal attendant exclaimed in surprise. Your Highness, the other officials all brought their families today. He said. Why did you have to leave your wife in the room? He can't even ride a horse. Did he leave this prince's people behind? He said. The personal attendant was about to say something when he saw Meng Qianshan walk over with a bitter expression and pull him to the side. "Eunuch, don't try to persuade him," Meng Qianshan said. "Don't meddle in the affairs of the person inside." At this point, he lowered his voice and mysteriously said, "The person inside is a captive. It's not like you don't know." His Highness locked him up because he didn't want to take him with him, but he also didn't want him to wander outside. That's why he locked him up with the excuse that he was afraid he would run away. The personal attendant understood and nodded. He thanked Meng Qianshan. Jiang Suzhou had already told Meng Qianshan that if the personal attendant heard anything, he would definitely tell the emperor. Thus, after he said what he needed to say, he crossed his arms and stood a little further away. He watched as the heavy lock locked the door tightly. Even the windows were closed one by one. Only then did Imperial Prince Jing lead his people and majestically leave the courtyard. The courtyard gradually quieted down. "General?" Wei Kai only hurried over when he heard that there was no more movement outside. He was also shocked by today's sudden turn of events. For a moment, he didn't come back to his senses. He saw the general in the wheelchair stand up and nimbly take off his clothes. "Change your clothes," he ordered Wei Kai. Wei Kai was in a daze, but he didn't dare to disobey the general's order. He also took off his clothes. "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say next," Hu Wujiu said. Wei Kai hurriedly complied. "What happened this morning was intentional on my part," he said. "I'm going out in a bit. Just sit in the wheelchair and wait for me to come back. Remember not to make any noise and keep the doors and windows locked. No one will come in." "Yes," Wei Kai said. "But General, what are you going to do?" Hu Wujiu had already taken off his outer robe. He quickly put on the short jacket that Wei Kai had left on the table. He tied his long hair behind his head and looked at Wei Kai. "That day, didn't I tell you that I was going to take someone away?" he asked. Wei Kai nodded. After Hu Wujiu finished tying his hair, he lowered his hand and patted him on the shoulder. "That person is Imperial Prince Jing," he said. "It's not safe in the wilderness. I'm going to protect him." Just as Jiang Suizhou expected, by the time he arrived at the foot of the mountain on his horse, everyone knew what he had done in the courtyard. When he arrived, the successor master laughed sarcastically and said, "Fifth brother, you are my right-hand man. You worry about me and think about me. How gratifying." Everyone around him laughed along. He was in a good mood today, and Jiang Suizhou had more or less heard about it. After all, Pang Xiao knew how to cater to someone's liking. He had his new lover serve him by his side, and he had done everything possible to find a good steed for him. The hunting dog led by the eunuch beside him was also tall and mighty. It was said that there were many rare birds and beasts in the hunting ground, and all of them were to the successor master's liking. Seeing Jiang Suizhou coming over on his horse, the successor master lazily flicked the whip in his hand and urged his horse to stop in front of Jiang Suizhou. "You're here, fifth brother?" he asked with a smile. "I'm not feeling well, so I came late. Please punish me, Imperial brother." Jiang Suizhou lowered his head and said. The successor master laughed and looked him up and down. Jiang Suizhou was wearing a black riding suit today. It was clean and neat, but it couldn't hide his pale face. "It's fine," the successor master said lightly and urged his horse forward. Everyone followed him all the way to the hunting ground. There was a large forest at the foot of the mountain, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. Jiangnan was not like the north, and it was difficult to see a large flat grassland. However, it was inconvenient to ride a horse to hunt in the forest. At the foot of the mountain, Pang Xiao deliberately ordered people to clear out the forest on the flat terrain and plant a grassland. When everyone arrived, there were already many guards on horseback scattered around the grassland. They were chasing the animals out of the forest and onto the grassland for the successor master to hunt. The successor master's eyes lit up. "Since you're all here, please help yourselves. I will reward the winner of today's hunt." As he spoke, he pulled out the bow and arrow on his back. With a wave of his horsewhip, he charged towards a goat in front of him. Although the people behind him heard him say, "Do as you please," they also knew that the emperor's riding skills and archery skills were very average. If they really followed the emperor's words and "do as you please," it would be a loss of face for the emperor and a setback for the emperor. For a moment, the crowd dispersed in a hubbub, but most of them followed far behind. Xianxia didn't want to join in the fun, so he trotted along on his horse. Fortunately, the weather today was gloomy and the sun was not too hot. Xianxia took it as a stroll, which was quite pleasant. He watched his successor hunt from afar. His archery skills were indeed terrible. The goat was chased out of the mountain and was exhausted. A group of guards chased after it to cut off its escape route. Even so, only one of the arrows hit the sheep's buttocks. Instead, it was in so much pain that it started to charge around. However, no matter what archery skills the successor master had, there would always be people praising him. Because of this, the successor master was quite confident. He shot out arrows one by one, but even if he hit the goat, he didn't hit any vital points. The goat was hit by 4 or 5 arrows before it finally fell to the ground with a wail and was surrounded by the guards who rushed up to it. "Your Majesty's archery skills are superb. You actually hunted such a big animal so quickly." An official behind him loudly praised. The successor master was so tired that his forehead was covered in sweat. He held the bow with one hand and gasped for breath. He turned around and saw that the officials scattered around the hunting ground were all empty-handed. 1 or 2 of them had hunted, but they were only rabbits and pheasants. The successor master revealed a satisfied expression and ordered people to take the goat away. Tonight, he would make it into a dish and distribute it to everyone. For a moment, everyone around him thanked him. The successor master looked around and asked, "Where's fifth brother?" Seeing that the emperor was looking for Imperial Prince Jing, everyone began to look around. After a while, Xianxia rode a horse and trotted to his side. Imperial older brother ran too fast, so this younger brother couldn't catch up, Xianxia explained with a faint smile. The successor master glanced at his unhealthy complexion and curled his lips into a smile. "Fifth brother, don't just watch," he said. "No matter what, we have to hunt something today." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Yes." The successor master turned around and glanced at Peng Xiao. Then, he said to Xianxia, "Follow me closely. Today, you'll hunt with me." Xianxia felt annoyed, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He replied, "Yes." He thought to himself that once the successor master saw the prey, he wouldn't care about anything else. In any case, his body wasn't good and he didn't know martial arts. If he couldn't catch up, it was understandable. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and beautiful stag being chased out of the forest. This stag wasn't like the goat from before. It was strong and tall, and it ran very fast. Although there were several imperial guards riding horses to chase it, it didn't seem tired at all. When someone blocked its way, it would even lower its head and attack with its horn. "Your Majesty!" An official immediately shouted from the side. The successor master stared at the stag. He raised his horsewhip and said, "Watch me hunt it." As he spoke, he rushed in the direction of the stag. Xianxia sighed in resignation and raised his horsewhip to catch up. Then, he saw Hozhu shooting arrows at the deer again, but the arrows were all empty. Gradually, the successor master became anxious and reached for an arrow from behind. Finally, an arrow hit the stag's hind leg. The stag let out a mournful cry and actually went berserk. It knocked the nearest imperial guard off his horse and rushed into the forest not far away. The surrounding people panicked and hurriedly chased after it. However, it was the emperor's prey. Without the emperor's permission, no one dared to hunt it. The successor master looked around, then turned his horse around and headed for Xianxia. "Fifth brother, why aren't you helping me chase that stag back?" the successor master shouted. Xianxia was stunned. He was going to chase it, however, before he could refuse, the successor master had already rushed to his side. He pulled on the reins to dodge, but he saw the rear master raise the horsewhip and fiercely lash it on his horse. The horse neighed and rushed in the direction of the stag. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly pulled the reins to stop the horse. But at this moment, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Very quickly, he heard his horse neighing again. This time, the horse seemed to have gone mad as it galloped forward. Xianxia's pupils constricted. It was clearly a hidden weapon, however, he couldn't care about anything else. He desperately tried to stabilize himself on the horse and prevent himself from being thrown off. He saw a dense forest in front of him. If he continued forward, he would see the mountains hidden in the forest. He had to think of a way to stop it, however, this horse had clearly been hit by a hidden weapon and had gone crazy. It only cared about charging forward. There seemed to be some Imperial guards who wanted to stop it, but they heard the successor master's voice from behind. "Get out of the way," the successor master said. "Imperial Prince Jing is in a hurry to chase the prey for me. Why are you blocking his way?" Jiang Suizhou's heart sank. Amidst the violent jolts and strong winds, he vaguely remembered the successor master's expression just now. His face was full of evil intentions and he kept looking at Pang Xiao. It turned out that among all the gifts that Pang Xiao had prepared for the successor master, he was the most important one. The deer rushed into the forest and quickly disappeared from sight. Immediately after, Jiang Suizhou's horse rushed into the forest as well. The dense foliage in the forest slowed the horse down a bit, allowing Jiang Suizhou to vaguely see his surroundings. However, the horse was still running at full speed. It even seemed to be stumbling a little. Jiang Suizhou hurriedly tried to pull on the reins. Even if he couldn't stop it, he had to control its direction. However, Jiang Suizhou's horsemanship wasn't good and his body was weak. At this time, he had exhausted all his strength. Not only was he unable to control the horse, but he was also gradually losing his grip on the reins. He was about to fall off the horse. He gritted his teeth and pursed his lips until they turned white. He knew that this horse was tall to begin with. At this speed, it would either die or be crippled. If it fell. There were many branches in the forest. It was even more dangerous than on flat ground. He forced himself to calm down as much as possible and think of a countermeasure. The horse was running very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into a bottomless forest. He knew that Tianping Mountain was dangerous. Not only were there mountains in front of him, there were also many canyons and abysses. If he kept running like this, even if he didn't fall off the horse, he would definitely die. It was obvious how much Pang Xiao hated him after all this time. Right at this moment, Jiang Suizhou saw that not far ahead on the left, there was a large, rotten tree lying across the forest. The tree was tall and supported by the trees beside it. It was lying horizontally in the air. Here, Jiang Suizhou gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to pull on the reins and pull the horse in that direction. With a loud thud, the horse crashed into a huge tree trunk. The horse neighed and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of its sudden slowing speed, Jiang Suizhou bent over and fell to the ground with it. The horse fell to the ground. Jiang Suizhou fell to the ground as well. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart. However, amidst the pain from the fall, he felt an extremely sharp pain in his ankle. He must have twisted it when he fell to the ground just now. Jiang Suizhou took a deep breath in pain and panted deeply. "Thank goodness," he thought to himself. "At least I've survived and stopped running." However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, as he fell to the ground, he saw a few black shadows above the dense canopy of the surrounding trees. "There are people." Then, he heard the familiar sound of something piercing through the air. A sharp arrow was reflected in his eyes. The tip of the arrow was flying towards him, breaking through the air. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Jiang Suizhou was already exhausted. Moreover, the arrow was extremely fast. It only took a blink of an eye. He knew that he couldn't dodge it. He faced the arrow and closed his eyes. However, at this moment, a strong wind blew. In front of him, there was a clear clang. Something had actually blocked the arrow. Jiang Suizhou opened his eyes in disbelief. However, before he could see the situation in front of him clearly, his arm was grabbed by someone. An extremely strong force lifted him up from the ground. He followed the inertia and crashed into the arms of a tall and straight person. The next moment, he felt a tight grip around his waist as he was pulled to the side of his body. In the blink of an eye, the sword at his waist was pulled out. A silver light flashed in front of Jiang Suizhou's eyes, and he saw that person holding him and wielding that sword with one hand so that not even a drop of water could escape. After a dozen or so crisp and sharp sounds, the broken arrowheads rustled and fell around him. Xianxia raised his head in a daze. He saw the side of a face that was as sharp as a blade. Under the long eyelashes was a pair of black eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Huowujiu? Xianxia froze in place. For a moment, he felt as if he was hallucinating. But in the next moment, he was pulled back to reality. He only heard the whooshing of the wind, accompanied by the rustling of tree branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, several dark shadows had surrounded the two of them. Without waiting for Xianxia to react, he felt his waist being grabbed by someone, and he was tightly protected in front of that person. "Be careful," he heard the person next to him say in a low voice. The group of people surrounded them like a pack of wolves hunting in the dark night. They rushed forward from all directions, leaving no room for escape. They were outnumbered, and surrounded. It was clearly a hopeless situation. But in Huowujiu's hand, a sword that was nothing more than a decoration, had become a lethal weapon. There was nothing fancy about the sword's edge, but it made it impossible for the surrounding assassins to get close. After a dozen or so moves, the black-cloaked people who had rushed forward fell one by one. There was a burst of rustling of branches and leaves, and the surroundings returned to normal. Only 7 or 8 corpses lay at Huowujiu's feet. Fresh blood had dyed the brown soil a dark color. He raised his head and saw Huowujiu holding his sword with one hand and looking down at the motionless corpses on the ground. The sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. "Huowujiu?" Xianxia said in a daze. Was he crazy, or was he hallucinating? Why would Huowujiu appear at this time? And why was he standing in front of him, perfectly fine? His legs didn't seem to have been injured at all. But before Huowujiu could respond, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. A hidden weapon glittering with silver light broke through the dense mass of tree branches, heading straight for Xianxia's face. He was immediately pulled to the side by Huowujiu. The hidden weapon brushed past his cheek, cutting off a strand of his hair. At the same time, someone jumped down from the treetop and arrived in front of Huowujiu in the blink of an eye. A short dagger went straight for Huowujiu's throat. It was actually the leader of this group of assassins. He had used a concealed weapon to attract Huowujiu's attention, and then took advantage of his distraction to launch a sneak attack. Because Huowujiu had dodged just now, he was now facing the blade. Although he couldn't block it in time, he didn't panic at all. The sword in his hand drew back calmly, and in the next moment, that person's warm blood had already splashed onto half of his body. However, the dagger also went straight into his shoulder. Xianxia was very close to him. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, he didn't even see the two people's moves clearly. He only heard an almost inaudible groan after a few short exchanges. It came from the chest that was pressed against the back of her shoulder. His pupils constricted as he turned to look at Huowujiu. He saw Huowujiu's eyes looking all around, and then he slowly let go of his sword. With a clang, he threw the sword to the ground. "Are you injured?" Xianxia heard Huowujiu ask him in a low voice. As for himself, he calmly raised his hand and pulled out the dagger from his shoulder. Fresh blood flowed out and mixed with the assassin's blood. For some reason, Xianxia's eyes instantly welled up with a warm feeling. "You're injured," he said. The Empress watched as the crazy horse led Xianxia into the forest. The forest in front of the hunting grounds was part of the Tianping Mountains. The terrain inside was complicated, the branches were dense, and the bottom couldn't be seen. The surrounding imperial bodyguards and ministers all turned pale with fright. Only the Empress sat on the horse with her head held high, looking like a general who had returned from a victory. "No one is allowed to go in," he said as he stared at the forest that looked like a man-eating beast. "I want to see if my 5th brother has the ability to hunt that deer for me." Everyone in the imperial court knew that His Highness, Prince Jing, had never practiced martial arts since he was young because of his weak body. Naturally, he didn't have the ability to hunt deer. He only had the ability to break his neck in the depths of the forest. However, no one dared to say anything because this was the emperor's family matter. If the emperor wanted him to hunt deer, then he had to hunt deer. If the emperor wanted him to die, then he had no choice but to die. Everyone's expression was unreadable. Only the empress slowly raised her head and looked into the distance behind the forest. There were towering mountains and precipitous ridges covered by impenetrable trees. His eyes were full of smiles. He naturally wanted to kill Xianxia. It wasn't a rare thing. However, at the same time, he couldn't easily kill Xianxia because of the ancestral etiquette. However, this time, his uncle had agreed to his request. His uncle promised that this time, no one would have to make a move. Prince Jing wouldn't come back alive. The back of the horse looked at the mountain ridge behind him from afar. After a moment, as if nothing had happened, he swung his whip and led the horse to change direction. He trotted towards the few prey scattered on the grassland in front of him. "What are you all standing there for?" she asked. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They all pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to hunt with the empress. Xianxia sat alone on a tree trunk that stretched across the ground. Huowujiu came and went a few times and neatly cleaned up the scattered corpses on the ground. The terrain in this mountain was steep and there was a canyon not far away. Huowujiu moved very quickly. In a short while, the area in front of Xianxia was completely clean. After a while, the sound of someone stepping on air could be heard. Xianxia looked up and saw Huowujiu land in front of him. He didn't hide his legs in the slightest. He sat down on the ground in front of Xianxia and tore off a piece of cloth from his body. Xianxia only stared at his shoulder. After a moment of silence, Huowujiu laughed in a low voice. "Ask whatever you want," he said. "What can you tell by staring at me?" Xianxia paused and then said in a floating voice, "How about I bandage your wounds for you?" Huowujiu put the strip of cloth on Xianxia's knee. He neatly untied his own robe and said, "No need. You don't know how to do it." As he spoke, he had already torn off half of his robe, revealing half of his muscular shoulder. There were several old wounds on the exposed part of his skin, all of which had already formed light scars. The deepest wound was across his collarbone. Amidst the ferocity, it actually made his smooth and strong collarbone look somewhat charming and gentle. In his shoulder socket, there was a fresh wound that was still bleeding. The dagger didn't go too deep, but it still tore open the flesh. It looked quite frightening. Huowujiu covered the wound with the strip of cloth with one hand. He bit one end of the cloth and wrapped it around the wound a few times in a rough manner. After a moment of silence, he bit the strip of cloth and looked at his shoulder. He said to Xianxia, "Aren't you going to ask when my legs healed?" Only Huowujiu himself knew that under his lowered eyelashes, there was still some nervousness. He jumped out of the back window of Xianxia's house, bypassed the surrounding guards, and entered the mountain. When he went up the mountain the day before, he found the right direction and headed straight for the hunting ground. Sure enough, Pang Xiao attacked Xianxia on the hunting ground. The whip that fell on the horse in Xianxia was the one that whipped it. However, Huowujiu clearly knew that it was the hidden weapon that fell on him that made the horse go crazy. If he fell off the horse at this time, his life would definitely be in danger. For a moment, Huowujiu couldn't be bothered to find the person who used the hidden weapon. He sneaked into the forest to chase after the horse, but just as he was about to catch up, he saw Xianxia fall into a trap that had been set up long ago. Sure enough, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Pang Xiao had already arranged everything one by one. He didn't plan to let Xianxia have any chance of survival. Huowujiu couldn't care about anything else. He had to show himself immediately. He knew that this was the only way he could save Xianxia's life. However, he also knew that if he did this, his legs would be exposed. However, he didn't regret it. He lowered his eyes and pretended to bandage his wound seriously. However, he couldn't help but tighten his grip a little, so much so that the wound started to bleed slightly. However, he heard Xianxia speak. "You don't have to ask," he said. "Li Chongming was lying to me before, right?" Huowujiu's hand paused. "Yes," he replied. "So, he's one of your men," Xianxia said. "The disciple who followed him, at first glance, I felt that he looked like someone from the military camp. When he saw you, his expression wasn't right either. However, I was sick at the time and didn't have much energy. Li Chongming said that he was a farmer, so I believed him." Xianxia's voice was extremely calm. However, Huowujiu only felt as if there was an extremely thin silk thread strangling his heart and tightening it bit by bit. His hand, which was originally tying a knot on the wound, stopped in place. He couldn't move it anymore. Sure enough, he thought to himself. He had always been smart. As long as he saw it, there was no need to explain. However, Huowujiu felt a little bitter in his mouth. He was like a prisoner waiting to be sentenced. He had been suspended all day long. Now that the dust had finally settled, he couldn't feel happy at all. Yes, he said. So, I'm not an honest partner. You can be disappointed in me, but I'll still do what I promised before. His throat was choked and he couldn't speak. However, he heard Xianxia speak. So, your wound can't be bandaged like this, he bent down and said to Huowujiu. Although I don't understand, I know that you can't cover it up. Even if there's no medicine here, you should first clean the wound, right? I vaguely heard the sound of water. Is there a stream nearby? Huowujiu paused. Half a mile to the west. There's a stream. Let's go. We'll go to the stream first, Xianxia said and stood up. He had been sitting for a long time. Just now, he had been held by Huowujiu. He had forgotten that his ankle was sprained. As soon as he stood up, he sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and almost fell to the ground. Huowujiu raised his hand and caught him. What's wrong with your ankle? Huowujiu asked. Xianxia supported himself on his arm. His arm was muscular and felt as hard as a rock. When he supported himself, it was stable and gave him a sense of security. When I fell off the horse just now, I twisted it, he said. Huowujiu paused. After a moment, he seemed to be helpless. He clenched his teeth and clicked his tongue. You can forget that? Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Just now, Huowujiu's injury was too shocking. He had been so focused on Huowujiu that he actually forgot about his sprained ankle. Huowujiu looked down and saw his expression. He immediately understood his thoughts. He really didn't know what to do with the person in front of him. After a moment of silence, he spoke again in a low voice. I said just now that Li Chongning didn't tell you the truth, he said. He takes orders from me, so it's me. However, Xianxia opened his mouth. So, it's a good thing. Xianxia said. I've been having a headache about your leg, but I didn't expect your people to come and treat it. Huowujiu paused and looked down at Xianxia. He saw that Xianxia was also looking up at him. His eyes were sparkling with joy. It didn't seem fake at all. So, why don't you hurry to the stream, he said. If you don't clean your wound, your leg will be fine, but your arm will be crippled. Although he could still hear the sound of flowing water, he was still some distance away from the stream. Xianxia wanted to ask Huowujiu to help him to the edge of the water, but Huowujiu bent down and pinched his ankle. Xianxia gasped in pain and wanted to dodge back out of reflex. Huowujiu straightened up and said, You've sprained your ankle. You can't walk right now. But, before Xianxia could say anything, he felt his body lighten and his feet float in the air. Huowujiu lifted him up in a princess carry. Hey! Xianxia was shocked and tried to struggle. However, Huowujiu held him firmly and walked straight to the edge of the water. Don't move around, Huowujiu said. Xianxia felt his neck heat up. What was Huowujiu doing? Although it was true that he couldn't walk, this action was very ambiguous no matter how one looked at it. It made the two of them feel strange. This strange feeling caused Xianxia's heart to thump rapidly. Put me down first. Xianxia said anxiously. Huowujiu looked down at him in confusion. He saw that under the black hair, the originally white ears were covered with a layer of red. Huowujiu finally realized that this way of carrying someone was a little inappropriate. He did not think too much about it just now because it was more convenient. However, at this moment, this person was being held in his arms like this. He seemed extremely obedient, and it was as if he was completely dependent on him. He did not want to put him down anymore. He did not make a sound. His eyes moved, and he looked away from his ears. We'll be there soon. His expression was calm, and his voice was indifferent. It was as if he did not notice that something was wrong, nor did he feel that the person in his arms was tense. "If you move again, be careful of falling." Jiang Suzhou in his arms seemed to be frightened by his appearance. He mumbled an "oh," and his body stiffened and stopped struggling. Only his head was lowered even lower, as if he wanted to bury himself. He did not notice that Hu Wujiu, who was holding him, was not as calm as he thought. The arms that were hugging him tightened nervously. Jiang Suzhou was not here, but Hou had a bountiful day. They arrived at the hunting grounds early in the morning. By the time the sun was setting, Hou had already hunted a few big and small animals. There were many officials and generals in the hunting grounds. It was not difficult to hunt a few fierce beasts. However, everyone knew that the emperor liked to hunt. At the same time, his hunting skills were not very good, so no one dared to chase and kill wolves and tigers. At this time, Hou did not want to steal the limelight. Therefore, when it was time to count, Hou had hunted the most. Hou pretended to lecture the military officials on the hunting grounds, saying that their martial arts skills were rusty and that they needed to be diligent in training. Everyone naturally agreed. Everyone saw that the emperor looked like he was lecturing them, but in fact, his expression was very proud. Sure enough, after the emperor finished lecturing them, he waved his hand and ordered the imperial bodyguards to drag the animals he hunted away. They were to be made into dishes in the imperial kitchen for tonight's banquet. He did not mention that Imperial Prince Jing had gone into the mountains and had not returned yet. Everyone's faces were full of joy, and they all knelt down to express their thanks. However, at this time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a tall black horse galloping towards them with a large man on its back. When the man got closer, everyone could clearly see his face. He had a square, broad, and dark face with a pair of bell-sized eyes. He was tall and big, and wearing an official's robe, he looked like a ghost from the underworld. He was frighteningly ugly. It was Ji Hongqing. Hou frowned. Looking at his happy face, he felt that something bad was going to happen. He saw Ji Hongqing run all the way in front of him, dismount, and kneel down in front of him. He laughed loudly and said, "Your Majesty." "What is it?" Hou didn't care about what good thing Ji Hongqing had encountered. He heard Ji Hongqing say, "This subject just hunted a large tiger and wants to present it to your Majesty." Hou's throat choked. When the surrounding officials heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. The joy on their faces froze. It was one thing for this Ji Hongqing to have a one-track mind, but how could he accompany the emperor on a hunting trip and steal the emperor's limelight? Hou didn't say anything for a while. He looked in the direction Ji Hongqing had come from and saw several imperial bodyguards riding horses. They were strenuously dragging a large animal the size of a small mountain towards them. Ji Hongqing had not only hunted a tiger, but it was also a strong and tall adult tiger. Hou looked at his pile of scattered goats and elk and felt a wave of annoyance. This person surnamed Ji was really disappointing. This way, my beloved subject can be considered to have hunted first. We should properly reward you. Ji Hongqing wasn't modest at all and loudly said, "This subject thanks your Majesty." Hou gritted his teeth and wished he could kill Ji Hongqing. "Since that's the case, we will reward you with a task." He sat on his horse and looked down at Ji Hongqing. His tone was light, but his teeth were tightly clenched. "Just now, Imperial Prince Jing went to the forest to chase a deer and hasn't returned yet. We are worried about him, so we will let you go find him. We will definitely reward you handsomely." Hou raised his head and looked at the sun that was gradually setting as he spoke. An entire day had passed. Looking at the sky, it was probably time to collect his fifth brother's corpse. He would let Ji Hongqing do this unlucky thing. At the same time, he would also accuse him of failing to protect Imperial Prince Jing and causing Imperial Prince Jing's death. This big fool who didn't know what was good for him would also be executed. Jiang Suzhou sat on a rock by the stream and watched as Hu Wujiu sat by the water, cleaned the wound on his shoulder, and bandaged it again. Jiang Suzhou had forced him to do this. When he arrived at the water's edge, he insisted on taking a look at Jiang Suzhou's ankle first. Jiang Suzhou refused and insisted that he take care of the wound first. Hu Wujiu naturally couldn't persuade him otherwise. He stood up and pulled the robe that was hanging at his elbow over his shoulder. Then, he turned around and walked in front of Jiang Suzhou, glaring at him with disapproval. "You won't move around recklessly now, right?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou laughed twice and allowed Hu Wujiu to kneel down on one knee in front of him. He then placed his sprained ankle on his lap. "What do you plan to do?" Jiang Suzhou asked. Hu Wujiu lowered his head and took off his shoe while saying, "Since Jiang Suanheng wants you dead, he definitely won't send people to look for you immediately. I'll wait here and wait for them to find you. Then, I'll go back first. When the time comes, you can just say that you fell off the horse and sprained your ankle, and that you found this place by yourself. Those assassins are Pang Xiao's men. Jiang Suanheng definitely won't know that he's secretly raising assassins, so he won't be suspicious." Jiang Suzhou grunted, "That's what I think too." Hu Wujiu placed his shoe and sock to the side and held the arch of his foot. Jiang Suzhou was born with a fair complexion. His feet usually didn't see sunlight, but now, they were so white that they seemed to glow under the sunlight. His green veins were faintly discernible, making his skin look even whiter. When Hu Wujiu's rough hand held his foot, he inexplicably felt his ears heat up. It was very strange. However, Hu Wujiu acted as if he didn't notice. His hand moved slightly, and he began to check on his injuries. "Bear with it for a while," Hu Wujiu said. Without waiting for Jiang Suzhou to respond, he suddenly twisted his hand. Jiang Suzhou sucked in a sharp breath and heard the soft sound of bones cracking. "It's done," he heard Hu Wujiu say. "It's just that it'll still be red and swollen. It'll go away after a few days of rest." As he spoke, he tore off a piece of his shirt and wrapped it around Jiang Suzhou's ankle. Then, he put on his boot again. Only he knew how relieved he felt when the white cloth covered his eyes. He straightened up and sat down next to Jiang Suzhou. "What about after that?" Jiang Suzhou asked. "What do you plan to do after that?" This was the question he had been wanting to ask since a while ago. He knew that Hu Wujiu, who was an unofficial history, was able to escape from Prince Jing's estate and return to Beiliang from Nanjing. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Now, Jiang Suzhou knew that this matter could be brought forward because of him. If he hadn't done everything possible to find Hu Wujiu a doctor, his subordinates wouldn't have been able to use this opportunity to find Hu Wujiu. Jiang Suzhou thought about how, because of his plan, he had unexpectedly aligned himself with Hu Wujiu's power and actually helped him. He even felt an indescribable joy that he couldn't suppress. Hu Wujiu glanced sideways at him and saw that he was staring at him with sparkling eyes. He naturally knew what Jiang Suzhou was asking. Not only was he not angry, but he was also happy for him. For a moment, Hu Wujiu didn't know whether he should be relieved or not. He should be happy about this, but his previous worries were all groundless. He actually felt a little disappointed. He paused and said, "Next, I'm going to get you some food." He seemed to not understand what Jiang Suzhou was asking. He stood up with a calm and serious expression. "No, I mean," Jiang Suzhou hurriedly said. "I know what you're talking about," Hu Wujiu said. "But didn't you say that you wanted me to protect you?" Jiang Suzhou didn't understand the connection between this and only replied, "Yes." Hu Wujiu bent down and picked up Jiang Suzhou's sword. When he lowered his head, he saw Jiang Suzhou looking at him with a puzzled expression. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He raised his hand and patted Jiang Suzhou's head. "If I want to leave now, I can leave at any time," he said. "But, will Jiang Suanheng come after you?" "Of course he would." Jiang Suzhou didn't say anything. "So, I don't have any plans," he said. "I'll stay here and deal with them as they come. I'll find an opportunity to find their weakness. When the time comes, I'll coordinate with them from the inside and outside. Not only will I catch them off guard, but I'll also show them what it means to lead a wolf into one's house." Jiang Suzhou heard this and laughed out loud. "Leading a wolf into one's house is not a good word for you," he said. Hu Wujiu washed the sword in the river and said to Jiang Suzhou, "I don't want to be a good person either. Wait for me here. I'll be back in a while." Jiang Suzhou nodded. He saw Hu Wujiu holding the sword with one hand and walking into the forest. His smile gradually disappeared, but his gaze fell on Hu Wujiu's back. He didn't move his gaze away until Hua Wuzhou's back disappeared into the forest. He knew very well that although Hua Wuzhou said it casually and said that he would coordinate with them from the inside and let the empress lead a wolf into one's house, Jiang Suzhou knew that for Hua Wuzhou, the easiest and simplest way was to return to Beiliang. He was an invincible general. His army was his hands and feet, the sharp blade in his hand. But now, it was Jiang Suzhou who had tied his hands and feet. He didn't leave because he had promised Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou couldn't explain his current feelings. Whether it was before or after his transmigration, he had always had to support himself. Before his transmigration, although he had parents, his father had lovers and children. His mother only had eyes for his father. Now, he looked rich and powerful, but in fact, he was walking on a rope. So many people were eyeing him covetously, and so many people needed to rely on him. He had no choice. But now, there was a person who was willing to bind his hands and feet, throw away his sword, and live in humiliation in the hands of the enemy because he had promised to protect him. He didn't seem to be alone anymore. As expected, Hua Wuzhou returned very quickly. He held his sword in one hand, which was still dripping with blood. He held some dry branches in one hand and a snow-white rabbit in the other, which was already dead. He walked to the riverside next to Jiang Suzhou, squatted down, and began skinning the rabbit. He was clearly holding a sharp sword that was 3 feet long, but he didn't seem to be in the way at all. His movements were very nimble. Jiang Suzhou sat on the side and watched curiously. He watched as Hua Wuzhou cleaned up the rabbit and placed it on a clean rock next to him. After doing this, he began to clean up the pile of branches. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but ask, "How do you know how to do everything?" Hua Wuzhou raised his eyes to look at him and saw Jiang Suzhou sitting on a rock next to him. He was clearly wearing a neat riding outfit with arrow sleeves, but it couldn't hide the unique aura of a wealthy young master. This place was desolate and there wasn't a single person around. Sitting here, he was like a beautiful piece of jade that had been dropped in the wilderness. His eyes, which had been imprisoned in a wealthy village all day long, found everything to be new and fresh. Hua Wuzhou was different from him. He had been wild since he was young. Yangguan was desolate and there weren't many places to play. When he was young, he would go out to play with others. He would go hunting, catch rabbits, and shoot wild geese. When they caught animals, they would roast them and eat them. Other than that, there wasn't much else to play with. Later on, he followed his father to war, so the conditions were naturally even more difficult than in Yangguan. During the march, they always ate whatever they could find. It was normal to roast prey that they had caught. He only had the ability to kill a rabbit, but in this prince's eyes, he was able to do everything. He couldn't help but smile a little. He lowered his eyes, took out a flint, and cut it with his sword, causing sparks to fly. He threw it onto the pile of branches and lit it up. Seeing Hua Wuzhou smile, Jiang Suzhou felt a little embarrassed. Speaking of which, it was him, a modern person who had never killed a chicken, who was ignorant. After Hua Wuzhou finished skewering the skinned rabbits, he placed them over the fire. A moment later, the aroma of meat filled the air. The fat of the rabbit meat was roasted by the fire, and the skin made a squeaking sound. Jiang Suzhou's gaze involuntarily shifted from the meat on the rack to Hua Wuzhou's face. The sun was shining brightly on Hua Wuzhou. Before today, Jiang Suzhou had never seen Hua Wuzhou stand up, much less sit on the ground so casually and confidently. He was really good-looking. At this moment, it was as if he had shaken off the heavy burden on his body and was glowing with a light that belonged to him. This was how Hua Wuzhou should be. Not long after, Hua Wuzhou noticed his gaze. He looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Suzhou hurriedly averted his gaze. "Nothing." He felt a little guilty and hurriedly made up an excuse. "I was just thinking, after today, are you going to pretend that your leg hasn't healed?" Hua Wuzhou grunted in acknowledgement. "Before we're ready to act, we can't let them know," he said. Jiang Suzhou nodded. "Then what do you think now?" he asked. Hua Wuzhou pondered for a moment. "Do you know Liu?" he asked. Of course Jiang Suzhou knew him. He was a rare famous general in Nanjing and was once a close friend of old Marquis Hua. But back then, Emperor Jingyu wanted to eradicate the Hua family, so the Hua family rebelled. From then on, they went from being a famous family in the Jing dynasty to being traitors who overthrew the old dynasty. Lu Yu had nothing to do with this matter and was thousands of miles away when he went south to clean up the Wokou pirates. Therefore, he stayed in Nanjing. Emperor Jingyu and Empress Jing both knew of his friendship with old Marquis Hua, so they didn't dare to use him. Even in the history books, when Hua Wujiu led his troops south to Linen, Empress Jing didn't let Lu Yu fight on the battlefield. 3 days before the city was breached, Empress Jing confiscated all of Lu Yu's military power and executed him. Naturally, Empress Jing, who had all of Lu Yu's soldiers under her, still couldn't resist Hua Wujiu's attack. Empress Jing killed Lu Yu because she didn't trust him and was afraid that he would collude with the enemy. Jiang Suzhou paused when he thought of this. He knew that Lu Yu had an only daughter named Lu Wanjun. After Nanjing was destroyed, Hua Wujiu saved her and took her in. Since then, he had always kept Lu Wanjun by his side, even when he returned to Yang Pass to guard it. There were many clues about the relationship between the two of them in the history books. Lu Yu and old Marquis Hua often met when they were young, and their children also had a verbal engagement. Hua Wujiu and Lu Wanjun could be considered childhood sweethearts who had known each other since they were young. Lu Wanjun lost her mother at a young age and had always been by her father's side. She was influenced by what she saw and heard, and could be considered a rare talent. However, Lu Yu was a conservative person and never allowed her to fight on the battlefield, let alone lead troops. It was only after Lu Wanjun followed Hua Wujiu that she had the opportunity to fight on the battlefield and left her name in history. Although the two of them didn't get married, both official and unofficial history books tacitly agreed that Lu Wanjun was Hua Wujiu's confidant. Not to mention, Lu Wanjun had a son whose father was unknown, but who took on Hua Wujiu's surname. These were all things that Jiang Suzhou knew best. He had read no less than 5 papers related to this topic. However, he didn't know why, but when he thought about it now, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He couldn't describe what it was, but it didn't feel good. He was lost in thought for a moment and only came back to his senses when he heard Hua Wujiu's voice. "What's wrong?" he heard Hua Wujiu ask. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly smiled, but for some reason, the corners of his mouth were a little heavy and his smile was very forced. "Of course I know." Hua Wujiu looked puzzled. "Do the two of you have a grudge against each other?" Jiang Suzhou shook his head. "No." Hua Wujiu frowned and looked at him, then looked up at the sky. "You don't look good. Did you get a heat stroke?" Jiang Suzhou didn't know why his complexion didn't look good either, and he didn't even notice it. He just suddenly felt uncomfortable. Perhaps the effects of the medicine that Gu Chongyun gave him hadn't worn off yet, and sometimes it would still act up. He said, "It's nothing. Go on." Hua Wujiu looked at him a few times and said, "There's nothing much to say. I just saved his life by accident in my early years, and now I'm going to ask for repayment." He spoke with the utmost frankness, as if it were a very respectable thing to ask for a favor. Jiang Suzhou suppressed the discomfort in his heart and asked, "Are you sure that he's willing to help you?" Hua Wujiu looked at the crackling flames and said, "Although he's loyal, he's not a fool. He should know what kind of person Jiang Suanheng is. What's more, now that we and Jing Chao are at each other's throats, he should think clearly and choose a side. At this point," he said lightly, "even if he doesn't want to live, he has to think about his daughter." Jiang Suzhou paused. Hearing Hua Wujiu say this, he and Lu Wanjun shouldn't have an affair, right? He didn't know why, but when he heard Hua Wujiu's words, even though they were clearly talking about serious matters, this was the first thought that came to his mind. He was stunned, and then he felt a little annoyed. What was he thinking? What was the relationship between Hua Wujiu and Lu Wanjun? It had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a burst of hot air hit him in the face. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw Hua Wujiu holding a dried branch in one hand, holding a roasted rabbit with crispy skin and greasy skin in front of him. "Did the sun make you stupid, or is there something wrong with the medicine that Li Chongning gave you?" he said. "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and eat." Hua Wujiu's culinary skills were indeed very good. There were no seasonings in the wild, so he only used fire to roast the rabbit. It was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and juicy on the inside. However, Jiang Suzhou didn't have a big appetite, and his stomach was delicate. After eating a rabbit leg, he couldn't eat any more. The remaining half of the rabbit all ended up in Huoju's stomach. After Jiang Suzhou finished eating, Huoju conveniently went down to clean up the surroundings. For a moment, there wasn't even a trace of the fire. The sun gradually set. Jiang Suzhou sat by the river, bored to death as he looked up at the setting sun. The scenery in the mountains was very beautiful, and the wind was clean and soft. Jiang Suzhou had never been so carefree since he came here. However, he couldn't help but say, the emperor is too cruel. It's been half a day, and he still hasn't sent anyone to collect my corpse. Huoju, who was sitting next to him, laughed. He's also afraid that all his previous efforts will be wasted. Jiang Suzhou suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "That's right, you've been out for so long. You won't be discovered, right?" Huoju said, "No, they're all at the hunting grounds. They won't return to the camp. Moreover, didn't I already ask you to lock me in the room today?" Jiang Suzhou looked at him. "You already knew that something would happen at that time?" Huoju thought to himself, "I already knew when I knew that you were going to accompany me to the hunting grounds. However, before today, those guesses were just worries. They didn't count." Huoju didn't refute and tacitly agreed. With this thought, Jiang Suzhou felt a little uneasy. "Why don't you go back?" he said. "If you're discovered, won't you be in danger? Right now, I only need to wait here for someone. You don't need to stay here." Huoju looked up at him. "There's a wolf in the mountains." Jiang Suzhou paused. He couldn't make a sound. "They're going to build a hunting ground. They're also raising a few fierce tigers here," Huoju continued. Jiang Suzhou was embarrassed and didn't say anything. Seeing him like this, Huoju couldn't help but smile. His bad temper also began to stir. "Aren't you afraid?" he said and stood up. "Then I'm leaving?" Jiang Suzhou panicked and hurriedly reached out to grab his clothes. "Don't," he said hurriedly. Huoju stood in the distance. His face was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with a calm light. He lowered his head and looked at him. His back was against the light, so Jiang Suzhou didn't see the teasing look in his eyes. He also forgot that this was someone who had been in the army since he was young. No matter how decent he was, there was still a bit of a bad ruffian in his bones. He pretended that he didn't say anything, which made Huoju feel that he wasn't afraid. He looked up at Huoju and said somewhat awkwardly, "I've already been here for a whole day. A little while more won't make a difference." Although his mouth was a bit stubborn, the lingering fear in his eyes was real. Facing the setting sun, Huoju naturally saw his expression clearly. This imperial Prince Jing, who looked very smart, didn't realize that he was teasing him. He looked like a strategist in the imperial court and didn't lose to Peng Xiao. How could he be so easily fooled by him? Huoju's heart softened just from looking at her pair of clean eyes. It was as if the cool evening breeze in the mountains during the early summer had blown into his heart. The hand holding his clothes didn't have much strength, but he went with the flow and sat down obediently. "I'm just teasing you." Huoju's voice was full of compromise. His hand didn't seem to listen to him and rubbed Jiang Suzhou's head. The force was very gentle. The night slowly descended. The mountain wasn't like Prince Jing's estate. As soon as the sky darkened, lanterns would be lit everywhere, illuminating the surroundings. As soon as the sky darkened, the surroundings also darkened. The sounds of insects could be heard in the grass, and stars filled the sky. However, the sound of horse hooves could also be heard in the forest. Jiang Suzhou naturally didn't have as good hearing as Huoju. He only felt that the surroundings were quiet. The only sounds that could be heard were the gurgling of water and the sounds of insects in the grass. He chatted with Huoju casually. It was all unimportant gossip, but it made the corners of Jiang Suzhou's lips curl up involuntarily. It was as if this kind of boring wait was interesting to him. He thought to himself that it was probably because this was something he never dared to think about. As a student of history, how could he dare to imagine that one day he would be able to talk face to face with a person from 1,000 years ago? That great hero, whose name was recorded in the annals of history, was now sitting next to him, talking about things like how his father, Marquis Hua, relied heavily on the knowledgeable military counselor next to him, but he himself couldn't recognize all the words, and would doze off after reading a few books. Jiang Suzhou slowly raised his eyes. In the soft night wind, the stars in the sky were reflected in his eyes. It was very beautiful. He wanted to turn his head to look at Hu Wujiu, but for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of fear. He had clearly seen this person so many times that he had long been imprinted in his mind, but now he didn't dare to look directly at him. It was as if he looked at him too much, he would say something that he shouldn't say or do something irrational. He raised his eyes and quietly looked at the stars in the sky, listening to Hu Wujiu's lazy voice next to him. However, at this moment, Hu Wujiu slowly stopped talking and didn't say anything. Jiang Suzhou turned his head around belatedly and saw Hu Wujiu's side profile that was gradually turning cold in the night. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Wujiu stood up and said in a low voice, "Someone's here." As he spoke, he looked around to make sure there was no trace of a second person. Then, he whispered to Jiang Suzhou, "Just follow what I told you today. You won't be exposed." Jiang Suzhou hurriedly responded. Hu Wujiu raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, in the far distance, sparks of light gradually lit up. It should be the imperial bodyguards who had come to search for someone. They have a lot of people and they're in public. They won't do anything to you, he said. Jiang Suzhou said, "Then I'll go back and wait for you," Hu Wujiu said in a low voice. Jiang Suzhou looked at him nervously and nodded. Hu Wujiu picked up his sword from the ground and handed it to him, saying, "Put this away. I'm leaving." Jiang Suzhou grunted in acknowledgement. He held the sword in his hand but didn't move. His eyes seemed to want to look away but didn't succeed. He only raised his head and looked at him. For a moment, he seemed to be a little impatient. Hu Wujiu's legs, which were used to using qigong, seemed to be a little heavy. He paused and bent down. He put his hand on the back of Jiang Suzhou's neck and gently squeezed it. "Don't be afraid," he said. Then, without waiting for Jiang Suzhou to nod, he raised his head and looked into the forest. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared in another direction. Jiang Suzhou looked in that direction for a moment before coming back to his senses. Hu Wujiu had always been efficient and careful in his work. At this moment, there wasn't a single trace of him around. No one would believe that there was another person here. If it weren't for the warmth of Hu Wujiu's hand on the back of his neck, even Jiang Suzhou would have this illusion. He didn't know why he felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was inexplicable. It was clear that the two of them would meet again soon. But, he raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky. There was no moon tonight, so the stars were especially bright. But they were just stars. They were the same for 1,000 or 2,000 years. There wasn't much to see. Jiang Suzhou looked away with disinterest. He raised his head and looked at the approaching flames and shouts in the forest. Ji Hongqing admitted that he hated Imperial Prince Jing very much. He followed General Liu and often went to Yang Pass with General Liu. It could be said that he had a very deep friendship with the old Marquis Hua. The old Marquis was a righteous and straightforward person. His only son, Hu Wujiu, was a genius. It couldn't be said that he didn't have deep feelings for the Hua family. However, he and General Liu were the same. They were just outsiders to the Hua family's rebellion. In terms of feelings, they were close friends with the Hua family. However, the grudges with the imperial court were the Hua family's internal affairs. Logically speaking, they were officials of the Jing dynasty. As officials, especially generals, being disloyal to the emperor was the biggest taboo. Therefore, he and General Liu didn't participate in the Hua family's rebellion. However, they felt somewhat uncomfortable. Especially in recent years, the imperial court had become increasingly muddle-headed, especially in the years when Pang Xiao was in power. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. Beiliang's momentum was as awe-inspiring as the rising sun, while Nanjing's imperial court was rotten to the core. And this was all that Ji Hongqing could tolerate. However, the only son left behind by the old Marquis Hua was defeated and captured. The emperor was absurd. He didn't kill him or imprison him. Instead, he married him to that vicious and perverted imperial Prince Jing as a concubine. It was absurd and humiliating. It made Ji Hongqing feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. It was also because of this that he hated Imperial Prince Jing. He especially hated his smug face when he humiliated Huowujiu. Therefore, a few months ago, he had brazenly sent a letter to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. The letter didn't have many important words, but it was all cursing Imperial Prince Jing. However, he didn't hate Imperial Prince Jing that much. Perhaps it was because Huowujiu had the opportunity to reply to him at the palace banquet that day. This made him realize that the letter had actually been sent to Huowujiu. This made him feel less disgusted with Imperial Prince Jing. Naturally, he didn't want Imperial Prince Jing to die. However, after hearing about the cause and effect of Imperial Prince Jing's disappearance, Ji Hongqing felt uncertain. Imperial Prince Jing's skin was so thin that it could be blown away by a gust of wind. He was carried into the forest by a crazy horse and didn't come out for an entire day. It would be lucky if his corpse was left intact. Ji Hongqing's mood was somewhat heavy. However, since the order was given to him, he naturally wanted to see Imperial Prince Jing if he was alive or dead. Even if Imperial Prince Jing was dead, he had to find his corpse. However, he didn't expect that this Imperial Prince Jing was actually so lucky. He led his men to search from dusk until late at night. Finally, they found Imperial Prince Jing by a stream in the forest. Imperial Prince Jing had sprained his ankle and was sitting there unable to move. When he saw them, his face darkened and he asked them why they were so late. Ji Hongqing, on the other hand, was only surprised. This Imperial Prince Jing only suffered some minor injuries. He looked at Prince Jing from head to toe and then stood there stupidly on his horse, staring straight at him. Xianxia was somewhat speechless. He had been somewhat nervous earlier, but he only relaxed when he saw Ji Hongqing. This person wasn't a member of the Pang faction. Even if he hated him to the core, he definitely wouldn't kill him on the spot and throw his corpse into the wilderness. It was obvious that his successor in Pang Shao had already determined that he would die here today. However, although Ji Hongqing was a good person, he was a bit too simple-minded. He stared blankly at Xianxia, almost unable to maintain his crafty appearance. The man was dumbfounded. "How are you still alive?" was written all over his dark and ugly face that resembled Zhong Kui's portrait. Xianxia sighed inwardly. "Lord Ji." He looked coldly at Ji Hongqing and reminded him. "Are you disappointed that this prince didn't die?" Ji Hongqing finally regained his composure. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. After all, although he didn't want Xianxia to die, he didn't really like him that much. Imperial Prince Jing must be joking. He cupped his hands slightly on the horse, his expression extremely arrogant. "This subject is under Imperial orders to invite your highness back to the camp. Servants, why aren't you helping his highness onto the horse?" It was only then that Xianxia was helped onto the horse by the surrounding Imperial bodyguards, and was slowly carried back the entire way. At this moment, the palace garden in the mountains was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The inconsiderate Ji Hongqing was sent to collect Imperial Prince Jing's corpse, so the winner was still the emperor. No one mentioned Ji Hongqing, as if he didn't exist. At this time, the banquet was filled with delicacies, and everyone was toasting each other to celebrate the emperor's harvest today. The lord and Pang Shao, as well as those who were in the know, knew that there was another meaning behind this joy. The thorn in the emperor's side had finally been removed. His highness was happy, and Pang Shao was also happy, so he couldn't help but drink a few more cups. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, his highness leaned into the arms of a beautiful woman and looked at the night sky outside the hall with drunken eyes. A smile appeared on his face. The imperial exam liked that enchantress so much, so he sent her to accompany him in the afterlife. Their family couldn't not be reunited, so today he sent their favorite child to accompany him in the afterlife. His highness smiled and drank another cup in drunkenness. But at this time, he saw the crowd gradually appear in the night sky. Gradually, the lively hall quieted down. Everyone looked outside the door. They saw Imperial Prince Jing limping up the long stairs with the help of a servant beside him. Ji Hongqing followed behind him, and his extremely dark face was full of joy, as if he was waiting for a reward. Everyone watched as Imperial Prince Jing walked in. His clothes were torn and covered in dust, and he looked extremely disheveled, but he was full of energy. He stopped in the middle of the hall and bowed to his highness. "I'm late. Please forgive me, Imperial brother, he said. Peng Xiao's expression changed greatly, and the golden cup in his highness' hand fell to the ground with a clang. Peng Xiao didn't care about anything else. He said to change his clothes, got up, and left the hall. Outside the hall, his servant stood in the shadows, trembling with fear, waiting for him to ask questions. How could this be? Peng Xiao lowered his voice and asked sternly with his eyes wide open. That servant hurriedly said, Master, this servant doesn't know either. Imperial Prince Jing did go in that direction. This servant sent a few more people just in case, including Tang Gui. But what? Peng Xiao gritted his teeth. But Imperial Prince Jing came back unscathed? That servant said in a trembling voice, and the people we sent, including Tang Gui, didn't come back. There was a moment of terrifying silence. Tang Gui didn't come back either? Peng Xiao's voice gradually calmed down, but it made one's hair stand on end. That servant didn't dare to speak. These years, His Highness had to eliminate dissidents, and there were some things that couldn't be done openly. His Highness had spent so much effort and money to train these assassins. Among them, Tang Gui was the most outstanding one, and His Highness was the most capable one. But now, even Tang Gui, good. He heard Peng Xiao gnashing his teeth. That servant hurriedly looked up and saw His Highness standing in the shadows outside the hall, his face so dark that it looked like it could drip water. It's Xianxia who has the ability, Peng Xiao said. Send people quickly, immediately. Send one group to the forest to find traces and corpses. The other group. Peng Xiao raised his eyes and looked into the hall. He saw that the lights were bright and warm, and it was splendid, like a celestial palace. Imperial Prince Jing was standing there, his back slender. Although his clothes were messy, his aura was like that of a celestial being. Peng Xiao sneered. While he's here, immediately send someone to follow me to his courtyard. Today, I must find out the reason from him. Jiang. Suzhou stood ramrod straight in front of Hoju's steps. Although there was no expression on his face, his heart was calm and unruffled. You want to kill me? I'm sorry, but you probably don't know what kind of butcher's knife is hanging over your neck. Not only can that person save me, but he can also kill you. Thinking of this, Jiang Suizhou actually directly sized up his successor's expression, which was rare for him. Although this fatty was vicious, he was also stupid. His mood was written all over his face. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and couldn't say anything for a long time. He stared at Jiang Suzhou. However, Jiang Suzhou didn't seem to notice. He showed some confusion and said, Imperial brother? Hoju gritted his teeth and spoke. Fifth younger brother is finally back, he said. You've made Imperial brother very worried. Jiang Suzhou showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. In Hoju's eyes, it was extremely glaring. Thank you for your concern, Imperial brother, he said. It's also because I don't have the ability to control a horse. Hoju's eyes were fierce. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to kill him in the hall. However, he said, Fifth younger brother, what happened in the forest today? Jiang Suzhou pretended to sigh. I don't know what happened to that horse, but halfway there, it actually went crazy, he said. I couldn't stop it, so I just let it run. It couldn't stop at all. Hoju stared at him. Then how did you stop? Jiang Suzhou didn't seem to see the malice in his eyes. He smiled and said calmly, halfway through, I ran into a withered tree and broke the horse's neck. Only then was I able to stop. However, when I fell from the horse, I didn't notice and twisted my ankle. Therefore, I could only wait in the same place. Fortunately, Imperial brother sent someone to save me in time. Speaking of this, he smiled faintly. He inadvertently sighed and said, turning danger into safety. It's the mercy of the heavens. In Jiang Suanhing's ears, the words God has mercy were 1000% sarcasm. It gave him hope, but in the end, the person didn't die. He really lost a lot of face, and it made him feel like he had lost something. And all these reasons were because the heavens pitied the sickly invalid? Hoju was so angry that his breathing was uneven. He sat on the dragon throne and panted. Holding the wine cup, he wished he could sweep everything on the table to the ground. Pang Xiao, it was Pang Xiao. His uncle had promised him before that this time, he wouldn't give Prince Jing any chance of survival. He said that he had already arranged everything. He would definitely make sure that Imperial Prince Jing died in the forest by accident. He didn't need to worry about anything. All he needed to do was call Prince Jing to his side and whip his horse. But he wasn't dead. Hozhu was so angry that he could not speak. For a moment, his vision blurred. Finally, he found an excuse and went around looking for Pang Xiao. He needed Pang Xiao to give him an explanation. However, when he looked around, Pang Xiao's room was empty. He didn't even know where the servants next to him were. "Where's uncle?" Hozhu ignored Xianxia and asked with a gloomy face. "Just now, he said he was going to change his clothes." "Why didn't he come back for a long time?" No one answered. Hozhu thought that Pang Xiao had escaped because he was afraid of punishment. He had trusted his uncle since he was young. Similarly, his uncle's actions were worthy of his trust. However, during this period of time, he didn't know if it was because his uncle was getting older or because of other reasons, but he had become more and more disappointing. His uncle had secretly coveted the money he used to repair the ancestral temple. He had secretly used people to harm the old court officials and even his relatives. He had even sent imperial robes to Hozhu's residence behind Hozhu's back. Hozhu didn't care about the money, the old court officials, and a mere piece of clothing. What he couldn't accept was that his uncle, who had always been loyal to him, had deceived him, used him, and kept two faces in front of him. This made him feel humiliated and uneasy at the same time. Today, he had trusted his uncle so much, but his uncle had actually, for a moment, there was silence. No one dared to make a sound. They could only secretly look at the emperor, who was sitting on the throne with an ugly expression. At this moment, a servant ran all the way in and knelt in front of Hozhu's steps. "Your Majesty." The servant knelt down and said, "I'm a servant of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had an urgent matter and left just now. He asked me to report it to your Majesty." Hozhu's face was cold. "Urgent matter?" he said. "What urgent matter did he have?" The servant knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister said that there was something strange in His Highness King Jing's courtyard. He wanted to bring people to investigate it personally." A large group of guards carrying lanterns went all the way up the mountain and led up the narrow but exquisite mountain path. The bright light rushed into King Jing's courtyard noisily. Meng Qianshan was sitting in the courtyard and taking a nap. The prince didn't bring anyone down the mountain. For some reason, he locked Madame Hui in her room and only left the medicine boy who had disguised himself as a servant. He had nothing to do and nowhere to go, so he could only wait in the corridor for the prince to come back. He waited until the sky darkened, to the point that he began to feel sleepy. It was at this moment that he heard a huge commotion. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw a large group of light coming from the mountain path. It looked like the prince's honor guard. He hurriedly got up and went to greet them. He saw the group of people break in. The leader was the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, Pang Xiao. Meng Qianshan was shocked and hurriedly went forward to salute. "It's the Prime Minister. I am Meng Qianshan, the eunuch who attends to His Highness King Jing. May I know why you have come so late at night?" Before he could finish speaking, a guard stepped forward and pushed him to the side. This group of guards was well trained and aggressive. In the blink of an eye, they had completely surrounded the courtyard, leaving no room for escape. "Search," Pang Xiao ordered in a deep voice. He had already ordered his subordinates to search on the way here. He knew very well in his heart that for the assassins he sent to die in the forest, it was either a large group of elites or a top-notch expert. Their honor guard traveled all the way to Tianping Mountain. Because Huwujia was there, his guards and spies kept a close eye on King Jing and his entourage. They were all servants of the prince's residence and their backgrounds were very clean. King Jing's men were definitely not in the entourage, so they must have followed outside the group. Since that was the case, they must have received orders. As long as there were orders, there would be traces left behind. Letters, tokens, and even tools used to transmit messages would all have clues. Immediately, following his orders, everyone rushed into the room and began to rummage through the surrounding rooms. However, the group of people who were heading straight for the main house was stopped in the corridor. "What's wrong?" Peng Xiao asked with a frown. The guard in the corridor returned and reported, "Sir, the door to the main house is locked." Peng Xiao's eyes narrowed and he strode towards the main house. When Meng Qianshan saw this, he hurriedly got up and followed him. He smiled and said, "Your Excellency, unfortunately, the door to the main house was locked by the prince. He said that before he comes back, no one is allowed to open the door." Peng Xiao ignored him and raised his hand to ask his men to take him away. Meng Qianshan was agile. He bent his back and dodged forward. In a few steps, he pounced on the door and blocked it. He knew that even though the prince and Madame Hua quarreled in the morning, Madame Hua was still the prince's favorite. Who was Madame Hua? She was a prisoner of war in Beiliang. The man in front of him was the minister of Nanjing. Regardless of whether he was here for official business or not, as long as he saw Madame Hua, he would not let her have an easy time. If the prince was here, he would be able to protect her. However, the prince was not here, he had no choice but to stall for as long as he could. Peng Xiao frowned when he heard this. A locked door in Xianxia? That was even more suspicious. He sneered, "Why did your prince lock this door?" Meng Qianshan hurriedly said, "Sir, you may not know this, but the prince has Madame Hua by his side and is very wary of him. This morning, the prince was afraid that Madame Hua would escape in the wilderness, so he ordered his men to lock Madame Hua in the room. Other than him, no one is allowed to open the door." It was reasonable, but Peng Xiao knew that he could not let go of any opportunity. "Guards, come and pull him away," he said coldly. Meng Qianshan did not expect the person in front of him to be so stubborn. He clung to the door and started to make a fuss. He wailed, "Sir, save me. The prince has given a death order. If I can't guard this door, the prince will take my head when he comes back." However, he was outnumbered. After a short while, he was pulled to the side and held firmly in place. A few guards slammed the door with all their might. After a few loud bangs, the door suddenly opened. Everyone rushed into the room. Peng Xiao followed them in. He saw that the room was quiet. The candles were shining brightly. A tall figure sat in a wheelchair and looked at him quietly. Hua Wujiu. As soon as his gaze fell on Hua Wujiu, Peng Xiao had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Prince Jing's manservants were all of clean background and did not know much about martial arts. However, he had forgotten about this person. Although he had a few spies in Prince Jing's backyard, Prince Jing was cautious and did not allow him to put them in the courtyard where he lived. Therefore, ever since Hua Wujiu was locked up by his side, he had no news of Hua Wujiu. If that was the case, was it possible that Jiang Suizhou had kept Hua Wujiu close by and the person who saved Jiang Suizhou today was Hua Wujiu? Although Peng Xiao felt that the possibility was not high, everything could be explained if it was Hua Wujiu. After all, in the whole world, there were very few people who could go against his subordinate, Tang Gue. He would never believe that Jiang Suizhou had the ability to raise such a person. Peng Xiao stared at him as if he was trying to find some clues from him. Hua Wujiu quietly looked up at him. "What's the matter?" Hua Wujiu asked calmly. Peng Xiao stared at him for a long time. After a while, he slowly smiled. "It's nothing," he said. "I'm just thinking that it's really a pity. If General Hua could still stand up with your legs, you would probably be a master who could take on 10 people at once." He said the words "take on 10 people at once" slowly but meaningfully. Hua Wujiu looked at him indifferently and lowered his eyes. He did not respond. His gaze was like a needle piercing into Peng Xiao's body and made him uncomfortable. He felt a sense of humiliation at being looked down upon. "I have a question today, and I need you to explain it to me," he said slowly. Fortunately, he was prepared and brought along with him an imperial physician. When he heard his words, the imperial physician hurriedly stepped forward and waited by the side. However, he did not notice that Hua Wujiu's expression froze slightly, as if he had heard something. He paused and looked up at Peng Xiao with his head still lowered. He curled the corner of his mouth and let out a contemptuous sneer. "Do you think you're worthy?" The densely packed guards all heard these 3 words. Peng Xiao felt as if there was an explosion in his head. For the entire night, he was shocked by the failure of his plan, angry at the loss of his beloved general, anxious about the emperor's reaction, and angry at Prince Jing. It was as if a spark had fallen into a pile of dry firewood. It was burning. Peng Xiao sneered in his heart. He had to put on an act in front of Prince Jing and act humble in front of the emperor. Now, was he going to be looked down upon by this defeated general? He dismissed the imperial physician that he had specially brought over, walked forward, and raised his leg to kick Hu Wuzhou's wheelchair. I just want to see if your leg is really broken. After all, Peng Xiao was not young. Furthermore, he was a civil official who could not lift a chair, so his strength was even weaker. He kicked the wheelchair. The wheelchair swayed, but it did not move at all. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The sneer from the wheelchair was especially obvious. Peng Xiao looked down and saw Hu Wuzhou, who was sitting in the wheelchair, looking up lazily at him. The sneer was from him. Peng Xiao glared at him angrily. His anger was written all over his face. The surrounding guards did not dare to watch the show anymore. They quickly rushed forward and pulled Hu Wuzhou out of the wheelchair and threw him to the ground. The dull sound of a body falling to the ground finally eased Peng Xiao's anger. Everyone saw it too. Hu Wuzhou's legs could not move at all, let alone exert any strength. He was thrown to the ground by the guard. His legs even got stuck in the wheelchair, causing it to flip over. Everyone could see that he could not use his legs at all. Normally, Peng Xiao would continue to search the area after finding that there was nothing wrong with him. However, just now, Hu Wuzhou's casual voice and gaze had ignited all of Peng Xiao's anger that had accumulated for an entire night. For a moment, he lost some of his rationality. He looked down at Hu Wuzhou, who had fallen heavily to the ground. While he felt a little refreshed, he was also dissatisfied with his silence. A person who should have been lowered to the ground shouldn't have such a strong backbone. Peng Xiao slowly walked forward and stepped on Hu Wuzhou's leg. The angle he chose was extremely tricky. It was the exact spot where Hu Wuzhou's meridians were severed when he was tortured. Although a few months had passed, the injury did not heal so quickly. For a moment, everyone could even smell the faint scent of blood. Wei Kai, who was pinned to the side by the guards, clenched his fists with red eyes. He wanted to struggle, but he knew that he couldn't expose himself at this moment. However, Peng Xiao, who was stepping on Hu Wuzhou's leg, did not pay attention to him. He stared fixedly at Hu Wuzhou, who was lying on the ground. He watched as Hu Wuzhou's face turned pale, the meridians in his neck bulged, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could feel that the muscles under his feet seemed to have lost their vitality. Even when he stepped on them, he could not feel any tension. His leg was clearly crippled, but that was not what he cared about at the moment. What he wanted to see was Hu Wuzhou screaming in pain. However, even though Hu Wuzhou's shoulders were trembling, he didn't even raise his head, let alone make a sound. This made Peng Xiao unhappy. He kept exerting force with his feet and even stomped on Hu Wuzhou's leg. However, Hu Wuzhou still did not make a sound. Peng Xiao felt a fire burning in his chest. The fire kept dancing, but it made him even more annoyed. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and stomped on Hu Wuzhou's wound again. However, at this moment, he heard the voice of his successor behind him. "Official Peng, what are you doing?" This was the first time his successor had addressed him in such a distant manner. His voice was filled with displeasure. His successor did not say this because he was humiliating Hu Wuzhou. Instead, it was because the people behind him were the civil and military officials from the banquet earlier. Everyone had heard what Peng Xiao was going to do when the servant said those words. As they looked at each other, they saw Prince Jing panicking. He said that his innocence had been tainted and that he wanted to confront Peng Xiao. Not only did he want to confront Peng Xiao, but he also insisted that the civil and military officials go together to see what kind of evidence Peng Xiao would find that would taint his innocence. Naturally, his successor could not refuse Prince Jing's suicidal attitude. He had no choice but to brace himself and bring the officials along. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this scene was witnessed. It would have been fine if Prince Jing had just rummaged through the items, but everyone saw him stomping on Hu Wuzhou's broken leg with a ferocious expression as he vented his anger on the crippled man. It was extremely humiliating. The successor glared at Peng Xiao. On the other side, Peng Xiao hurriedly retracted his foot and turned around to look at his successor. Your Majesty's judgment. I only suspected that Huozhou's legs were not completely broken, so I. So, official Peng, did you find out anything? Before Huozhou could speak, Jiang Suizhou suddenly stood out from the side. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on him. Jiang Suizhou stared coldly at Peng Xiao. Did his legs move? Jiang Suizhou asked word by word. Peng Xiao was speechless for a moment. Jiang Suizhou did not want to give him a chance to speak either. Since you wanted to investigate, why didn't you use the imperial physician behind you? Jiang Suizhou continued to interrogate him. Moreover, Imperial Brother saw with his own eyes that his legs were broken. The Imperial physician had already treated him, and there was nothing he could do. Now that you're here, are you suspecting that Imperial Brother is giving this useless piece of trash a chance to live? Or have I found a deity with ulterior motives to cure this cripple? His cold voice echoed in the quiet room. Perhaps it was because he spoke in a hurry, but in the end, he was out of breath. Before he finished speaking, he started coughing. Meng Qianshan, who was being held down by the imperial guards, quickly struggled. However, the two pairs of hands clamped down on his arms like iron. He could not break free at all. His master's expression was cold. He stopped coughing and looked at Peng Xiao fiercely. I feel disgusted just by looking at this useless piece of trash. If you want to kill him, you can take him away. Don't use him to slander me. Peng Xiao hurriedly looked at the successor. He saw that the successor was frowning. His face was full of impatience and irritation. He did not look at him. The successor was very annoyed at this moment. It was fine if Prince Jing was not dead. He could still play with him. Moreover, his body was getting more and more useless. He did not have many years left to live. To him, this was just a disappointment. However, Peng Xiao's actions made him feel like he had lost all face. Peng Xiao made such a farce and was seen by so many courtiers that he had to see every day. It made him seem like he, Peng Xiao, was irritable and incompetent. If this was the case, it would make him seem incompetent when he appointed Prince Jing in the future. The successor felt that his interest in traveling had been greatly ruined. It made him feel very annoyed. Your Majesty, Peng Xiao hurriedly said. The successor glanced at him disinterestedly. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Peng Xiao hurriedly followed the successor with the other courtiers. Jiang Suzhou stood in the distance and did not move. He watched as the high-ranking officials and imperial guards followed behind Jiang Suanheng and left. The door to the courtyard was closed again. Only then did he turn his head and look at Huozhou. Huozhou watched the group of people disperse. It was not until they were far away that he was sure that this place was safe again. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Suzhou. Before he could say anything, he saw that Jiang Suzhou had also lowered his head and was looking at him. He saw that His Highness Prince Jing's eyes, which had been cold and sharp just a moment ago, were now slightly red and watery. It seemed like he had coughed a lot. Huozhou's Adam's apple bobbed. He was about to tell Prince Jing that he was fine. However, Jiang Suzhou took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Meng Qianshan, who had rushed to his side. He forced his voice to be calm and said slowly, "Everyone, leave and close the door." Huozhou knew that it was because there were too many people in the courtyard. Meng Qianshan looked at him worriedly, but didn't dare to disobey him. He hurriedly dragged Wei Kai, who kept looking back at him with every step, out of the courtyard. The moment the door was closed, Huozhou saw Jiang Suzhou quickly walk over to him. He squatted down and grabbed his arm. "Are you all right?" He heard Jiang Suzhou's voice tremble slightly. His eyes were watery as he stared at him. "Your leg has just recovered. Are you hurt again? Can you stand up?" For a moment, Huozhou didn't know which question to answer first. "I'm fine. Don't be afraid." He paused and raised his hand to smooth out Jiang Suzhou's hair. "But I smell blood on you." Hearing Jiang Suzhou's words, Huozhou hurriedly reached out and pulled Jiang Suzhou to stand up. He softly and slowly comforted him, "I'm fine. It's just the wound on my shoulder, that's all. The medicine Li Changning gave me was to be taken orally. My meridians are already healed, so it won't be easy for anything to happen to me. My leg is perfectly fine." I'm fine. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly looked at Hu Wuzhou's shoulder. He saw that his robe had long been soaked in blood. It was now a dark color. When he was knocked to the ground just now, his wound had been torn open. Ever since he fell to the ground, he had been lying on the ground, covering his wound very well. In addition, Peng Xiao was furious. Everyone's gaze was only on his leg, so no one noticed it. However, this was nothing to Hu Wuzhou. Peng Xiao came prepared. Not only did he bring soldiers, but he also brought an imperial physician. His legs were already healed. If he let the imperial physician take a look, he would definitely be exposed. In addition, he heard voices coming from outside the courtyard. It sounded like there were many people. Therefore, he chose to provoke Peng Xiao into attacking him in a fit of rage. This way, he could avoid letting the imperial physician take his pulse. To him, it was just a small wound. It was worth it. However, Jiang Suzhou clearly didn't think so. He raised his hand. He wanted to touch Jiang Suzhou, but he was afraid of hurting him again. His hand hung in the air and he didn't dare to move forward. He only felt the tip of his nose sting. He knew that this wound was caused by Hu Wuzhou saving his life. Peng Xiao abused him like this not because Hu Wuzhou was an enemy, but because he didn't die in Jiang Suzhou. It was all because of him. For some reason, this knowledge made Jiang Suzhou feel especially uncomfortable. Hu Wuzhou was already healed. He could have left, but now, because of him, so much trouble had happened. His heart was extremely stuffy, and he felt waves of pain, to the point where it was unbearable. It's my fault, he whispered after a moment. This time, Hu Wuzhou heard the choking in his voice. Hu Wuzhou was instantly flustered. Wasn't it a big deal? Why did he feel wronged? He hurriedly said, it's not your fault. I'm really fine. It's not a big injury. It's not life-threatening. Besides, even if he didn't touch me just now, he would have torn it when he was sleeping at night. It's not a big deal. Jiang Suzhou raised his head. He could barely hold back the tears in his eyes. The imperial physicians here are unreliable. There are no other physicians here. We can't stay here any longer. His voice choked up even more. He took a deep breath, as if trying to hold back his tears and make his tone sound calm, but the effect was not good. We'll go home tomorrow, he said. Hu Wuzhou felt as if a string in his heart had been plucked hard. His heart ached and swelled. He clearly felt sorry for the person in front of him. His heart ached so much that he was flustered. However, he inexplicably felt that his heart was filled with something. It was hot and tight, as if something had finally found a place to settle down. He was about to speak when he saw Jiang Suzhou blink. A drop of uncontrollable tear rolled down his cheek, causing his eyelashes to tremble. Hu Wuzhou could not hold it in anymore. He raised his uninjured arm and placed his hand on the back of Jiang Suzhou's neck. He pulled him forward and pressed one hand into his embrace. Okay, he said softly. We'll go home tomorrow. Early the next morning, Jiang Suzhou asked for medical leave and wanted to return to the capital early. Perhaps it was because of the ruckus last night, but the Empress was in a bad mood and wasn't in the mood. When she heard someone report that His Highness Prince Jing was sick, she waved her hand and allowed it. Jiang Suzhou was indeed sick. That night, after he went to bed, he started to make plans. He had to return to the estate the next day. Since he wanted to leave early, he had to find an excuse. In that case, the best excuse would be him. With this in mind, Jiang Suzhou didn't hesitate and didn't discuss it with Hu Wuzhou. He secretly opened the window in the middle of the night, removed the blanket, and lay there for the whole night. Perhaps it was because of the cold, but he didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. He was awake for most of the night, so his mind was very clear. He started to think about all sorts of things. He thought about the Peng Xiao incident over and over again, then thought about his future plans. As he thought about it, his thoughts drifted to Hu Wuzhou. He didn't know why, but when he thought about Hu Wuzhou, his cheeks and ears felt a little hot. He raised his hand and gently touched his face with the back of his hand. He thought about today, when Hu Wuzhou hugged him. He was a little too useless. When he saw blood, he inexplicably wanted to cry. He tried his best to hold it in, but he couldn't. Just as he was feeling embarrassed, Huowujiu pressed him into his arms. It didn't seem like it was hugging him, but it was true that it had enveloped his entire body. He could smell the distinct scent of blood on his body, but he could feel his firm muscles and strong heartbeat. His heartbeat pressed against his chest and traveled to Jiang Suzhou's body. When he thought about this, he closed his eyes and felt an inexplicable awkwardness. It wasn't an unpleasant feeling, but it made his heart beat faster. Jiang Suzhou didn't know why, but he felt a little flustered. There was a sweet feeling of panic and nervousness. He had never felt this way before. This feeling made him toss and turn even more restlessly. In the cold wind of the night in the mountains, the temperature on his face didn't decrease. It wasn't until the second half of the night that he finally fell asleep. This time, he fainted in his sleep. When he was shaken awake by Meng Qianshan, he was already running a high fever. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Meng Qianshan lying on the bed with a nervous expression. Jiang Suzhou opened his mouth. He was about to speak, but a series of hoarse coughs sounded. Meng Qianshan hurriedly helped him to sit up. And said in a panic, "Your Highness, forgive me. I didn't know why I'm to sleep, Your Highness, princes, you're cold." The Imperial's doctor. Jiang Suizhou, however, sat up and waved his hand. Yes, Prince to Wujiu Tu's too. He was to Wujiu's. Wujiu's right Tess. Sure enough, his body wasn't good at other things, but it was good at pretending to be sick. A smile appeared on Jiang Suzhou's face. Meng Qianshan saw that he was still smiling. He called out in a panic, "Your Highness." Jiang Suzhou raised his hand to interrupt him. "Don't worry, this prince has his own plans. Send someone to tell the emperor that this prince has a high fever and needs to return home to recuperate." Meng Qianshan repeatedly agreed. Jiang Suzhou waved his hand and said, "Go quickly." He knew that there was still a long way to go from here to Linen. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that it would be midnight. He didn't know if his sick body could withstand the fatigue of the journey. Meng Qianshan hurriedly ran away. After sending away Meng Qianshan, Jiang Suzhou leaned on the bed and coughed. He saw a cup of steaming water being handed to him. He looked up and saw Huowujiu's cold face. The complacent expression on Jiang Suizhou's face froze, and he even felt a bit guilty. Without waiting for him to speak, Huowujiu leaned over. While following his breath, he brought the water to Jiang Suzhou's lips. He waited for him to drink without saying a word. How could he dare to let Huowujiu serve him? However, Jiang Suzhou didn't have the strength to resist at this time. He could only follow Huowujiu's movements and drink 2 mouthfuls of water. It was hot. After drinking 2 mouthfuls, Jiang Suzhou didn't want to drink anymore. Huowujiu's hand stopped in place. He didn't compromise at all. Jiang Suzhou could only whisper, "It's hot." Because he was sick, his voice was softer than usual. Coupled with his lack of breath, there was a hint of coquettishness in his voice. It sounded quite delicate. Huowujiu paused. He took back the teacup and put it on the table next to him. "Is this the way you said to go home?" Huowujiu asked in a low voice. His tone was very calm, but Jiang Suzhou could hear the hint of a punitive expedition in his words. He paused and whispered guiltily, "Yes." Then, he hurriedly explained, "This method is more direct after all. Your injury needs to be bandaged and treated. It can't be delayed any longer. I'm sick all the time." "It's nothing." Before he could finish, he couldn't help but cough violently. He coughed until he was dizzy. His ears were filled with his own hoarse coughs. Somehow, he vaguely heard a sigh. Then, a hand fell on his back and patted him slowly. However, after that, he didn't hear Huowujiu say another word. He sat silently at the side and watched the imperial physician treat his illness. Then, he quietly waited for the people sent by Meng Qianshan to return with the imperial edict. Then, he packed up his luggage and carriage. Jiang Suzhou didn't say a word to Huowujiu until he changed his clothes and got into the carriage. He sat next to Huowujiu. Jiang Suzhou felt a little uneasy. Meng Qianshan brought him a fur blanket and covered him with it. He curled up on the seat of the carriage and leaned against the corner of the carriage. The mountain road was bumpy, and the carriage wasn't very stable. He leaned against the carriage and bumped into it. However, his eyes kept glancing at Huowujiu. He couldn't help but wonder if Huowujiu was angry. He kept looking at Huowujiu. After a few times, he was caught red-handed by Huowujiu. Jiang Suzhou was in a daze due to his illness. He suddenly looked into Huowujiu's bottomless black eyes and was shocked. Huowujiu looked at him quietly. After a while, he asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Suzhou cleared his throat and said softly, "Don't be angry." Huowujiu's body paused slightly. Then, he stood up from the wheelchair and walked to Jiang Suzhou's side and sat down. "I'm not angry," he said. But next time, shouldn't you tell me before you make such a decision?" Huowujiu said. Jiang Suzhou choked and couldn't say anything for a while. After a while, he muttered softly, "And you said you weren't angry." Huowujiu's eyes and ears were sharp. Naturally, he heard him. He sighed helplessly and reached out to touch Jiang Suzhou's forehead. He said, "There are many ways. You don't have to hurt your body." Jiang Suzhou was stubborn. "I'm used to being sick," this was the truth. When he came to this dynasty, his life was in danger. How could he care about being sick? On the other hand, his sickly body could sometimes be used as a cover and sometimes as a weapon. He didn't have any psychological or moral burden to use himself. When the situation was urgent, he naturally didn't hesitate. However, Huowujiu interrupted him. "You're quite comfortable being sick, aren't you?" he asked. Jiang Suzhou shut his mouth in embarrassment and didn't say anything. Huowujiu said, "If you're not feeling well, why do you still want to do this? Just tell me directly. There are always other ways." Jiang Suzhou knew that he was in the wrong. He knew that he lacked consideration and was used to acting on his own. He never thought of discussing it with Huowujiu. He lowered his head and grunted in agreement. He didn't know how wronged he looked when he admitted his mistake. In Huowujiu's eyes, it was actually a little infuriating. He was like a small animal that had done something wrong. After a few words of reprimand, he pretended to be pitiful and aggrieved. Instead, he looked like he was being bullied. Huowujiu couldn't bear to see him like this. When he spoke again, he tried his best to speak softly. Because he never spoke softly to others, his soft voice sounded awkward and clumsy. "Even if I don't care about my injury, it won't be a problem. The wound isn't deep and there's no poison on the blade. It didn't hurt any vital parts. Even if I don't care, he'll recover." When Jiang Suzhou heard this, he was about to speak but was interrupted by Huowujiu. "Don't talk back." Huowujiu was merciless. "I know this kind of thing much better than you." That was true. Although he was still young, he had grown up on the battlefield. As for Jiang Suzhou, he was a modern person and had never seen any bloody scenes. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. In addition, he was too concerned and made a big fuss over nothing. He shut his mouth in embarrassment. He heard Huowujiu pause for a while, as if he was organizing his words. After a while, he spoke again. "Yesterday, when I was injured, you felt bad, didn't you?" he said. Jiang Suzhou nodded obediently. He heard Huowujiu continue. "You felt bad for me. I could feel it. You insisted on freezing yourself because of my small injury. How would you know if I would feel bad or not?" Although his tone was a little awkward, his words truly shocked Jiang Suzhou. He raised his head and looked at Huowujiu in a daze. He saw Huowujiu sitting there with his eyes lowered. His expression was cold and calm, and he didn't look at him. In Jiang Suzhou's illness, he couldn't see people clearly. With the carriage shaking, it was even more difficult to see clearly. Therefore, he didn't see that Huowujiu's body was a little stiff. His cold gaze, which was staring at the corner of the carriage, was also motionless and full of nervousness. This appearance clearly showed that he was awkwardly hiding something. After a while, he looked at Jiang Suzhou. "You just need to take care of yourself," he said. "Don't hurt yourself for me." Jiang Suzhou opened his mouth and was about to speak. But at this time, the carriage finally descended the mountain. That part of the road hadn't been repaired, and it had rained a few days ago. When the magnificent ceremonial procession rolled, the ground became very rugged. The carriage suddenly jolted, and Jiang Suzhou crashed heavily into the carriage. Then, following the inertia, he fell to the side and fell straight to the other side. Jiang Suzhou only felt that his sick brain had been shaken into paste. But at this time, he bumped head first into a somewhat familiar embrace. Warm, firm, with the unique tenacity of muscles, and a heartbeat so steady that it seemed like all the other sounds in the world had disappeared, leaving only this one sound. Jiang Suzhou only felt that his heart had stopped for a moment. He paused, only feeling that the panic from last night had returned. After a while, he recovered and hurriedly supported his body to stand up. But at this time an arm lifted up and pressed down on his shoulder. It pulled him back and pressed him back to his original position. The carriage was still jolting, but a warm embrace and a hard carriage were not the same. Jiang Suzhou's throat lost its ability to speak. Then, with a burst of vibration in his chest behind him, he heard Hua Wuzhou's voice. "Okay, close your eyes and sleep. We'll be there soon," he said. Jiang Suzhou wasn't so sick that he couldn't move, but he didn't struggle anymore. He stared blankly for a moment, and without knowing why, he obediently followed his words and closed his eyes. For a moment, his vision darkened. Within the rocking carriage, that person had encircled him in a firm and warm embrace. Like a tired bird returning to its nest. Jiang Suzhou's head was dizzy from his illness, but his mind was clear for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. He seemed to have fallen for it. It seemed that the fact that Imperial Prince Jing was a homosexual had changed from a fake to a real one. Since they didn't have to travel with the honor guards of the future emperor, their return journey was much faster. When night fell, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the prince's estate. Jiang Suzhou was already sleeping soundly. He was already sick, and the carriage was shaking violently. He was dizzy all the way back to the prince's estate and couldn't differentiate between north and south. As soon as the carriage stopped, Meng Qianshan hurriedly ran inside and asked someone to call for a doctor. Hua Wuzhou sat in his wheelchair and watched as the servants helped Jiang Suzhou out of the carriage and placed him on the carriage. Hua Wuzhou felt a little empty. Perhaps it was because he had been hugging someone in his arms all day, but he felt warm. Moreover, that person was nestled in his arms like a little beast. Her warm breaths were all on his chest. Now that the night wind was blowing, the warm half of his body suddenly felt a little cold. Hua Wuzhou sat in his original position and didn't move until Wei Kai came forward to push his wheelchair. He heard Meng Qianshan's voice in front of him, "Your Highness?" Hua Wuzhou immediately looked in that direction. He saw Jiang Suzhou on the carriage say something, and Meng Qianshan repeatedly looked in Hua Wuzhou's direction. Then, Hua Wuzhou heard Meng Qianshan say, "Your Highness, don't worry. Madame Hua is here." Hua Wuzhou's hand on the wheelchair tightened. What an idiot. The group hurriedly sent Jiang Suzhou back to Anin Hall. Wei Kai pushed Hua Wuzhou into the courtyard behind them. Anin Hall was already brightly lit. The servant girls in the courtyard hurriedly walked to and fro, all of them heading towards the main room. Li Chongming has already gone. General, don't worry. Wei Kai saw that Hua Wuzhou kept looking in that direction and comforted him in a low voice. However, Hua Wuzhou said, "Let's go and take a look." Wei Kai knew where he wanted to go, so he didn't object. He just obediently pushed Hua Wuzhou's wheelchair into the main room. Everyone in the room was busy. Because the prince was always sick, the servant girls and manservants were all experienced. At this time, they were orderly. Hua Wuzhou raised his hand and waved Wei Kai away. He then pushed his wheelchair back to his bedroom in Xianxia. The servants didn't bother to greet him, and he didn't want to add to the chaos. He just quietly stopped in a corner near the bed and watched Li Chongming treat Xianxia. The room was brightly lit, much brighter than the carriage. Therefore, Hua Wuzhou could clearly see that Jiang Suzhou's face was burning red. For some reason, Hua Wuzhou suddenly remembered the day when he first arrived at Prince Jing's estate. At that time, he was covered in injuries. No one in the prison could treat his injuries, so he could only hang on to his last breath in the cold and damp prison. He was sent to Prince Jing's estate. He knew the reason and was prepared to be humiliated again. However, what he expected didn't happen. Instead, he met Prince Jing, who was watching over him under the lamp when he was injured and had a high fever. He was really stupid. He never asked him to do anything for him. Even if the two of them were on opposing sides, he had always been the type of person who wouldn't offend others unless they offended him. He wouldn't really blame Jiang Xuanheng, an idle prince who couldn't resist Jiang Xuanheng's orders. However, this person insisted on giving him everything. He was also very naive. He didn't know that if he put in too much effort, the other party would have feelings that he shouldn't have. Hua Wujiu quietly looked at him for a moment. However, it wasn't that he shouldn't have these kinds of feelings. After all, when he looked at this person right now, he only felt that this person was very lovable. No one would dislike him. It served him right that he fell for him. Hua Wujiu couldn't take his eyes off him at all. Li Chongming straightened up and quickly glanced at him in the corner. Then, as if he didn't see him, he turned around and looked at Meng Qianshan. Meng Qianshan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Dr. Li, how is the prince?" Li Chongming sighed and said, "Don't worry, Gong Gong. The prince just caught a cold. It's been a while, so he's unconscious. Let this old man prescribe some medicine for the prince. He'll be fine after a few days of rest." Meng Qianshan let out a long sigh and repeatedly chanted Buddha's name. Then, he asked Li Chongming to go to the side and prescribe the medicine. The servants in the room gradually retreated after helping Jiang Suizhou tidy things up. Hua Wujiu slowly moved to the side of the bed. He reached out and touched Jiang Suizhou's face with the back of his hand. It was still hot. It was very hot and very pitiful. Hua Wujiu didn't say anything for a moment. However, Meng Qianshan, who was next to him, had sharp eyes and came forward. "Madam Hua?" he said. "Don't worry, the prince is fine," Hua Wujiu responded. Meng Qianshan looked at him for a moment and knew what he was going to do. Madame Hua was staying by the bed until the prince woke up, wasn't she? Although Meng Qianshan was happy for the prince, he didn't dare to trouble his master. He hurriedly said, "The prince's medicine is about to be boiled." "Madam, don't worry." However, the prince ordered this morning that he would ask Dr. Li to take a look at you when he returned. "It's late now. Madam, why don't you go back to your room and wait for a while? There's a servant here." Hua Wujiu silently looked at Jiang Suizhou for a while. Normally, he was stubborn and wouldn't listen to Meng Qianshan. However, he had no choice but to listen to him. It was all because of the person in front of him. He had made himself sick just for the small wound on his shoulder. There were many people in the main room. If others saw his injury, they would be suspicious. Therefore, if he didn't go back, he wouldn't have a chance to bandage it. When he woke up the next day, he would be unhappy. Hua Wujiu's stubbornness, which no one could persuade, silently disappeared when he thought about it. After a while, Meng Qianshan's heart was in his throat. He was waiting to persuade Hua Wujiu again when he heard Hua Wujiu's voice. "Let's go," he said. There was a subtle hint of compromise in his tone. After this day, Wei Kai suddenly understood his general's feelings towards Prince Jing. He had only heard rumors about men having that kind of relationship with each other. However, he only treated it as a joke. He never thought that there would be a man who would fall in love with another man. Moreover, it was his general who fell in love with Prince Jing. Wei Kai was greatly shocked. However, after returning to Linen from the hunting grounds, he couldn't bring himself to dislike Prince Jing. After all, Prince Jing treated his general very well. That day, when his general was humiliated by Pang Xiao, it was Prince Jing who saved him in time and covered up the fact that his legs had recovered. After that, Prince Jing suddenly fell ill and their general happened to be able to go back to Linen for treatment. He also knew that it wasn't a coincidence. Although Prince Jing was the younger brother of that dog of an emperor, Wei Kai also knew that he should repay his kindness. Secondly, in his opinion, it was obvious that Prince Jing had no interest in his general at all. It was his general who had charmed tens of thousands of young girls at Yong Pass. When he looked at Prince Jing, it was as if he wanted to eat him up. In all fairness, Wei Kai felt that his general was quite inhumane. Prince Jing treated him as a friend, but what about him? He actually had that kind of feeling towards Prince Jing. However, although Wei Kai criticized him in his heart, he still protected his general and felt sorry for him. Their general had been single for more than 20 years. It was the first time he had fallen in love with someone, let alone getting married. However, he saw that ever since his general returned to the prince's estate, he had been looking forward to the stars and the moon. He sat in his room with a cold face and didn't say anything. However, Prince Jing didn't even come to see him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have come to see him. After all, they had returned to the prince's estate. He and Li Chongning naturally wouldn't let their general get hurt. However, it wasn't a matter of whether their general needed someone to take care of him or not. It was a matter of whether their general could see his sweetheart. However, Prince Jing didn't come for a long time. Only Prince Jing's eunuch came once. When he saw that their general was fine, he was about to leave. Their general finally opened his mouth to speak. "How's your prince doing?" the general asked. The eunuch hurriedly replied, "He's doing well. Dr. Li's medical skills are excellent. After a few doses of medicine, the prince has almost recovered. Right now, his foundation is still a bit weak, but he can already move around freely." Hu Wujiu paused for a moment. "That's good," he said slowly, pausing between each word. Wei Kai was so anxious that he almost jumped up. His general almost had the words, "Then why didn't he come to see me?" written all over his face. However, the eunuch seemed to be busy with something and didn't notice their general's expression. He smiled, bowed, and left. The moment the door closed, a shadow fell on their general's face. Wei Kai's heart also turned cold. He hurriedly went up to them. However, before he could say anything, he saw their general sitting there. After a long silence, he frowned and rubbed his forehead. "Wei Kai," he said. Wei Kai hurriedly replied, "General?" His general paused, then said hesitantly, "Help me think, how did I make him angry?" His tone was actually 20% doubtful and 30% careful, making Wei Kai feel that his general had been taken over by someone else. He couldn't hold it in any longer. "General," he said. "If you really want to see him, why don't you take the initiative to look for him?" Jiang Suzhou did have some thoughts of avoiding Hu Wujiu. He didn't forget the thoughts he had when he was sick that day after he woke up. He woke up early in the morning, and his fever had subsided. However, when he stared at his bed curtains, his mind was filled with thoughts of Hu Wujiu. He actually had feelings for Hu Wujiu. Jiang Suzhou felt that he had pretended to be gay for so long that it was an illusion. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still didn't have any feelings for men. Only Hu Wujiu, when he thought of him, seemed to make his heart beat faster. What a sin! For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He only felt guilty and panicked. For a moment, he didn't know how to face Hu Wujiu. He also didn't dare to face himself. When he thought of him and saw him, his heart beat wildly. He simply pretended to be an ostrich, closed the door, and didn't see him for a few days. Although running away was useless, it could at least delay and allow him to temporarily not face the problem directly. It was soon May. In these few days, he didn't go. As expected, Hu Wujiu didn't come looking for him. It had always been like this. Hu Wujiu's personality was cold, and his legs were inconvenient, so he stayed in his room all day. It was always him who took the initiative to look for him. Now that he was also avoiding him, the two of them really couldn't see each other. Jiang Suzhou rejoiced, but he also felt a little sour. After all, the feeling of unrequited love was uncomfortable no matter how one looked at it. Therefore, Jiang Suzhou was also tired these few days. He didn't need to go to the yamen, so he shut himself in his room and slept. The Dragon Boat Festival on the 5th day of May was considered a big day. However, because he was sick, the estate was deserted. The festive atmosphere in the city also didn't drift to Imperial Prince Jing's estate. Until this day. He was almost fully recovered. After waking up from his afternoon nap, he leaned against the headboard and read a book. The servants in the room had all been dismissed. For a moment, it was quiet and peaceful. Only the rustling of the trees in the courtyard could be heard. Gradually, the sun began to set. At this moment, he heard the sound of the room door opening. He thought it was Meng Qianshan. He flipped through a page of the book and didn't even raise his head. "What's the matter?" he asked lazily. Then, he heard Hu Wujiu's voice. "It's me." Jiang Suzhou's entire body froze. He froze in place and didn't dare to raise his head. For a moment, he just wanted to immediately bury his head in the quilt so that he could hide all his secret thoughts and not let Hu Wujiu find out. Jiang Suzhou lowered his head, and the light on the bed was dim. Hu Wujiu didn't notice that he was avoiding him. The door closed, and only the two of them were left in the room. Hu Wujiu supported himself with one hand in his wheelchair, stood up, and walked to Jiang Suzhou's bedside. "I heard from Meng Qianshan that you're almost done." He paused, and said casually, "Why don't I see you going out?" Jiang Suzhou was slow to reply. "I'm too lazy to move." Hu Wujiu asked, "You're not going out today either?" Hearing his question, Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but raise his head to look at him, asking in confusion, "What day is it today?" Hu Wujiu looked down at him, "You don't know?" Jiang Suzhou noticed that Hu Wujiu was wearing an unremarkable coarse robe. It looked like the robe worn by Li Chongning's disciple. He was holding a robe in his hand. It was sky blue in color and looked rather coarse. It looked like a commoner's robe. Before Jiang Suzhou could say anything, the robe fell on him. It was cold and had a clean smell of soap. "Then change into it," he said. "What?" Jiang Suzhou was stunned. Hu Wujiu looked at him helplessly for a moment, then raised his hand and pressed the top of his head. "The 5th of May, he said. "Change into it. I'll take you out later." After saying that, he walked out of the room as if he didn't care if Jiang Suzhou agreed or not. He was waiting for him to change into his robe. When Jiang Suzhou came back to his senses, he had already sat down in the outer room. He could only see a vague figure through the screen. Such a person, even though he was wearing coarse clothes, still looked so charming and outstanding. What did he just say? Jiang Suzhou held the robe in his hand, dumbfounded. The 5th of May was the Dragon Boat Festival. He said, he wanted to take him out at this time, wasn't that just messing around? The prince's mansion was already heavily guarded. With Hu Wujiu here, there were many spies and guards of the future prince. This prince's mansion was guarded like an iron bucket. It was simply impossible to leave through the front door without being aboveboard. Furthermore, Jiang Suzhou raised his head and looked outside. Hu Wujiu had already poured himself a cup of tea and started drinking. With her current state of mind, she shouldn't have met Hu Wujiu. Outside, Hu Wujiu was not as free and easy as he appeared to be. It had always been Jiang Suzhou who took the initiative to look for him. Today, he had made a lot of preparations. After all, he had never taken the initiative to look for someone else, let alone someone that he had other thoughts about and made him feel a little guilty. As for the excuse he used to go to Jiang Suzhou, he wasn't sure either. If he was looking for someone for no reason, he had to find a reason. Hu Wujiu didn't want to talk to Jiang Suzhou about Peng Xiao and Jiang Suanhing's official business. After looking around, he found this reason to take him out to play. It was also because he had always escaped from the Marquis's mansion to play since he was young. He didn't know if this noble young master who grew up in the imperial city would fall for this trick. His calm and composed appearance just now was clearly a paper tiger. At this moment, he sat still in the same place. The tea in his hand didn't have any flavor at all. His eyes were fixed on the masterpiece hanging on the wall. A moment later, the sound of footsteps came from behind the screen. "Hu Wujiu, where are you taking me?" It was Jiang Suzhou's voice. "The prince's mansion is heavily guarded. You can't enter or leave without permission. If there's nothing important, it's best not to take this risk." Hu Wujiu raised his head to look. He saw Jiang Suzhou standing awkwardly by the screen. His expression was stiff, and his body was also in a resistant and hesitant posture. But, that sky blue robe really suited him. Although he was born with an exquisite and devilish appearance, the thick black and gold prince's robe always hid his clean temperament. Now that he wore this robe and tied up his long hair, he completely looked like an ordinary scholar's son. Seeing this, Hu Wujiu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled, stood up, and strode in front of Jiang Suzhou. Without waiting for him to dodge, he reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Let's go," he said. Jiang Suzhou retreated, wanting to dodge. But Hu Wujiu's grip was strong, and he didn't plan on giving him a chance to dodge. He was pulled by Hu Wujiu, walking straight to the backroom's window. "Don't worry." Huo said. But, if someone finds out that we're not here? Jiang Suzhou was still making his final struggle. Huo said calmly, it's fine. When I came in just now, I already told Meng Qianshan. I need to talk to you about something. Don't let anyone in to disturb him. If he said something like that, wouldn't it cause a misunderstanding? But before Jiang Suzhou could react, Huo's hand was already on his waist. Immediately, he withdrew his strength, and Jiang Suzhou was tightly held to his side. Then, Jiang Suzhou's feet were empty. A gust of wind blew in his face, and the setting sun generously enveloped him. They had already jumped out of the room through the window. In a few breaths, Huo had already taken him out of the courtyard and onto the roof of the prince's mansion. This was the first time that Jiang Suzhou had a panoramic view of the prince's mansion. Jiang Suzhou saw the servants coming in and out of the mansion, as well as the guards patrolling the surroundings. But Huo's movements were quite tricky, and they were completely in a blind spot. Jiang Suzhou could only feel his robe fluttering, as if he was being held by a circling eagle as he flew out of the prince's mansion. When his feet finally touched the ground and he was released by Huo, he had already landed in a blind corner of a street near the prince's mansion. It was a turn in a small alley, and the surroundings were quiet. There was not a single person in sight. He was a little confused. He raised his head to look at Huo, and was met with Huo's smile. It was a very faint smile, but it carried a light that was hard to ignore. It was like a bird that had flown out of its cage, or like a wild beast that had brought him into its territory. He looked at him with a hint of calm and unruffled mischief. Jiang Suzhou was about to speak when he heard Huo say, "Aren't we out now?" As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Suzhou and walked calmly out of the alley. "Since you've recovered, don't be so bored," he said as he walked. Jiang Suzhou muttered behind him, "If you're so capable, why don't you just go back to Beiliang?" Huo turned around. "Do you want to go?" he asked. "If you want, you can leave the city now." Jiang Suzhou was shocked and looked up at him. He saw Huo, who was walking half a step in front of him, turn around. His expression was serious, and he did not look like he was joking at all. Jiang Suzhou's mind went blank for a moment. But, in the next moment, Huo laughed. "I'm just teasing you." His voice had unknowingly softened. With a warm smile, he blended in with the soft wind of the early summer evening. It blew into Jiang Suzhou's ear. This was the second time Jiang Suzhou had gone to the market in Linen. The last time, he came here alone to get drunk because of Jiyu. However, he did not belong here. Even though he seemed to have blended into the crowd, he was clearly separated from the crowd. Therefore, after that day, Jiang Suzhou had never thought of going out to take a look. But this time, it seemed to be different. Perhaps it was because today was especially lively. The Dragon Boat Festival was considered a big festival in Linen. Because of today's festival, there was no curfew in the city. At this time, the streets were bustling with activity, and there was a surging tide of people. The streets were not lit yet, but the vendors on the streets had already set up their stalls. The stalls that sold lanterns and gadgets were colorful, while the stalls that sold food had smoke rising from their chimneys. In the distance, a lion dance team could be faintly seen walking across the street. There were also street performers performing at the intersection of the street. From time to time, there would be a burst of applause. Because of the large number of people, Jiang Suzhou's wrist was held in Huo's hand. Through the robe, there was a clear sense of strength and warmth. For some reason, Jiang Suzhou seemed to be infected by the liveliness around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "It's really lively," he said. "I can't feel it at all in the mansion." The surroundings were lively, and no one noticed them. As soon as his words came out, they blended into the voices of the people around him. However, Huo heard it. He laughed in a low voice, lowered his head, and said to Jiang Suzhou, "I said that I should come out for a walk. I didn't lie to you, did I?" Jiang Suzhou also laughed along with him. Although his reason told him that he should stay away from Huo, he had to admit that walking side by side with Huo was something that made him extremely happy. "Okay, let's go eat first," he heard Huo say. He was not familiar with this place, so he allowed Huo to pull him to a small restaurant. They sat down by the window on the second floor. The restaurant was not large, and the tables and chairs were very crude. The porcelain cups on the table were very coarse, and the tea that was poured out was also very ordinary green tea residue. However, the view here was very good. As soon as he lowered his head, he could see the bustling streets. Jiang Suzhou's expression did not change, but his eyes were looking around. After Hu Wujiu ordered the dishes and asked the waiter to leave, Jiang Suzhou asked, "How did you find this place?" Hu Wujiu naturally poured tea for him and said, "Wei Kai told me." After they entered the city, they stayed here. They said that the northern cuisine here is very authentic, very similar to Yangguan. That day in the mountains, Jiang Suzhou had already heard from Hu Wujiu. His soldiers were not completely wiped out. There were still some left. With Wei Kai as their leader, they were now scattered in Linen City. Jiang Suzhou was nodding when he saw Hu Wujiu speak and look at him. "I haven't had the chance yet, so I can only stay here and take you to try the dishes there," he said with a faint smile. "In the future, I will definitely take you back to Yangguan to have a look." Jiang Suzhou's heart began to beat wildly. He could feel how much Hu Wujiu missed and longed for Yangguan. At this moment, his eyes were shining. However, Jiang Suzhou had a very real illusion. It was as if Hu Wujiu did not just say that he wanted to go back to Yangguan, but that he wanted to take him with him and integrate into his past and future. Jiang Suzhou was momentarily speechless. He could only stare blankly at him. Hu Wujiu was also stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you not used to the northern cuisine? If you are not used to it, we can go somewhere else." Jiang Suzhou came back to his senses. He had lost his composure. He had lost his composure. He hurriedly pinched himself in the palm of his hand and scolded himself for being useless. He hurriedly concealed his emotions and changed the topic. "No." He cleared his throat and said, "This prince. I just remembered that there is no purse on this set of clothes. I don't have any money on me. Do you have any?" Hu Wujiu paused for a moment, then as if he just realized this, he expressionlessly said, "I forgot." His expression was especially serious, and it didn't seem like he was faking it at all. Jiang Suzhou originally just wanted to find a random topic to talk about, but when he saw his reaction, he was also stunned. Was this even possible? He stared at Hu Wujiu and saw that Hu Wujiu was calmly looking back at him. He blinked his eyes and revealed a somewhat innocent expression. That meant he really didn't bring any money with him. Jiang Suzhou had never encountered such a situation in his life, so he immediately panicked. He hurriedly fumbled around his body, but when he changed his clothes, he had already taken off all of his jade ornaments. Right now, he was only wearing a clean set of clothes made of extremely coarse material. Jiang Suzhou's mind was a bit blank for a moment. Just now, he had already ordered the dishes. If he couldn't take out something to compensate for the money, would he have to go back to the estate to get it? They had snuck out, so naturally, he couldn't keep the tab. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly heard a laugh coming from across the table. It was a low and deep voice, and there was a hint of unconcealable joy in it. The next moment, with a clang, a heavy pouch was gently thrown onto the table and landed in front of Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw Hu Wujiu calmly looking at him. In front of him was an ordinary-looking pouch that was filled to the brim with money. "Why do you believe everything I say?" Hu Wujiu raised his eyebrows and supported his face with one hand. There was a hint of a smile on his face as he lazily sized up Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou finally realized that Hu Wujiu was just teasing him. This person was really... When he first arrived at Imperial Prince Jing's estate, he didn't say a single word to anyone. When he occasionally looked up at Jiang Suzhou, his gaze was cold and ruthless. Now, he was gradually revealing his wolf's tail, showing off a bit of his original flamboyant and nasty appearance. Jiang Suzhou pursed his lips and said embarrassedly, "Who knows if you're telling the truth or not? What's more, where did you get the money?" Hu Wujiu did not seem to mind at all. "Wei Kai," he said. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. "What?" Hu Wujiu picked up the coarse porcelain cup in front of him and took a sip of tea. His arrogant manner, coupled with his indifferent expression, made him look like a rebel leader who had taken over a mountain and declared himself king. It's what he has saved up over the past few days, plus the reward from the prince's mansion, Hu Wujiu said. He doesn't go out and has no use for it, so he gave it to me. Jiang Suizhou was speechless for a moment. Who would have thought that the indomitable General Hua, whose name would go down in history, would steal money from his subordinates when he went out for a meal? Although Jiang Suizhou felt a little guilty about Wei Kai, he still finished the meal with Hu Wujiu. It was true. It was said that this restaurant had moved south with the Jing dynasty to Linen. His northwest cuisine was quite unique. Even though Jiang Suizhou did not have a big appetite, he still ate a few more mouthfuls because of the taste of the food. By the time they finished eating, it was completely dark outside. The street lights were lit, and the bright lights illuminated the festive atmosphere. Jiang Suizhou stuffed the bag of money back to Hu Wujiu and let him pay the bill. Then, they left the restaurant and merged into the crowd of people on the street. Jiang Suizhou was curious about everything he saw. He had dabbled in the Jing dynasty's folklore, but what was described in books was different from what he saw with his own eyes. It was inconvenient for them to bring things back when they went out, but that did not stop him from looking around. He looked around as he walked, and his eyes seemed to be shining. Hu Wujiu was not interested in these things. Even though this place was different from Yangguan, it was more or less the same. He was already tired of looking at it. However, in his eyes, Jiang Suizhou, who was beside him, was interesting. This young master of the imperial family grew up in the imperial city. He looked arrogant and noble, but in reality, he had not seen much of the world. Those common folk toys seemed to be very interesting in his eyes. He was like a child who was curious about everything. His pair of clean eyes had a rare quick-witted look. People came and went, and no one paid attention to the two of them. No one noticed that his eyes were fixed on Jiang Suizhou next to him. He was silent but firm, and there was a depth that he himself did not notice. The two of them followed the crowd and slowly moved to the intersection of the street. At this time, there were many people gathered around the empty space in the middle. There were a few Jianghu artists standing in the open space. They were bare-chested and were performing there. One of the men held a torch in his hand. It was unknown what was in his mouth, but when he blew on the torch, it directly spat out fire, causing the surrounding people to cry out in surprise and cheer. Jiang Suizhou's footsteps also stopped. In his eyes, these Jianghu artists always had a mysterious color to them. There were very few records about them in the history books, which made them seem quite legendary. He stopped here and did not walk any further. He watched as those people finished their fire-spitting performance and then went back to swallowing their swords. A few of the young apprentices around him had facial tattoos on their faces, and they were doing somersaults in a lively manner. Cheers rose and fell one after another. Jiang Suizhou was also gradually moved by the atmosphere, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Hu Wujiu, who was next to him, turned his face to look at him. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Everyone was afraid of Prince Jing. The world also knew that Prince Jing was a treacherous official who was evil to the bone. But only he, Hu Wujiu, could see that under Prince Jing's seemingly unapproachable appearance, he was actually very likable. This was a treasure that no one else had discovered, and only he had picked up. Just at this time, the group of people finished another performance. A few children who had been beating the gong flipped it over, and with a smile, they began to ask the surrounding spectators for tips. Copper coins fell to the ground with a pitter-patter. Quite a few people scattered, and the two of them were pushed to the front row. Jiang Suizhou was watching the children pick up the coins excitedly. Suddenly, a slender, hard hand with coarse fingers rubbed against his hand, and something cold was stuffed into his hand. He lowered his head and saw that it was a piece of silver. He looked up and saw Hu Wujiu looking down at him. Seeing the confusion on his face, Hu Wujiu said, "Throw it over." So he wanted him to throw some tips. Jiang Suizhou had been watching the show just now, but because he didn't have any money on hand, he couldn't take out any tips, so he temporarily gave up. Now that the piece of silver was stuffed into his hands immediately began to itch. He smiled at Hu Wujiu, and then waved his hand. The shiny piece of silver fell next to the feet of a child. The child who was picking up the coins was pleasantly surprised, and hurriedly went forward to pick up the silver. He directly bowed in the direction of Jiang Suizhou. Jiang Suizhou only saw the happy expression on the child's face. He didn't notice that when the child smiled at Huozhou's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Then, he felt a chill in the palm of his hand. He looked at Huozhou in astonishment, and saw that Huozhou was looking at him. Huozhou tilted his chin in the direction of the Jianghu entertainers, indicating that he should continue. Jiang Suizhou paused, and then threw the silver in his hand out again. Following that, more silver was stuffed into his hands. One after another, the silver fell to the ground with clanking sounds. The acrobats saw that there was a rich and generous person here, and for a moment, they were somewhat excited. Their surprised and grateful gazes fell on Jiang Suizhou, and it made him feel a bit embarrassed. This time, Huozhou stuffed the silver in his hand again, and he pushed it back. "Enough, enough," he said in a small voice. But the silver was forcefully stuffed into his hand. "It's fine, there's plenty more," Huozhou said. Jiang Suizhou was a bit hesitant, but, although he was happy to see the Jianghu entertainers smile at him, this was a bit too ostentatious. "Did you enjoy watching just now?" Huozhou asked. Jiang Suizhou nodded. "Then let's continue," Huozhou said. Jiang Suizhou looked at him, and then looked at the Jianghu entertainers whose faces were full of joy. The clothes on their bodies were rather coarse and shabby, and they looked very thin. The child with the mask on his face was sweating so much that the paint was smeared. He held the silver in his hand and kept jumping up and down. Jiang Suizhou threw out the silver in his hand again. Huozhou lowered his eyes to look at him. Seeing this, he immediately took out another piece and put it in Jiang Suizhou's hand. What silver? In his eyes, it wasn't even worth anything. Right now, his whole heart and eyes were filled with joy. He only thought that Jiang Suizhou looked good when he smiled. Jiang Suizhou left after a while. He insisted that Huozhou show him the pouch. Huozhou calmly waved the half-empty pouch in front of his eyes. "I already told you, there's still a lot." Huozhou didn't care at all. Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but grit his teeth and say in a low voice, "But, this is too ostentatious. What if someone sees it? What should we do?" Huozhou said with certainty, "No." Jiang Suizhou didn't understand, why. Huozhou's chin pointed to the south and said, "At this moment, the more important people in Linnan are all looking at the scenery on West Lake." Speaking of this, his lips curled up. He leaned closer to Jiang Suizhou and said, "There are flower lanterns, cruise ships, and dragon boat races. Later on, there will be Kongming lanterns by the lake. Do you want to see it?" Jiang Suizhou didn't know where Huozhou found out so many things, but he knew that the lake in Linnan was connected to Taihu Lake. There was a magnificent viewing tower by the lake. It seemed that today was a festive day, and many influential people were there. Jiang Suizhou didn't dare to wander in front of them. He hurriedly stepped back, but Huozhou grabbed his wrist. "If you want to go, then go." He glanced at Jiang Suizhou with a mischievous smile and pulled him away. Jiang Suizhou hurriedly said, "I don't want to. There are so many people there at this time, and I think many people will recognize us. It's better not to take the risk." But Huozhou seemed to be a risk-taker. "It's okay," he said. "With me here, they won't see us." Jiang Suizhou was still worried. But he couldn't persuade Huozhou. Huozhou was strong, and his martial arts were beyond the reach of ordinary people. If he really wanted to do something, of course, no one could stop him. Jiang Suizhou was dragged half a street by him. Soon, Taihu Lake was in front of them. From afar, they could see the sparkling surface of the lake, reflecting the bright lights, making it as bright as day. There were exquisite pleasure boats and dragon boats by the lake, and the faint sound of drums could be heard. And by the lake, there was a magnificent 5-story pavilion. The glazed tiles reflected the bright lights. It was the famous foaming pavilion in Linnan. At this time, the pavilion was brightly lit, and they could vaguely see the fragrance of clothes and hair. Jiang Suizhou's whole body tensed up. But Huozhou's footsteps didn't stop, and he went straight there. They were almost there. Jiang Suizhou hurriedly pulled him back. "Wait a minute." Huozhou turned his head. "What's wrong?" He was about to tell Jiang Suizhou not to worry, but Jiang Suizhou pulled him to the side. There was a small stall selling trinkets. They were colorful, and they were all things that could drive away evil spirits during the Dragon Boat Festival. Xianxia took out a piece of silver from Huowujiu. Then, he took something hanging from the stall and put it on Huowujiu's face. It's okay. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Under the light, there was a ferocious beast mask, which completely covered Huowujiu's face. Huowujiu could not help but chuckle softly. If he were to be seen by others, then even if his face was covered by a mask, there would still be people who would recognize him from his figure. Since he had brought Xianxia out, he did not plan to let anyone in the imperial court see him. But he raised his hand and touched the mask on his face. It was quite useful. No matter what, this was something that Xianxia had given him. Through the mask, he let out a muffled laugh and dragged Xianxia away. If you're relieved, then let's go, Huowujiu said. Xianxia nodded and hurriedly followed. However, he and Huowujiu did not have a chance to be recognized. When they reached the end of the street, Huowujiu dragged him into a deep alley. Then, he stepped on the roof with him and flew in the direction of Fengming Pavilion. At this time, the streets and the lake were all brightly lit. They fell into the dark night sky like birds stealthily flying in the dark and did not attract anyone's attention. Xianxia thought that he was going to bring him to the lakeside, but he did not expect it to be like this. Huowujiu leaped a few times and brought him directly to the roof of Fengming Pavilion. Xianxia only felt dizzy in front of him. In front of him was a panoramic view of Lake Tai. The colorful lanterns on the lake were like twinkling stars in the night sky, reflecting the dragon boats and pleasure boats floating on the lake. Further away was the brightly lit city of Linen. And below him was Fengming Pavilion, where the distinguished guests gathered. The higher the level of the banquet hall, the higher the price. For such a grand occasion, it was obvious that Peng Xiao and his family were in the hall below them. At this time, a muffled voice came from the roof. This humble official offers a toast to Lord Peng. It was Peng Xiao who was holding a banquet for his fellow officials. Xianxia was stunned to the spot. Then, he heard Huowujiu's deep laughter from the side. What a coincidence, he said lightly. You. Xianxia was stunned by Huowujiu's behavior. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his chest. He looked up at him in a daze. Just how daring was this person? Perhaps not even in their wildest dreams would the Peng faction have ever imagined that not only Huowujiu's leg was healed, he even dared to go to the top of the pavilion where they were having a banquet to look at the dragon boat during the Duanyang festival. He saw Huowujiu smiling nonchalantly at him, pulling him to sit down on the roof of the glazed roof. The roof of the Phoenix Cry brothel was extremely wide. The four corners of the building were decorated with huge flower lanterns that were as tall as a person, reflecting the light from the glazed roof tiles. The two of them happened to be sitting in the dark of the roof, stepping on the brilliant lights of Lin and under their feet. Xianxia couldn't help but lean closer to Huowujiu and whisper, "You're too daring." Huowujiu took off his mask with one hand and played with it in his hand. Is this considered daring? His words were light as a feather. With one look, one could tell that this righteous general in history was also a troublemaker when he was young. Xianxia gradually came back to his senses. He looked at Huowujiu, and then looked at the lights of the city that stretched to the horizon behind him. He had always been used to following the rules, but he never knew that such a frightening and risky move was, actually very interesting. He listened to the sounds of toasting under his feet. Occasionally, he even heard one or two officials loudly flattering Peng Xiao. They only thought that they were in the middle of a festival, sitting in the most luxurious hall in Linen with the best view, and hosting the most popular and powerful officials in the world. However, they didn't know that the war god of Daliang, who terrified them the most, was sitting on the roof ridge above their heads. At this time, the war god was leisurely bending his legs and relaxing his eyebrows. He was sitting under the sky full of stars and above the lights of the city. It was really amazing. Xianxia paused and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Huowujiu heard him laugh and immediately turned to look at him. Isn't it beautiful? He asked. I'm not lying. Xianxia smiled and asked, do you always make trouble like this in Yangguan? Huowujiu raised his eyebrows and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. How is this considered making trouble? Then, without waiting for Jiang Suzhou to speak, he leaned slightly in Jiang Suzhou's direction and gently bumped him with his shoulder. It's because you don't know how to find fun for yourself that you think climbing on the roof is scary enough, he said. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but nod approvingly. He really didn't know how to do it. He had always been quiet and obedient since he was young. Even if he wanted to have fun, he would just find some books to read. He wasn't like Hua Wujiu, who climbed up and down. Now that they were in linen and were suppressed by the future master in Peng Shao, he could still be so bold. Presumably, when he was in Yangguan, he must have turned linen upside down and caused a headache for the old marquis. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. He only felt that it was interesting. Hua Wujiu, who was beside him, saw that he didn't refute. Instead, he pursed his lips and smiled. He looked obedient and quiet, and even made people feel a little sorry for him. He couldn't help but say, there will be a lot of fun in the future. Just wait. His tone was so confident that it was actually a little childish. He was like a young boy who patted his chest and promised to protect the girl he secretly loved. It was a kind of hot and safe feeling, which made Jiang Suzhou's heart involuntarily move. He looked at Hua Wujiu and moved his lips, but he didn't know what to say. Then he heard the excited sound of drums coming from the lake in the distance. He looked up and saw that the dragon boat race had already begun. There were lanterns all around the lake, and the shore was also full of lights, which lit up the dragon boat. For a moment, the commoners surrounded the lake and cheered in a lively manner. Even the people in the hall below them had gathered on the balcony. Jiang Suzhou nervously closed his mouth. Hua Wujiu saw his worry. In fact, there was nothing to worry about. The Phoenix Cry Pavilion was built magnificently, especially the roof, which was much higher than the houses below and was stacked with 2 floors. In the dark, they could only vaguely see the people on the balcony. Even if the people on the balcony turned their heads, they couldn't see anything. However, he didn't say anything to remind him. Instead, he smiled with interest. In truth, Jiang Suzhou was an interesting person no matter how he looked at him. Jiang Suzhou could always evoke some of his vile nature. He didn't look at the dragon boat. Instead, he only looked at Jiang Suzhou until the end of the dragon boat race. This person was very nervous, but he was really interested in the race. Although he looked nervous, his eyes were always hovering around the people downstairs and the dragon boat, which was very interesting. When the race was over and the people on the balcony returned to the banquet hall, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the cheering of the people around the lake, he leaned over to Hua Wujiu and whispered, "Which boat did you bet on just now?" Hua Wujiu didn't say anything. Jiang Suzhou saw him looking down and thought that he was focused on the movements of the Pengxiao people downstairs and didn't have time to watch the dragon boat race. Jiang Suzhou then described to Hua Wujiu, "I saw that the 4th boat had a good momentum, but I didn't expect that in the second half of the race, the 3rd boat would overtake it and only get 2nd place. The 3rd boat has been stable all the time. It must have been well trained, and the people on the boat have a better tacit understanding." Hua Wujiu raised his hand and said, "Shu." Jiang Suzhou immediately stopped talking and followed Hua Wujiu's gaze. He saw that the people of the Pengxiao party who had returned to the banquet hall had returned to the balcony. This time, Pengxiao's figure was among the crowd. Jiang Suzhou shuddered and quickly sat down. Even his breathing became lighter as he stared at the people downstairs. However, he didn't notice that Hua Wujiu, who was next to him, secretly let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and used his index finger to scratch the ear that was next to Jiang Suzhou's. This Prince Jing was really something. He insisted on getting so close to him when he talked. Just a few words by his ear made half of his body numb. The numbness traveled from his spine to his waist, and it even made a certain part of his lower body restless. Fortunately, Peng Shao was there, and he was able to scare away this little fox who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Peng Shao had asked the officials of the Peng Shao party to push him out to release the lanterns. They didn't believe that this group of people was just using this opportunity to flatter him and gain his favor. Peng Shao didn't refuse. He smiled and walked out of the banquet hall with the crowd. At this time, the dragon boat race had already ended. The people by the lake started to release their lanterns one after another. The pale yellow light reflected in the white lantern slowly rose into the air and floated all over the sky. It was really beautiful. Peng Xiao stood on the spacious balcony and took the Kongming lanterns from the servants. I don't have any wishes. He smiled faintly. I only hope that the country will be prosperous and the people will be at peace, and that your majesty will be in good health. The officials next to him all cupped their hands and praised him. Peng Xiao personally wrote down his wishes, lit the lanterns, and released them into the sky. Immediately, another official came forward with a lantern that had been written on it. The minister of the prime minister cares about the country. I really admire you, the official said as he handed his lantern over. I wish that the minister of the prime minister's wishes will come true and that you will live for 10,000 years. Seeing this, Peng Xiao smiled with satisfaction. He watched as the official released the lantern full of flattering words into the sky. The two lanterns swayed as they rose into the sky and merged with the other lanterns in the sky. The crowd watched for a while. Then, they hugged Peng Xiao and laughed as they went back to drink. Xianxia, who was on the roof, heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his back was about to break out in cold sweat. He looked sideways at Huowujiu and saw that Huowujiu was looking up at the sky full of lanterns. Xianxia followed his gaze and looked over as well. He saw thousands of Kongming lanterns floating in the night sky. It was truly a beautiful sight. Xianxia could not help but let go of his nervousness and looked up at the sky as well. It's really beautiful, he said. Huowujiu, who was beside him, spoke. It's a pity that I was careless and forgot to bring a lantern for you, he said. Xianxia could not help but laugh and said, Fortunately, you didn't bring one. How can there be lanterns floating from the roof? Are you afraid that no one will notice us if you put a lantern here? Huowujiu shook his head. Then I'll have to make a wish for you, he said. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, he changed his mind and said, One is not enough. Make it two. Xianxia was amused and laughed. Just as he was about to ask Huowujiu where he got the two wishes, he heard a crisp sound that gave him a fright. He hurriedly looked over and saw that Huowujiu had broken off half of a glazed tile from the roof of Mingfeng brothel with his bare hands. Then, he held the half of the glazed tile in his hand and used his strength to break it into two pieces. Raise your head, Huowujiu said. Xianxia was puzzled. When he raised his head, he heard a faint but sharp sound that pierced through the air. A Kongming lantern that was flying slowly in the air fell. The flame inside burned the lantern in an instant and extinguished it, turning it into a pile of ashes that fell to the ground. This is Jiang Xuanhing's wish for peace and prosperity. Xianxia heard Huowujiu's voice. In the next moment, there was another sharp sound. Another Kongming lantern was extinguished and fell to the ground. This is Peng Xiao's wish for longevity. Two bright Kongming lanterns instantly blended into the night. Amidst the rising flames, they fell silently. They were the two lanterns that Peng Xiao and the others had put on the balcony earlier. Xianxia turned his head in a daze and saw Huowujiu with his hands on his knees. He tilted his head and gave him an impudent smile. Xianxia's heart seemed to stop beating. How was this making a wish for him? This was clearly a condescending god from the heavens who had forcibly found his wish among the thousands of wishes of all living beings. He held it in front of him and told him, I'll give you everything you want. When Huowujiu returned with Xianxia, it was already late at night. He left through the back window and sent Xianxia back to his room. After Xianxia changed his clothes, he left Xianxia's room openly. Meng Qianshan, who was guarding the door, looked at Madame Hu's radiant face in the wheelchair. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Huowujiu didn't even look at him. He put something on his lap and moved the wheelchair quickly away. Meng Qianshan couldn't help but look at Madame Hu's back. This general was different from ordinary people. His legs were broken, but he walked as if he was flying in the wheelchair. Meng Qianshan watched for a while, then shook his head and went back to his master's room to wait on him. In Huowujiu's room, Wei Kai was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around anxiously. Other people didn't know what the two of them were doing, but he knew. Because he knew how dangerous their general's trip was. It was no less dangerous than wandering around under the nose of the ruler of Nanjing. Therefore, the later it was, the more anxious he became. Fortunately, the door opened at the second watch period. And the sound of the wheelchair could be heard. Wei Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. It was really exciting. "General, how was it?" he asked hurriedly after the door closed. Huojiu raised his hand and threw a light pouch into his hand. The pouch was more than half empty. There were only a few pieces of silver left at the bottom of the pouch. He held the pouch in his hand and it made a hollow sound. Wei Kai hid the heartache in his eyes. Forget it, forget it. Even though he had painstakingly saved up the money when he was poor and drifted to Nanjing, the general had never lacked money since he was young. He didn't even know how much money he had on hand. If he spent it all, it would be all spent. However, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you buy anything?" He raised his head and looked in the direction of Huojiu. Huojiu got up from his wheelchair and sat down at the side. He was fiddling with something in his hand. It was quite big and looked like a mask. His master was holding it under the lamp and was examining it with downcast eyes. The light shone brightly on the smile in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth, which was always tilted downwards, also lifted. It was a smile so faint that it was almost indiscernible, but on Huojiu's face, it was exceptionally dazzling. "Yes, I did," Huojiu answered casually. As he spoke, he picked up some things in his hand and waved them in front of Wei Kai. "Prince Jing gave it to me. Is it nice?" Wei Kai swallowed his saliva and was momentarily speechless. What's there to look at, such a huge pile of silver in exchange for this? It was just a crudely made mask, and on it was a picture of a ferocious beast with its bloody mouth wide open. The ferocious beast was called Swan Anai, and it was a famous ferocious beast in the Xinyi. It was a stubborn, arrogant, and ruthless monster that messed up the natural order. It was used by the common people to fight poison with poison to ward off evil spirits. How could their general be so happy when he received something like this? Wei Kai stared at the mask and was momentarily speechless. This made Huojiu unhappy. He frowned and spoke rudely, "Are you deaf?" Wei Kai looked at his general's obviously unfriendly gaze, and for a moment, he resigned himself to his fate. Forget it. Although he wasn't educated, he still knew how to misrepresent a deer as a horse. Now that the tyrant was in front of him, even if he had been infected by the ferocious beast and had become a blockhead, he still had to follow his words. "It's quite nice." He didn't mean what he said and forced himself to speak under the pressure of the tyrant. Fortunately, Wei Kai didn't suffer a huge loss. After that day, he received a reward from Prince Jing's residence under various pretexts. The amount was several times more than what he had lost to Huojiu. Although Wei Kai was a man who wouldn't bend over for 5 buckets of rice, when he held the money that Prince Jing returned to him and looked at the general who carefully put away the mask, Wei Kai couldn't help but feel that Prince Jing was more humane than the general. After that day, his sick leave ended in Xianxia. His body had recovered a long time ago, and he waited in the residence for 2 days until the day of the court assembly. He knew that even if he wanted to slack off, he couldn't relax at this juncture. After all, he had dealt a heavy blow to Pang Xiao that day at the hunting grounds. As expected, the atmosphere in the court assembly was extremely cold. His successor had never been a person who could hide his thoughts. Today, he clearly expressed his coldness and disgust towards Pang Xiao. Today, most of the people in the court assembly were Pang Xiao's henchmen. When Pang Xiao was disappointed, these people trembled with fear. After a whole morning, the atmosphere in the court assembly vaguely returned to normal. However, Jiang Suizhou could tell that his successor was just throwing a tantrum with Pang Xiao. He was familiar with the history books and knew that his successor and Emperor Jingling didn't have a close relationship. Emperor Jingling favored the original owner's mother, while his successor's mother, the current Empress Dowager, was Emperor Jingling's long-neglected wife. According to the history books, his successor had never seen Emperor Jingling when he was young. Even when he was 4 or 5 years old, he still didn't know who his father was. After that, in order to coax him, Pang Xiao naturally doted on him. Therefore, even if the two of them didn't realize it, Jiang Suizhou clearly knew that Pang Xiao filled the vacancy of his successor's father. Therefore, even if he caused such a big mess, his successor still couldn't let go of Pang Xiao in his heart. Even if he wanted to punish him, he definitely wouldn't kill him. Because he was already mentally prepared, Jiang Suizhou only wanted to hear if there were any major events in the court today. As for his successor in Peng Xiao, he just treated it as a show. As expected, he didn't come in vain. An official in the court reported that General Liu had returned victorious and would arrive in Linen in a few days. At that time, someone would have to take care of the ceremonial guards to welcome General Liu. Everyone knew that this wasn't a good job. General Liu Yu, had a bad temper and was famous for not being moved by force or persuasion. If he got this job, not only would he not get any benefits, but he would also get into trouble. The courtiers all knew this, and so did the successor. He looked around disinterestedly and finally found the first thing that was worth being happy about today. He raised his hand and pointed. "Fifth brother, I'll leave the task of welcoming General Liu to you," he said. There were some things that the onlookers could see more clearly than the authorities. After the court, Peng Xiao's expression was ugly until he got into the carriage. In the court today, in front of the courtiers, he had been humiliated by the emperor many times. The courtiers weren't deaf or blind, so they naturally saw it all. He wasn't a person made of wood, so of course, he also felt it. When he spoke, the brat on the throne pretended not to hear. Whenever he made a suggestion, the boy would turn his back on him with a sullen face. This feeling of shame and anger was too strange. He hadn't felt it since the death of the previous emperor. Peng Xiao's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word until he got back to his residence. He admitted that since the end of the year, his life hadn't been smooth sailing these past few months. Prince Jing, who was clearly a sickly person who was about to die at any time, made him fall one after another. The tasks he got didn't go smoothly, and he even destroyed the newly built ancestral temple in the palace. These were all facts, he admitted. Although he was angry, he knew that it was just a few bumps in the road. He was still sitting in the position of the prime minister, so he didn't lose. But, he sat down in his hall and slowly drank his tea. However, although he addressed the emperor as the emperor for the time being, in his eyes, the emperor was no more than a 30-year-old child who had yet to reach adulthood. He pushed Jiang Suanheng to his current position because he was related to him by blood. He was also raised to be stupid and clumsy by his elder sister, so he was the easiest to manipulate. He kept sending sugar-coated bullets to make the brat trust and love him, also that when he ascended the throne, he could hold the power of the world. But now, Peng Xiao put down his teacup and looked down at the ripples in the cup. A cold smile appeared on his face. Now it seemed that people were like cats and dogs. They couldn't be raised well. If you treated him well, it would become a reason for him to reach for a yard after taking an inch. If you treated him badly, he wouldn't remember your previous kindness. It was also his fault. He was too eager for quick success and spoiled that brat. He made Jiang Suanheng feel that he was very obedient to him. He made him feel that he was the emperor and dared to step on his head. What he didn't know was that he, Peng Xiao, didn't care who was sitting on the throne. He only cared about whether that person was easy to control and whether he, Peng Xiao, had the power to control the world. As for the so-called emperor, he could protect him yesterday. In the future, he could replace the disobedient one with someone younger and easier to control. It would just take a little more effort. After a long time, Peng Xiao laughed coldly. "Men," he said. His confidant hurriedly came forward and knelt in front of him, quietly waiting for his orders. Peng Xiao spoke slowly. "Is the eldest son of His Majesty almost 3 years old now?" he asked. The confidant cupped his hands and answered. Peng Xiao smiled. "I remember that his birth mother didn't come from a good family. She was just a palace maid," he said. "Go and report this to the Empress Dowager. Bring the child under her care and let her take care of him. Don't say anything else and don't ask too much." Because the task of welcoming Liu Yu had fallen on his head, Jiang Suzhou had no choice but to be busy these days. Etiquette was complicated to begin with. In addition, Peng Xiao's subordinates always made things difficult for him, so his work was much harder than usual. However, he knew that this was just the norm. These small troubles were only because Peng Xiao hadn't found a reason to overthrow him in one fell swoop. Therefore, he was very cautious and sent people to secretly monitor Peng Xiao's movements. However, Peng Xiao was unusually quiet these days. He didn't make any moves until the day Lu Yu returned to the city. On this day, the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Jiang Suzhou set out early in the morning and followed the ceremonial procession out of the city. They waited outside the southern gate of Linen to welcome Lu Yu's army. It was also this morning that a willow branch was brought into Prince Jing's estate and delivered to Huowujiu. "General, what's the meaning of this?" Wei Kai held the willow branch in his hand. It was already past spring. In summer, willow branches were thick and resilient. The person who broke the willow branch was also very strong. He actually broke the entire branch, which looked like a whip used to spur horses. Huowujiu's gaze paused on the willow branch. He thought of the note he had given Ji Hongqing that day. A hint of disdain appeared on his face and he looked away. "Prince Jing left early in the morning?" he asked. Wei Kai nodded. Huowujiu slowly spoke. "That means that Lu Yu is back." The sun was gradually rising. Jiang Suzhou knew that the army would move slowly, so he sat in the carriage and waited. Luckily, Linen was near the water and there were many trees outside the city. Even though the sun was high in the sky, it wasn't too hot. It wasn't until close to noon that a soldier on a fast horse came to report that General Lu was about to arrive. Jiang Suzhou quickly got off the carriage and stopped in the middle of the road. Because Lu Yu had returned to the capital, the army needed to stop outside the southern city gates. As a result, the entire southern city gates had been placed under martial law. At this time, there was a strict ceremonial guard with Jiang Suzhou as the head of the Ministry of Rites. Looking from afar, it was very solemn. Not long after, he could faintly hear the sound of horse hooves. Jiang Suzhou looked at the end of the road and saw a large army coming from afar. The person at the front was a general riding on a tall horse. He looked very tall and his shoulders were as heavy as a mountain. He was wearing silver armor with a scarlet cape fluttering behind him. It was clear at a glance that this was General Lu Yu. Jiang Suzhou was a bit nervous and his hands were sweating. Lu Yu must have met the original host before, but he had only seen this person's name in history books. It was his first time seeing him in person. Although he was already familiar with Prince Jing's identity and no one could tell the difference, he couldn't rule out the possibility that this general's eyes were as bright as torches. Perhaps the original host and Lu Yu had some kind of relationship that he didn't know about and would be exposed in front of Lu Yu. Jiang Suzhou took a deep breath and waited for Lu Yu to arrive a few feet in front of him. Seeing Lu Yu stop his horse, Jiang Suzhou gave a faint smile and bowed to him. "This king respectfully welcomes General Lu. Congratulations on your triumphant return and the glory of my Dejing country." Lu Yu gave a clear laugh and jumped off his horse. He cupped his hands and bowed to Jiang Suzhou. "This general thanks your highness." Seeing this situation, Jiang Suzhou guessed that the two of them had not interacted before and were very familiar with each other. Judging from his attitude, he was probably so focused on the battlefield that he didn't even know that Huowujiu had married him as a concubine a few months ago. Jiang Suzhou heaved a sigh of relief. The smile on his face couldn't help but become more sincere. He took a few steps forward and held Lu Yu's arm. At this moment, he quickly sized up Lu Yu. He was tall and sturdy, and actually bore some resemblance to the portraits in the history books. He was in his 40s and was in the prime of his life. Although the years of wind, frost, rain, and snow had deepened the wrinkles on his face, he didn't look old. Instead, he looked more resolute. "General, there's no need to be so courteous." Jiang Suzhou withdrew his gaze and smiled. "You must be tired from the long journey." "You must be tired, General." Lu Yu saw that Jiang Suzhou's expression was gentle and his words weren't as harsh as the other civil officials. He also smiled and exchanged pleasantries. "It can't be considered tiring. This general is used to being on horseback. This time, I wasn't in a hurry to return to the capital, so it was very relaxing." Jiang Suzhou followed along and exchanged a few words with him, praising him neither lightly nor heavily. "This prince came today to welcome you into the city," Jiang Suzhou said after exchanging pleasantries. "His Majesty has already set up a banquet in the palace and is waiting to reward you. We're just waiting for you to take care of the 3 armies before we can enter the city." Lu Yu nodded and asked, "I just don't know if His Majesty said anything about what to do with my soldiers in the future? With so many troops, it's not a good idea to stop them outside the city." Jiang Suzhou paused. According to his understanding of the history books, after returning to the capital, Lu Yu's military power had been stripped away bit by bit. After the Ministry of War went through all of his troops, they all fell into Pang Dang's hands. Later on, when the Lord allowed him to bring his soldiers back to the capital to be rewarded, he had already planned for this. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said vaguely, His Majesty said that the Ministry of War needs to do an inventory first before awarding rewards. At this time, he didn't have any evidence. He couldn't prove this by relying on his memories from his previous life. Moreover, he and Lu Yu had just met for the first time. If he immediately opened his heart to him, it would only make him suspicious. Thinking this, he smiled and nodded at Lu Yu, then looked behind him. The army was moving slowly. Just now, Lu Yu was impatient and came first. At this time, the army arrived at the edge of Linen City in a grandiose manner. Lu Yu had 50,000 troops under his command. Although it wasn't a large number, it still gave off a feeling of grandeur. At this time, a white horse lightly trotted in their direction. The person on the horse wasn't in the middle of the army. He only spurred the horse forward, like an unrestrained knight. But that person was clearly wearing armor. As he got closer, he could faintly see that this person's figure was slender and graceful, like a woman. A woman? Xianxia's fingers twitched slightly, and his eyebrows couldn't help but knit together. If there was a woman in this army, it couldn't be anyone else. At this time, Xianxia heard Lu Yu's sigh. Your Highness, please excuse me. This is this general's daughter. Her name is Wanjun. He said. Xianxia sighed softly in his heart. It really was her. But for some reason, his sigh didn't make him relax. Instead, it made his chest tighten. There was an indescribable feeling of stuffiness and discomfort, making his breathing a bit sluggish. Perhaps it was because, when he heard that name, he immediately thought of Huojiu, who always appeared with her in the history books. For Huojiu, he was the evidence that his successor had humiliated him. He was a stain on his life that couldn't be ignored. But Lu Wanjun was a rare romantic couple in the history books, a soul-stirring immortal couple. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but fall onto Lu Wanjun's body. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this girl was truly beautiful. She probably took after her mother, unlike Lu Yu, who was tall and rough. On the contrary, her features were handsome and heroic, with a bit of a woman's delicateness. Perhaps it was because she wasn't raised in a boudoir, but her skin wasn't white. It was a light wheat color under the sun. This, on the contrary, caused her beauty to show a healthy spirituality, and added a bit of tenacity to her. Especially on her body, there was a kind of carefreeness and confidence that was cultivated on the battlefield. This kind of bearing was actually somewhat similar to Huojiu's. Presumably, when these two people stood together, they would be extremely eye-catching. Xianxia strenuously turned his gaze away. What was wrong with him? Originally, he knew that his current thoughts were just wishful thinking. Huojiu had his own path in life, and he would also meet the people he was supposed to meet. As for himself, he was just an ordinary person who had inexplicably transmigrated from the future, hoping to cling on to him in order to survive in this chaotic world. But now, this person Huojiu was supposed to meet was here, but he couldn't feel happy. Xianxia knew that he shouldn't think this way, but he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He had never experienced this kind of discomfort before. He felt extremely tormented, but he didn't know who he was competing with, so he just didn't want to retreat. After a moment, he smiled faintly and reluctantly said, as expected, like father, like son. General Lu's daughter is also a rare heroine. Lu Yu was careless and didn't feel that something was wrong. He waved his hand and said, What heroine? It's all because this general's wife passed away early and raised wild animals in the military camp. Now that she's 17 or 18 years old, I can't even talk about her. This general returned to the capital this time because I wanted to properly train this girl in linen and teach her embroidery, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In any case, she'll look like a girl. As he spoke, he laughed and said, Prince, please help me keep an eye on her. If there are any noble sons and young talents in the capital who are unmarried, I won't be picky. Xianxia revealed a forced smile. He wanted to tell Lu Yu not to worry, that fate was here, and that there was no need for others to pull strings. However, he opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. On the other hand, Meng Qianshan, who was beside him, saw that something was wrong and hurried forward to support him. Prince? Jiang Suizhou lowered his head and smiled, allowing Meng Qianshan to support him. He pushed the boat with the current and said, "This prince's health isn't good, General, please don't laugh." Lu Yu repeatedly waved his hand, "It's fine, it's fine. These soldiers will take a while. If your highness isn't feeling well, you should quickly go and rest." Jiang Suizhou smiled faintly and nodded. Then, he was supported by Meng Qianshan and left. He admitted that his wishful thinking had become narrow-minded. He couldn't even do it face to face with Miss Lu. He was really a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest. On the other side, there was a clear neigh of a fine horse. The armored woman turned over and dismounted. She clapped her hands and handed the reins to the imperial bodyguard beside her. She walked towards Lu Yu and asked in confusion, "Hm? Father, why did that young master just leave?" As she spoke, she looked in the direction of Jiang Suizhou's carriage. "He's quite good-looking. What's wrong? He doesn't look happy. Could it be that father made an enemy in court?" Lu Yu gritted his teeth and raised his hand to poke her forehead. "What are you saying? He's just not feeling well, so he went back to rest." As he spoke, he didn't forget to warn her. "Don't have any ideas about him. He's a homosexual." Lu Wanjun smiled, "What ideas? He's just good-looking. You won't let me praise him? What are you praising him for? Don't act like a girl." Lu Yu was exasperated. "You should be careful with your words. The capital isn't like the military camp. You can say whatever you want. If you speak so carelessly, how are you going to find a husband?" Lu Wanjun interrupted him and said what he wanted to say. I know. My ears are going to grow calluses." Lu Yu angrily glared, "Don't treat father's words as a joke." Lu Wanjun sneered. She raised her hand and casually patted him on the shoulder as she said perfunctorily, I know. I didn't treat it as a joke." She spoke slowly with a nonchalant smile on her face. Her last syllable was as light as a feather as it streaked across the desert sky. "All right, hurry up. Don't let that delicate and weak young master wait too long." As the official who had gone out of the city to welcome Lu Yu, Jiang Suzhou needed to welcome him back to the palace. After meeting the emperor together, they would attend the welcoming banquet hosted by the palace with Lu Yu. By the time Lu Yu finished counting the soldiers, the sky had already darkened. A group of officials sat in a carriage, along with Lu Yu and his daughter, as well as several high-ranking military officers, majestically opened the Yang Gate and entered the palace. Although Jiang Suzhou's official position wasn't high, he was the emperor's only living brother and the only imperial prince. Because of this, having him go out of the city to welcome them gave Lu Yu a lot of face. The officials couldn't guess the emperor's intentions, so they treated Lu Yu with more caution. However, the successor didn't think as much as they did. He just wanted the person he hated to welcome the person he hated. It would be best if the two of them fought, and the worse the situation, the better. Therefore, while the officials in court were carefully trying to guess the emperor's intentions, the successor only praised Lu Yu a few times before letting the father and daughter enter the banquet. However, there were a few things that the successor didn't like at the banquet. Lu Yu had always been an arrogant person who didn't like to pay attention to anyone. In the past, even if it was Pang Xiao, he wouldn't give any face to anyone. However, today, he saw His Highness Prince Jing, who wasn't in good health, braving the sun to welcome him outside the city. Prince Jing's attitude towards him wasn't as strange as other civil officials. Lu Yu was a bit concerned. Halfway through the banquet, he actually stood up and toasted Jiang Suzhou. Other than the emperor, Lu Yu had never toasted anyone before. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The way they looked at Jiang Suzhou changed. As for the successor sitting on the dragon throne, his expression also became gloomy. Everyone knew that Lu Yu had a large number of soldiers in his hands. It was because he didn't have good relations with the people in court that the successor was able to use him without any worries. But now, Jiang Suizhou also felt the sudden chill in the surrounding atmosphere. He raised his eyes to look at Lu Yu and saw his calm expression. With one look, he knew that Lu Yu had stood up to drink with him because they had met today. However, the people around him were only concerned about his sudden closeness to Lu Yu. No one would delve into what had happened outside the city today. Jiang Suizhou only felt that it was a little difficult. Seeing Lu Yu walk over with wine, he stood up first and spoke before Lu Yu with a faint smile. How could I trouble General Lu to toast this prince? Treat it as this prince toasting you. This prince's body is useless. Today, I was rude outside the city. I hope the general will not blame me. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed as he held the cup with one hand. He choked and spilled the wine in the cup. Lu Yu was shocked when he saw this. He had been in the army for many years and had seen powerful men. When had he ever seen such a sickly person with a pale face? He hurriedly said, "What's there to blame? His Highness's body isn't good. He should rest more." Jiang Suizhou stopped coughing and smiled faintly as he clinked cups with Lu Yu. He let out a sigh of relief. Now, he could explain the doubts in everyone's hearts. But at this moment, a voice slowly came from the head of the table. General Lu should give a proper toast to His Highness, Prince Jing. It was Pang Xiao. Lu Yu was puzzled. He turned to look at Pang Xiao, only to see him smile slightly and speak slowly. General Lu, you still don't know that there is a joyous occasion at Prince Jing's estate. Hearing this, Jiang Suizhou's heart skipped a beat. He choked on the wine that he was drinking. Instantly, his fake cough became a real cough. He naturally knew what kind of joyous occasion Pang Xiao was talking about. After all, General Lu still didn't know that his good friend's only son had been married off to Prince Jing's estate as a concubine. Jiang Suizhou coughed violently. Meng Qianshan was so frightened that he hurriedly came forward to help him breathe. However, Jiang Suizhou didn't care about this. His heart was already in his throat. When he heard this, Lu Yu would definitely be furious. He didn't know what he would do. But no matter what, this anger was definitely directed at him. He forced himself to stop coughing. He took a deep breath and waited for the storm to come. Lu Yu, however, was puzzled. What joyous occasion? Pang Xiao looked at Jiang Suizhou and then looked at Lu Yu. He laughed ambiguously and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Lord Ho Zhu, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a rare change of mood. He put away his doubts and displeasure and looked at Pang Xiao with satisfaction. An official from the Pang party answered with a smile, General Lu, you don't know, right? Back then, General Hua Wujiu, the only son of Marquis Dingbei, had a good relationship with His Highness Prince Jing. For a moment, there was a burst of laughter. Another official added with a smile, what General Hua? She's Mrs. Hua now. Lu Yu was shocked. He was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. Who was this imperial Prince Jing? Everyone in the world knew that he was gay. He had heard about the defeat of Hua Wujiu at the beginning of the year when he was in Lingnan, but he did not expect to be humiliated to this extent. He looked at Jiang Suizhou in disbelief. He saw that Prince Jing, who looked like a good girl, had a pale face and was being supported by the eunuch next to him. He was looking up at him. Because he had coughed so badly earlier, there were tears in his eyes. Under the light of the lantern, he looked a bit sickly and pitiful. Lu Yu was burning with anger. He had exchanged a few words with this imperial Prince Jing today. From their conversation, he could more or less tell what kind of person this imperial prince was. Now, looking at Pang Xiao's appearance, it was clear who had thought of such a vicious method to humiliate Hua Wujiu. Lu Yu glared at him, scaring Jiang Suizhou so much that he couldn't help but shiver. In the next moment, Lu Yu turned around. His 8-foot-tall body stood there like a mountain and looked directly at Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao, you old thief, I thought you were not a human, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You want to drag the grudges of the imperial court into your backyard? His voice was very loud, like a large bell. It suddenly exploded in the dazzling hall, scaring all the officials. Even Pang Xiao didn't make a sound for a moment. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Lu Yu spoke again. You still think it's honorable, don't you? He said angrily. It's only honorable to win a battle. It's only honorable to fight back to Yi City. You can either kill him or let him go and marry a prisoner of war to a noble. What, Are you waiting for the world to praise you for being smart and curse Wu Wujiu for being a coward? You're the one who's being a coward. Not only will the world laugh at you, laugh at His Majesty, and laugh at the entire country. Don't you civil officials like to go down in history? In another 1,000 or 2,000 years, believe it or not, people will laugh at you for using such despicable methods to torture a prisoner of war. They'll laugh at you for being shameless and unscrupulous. Hu Wujiu had already thrown the thick willow branch out of the window. When night fell, Wei Kai hurried into Hu Wujiu's room. There's something, General. Hu Wujiu glanced sideways at him and saw Wei Kai take out an extremely small letter from his sleeve. It was rolled up into a small roll. It must have been sent by a flying pigeon. This is a reply letter from Li Qing, the general guarding the north bank of the Yangtze River, Wei Kai said. Hu Wujiu made a sound of acknowledgement, took the letter, and opened it in his hands. The letter wasn't big, and it was written in small regular script. Although there was a lot of content, it was easy to read. However, perhaps the person who wrote the letter was too emotional. Although it was written in small regular script, the strokes were uncontrollably trembling, and it looked a little sloppy. In particular, a few drops of tears fell on the paper, blurring the words. Hu Wujiu quickly skimmed through the letter in his hands. The words in the letter were sincere, and the excitement in the letter was overflowing. Li Qing said that he didn't expect Wei Kai to see the general again. Even if the general's legs hadn't recovered, there was definitely a glimmer of hope. He was stationed in Jiangbei, and he didn't dare to forget the general's instructions. He would definitely protect the border of Jiangbei for the general. If the general had anything to do, just tell him. When the general gave the order, he would definitely listen to it and wait for the general to return to the country. Hu Wujiu read the letter twice before slowly putting it down. He didn't say anything. When Wei Kai saw that he had finished reading the letter, he hurriedly said, General, although Li Qing has never worked with us, I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person. This is good. As long as we have a chance to leave Linen and rush to the bank of the Yangtze River, I think there's nothing to worry about. We can just focus on conquering it. Hu Wujiu lowered his eyes and wiped the tears on the letter with his fingers. There was no expression on his face, and it was impossible to see his emotions at this time. After a while, he smiled faintly and said, Yes, I've only seen him twice. How could a person who had never spoken to him and wasn't his subordinate be so emotional that he couldn't even understand what he was writing? Moreover, who knew if the tears on the letter were real or just for show? After a while, Hu Wujiu moved his fingers and crushed the letter in his palm. General? Wei Kai looked at him in confusion. Hu Wujiu's expression was calm as he loosened his grip, and the snow-white paper fell to the ground with a crash. Don't reply first. Wait a little longer, he said. But, Hu Wujiu looked up and saw Wei Kai looking at him with a face full of surprise and disbelief. He knew what Wei Kai was thinking. He could go in and out of Prince Jing's estate as if there was no one there. It was easy for him to take his men and quickly escape from Linen and back to Bailiang. Moreover, they had contacted the garrison general in Jiangbei and received his guarantee. Leaving at this time could be said to be the easiest and safest plan. However, Hu Wujiu knew that there were still doubts about the reason for his defeat at the beginning of the year. There was an 80% chance that there were secrets that they didn't know. Based on his current conjecture, even if it was his imperial brother's men, he couldn't completely trust them. Therefore, he couldn't really trust Li Qing. However, it was still not appropriate to tell Wei Kai these conjectures. He had a straightforward personality and couldn't keep calm. His thoughts were simple. If he knew, it would inevitably cause more trouble. Thinking of this, Hu Wujiu looked up at Wei Kai and curled one side of his lips. No buts, he said. I'd just like to choose a more exciting method. Therefore, don't be in a hurry to respond. Let Li Qing wait a little longer. Wei Kai showed an indescribable expression. After a moment of silence, he sighed. This subordinate knows what the general is thinking. His expression was deep, and his eyes were full of disappointment and worry. Hu Wujiu frowned. What? Wei Kai sighed bitterly. Aren't you not leaving because you want to take down Prince Jing and can't care about anything else? This subordinate understands. I'm just following the general's orders. He looked like a loyal general under a tyrant. Even if he knew that his master wanted to bring disaster to the country and the people, he still gritted his teeth and acted as the villain's accomplice because of his loyalty. Hu Wujiu looked at Wei Kai and frowned. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Wei Kai felt that his general's cheeks were clenched, as if he was gritting his teeth. The general didn't look happy, but Wei Kai didn't know why he was unhappy. The general's thoughts had always been difficult to guess. Wei Kai couldn't make sense of them. After hesitating for a moment, he asked tentatively. General? Hu Wujiu glanced at him with an indifferent expression. This subordinate understands. Wei Kai immediately stood up straight. Wasn't the general's gaze telling him not to talk too much? He understood. Although the general had such thoughts, they weren't honorable. He definitely couldn't say them out loud. As long as he was well aware of it, it was fine. With that thought, Wei Kai smiled at Hu Wujiu. Hu Wujiu glanced at him indifferently. He didn't want to delve into the mess that Wei Kai understood. He looked out of the window. It was already late at night, but Xianxia still hadn't returned. Since you understand, let's go take a look, Hu Wujiu said. Wait for Prince Jing to return. I have something to discuss with him. Wei Kai nodded and left. At this moment, the atmosphere in the palace's banquet hall was tense. Scholars who had been taught by Confucius and Mencius knew how to be tactful. No matter the situation, they would leave some face for the other party and tactfully express their intentions. Therefore, the court officials had their own way of interacting with each other. Even if they were at loggerheads with each other, they wouldn't really trample on the other party's face. However, Lu Yu was different. He was someone who had never studied before. The principles of those cultured people couldn't be understood by him. After he finished speaking, the hall was completely silent. The court officials all held their breaths and didn't dare to speak again. He was the only one who glared at Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao sat there with an ugly expression on his face. He was silent for a moment, then said with a cold expression, I'm afraid that General Lu has drunk too much. Servants, hurry and help General Lu to rest. He was trying to save his own face, and also to warn Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu completely ignored him. He sneered and said loudly, I'm not drunk. I'm very sober. Old thief Peng, if I had drunk too much today, I'm afraid that your head would have fallen under the table already. Peng Xiao's face darkened even more. In the dazzling hall, the courtiers dressed in luxurious robes all looked at each other in dismay, their gazes stealing glances in his direction. Peng Xiao was used to living like a prince and couldn't stand these things. He pressed his hands on the table and resisted the urge to leave. Lu Yu. Lu Yu. He had already made up his mind to deal with this person. After today, he would definitely let this boorish man know that if he dared to provoke him, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. He gritted his teeth and didn't speak for a moment. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Since today is the day to celebrate General Lu's achievements, why don't we speak in private? General, please return to your seat first. Don't be disrespectful in front of His Majesty. Lu Yu turned his head and saw that it was Qi Min. He remembered this old thing. Although he was usually long-winded and annoying, he was always at odds with Peng Xiao. They had always minded their own business. What's wrong with this old man? I've only been gone for a year, and now I'm on the same side as Peng Xiao. When he saw that Qi Min had come to speak for Peng Xiao, Lu Yu didn't care at all. He turned around and scolded, disrespectful? Since you're the Grand Marshal, this matter is indeed your responsibility. Then let me ask you, is it proper for a prince of the imperial family to marry a war prisoner? Qi Min frowned and looked at him. After a moment, he sat back down and didn't say anything else. Lu Yu glared at Peng Xiao, then threw the cup in his hand away. He walked to the back emperor's throne and knelt down. He bowed and said, This general knows that he has acted presumptuously today, but I ask your majesty to think carefully. If you are bewitched by a scoundrel and do something that will damage the imperial family's dignity, it will damage your majesty's dignity, not that scoundrel's. The back emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Lu Yu was frivolous, but he had the right to be frivolous. Even if he was muddle-headed, he knew that there were no other talented generals in the imperial court. No matter how dissatisfied he was with Lu Yu, he didn't dare to kill him. In the current situation, Lu Yu was their only solid wall. He moved his lips and reluctantly said, "I understand." Lu Yu calmly stood up and returned to his seat. Neither the host nor the guest were happy with the meal. When the time came, the banquet was hastily dismissed. Chi-Men boarded the carriage. Just as the carriage was about to leave, his good friend suddenly stopped it and squeezed into the carriage. "What's the matter?" Chi-Men was old and had drunk some wine. He was a little dizzy and leaned against the carriage to rest. His good friend sat down in front of him and asked in confusion, "Why did you say that today, Duke Chi?" Chi-Men opened his eyes and looked at him. He said, "Because Lu Yu overstepped his boundaries today and made the emperor unhappy." This didn't sound like something Chi-Men would say. His good friend said anxiously, "Duke Chi, please don't tease me." Chi-Men grunted, "I'm not teasing you." He sat up straight and said slowly, "You can see that General Lu is straightforward. Today, not only did he offend Pang Xiao, he also made His Majesty unhappy. It's common for generals to be a little frivolous. However, General Lu's frivolity is not based on merit. He is sincerely angry with Pang Xiao and is worried about De Jing." His good friend said, "Of course." Chi-Men sighed. "Pang Xiao will not tolerate him being like this." His good friend said, "Duke Chi, is that what you think? But now, without Lu Yu, De Jing will no longer have a good general." Chi-Men lowered his eyes. "You and I will be worried about this, but Pang Xiao will not," he said. "When I left the banquet just now, I purposely walked near Pang Xiao. Sure enough, I saw someone go up to him to comfort him. He simply said to that person, 'Let him be arrogant, he will face a great disaster in the future.' Then, I knew that I guessed right." His good friend panicked. "What should we do?" Chi-Men pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "We can't really let him have his way," he said. "That's why I said this today. I want to have a direct confrontation with General Lu and draw a clear line between us. This way, Pang Xiao won't have to be too careful when making a move. He might even try to test my intentions and use me. Although I am old, I still have some connections in the court. When the time comes, I will be able to find some clues. This way, he will be able to do what he wants to do and we will have a way to defeat him." His good friend pondered for a moment and nodded in approval. "Duke Chi's idea is very good." He sighed and said, "I've always known Duke Chi to be impartial and straightforward. Now, it seems that he has a delicate heart." Chi-Men heard this and smiled as he shook his head. "I don't have a delicate heart," he said. "It's just that a few days ago, His Highness Prince Jing secretly saved my life. Only then did I realize that I should learn to retreat in order to advance in a fight with Pang Xiao." On the other side, Lu Yu's carriage could faintly be heard cursing and swearing. Lu Wanjun sat to the side and looked at him with a smile. "What are you so happy about?" Lu Yu was dissatisfied. Lu Wanjun smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that father is very straightforward today and it's very enjoyable to watch." "What's the point of just cursing him?" Lu Yu said angrily. "He's already done some ridiculous things, but it's a pity." At this point, he suddenly didn't know whether he should feel pity for the imperial court being destroyed like this, or for Hua Wujiu, that child, to have suffered such torment. "Pity for Big Brother Hua?" Lu Wanjun asked. Lu Yu's expression was heavy and he didn't say anything else. He knew that he had wronged Marquis North placating, but the country was at stake. As a general, he couldn't be indecisive because of his brotherly feelings. But, Hua Wujiu had died on the battlefield and he didn't even know where he was buried. He only had one son, but now he had to watch as his son was beaten until he was crippled, unable to die and humiliated as a concubine. Lu Yu only felt pain in his heart. He heard Lu Wanjun gently laugh and reach out to pat Lu Yu's shoulder. He comforted him, "Father, don't be too sad. It's already happened. At the very least, Prince Jing doesn't seem like a bad person. He won't really do anything to Big Brother Hua." Lu Yu glared at him, "You only met him once. How do you know he's a good person? Just because he's good-looking? Of course not. If you don't think he's a good person, why didn't father scold him as well today?" Lu Wanjun couldn't help but add. "But, he really is quite good-looking." Lu Yu raised his voice, "But you still can't let that child marry him." Lu Wanjun advised, "Father, you're worrying too much. As long as you're alive, it's not a big deal to be humiliated. Moreover, you just don't want to go." "How do you know Big Brother Hua doesn't want to go either?" "Nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Who asked Prince Jing to be so good-looking? Big Brother Hua isn't blind." When Jiang Suzhou returned to his residence, it was still early in the night, but he felt mentally and physically exhausted. He had been busy all day, and the banquet that night had caused such a huge commotion. He had used up most of his energy. Lu Yu was indeed a loyal subject and a good person. However, Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but worry. According to the history books, Lu Yu was stripped of his military power and was beheaded. He didn't die on the battlefield but at the hands of his own ruler and his colleagues. It was clear that Pang Xiao had wanted to get rid of him for a long time. Moreover, he was too honest and straightforward. It was as if he wasn't afraid of making enemies for himself. Jiang Suzhou felt uneasy. He was afraid that Pang Xiao would really kill him. He was afraid that Lu Yu wouldn't have a good ending. He was also uneasy. He felt a headache coming on and drank some wine. By now, he was already half drunk. He sat in his carriage and returned to Anin Hall. He wanted to rest well and make plans the next day. However, as soon as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he saw a tall and slender figure standing there, waiting anxiously. Jiang Suzhou looked over and saw that it was Wei Kai. "Why are you here?" He got off the carriage and was greeted by Wei Kai. Wei Kai smiled and said, "Your Highness, it's our general, our madam. We have something to discuss with you. Please come with us." Jiang Suzhou acknowledged and followed him to Hua Wuzhou's room. He took a deep breath. He knew that Hua Wuzhou had something to discuss with him. It must have something to do with Lu Yu. If Hua Wuzhou really treated him as a friend, there might be something to do with Lu Wanjun. Jiang Suzhou told himself that it didn't matter. It was only natural. The only thing he shouldn't have was his own delusions. He needed to overcome them himself. As soon as he entered, he saw Hua Wuzhou sitting at the front of the hall, drinking tea. When he saw him enter, he raised his eyes and looked in his direction. His dark eyes were extremely deep. For some reason, the tiredness Jiang Suzhou had accumulated all day suddenly surged up, causing the tip of his nose to sting. He didn't know where this tiredness came from. He only felt that these emotions were surging up so violently that it was difficult for him to withstand them. Perhaps it was because he drank too much that he was sensitive and overthinking things. He sat down on the chair in front of Hua Wuzhou. Hua Wuzhou raised his hand and waved Wei Kai away. "Did you drink?" Hua Wuzhou asked as the door closed. Jiang Suzhou was stunned. He had been imagining things the entire way, but he never expected that Hua Wuzhou's first question would be this. He opened his mouth, but when he spoke again, his voice was weak. "A little," he said. Hua Wuzhou looked at him silently for a moment, then slowly exhaled. "I'm not going to lecture you." As he spoke, he stood up and tested the temperature of the teapot on the table. He poured a cup of tea and placed it beside Jiang Suzhou's hand. "I heard that Lu Yu is back today?" Hua Wuzhou asked. Jiang Suzhou's fingers twitched as if he wanted to reach for the teacup on the table, but when he heard the name Lu Yu, he put his hand back down. He felt rather conflicted. He knew that Lu Yu was a rare loyal official in Southern View. Even though Southern View Tower had fallen, he still did not want him to walk down the same path and be killed by Pang Xiao again. He wanted to save Lu Yu. However, when he heard Hua Wuzhou's question, he did not know why, but he did not feel comfortable. He felt very depressed. He said, "Yes, I left the city today to pick him up." After a pause, he added, "His daughter, Lu Wanjun, is with him." As he spoke, he raised his eyes to look at Hua Wuzhou. He did not realize that his eyes looked rather pitiful at this moment. However, Hua Wuzhou saw it. Hua Wuzhou stared blankly at the pair of watery eyes under the light. He felt as if his heart had been hit softly. The corners of his mouth curled up. He only thought that Jiang Suzhou had drunk too much and wasn't very sober, which was why he looked like this and spoke slowly. His eyes fell on Jiang Suzhou. He looked at him and said casually, That Lu Yu really put in a lot of effort to kidnap her from the border and bring her back." He had a smile on his face and his tone was relaxed. However, in Jiang Suizhou's eyes, it was a different story. He had only mentioned Lu Wanjuan's name, but he laughed. Jiang Suizhou told himself that this was how it should be. They were childhood sweethearts, and the two of them were innocent. This was how it should be. On the other side, Huowujiu didn't forget to continue, her temper isn't very good, and she likes to fight with others. She's even more unreasonable than her father. I didn't bully you today, right? Hearing his familiar and relaxed tone, Jiang Suizhou only felt that his nose was a bit sore. It was his fault. He thought. How could she fall in love with Huowujiu for no reason? He didn't want to listen to Huowujiu anymore. He just wanted to go back to sleep and sober up. He coughed twice and did not answer Huowujiu's question. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "You came looking for me today because of Lu Yu, right?" Hearing his question, Huowujiu stopped chatting and sat down next to him in Jiang Suizhou. "Yes," he said. "I've made some plans today and wanted to discuss it with you." However, when a person was drunk and exposed to the wind, their mind would more or less be a little messy. Jiang Suizhou nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he thought that when they talked about Lu Wanjun, he would laugh and say that she had a bad temper. However, when it came to him, they only talked about business. When the sourness came, it was impossible to suppress it. Huowujiu was completely unaware of it. He said, "He came back this time with 50,000 soldiers and horses. It's a large number, but even if he took them for his own use, it would be difficult to accomplish anything in a short period of time. When the time comes, if Pang Xiao gathers his men and horses, they will be in a deadlock with them. That will be difficult." Jiang Suizhou grunted in agreement. Huowujiu continued, "However, this is the only way. Right now, these 50,000 soldiers are outside the city. They probably won't withdraw in a short period of time. If we can convince Lu Yu to switch sides with us during this time, we can find a way to quickly surround Linen and start a rebellion. We can directly kill Pang Xiao and Jiang Suanheng in the city and prevent the common people from suffering the hardships of war." As he spoke seriously, his brows unconsciously furrowed. His hand also began to draw on the table. Jiang Suizhou nodded from time to time, looking as if he was listening attentively. However, when Huowujiu looked up, he could see that Jiang Suizhou was absent-minded. The room was filled with the light fragrance of wine. Jiang Suizhou didn't look like he was drunk, but his eyes were wandering. This was the first time Huowujiu had seen him like this. He knew that although King Jing was very likable and always had a bit of cuteness that others couldn't see, he could see. However, when it came to serious matters, King Jing was never vague. His abnormal behavior today must be because something even more important than this important matter had happened. Huowujiu's expression turned cold and he frowned. "Did something happen today?" he suddenly asked. Jiang Suizhou nodded again, obviously not listening to what he was asking. Huowujiu closed his mouth and didn't say anything. After a while, Jiang Suizhou came back to his senses. He hurriedly raised his head and looked at him. Huowujiu's expression was solemn and his brows were tightly knitted. He looked as if he was about to get angry, as if a storm was coming. What happened? Jiang Suizhou felt a bit timid under his stare. He shrank back slightly and said honestly, "Nothing happened." "Liar." Huowujiu felt inexplicably irritated. His brows furrowed even deeper. Did someone bully him when he went out today? However, his subordinates in the city didn't send him any news. There was no news at all. Could it be something that happened in the palace? Huowujiu said seriously, "Let's talk properly." Jiang Suizhou didn't know why Huowujiu suddenly asked this question. Moreover, he wasn't lying. He was a bit confused. He turned Huowujiu's words upside down and thought about it for a while. Finally, he seemed to realize that something was wrong. Huowujiu was asking what happened in the palace today, right? Then the only big thing was that Lu Yu reprimanded Pang Xiao. He must have been drunk and muddle-headed. He let his messy thoughts get in the way and actually forgot about such a big thing. It was no wonder that Huowujiu was unhappy. He must have been worried about Lu Yu. Once again, he pretended to be careless. With this thought in mind, Jiang Suizhou said, "There is indeed something." Just now at the banquet, General Lu pointed at Pang Xiao and scolded him. Pang Xiao didn't flare up at that time, but his expression was extremely ugly. When General Lu returned to the capital, the emperor ordered him to station his troops outside the city and wait for orders. I guessed that Pang Xiao was probably afraid of his military power and wanted to make a move against him. After today's incident, I'm sure that Pang Xiao will immediately make a move. Hua Wuzhou's brows furrowed even tighter as he listened. Hua Wuzhou was spouting nonsense. If Pang Xiao really wanted to make a move against Lu Yu, it would be a good opportunity for him to instigate Lu Yu's rebellion. He was clearly asking what kind of grievances Hua Wuzhou had suffered today, but Hua Wuzhou avoided the topic and talked about other things that were even more annoying. His voice was slow and soft. Hua Wuzhou felt an inexplicable heartache and became even more anxious. He suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Xianxia. "Did I ask you this?" he said. "What's wrong with you today?" Hua Wuzhou couldn't control his tone and spoke abruptly. His tone was much harsher than usual. Hua Wuzhou had always been powerful and had been trained to command the army for many years. Now that he suddenly spoke, Xianxia's shoulders trembled. "Wh? What?" This was the first time the two of them parted on bad terms. Hua Wuzhou frowned and stared at him. Xianxia lowered his eyes and thought that he was a little drunk. He pushed the door open and left. The night wind blew and made his eyes hot, but his body was cold. He didn't know why Hua Wuzhou was suddenly angry, and he had never seen Hua Wuzhou so fierce before. Normally, it wasn't a big deal. Even if they were ordinary friends, they would quarrel after being together for a long time. He had never taken such a small matter to heart. However, he couldn't help but feel wronged. He knew that Hua Wuzhou would never like him and was about to be with someone else, so he felt even more wronged. No matter how much he thought about it, it was just his own delusion. When he returned to the main room, even Meng Qianshan could see that he didn't look happy. Too many things had happened today, and the prince was already exhausted. It looked like he had just parted on bad terms with Madame Hua. Hua Wuzhou didn't dare to ask too much. He waited on Xianxia to sleep, then dismissed the servants in the room and left. After the door was closed, there was only empty silence left in the room. Xianxia lay on the bed, but he couldn't sleep. He forced himself to sleep, but he couldn't see any effect. The night gradually darkened. After a long time, he sighed and opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a brocade bed canopy, decorated with pearls and nephrite jade. The candlelight reflected on the carved pillars of the bed. He looked at the candlelight, but what entered his eyes was a couch under the window. It wasn't very spacious. He remembered that when Hua Wuzhou slept on it, he had to curl up his legs to fit his tall body. It was better back then. Hua Wuzhou always ignored him with a cold face. He was careful, but he also didn't talk to Hua Wuzhou. The two of them lived in harmony, and didn't have as many messy thoughts as he did. Sometimes, he even couldn't sleep because of Hua Wuzhou's harsh words. But, Hua Wuzhou was really eye-catching when he smiled. But that day in the mountains, the stars at night were so beautiful that he had never seen them before. Because there was no one around, he finally dared to stare at the couch without restraint, no longer caring about his own expression at this moment. But at this moment, the candlelight trembled. Two subtle sounds suddenly knocked on his window frame, giving him a fright. "Who is it?" he hurriedly said. Under the candlelight, a vague shadow of a person was reflected on the paper window. "It's me." The voice was low and soft. It was Hua Wuzhou. Xianxia was stunned. "It's so late, what are you doing here?" "Open the window," Hua Wuzhou said. Xianxia paused, then like an ostrich sticking its head into the sand, he said in a low voice, "I'm going to sleep." There was no sound outside the window. After a while, he slowly retracted his gaze and was about to close his eyes again. But at this moment, with a crash, the window was suddenly opened from the outside. Xianxia was shocked and quickly opened his eyes. He saw Hua Wuzhou holding the windowsill with one hand and flipping over. Immediately after, the window was closed again. He stood in his bedroom in a dignified manner, wearing only a single layer of clothing. Xianxia hurriedly sat up on the bed and said anxiously, "Why are you here at this time? What would we do if someone saw us?" He was about to turn over and get out of bed, but Huowujiu walked up to him and raised his hand to press him back into the quilt. "Lie down," he said. "The floor is cold." Huowujiu paused, as if there were some words that he couldn't say. After a while, he sighed as if he had compromised. "Did I wake you up?" he said. "I can't help it, I can't sleep." "Did I scare you just now?" Xianxia opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Huowujiu sat down on the edge of his bed, pressed one hand on his quilt, and looked down at him. "I didn't yell at you, why are you running?" he said. "You're so brave, as if I've done something to you." "I'm not." Xianxia opened his mouth to refute. Huowujiu continued, "I'm just a little anxious. You've been absent-minded the whole night. Did someone bully you outside? Why don't you dare to tell me? If I can't handle it, what's the point of you enduring it?" Xianxu's eyes started to heat up. The lights in the room were dimly lit. Under the dim light, he could see Huowujiu's dark eyes looking at him with utmost seriousness and certainty. It was an indescribable sense of security. It even gave him a feeling that Huowujiu cared a lot about him. This was not an illusion. After all, the two of them were already on good terms. He was the one who caused trouble and had thoughts that he should not have. Xianxu did not speak for a while. During his silence, Huowujiu felt rather uneasy. He was not as indifferent as he appeared to be. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had suffered from insomnia. Only then did he realize that even if a person was lying comfortably in bed, they would still toss and turn and be unable to fall asleep. It was even more uncomfortable than rolling on a board of nails. He opened his eyes and thought back and forth in vain. He wondered if he had said something wrong, or if Xianxu had really encountered some serious trouble outside. This worry that was intertwined with doubt made him extremely agitated. He could not sit or lie down peacefully. However, the other party had already left. The doors and windows of the main room were tightly shut. Meng Qianshan leaned against the pillar in the corridor and dozed off. In the darkness of the night, it seemed as if the whole world was peaceful and quiet. Only Huowujiu could not sleep. Only he knew how much torment he had suffered and how much determination he had to make before he could sit up and secretly knock on Xianxu's window without even changing his clothes. At this moment, Xianxu was silent and didn't say anything, which made his hanging heart even more unsettled. He was not too fierce just now, right? It was all because he was used to talking to shameless men like Wei Kai. In a moment of anxiety, he lost his sense of propriety. At this moment, Xianxu spoke. "It's nothing." His voice was weak, as if he had no confidence. Huowujiu stared at him intently, only to see him raise his head to look at him. His pair of eyes were clearly like those of a fox spirit, yet he had an extremely innocent look on his face, making people unable to say even half a harsh word. He seemed to ponder for a while before he said, "It's just that I was outside the city today, and there was a commotion at the banquet. When I came back, I was a little tired." Huowujiu didn't believe him, but his tone was much gentler, as if he was very careful not to damage a flower. "Is that all?" he asked. Xianxu nodded. "And a little worried about General Liu," he said. "Don't worry about him," Huowujiu blurted out. Xianxu asked sternly, "But have you ever thought that Pang Xiao holds a grudge against him and that he could be killed at any time?" Huowujiu looked at him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in surprise, "So, you were distracted just now because of this?" The night covered Xianxu's ears, which were slightly red from lying, and replied, "Yes." Huowujiu laughed out loud. His voice was very soft, but it was filled with joy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Are you stupid?" He raised his hand and pressed it on Xianxu's head, stroking it twice as if he was stroking his hair. "Do you like to worry about other people's problems so much?" Xianxu didn't say anything. Huowujiu continued, "Don't worry. Unless I'm still locked up in prison with both my legs broken and no contact with the outside world, this kind of thing won't happen. Even if Pang Xiao has 3 heads and 6 arms, as long as I can let him kill Liu Yu right under my nose, I'll change my surname to Pang Xiao." Xianxu nodded. In Huowujiu's eyes, he looked exceptionally obedient. He curled his lips into a smile. He felt that his decision today was simply too wise. Now, he could have a good night's sleep. Are you relieved now? He asked. Jiang Suzhou nodded again. Huowujiu replied, then I'll be leaving? Jiang Suzhou didn't forget to remind him, don't let anyone see. Huowujiu knew what he meant. He didn't want anyone to see that his legs had recovered, but to his ears, it sounded a little more charming, as if the two of them were secretly having an affair. He was happy for no reason, and even a little bit excited. He stood up. Before he left, he didn't forget to turn back and say to Jiang Suzhou, don't worry for nothing. Go to sleep. When he heard Jiang Suzhou say okay, he turned around, flipped over, and jumped out of the window again. At this moment, his back seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, and he was even lighter than when he came. Jiang Suzhou watched him leave. He watched as Huowujiu closed the window, and the room returned to silence. He lay back on the bed and let out a long breath. He knew that he should be happy. In the original history books, it was because Huowujiu was confined to the back of the prince's mansion and was firmly guarded by the original owner that Pang Xiao had the opportunity to seize Lu Yu's military power step by step and kill him. This time, Lu Yu wouldn't take the same path as before. Then, what about Huowujiu and Lu Wanjun? However, no matter what happened to them, he should be a silent outsider. But he felt ashamed. He should stay away from them, but he was greedy for the warmth that Huowujiu brought to him. For the first time, he lost his rationality. He wanted to pretend that everything was peaceful today, just to stay by Huowujiu's side. Because he didn't want to go anywhere else. All the officials of the Jing dynasty, as long as they were sensible, knew what it meant to step into the Pang mansion. The Prime Minister Pang Xiao was the most authoritative person in the world other than the emperor. Even the emperor listened to the prime minister. Sometimes, the prime minister's intentions would become the emperor's in the blink of an eye. Therefore, as long as they found the right way, obtained the right to send the money to the Grand General's mansion, it wouldn't be difficult for them to ascend to heaven. Everyone who went in and out of the Pang mansion was happy. After all, there was no bodhisattva in the world who could do things more efficiently. As long as the money could move the prime minister, as long as the prime minister was willing to open his mouth. That night, the Pang mansion was brightly lit. There was a carriage parked at the door. It looked very plain and unremarkable. It wasn't until the middle of the night that a man came out from inside. His face was full of joy as he got into the carriage. The man in the carriage quickly asked, "How is it?" The man smiled and squinted his eyes, "It's done." The man in the carriage was surprised, then ecstasy appeared on his face. He said happily, "It's done? This is a serious crime that will cause the whole family to be beheaded. The Prime Minister is actually willing to do it?" The man laughed. "It's our good luck that we made it," he said. "What did you make it? Haven't you heard? A few days ago, there seemed to be some hostility between the Emperor and Lord Pang," he said. "Recently, I don't know if Lord Pang is trying to please the Emperor or find a way out for himself. In short, he's short of money, so he doesn't refuse almost anyone. This time, I gave enough money." Lord Pang was happy. He not only forgave me, but also gave me a fat job. "What fat job?" A mysterious smile appeared on the man's face as he pointed towards the southwest. "In 3 years, you'll be able to earn back double the money you gave away today," he said. The man in the carriage said in surprise, "But isn't that General Lu Yu's territory? I'm afraid it won't be easy to do anything." Lord Pang said that Lu Yu won't be able to return to the capital for a year and a half, the man said. Moreover, Lord Pang also said that it's not certain if he'll be able to stay in the capital for a few more years. Lord Pang actually wants to. Lord Pang has his own plans, the man said. It's not up to us. But just in case, after taking office, we should get as much as we can. After all, no one can be sure about the situation in the court, right? Besides, if we want to keep our position, we have to pay Lord Pang every year. In short, that place is rich, so we need to be more careful. At this point, the two men smiled knowingly. The carriage set off, the wheels making a rolling sound as it gradually disappeared into the night. No one knew that the person sitting in this shabby carriage was the Suzhou magistrate who had embezzled 200,000 taels of silver 3 years after taking office. This person's embezzlement had long been noticed by the Ministry of Revenue and put on record. They were just waiting to catch him. It was this person who had heard the news and rushed to Linen with the money in the middle of the night, knocking on Peng Xiao's door. With such a large amount of money, Peng Xiao shouldn't have protected him. For Peng Xiao, rather than taking his money and causing trouble, it was better to kill this person and find a more reliable accomplice. This way, he would be able to pay tribute every year and wouldn't lose anything. This person was just trying to make a Hail Mary effort, but unexpectedly, his luck was good and he was saved. A few days later, the court issued a transfer order for the Suzhou magistrate. The large amount of embezzlement was all written off. This person was transferred to Lingnan to be the governor. No one knew that on the day the new governor of Lingnan passed by Linen on his way south, he received the money from Peng Xiao. It was several times more than what he had sent to the Peng residence. However, this money wasn't given to him by Lord Peng. It was given to him, to do something important for Lord Peng. Although Lu Yu wasn't someone who looked down on civil officials, he had never given a civil official like Peng Xiao any face. He had soldiers in his hands and was unyielding. He naturally had a fearless spirit. As a result, in the past few days, the court had been quite chaotic because of him. Peng Xiao had been angered by him several times in a row. In addition, with Ji Hongqing fanning the flames, the court was bound to quarrel when it came to the court. Peng Xiao wasn't as loud as Lu Yu, and he wasn't as direct as Lu Yu. As a result, he was always at a disadvantage. In addition, sometimes Qi Min couldn't stand it and tried to mediate, but he was always scolded back by Lu Yu. After a few days, the originally incompatible Peng party and the civil officials led by Qi Min became more harmonious than before. They could even barely greet each other when they met. Indeed, the conflict between the generals and the civil officials was much deeper than the conflict between the civil officials themselves. However, Lu Yu didn't care about them. Every time he came back from the court, he felt proud and elated. The turbid anger in his heart could also dissipate a little. Today, he even got off the carriage at the end of the street and went to the market to look for some wine to liven things up. He wasn't used to the fine wine in the residence. He liked to drink the rough and strong sorghum wine. This kind of sorghum wine was everywhere in Jiangbei, but now that he was in Jiangnan, he finally found a restaurant that specialized in Northwest cuisine. The sorghum wine there was the strongest. He dismissed the servants and went straight to the restaurant. However, he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, before he could find a seat, someone bumped into his shoulder. He turned his head and saw a very tall young man. He was very energetic and his expression was very unfriendly. The man said with a cold face, "General Liu, someone wants to talk to you upstairs." Who could it be? Lu Yu had provoked a lot of people these days. He didn't know where his enemy was from. However, no matter where he came from, he definitely didn't come with good intentions. He wasn't afraid of this. Seeing that the man was in such a situation, Lu Yu temporarily stopped drinking. He sneered and raised his hand, "Lead the way." He followed the man upstairs. Who else could it be? If it wasn't Peng Xiao's henchman, then it was a poor scholar who stood up for Qi Min. Lu Yu straightened his back and was not afraid at all. When he was brought to the door of the shabby private room, he aggressively kicked the door open. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The round table in the room was filled with the Northwest dishes he often ate in his early years. There were also 2 large jars of sorghum wine. A person sat in front of the table. His back was straight, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. The silhouette of his good friend in the past overlapped. However, he was younger, more handsome, and more delicate. He must have taken after his mother. Lu Yu's eyes became hot. "Wujiu, it's you?" Hu Wujiu, who was sitting in front of the table, stood up. He raised his hand and made a pleased gesture to Lu Yu. "It's me," he said. "It's been so many years, but General Lu still remembers me." Lu Yu did not know how to react. He stood at the door, motionless. His eyes were fixed on Hu Wujiu's face. After a moment, he looked down in disbelief at Hu Wujiu's legs. His legs were supporting him perfectly. He stood there, tall and straight, like a tree facing the wind. Hu Wujiu knew what he was surprised about. However, he stood there without saying a word. He looked at Lu Yu calmly, waiting for him to speak first. After a moment, Lu Yu found his voice. Your legs. Aren't your legs already? His voice was a little hoarse and trembling. He did not sound as calm and aggressive as when he was facing off against Pang Xiao. Hu Wujiu smiled faintly. It's as you see. Then, he lifted his leg without hesitation and walked steadily in front of Lu Yu. He raised his hand and invited him to the seat of honor, then sat down opposite him. Only then did Lu Yu free up his eyes and look around the private room. The space in the room was not big, and there were a few people standing around. They were all tall and straight young men. He did not recognize these people, but he recognized the person standing behind Hu Wujiu. Wei Kai, the child adopted by his old friend. He was a very grateful person. This time, Lu Yu vaguely knew what was going on. Tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly wiped them away. I was worried. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You actually escaped Pang Xiao's eyes. Hu Wujiu smiled and gestured for Wei Kai to pour Lu Yu some wine. Lu Yu tilted his head back and drank all the wine in the cup. After drinking a glass of wine, he finally calmed down a little. He couldn't help but ask, but, how did you do it? After all, you're in Prince Jing's estate. That's a place Pang Xiao keeps a close eye on. Could it be? Speaking up to this point, he looked at Hu Wujiu in surprise, unable to continue the rest of his words. Hu Wujiu knew what he meant. He nodded. It was Prince Jing. Wei Kai explained, General, you should know that Prince Jing and the Emperor have been at odds for a long time. They weren't just humiliating General Hua, they were humiliating King Jing as well. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had the chance to enter the estate and find someone to cure your legs. Lu Yu nodded and muttered to himself, I knew it. I didn't misjudge him. At this point, he frowned and asked in confusion, but isn't Prince Jing a homosexual? Before Hu Wujiu could say anything, Wei Kai quickly explained, of course it's fake. Lu Yu let out a long sigh of relief. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank to his heart's content. The heavens do have eyes, he sighed. Hu Wujiu lowered his head and chuckled a few times. If that's the case, General Lu, you can rest assured, he said. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly. However, Hu Wujiu changed the topic. But. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yu. His dark eyes were extremely deep. Even though the heavens do have eyes, you should know that in this kind of situation, the heavens' words are useless. It all depends on the person. He pressed one hand on the table and leaned forward slightly as he looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at him and didn't know what to say. He knew what Hu Wujiu meant. After a while, he lowered his eyes and let out a long sigh. I knew it. You didn't wait for me here just to tell me that you're safe, he said. Tell me. Even though I can leave now and it won't be difficult for me to escape back to Yi City, there are some things that I'm worried about that keep me here. I can't leave, Hu Wujiu said. But, I didn't stay here to wait for death. As he spoke, he poured Lu Yu a cup of wine and said. Slowly, you should have seen the situation in Nanjing during this period of time. You should know better than me what kind of situation Nanjing is in. Right now, to me, it's just a matter of attacking from Yi City or attacking from Nanjing. I'm sure that General Lu has to make plans for his future. Speaking up to this point, he paused, raised his eyes to look at Lu Yu, and said, I'll be frank. Right now, everything is ready. I just want to borrow General Lu's 50,000 soldiers. After saying this, he casually propped his arm on the table and looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't say anything for a while. The room sank into silence. After a while, Lu Yu spoke in a low voice. Wujiu, I owe you a life in the past. I remember it all, he said. Back then, when he was at Yang Pass, the snow had sealed the mountains. He and his soldiers were trapped in the mountains and couldn't move. They ran out of supplies and had to rely on killing warhorses to survive. At that time, Hu Wujiu was only 10 years old. He was still a growing youth. He led a group of light cavalry into the mountains and rescued him. He knew that he owed Hu Wujiu a favor. But Hu Wujiu shook his head. I don't want to ask for repayment, he said calmly. I only want to ask you, if Nanjing is defeated, what will you do? Lu Yu was silent and didn't say anything. Huowujiu continued, it's not worth dying for Nanjing. Besides, Sister Lu isn't even 20 years old, right? Where do you want her to go? Lu Yu's eyes reddened. Huowujiu's words were reasonable. Ever since he returned victorious, every day had been uncomfortable. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about these things. But, after a moment, he said in a hoarse voice, but I can't commit treason. Wujiu, you should know that. Huowujiu nodded. I know, he said. But what if they wronged you and wanted to kill you? Lu Yu was speechless. He had thought about this since North Placating Marquis was forced to rebel by the late emperor a few years ago. There was no doubt that what the late emperor did to North Placating Marquis was extremely disappointing. But although he and North Placating Marquis were good friends, he was an outsider. He definitely couldn't lead his soldiers to rebel against the country just for his brother's loyalty. So he endured it and only persuaded himself that it was just a personal grudge between North Placating Marquis and the late emperor. The biggest concession he could make was that he didn't go to the battlefield and didn't care about this matter. However, over the years, wars broke out everywhere and the people's lives withered. The Nanjing imperial court was rotten to the core year after year. Ever since Pang Xiao came to power, it was even worse than before. He was a military general and was destined to be loyal to the emperor and serve the country. But the emperor and the country caused the people to suffer and the people to become homeless. This had already shaken his original desire to serve the country. But he was also the defender of this country. Protecting the peace of the Nanjing imperial court was his mission. Moreover, after a moment, he said slowly, but they haven't done so yet. Even he could feel the hesitation and wavering in his tone. He looked at Huowujiu with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Huowujiu looked at him silently for a moment. Then, the corners of his lips curled up and he smiled rather relaxedly. That's true, he said. If that's the case, I have no reason to force you. Lu Yu didn't expect Huowujiu to be so easy to talk to and let him off so easily. He couldn't help but say, but there's always a way, Huowujiu said. Today, General, just eat meat and drink wine. I'll accompany you until we're drunk. How about that? Lu Yu was indeed drunk when he returned home that day. Huowujiu's soldiers were very efficient and took care of everything in the restaurant. In addition, Lu Yu had gone to look for wine himself. The meeting between the two of them was well hidden and not a single word of it leaked out. When Lu Yu returned home, he was full of disappointment. Good child. Tingzhang raised a good child, he muttered, but his voice was choked with sobs. But I've let him down, let Tingzhang down, and let his child down. Tingzhang was Huowujiu's father's courtesy name. Lu Wanjun was instructing the maids to take care of him. She knew that her father couldn't hold his liquor well and couldn't even outdrink her. Today, he reeked of alcohol and was so drunk that he couldn't even walk properly. She couldn't help but find it funny as she listened to her father's mutterings. She asked, Who did you let down? Lu Yu shook his head and remained silent for a long time. Lu Wanjun laughed a few times, twisted a handkerchief, and wiped his face clean. Lu Yu suddenly spoke again. But he's a good child, he said as he looked at Lu Wanjun. If I can entrust you to him, I'll be relieved. Lu Wanjun was speechless for a moment. However, she didn't take Lu Yu's words to heart. Ever since she became of marriageable age, her father had been more eager to get married than a girl in the boudoir. Every time he saw a man with regular features, some literacy, and no missing arms or legs, he would consider him as a son-in-law. Because his standards were lax, the results were usually 50-50. Over the past few years, the families he had betrothed to her were enough to form a vanguard army. Lu Wanjun laughed and placed the handkerchief in the basin. He's so drunk that he's starting to go around looking for son-in-laws. As she spoke, she turned around and looked at the soldier who usually served by Lu Yu's side. She raised her eyebrows. You let the general drink too much outside again. Are you lacking in training? The soldier couldn't say anything. He shrunk his neck and smiled awkwardly. Huowujiu didn't get drunk that day. He could smell the alcohol on his body and it wasn't suitable for him to go out. After he returned, he asked Wei Kai to go to the main house and see if Xianxia had time to come over. It was already late at night. Not long after, Wei Kai arrived in Xianxia. When he arrived, Huowujiu was sitting in front of the table, flipping through the books on the table in boredom. Because he had been drinking, his mood was more or less exposed, and his impatience with the book was even greater than usual. He sat in his wheelchair and slowly rocked back and forth, flipping through the book. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he pushed the book forward and raised his head to say, "Sir, please come in." "You're here?" Jiang Suizhou smelled the alcohol. "Did you drink when you went to see Lu Yu today?" he asked as he sat down on the couch next to him. Huowujiu nodded. He moved his wheelchair in the direction of Jiang Suizhou with one hand. Then, he felt that he was in the way. He propped himself up with one leg and forced the wheelchair to stop. He stood up and walked to Jiang Suizhou's side and sat down very naturally. "I didn't drink much," he said. "The old man is getting old. His alcohol tolerance is worse than it was a few years ago. He only drank so little. I almost had to carry him back." Although there was not much expression on his face, there was an inexplicable feeling of exultation. It was completely different from the unfathomable cold and solemn look he had when he met Peng Xiao during the day. Jiang Suizhou hurriedly asked, "So it's a success?" Huowujiu shook his head. "He's still stubborn," he said sternly. "No matter how we persuade him, he won't budge." Jiang Suizhou was suddenly a little anxious. Putting aside his other thoughts, he knew how important Lu Yu was to Huowujiu. In Huowujiu's plan, Lu Yu's troops were extremely important. It could be said that without Lu Yu's troops, his plan would not be able to succeed. "Then what should we do?" He looked at Huowujiu's frown and became even more anxious. However, Huowujiu looked at him for a moment and laughed. His eyebrows relaxed, and with a joy that could not be ignored, he raised his hand and patted his back twice. "Don't worry," he said. "Don't I have you?" He's still stubborn now because he hasn't been forced into a dead end by Peng Xiao. But you also know that there are signs now. It's only a matter of time. His expression suddenly changed. Jiang Suizhou immediately realized that Huowujiu was just teasing him. Very bad. He was alarmed for a false alarm and somewhat disagreed. He reprimanded, "Are you trying to scare me?" His voice was very soft. Even though he was frowning, he was not very fierce. The light reprimand made Huowujiu feel sweet. He only felt that the person in front of him was very likable and very cute even though he was frowning. He crossed his arms and leaned back on the soft pillow behind him. He clearly looked like a powerful mountain king, but he looked like he was acting shamelessly. "No," he said clearly, his eyes clear, and with a lazy smile, he looked at Jiang Suizhou and said, "I drank too much." Huowujiu didn't look like he was drunk at all. Jiang Suizhou stared blankly at the lazy smile in his eyes. Then, he couldn't help but smile. "Since you drank too much, you should rest early," he said as he tried to stand up. Unexpectedly, Huowujiu pulled him back. He raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Suizhou's arm, using his strength to get up. He could have sat up on his own, but he insisted on pulling Jiang Suizhou. Instead, he pulled Jiang Suizhou so hard that he almost fell onto the couch. Jiang Suizhou hurriedly reached out to support himself on the edge of the couch. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. He was about to speak when Huowujiu said, "All right, you don't have to worry." Jiang Suizhou turned to look at him. "However, I can't meddle too much in the affairs of the imperial court. If Peng Xiao really wants to do something to Lu Yu, I won't be able to get the news immediately," Huowujiu said. Jiang Suizhou nodded. "You don't have to worry about that," he said. "I've been keeping an eye on him ever since I noticed this. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, I'll immediately inform you." Huowujiu replied, "With you here, I can rest assured." His eyes were still smiling, and his tone was light as a feather. However, Jiang Suizhou didn't know why, but he could sense trust and sincerity in his tone. He also nodded his head firmly. Huowujiu leaned against the pillow beside him and said, "There's something I don't understand." "What is it?" Jiang Suizhou asked. Huowujiu casually flipped through the book beside him with one hand, but his eyes were fixed on Jiang Suizhou. "I heard that your imperial father dotes on you," he said. "Why did Jiang Suanheng become the emperor?" This question hit the nail on the head. Although Jiang Suizhou wasn't Imperial Prince Jing himself, he was a professional. There were probably some things that even Imperial Prince Jing didn't know better than him. Father passed away so suddenly that he didn't leave a posthumous edict, he said. Although he is not favored, he is Imperial Father's eldest son. When Imperial Father died, my Imperial Mother was secretly killed. I have no one to rely on, so naturally, I can't compare to him who is Peng Xiao's support. Hua Wujiu clicked his tongue. It's a pity that I met you too late, he said. Jiang Suzhou was amused by him and laughed. What, if it's too early, are you going to raise an army and make me the emperor? He asked. Hua Wujiu lowered his eyes as if he was thinking about something. But in the next moment, he looked up, propped up a pillow with one hand, and moved closer to Jiang Suzhou. Now that I think about it, it's not too late, he said. What? Jiang Suzhou didn't understand. Hua Wujiu stared at him. Although his eyes were deep, they were burning. If such a day really comes, do you want to be the emperor? Jiang Suzhou naturally didn't dare to take Hua Wujiu's words seriously. In his mind, Nanjing was destined to be destroyed, and the people who would be in power for the next few hundred years would be people with the surname Hua. This was the inevitable change of dynasties in the feudal era, and it was also the trajectory of history for all of them. If what Hua Wujiu said was true, as a transmigrator, he changed the course of Beiliang's history and sat on the dragon throne. From then on, he went from a researcher of history to a monarch in history books. Forget it, forget it. He was just a poor teacher. He didn't have the guts. Jiang Suzhou shook his head without thinking. No. Hua Wujiu didn't believe him. You really don't want to? He was a little close to Jiang Suzhou, making half his body a little nervous. He carefully leaned back and firmly shook his head. I've never thought about it. Hua Wujiu looked at him for a moment, then burst out laughing. You really are. He sighed. He could see that Jiang Suzhou's expression didn't seem to be fake. For a moment, he couldn't understand how that muddle-headed imperial father of his had doted on him for so many years. That heaven-shaking power and riches had only raised such a timid and courteous-steamed bun. Jiang Suzhou looked at his expression and didn't understand. What's wrong with that? Could it be that you've thought about it? Hua Wujiu said without hesitation, I have. Jiang Suzhou hadn't expected him to be so straightforward and frank. But when he thought about the results and choices in history that were completely different from his attitude, he was even more confused. Then why did you? His question stopped there. Hua Wujiu knew what he wanted to ask. Do you know about the battle at Xianxia? He asked. Jiang Suzhou nodded. My father died. My imperial brother and uncle were separated from each other on the battlefield. His expression was indifferent, so calm that it seemed like he was talking about someone else. With the few soldiers under my command, even if they broke out of the encirclement, it would be difficult for them to survive. So I first found my uncle and met up with him. Jiang Suzhou made a sound of agreement. Hua Wujiu paused, then continued, my uncle and imperial brother were both seriously injured at that time, leaving behind the roots of their illness. My uncle was injured because he insisted on going back to find my father. As for my imperial brother, it was because I found him too late. Almost all the soldiers under his command were wiped out. I dug him out from under a pile of corpses. Jiang Suzhou could hear that beneath his calm voice, there was a barely detectable heaviness and trembling. For a moment, he didn't say anything. He only calmly looked at Hua Wujiu. He heard Hua Wujiu say, the one who started the battle was my father. Logically speaking, I should be the one to sit on the throne. But their family started the battle with my father, so my father is also inseparable from the fact that they ended up like this. At this point, he smiled and said in a seemingly relaxed manner, now that I think about it, I don't really want to sit on that throne. Our family started the battle for the sake of self-preservation. Now that we've achieved our goal, I'll give them the throne as compensation. This was something that Jiang Suzhou had never seen in the history books. He only knew how desperate the battle at Xianxia was, but in the annals of history, it was nothing more than a thick and heavy brushstroke. When it came to that battle, everyone said that Hua Wujiu's military prowess was godly, that he used dangerous tactics and that it was a rare and beautiful battle where he managed to counterattack from a desperate situation. However, no one knew that this battle that made him a god was actually the battle that dealt a fatal blow to his entire family. His family had originally only wanted to survive and protect themselves. Hua Wujiu paused. When he raised his head to look at Jiang Suzhou, he saw this expression on Jiang Suzhou's face. His eyebrows drooped listlessly, and his eyes stared at Jiang Suzhou. His expression was so distressed that it seemed like it was about to overflow. This sort of soft-hearted person was the rarest to find in Hua Wujiu, someone whose heart was as hard as iron. Hua Wujiu moved closer to look at Jiang Suzhou, a smile on his lips. What are you afraid of? It's all in the past, he said. Jiang Suzhou said in a low voice, so, do you plan on returning to Shouyang Pass in the future? Hua Wujiu raised his eyebrows. Why would I go back there, he said. It's desolate and remote. Even the Tatars don't want to rob it. What's the point of guarding it all day without even fighting a single battle? Jiang Suzhou was puzzled. Is that so? He looked at Hua Wujiu and saw that Hua Wujiu was also looking at him with some confusion. Yes, he said. What are you thinking about? Jiang Suzhou paused, some doubts floating in his heart. Hua Wujiu wouldn't lie to him, but why would he go back to Shouyang Pass in history and guard it for a lifetime? This was something that only Jiang Suzhou knew. He hid this doubt in the bottom of his heart, waiting to find out the reason from Hua Wujiu. After that day, he went to and fro the Ministry of Rites Yamen as usual. The Ministry of Rites didn't have many things to do. As long as there weren't any major festivals or ceremonies, the daily life was a bit more leisurely. Today, he walked around the Yamen and saw that there wasn't much to do. As a qualified fisherman, he bid farewell to the newly appointed Minister of Rites and returned to his residence. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the entrance of his residence, he saw an unexpected person. It was a woman, but she wore a set of clothes with arrow sleeves. She looked quite valiant. The manservant behind her was holding something in his arms, which looked like gifts. She stood at the entrance, seemingly confronting the manservant guarding the door. It was actually Lu Wanjun. Jiang Suzhou was a bit confused. At the same time, an inexplicable nervousness rose in his heart. When the carriage stopped at the entrance, he got up and got off, just in time to hear Lu Wanjun's voice. Oh, you won't let me in? Fine, then I'll be leaving, she said. The manservant guarding the door hurriedly said, No, miss. Our prince's residence has rules. This lowly one needs to go and report. Please wait for a moment. The manservant must have seen that she was of high status and didn't dare to slight her. However, Lu Wanjun didn't respond at all and said, It's not a big deal. Since it's so troublesome, then forget it. My intentions are clear. It's you who won't let me in. As she said this, she was about to leave. The manservant didn't know what to do and came forward to stop her. Miss. No, miss. He had never seen such a person before. She was clearly rushing to the prince's residence to give gifts. He didn't make things difficult for her, but she refused to enter no matter what. It was as if she was forced to. At this moment, the manservant heard a voice. Miss Lu? It's His Highness. The manservant finally let out a sigh of relief. In the face of this kind of trouble, even the frightening prince became kind. He revealed a grateful expression as he bowed to Jiang Suzhou and followed behind him like a dog. This miss is here to give gifts, but she won't enter, the manservant said. Jiang Suzhou looked at Lu Wanjun. He didn't know why, but he felt that this girl's eyes lit up as she stared at him. It's you. Lu Wanjun gave a bright smile and then cupped her fists at him. This humble girl Lu Wanjun greets your highness. She seemed like a person from Jianghu. Putting aside his relationship with Hua Wujiu, Jiang Suzhou knew that this girl was a very likable and straightforward person. This was something to be happy about. After all, for Hua Wujiu, he wouldn't have to trust the wrong person. For him, he also didn't need to worry about Hua Wujiu. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He nodded slightly and said, Miss Lu, what brings you here today? Oh, it's nothing. She pointed at the manservant behind her who was holding something. I just came to see Hua Wujiu. My father is worried about him. She also knew that her father was lying when he said he was worried. The reason he was so drunk that day was because he drank with Hua Wujiu. If he could beat her father, then Hua Wujiu shouldn't have anything to worry about. Her father just had an ulterior motive. Therefore, she didn't want to do her job properly. She just wanted to go through the motions and go back and say that she couldn't enter Prince Jing's estate. Her father couldn't beat her to death because of this. However, she looked at Prince Jing, who was standing in front of her. This person was still wearing his court robes, so he should have just returned from the yamen. She had never seen such a beautiful man in the military camp. Moreover, his cold temperament seemed to have a hint of gentleness, which was very eye-catching. So what if he was gay? It didn't stop her from admiring him. Prince Jing smiled faintly and said, "So that's how it is. In that case, Miss Lu only needs to enter the estate." Lu Wanjun still didn't want to go. She asked again, "I heard from my father that you live with Hu Wujiu? Will it be inconvenient?" Prince Jing was obviously stunned. Good heavens, the beauty was shy. Lu Wanjun was a bit excited. This good-looking gay man was indeed more interesting than those burly men in the barracks. He would even be embarrassed. She looked at Jiang Suizhou with a burning gaze. However, she didn't know that Jiang Suizhou was already a bit nervous. Did Lu Wanjun misunderstand? After all, he had a reputation as a gay man. Hu Wujiu also had such a status. It was impossible for ordinary people not to misunderstand. It was fine if other people misunderstood, but if Lu Wanjun misunderstood, Jiang Suizhou knew that a slight move in one hair could affect the situation as a whole. Even if he liked Hu Wujiu, he didn't want to let a misunderstanding break up the two of them and cause Hu Wujiu to lose a good match. However, he couldn't openly explain this to her in front of so many people. He paused and endured the discomfort in his heart. He smiled faintly and said, "It's not inconvenient. Miss, please." Lu Wanjun blinked and looked at him. How could he refuse a beauty's repeated invitation? "Thank you, Your Highness." She smiled at Jiang Suizhou and raised her hand to invite him in. Even Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but admit that this smile was very eye-catching. He reluctantly returned a smile and walked in with Lu Wanjun. However, he didn't know that in Lu Wanjun's eyes, that smile had a different meaning. This beautiful man was usually so cold that his eyebrows and eyes were ice cold. Although he was beautiful, he could only be looked at from afar. However, when he suddenly revealed a smile, it was like a flower that suddenly bloomed on a snowy mountain. His originally delicate and handsome appearance became lively and attractive. Lu Wanjun sighed and shook his head. Who could stand this? If he, Hu Wujiu, stayed by this person's side for so long and didn't do anything, then Hu Wujiu must be blind. The two of them entered the residence together. Jiang Suizhou's carriage was already waiting by the roadside, waiting for Jiang Suizhou to return. Seeing the carriage and Meng Qianshan coming to greet them, Jiang Suizhou thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No need. I'll go with Miss Lu." Although his body was usually weak, and the residence was large, so he usually traveled by carriage, there was only one carriage here. It wouldn't be good for him to sit in the carriage and have a guest walk beside him. Meng Qianshan hurriedly complied and waved his hand to let the servants carry the carriage away. This was very common in the prince's residence. On the contrary, Lu Wanjun was quite interested in Prince Jing's entourage. She smiled and started chatting with him. Even though Jiang Suizhou still had to maintain his cold and arrogant appearance, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Not long after, he started chatting with her. He couldn't help but admit that Lu Wanjun's body was very attractive. It was the result of many years of experience on the battlefield and in the army. As the two of them walked and talked, they gradually arrived outside the courtyard of Anin Hall. The prince's residence was very large. Jiang Suizhou hadn't walked such a long distance in a long time. By the time they arrived in front of the courtyard, his feet were already a bit light. Lu Wanjun was keenly aware of this. "His Highness Prince Jing's body is a bit too weak," she said. Jiang Suizhou lowered his head and said, "Miss, you must be joking. This prince's illness came from the womb. After all these years, I haven't seen any signs of recovery." Lu Wanjun shook her head. Sure enough, if a person was truly perfect, even the heavens would be jealous of him. As they talked, the two of them walked into the courtyard. Jiang Suizhou raised his hand and gestured towards Hu Wujiu's residence. "It's over there. Miss, please help yourself. This prince will return to his room to rest." When the two of them met, they should have something to talk about in private. He had to be tactful. Lu Wanjun was surprised. You two don't live together? Jiang Suzhou nodded. For some reason, Lu Wanjun sighed and continued, all right then, many thanks to your highness. I don't have anything to say. I'll leave soon. Don't worry, your highness. Hearing this, Jiang Suzhou nodded at her. He nodded and smiled at Lu Wanjun. Out of courtesy, and because he didn't have to worry too much since he was back in his own courtyard. Lu Wanjun cupped his hands in salute in satisfaction, then led the manservant behind him into a room in Huowujiu. Jiang Suzhou looked at her back and was silent for a moment. Then, as if he was running away from something, he turned around and went back to the main house without saying a word. The door closed quietly. Lu Wanjun had never liked Huowujiu since he was young. Ever since she was young, she had followed her father wherever he went. Coincidentally, her father had brought her to Yongguan when she could remember. Her mother had died in childbirth. Regardless of whether it was her father or the elders around her, they all doted on her. As for the brats who grew up at the border, they had never seen a young girl before. When they played, they usually let her have her way. Huowujiu was the only exception. Among the brats at the border, he had the worst personality and was the most undisciplined. Even Uncle Hua, who was a strong and healthy person, would sometimes be angered to the point of clutching his heart. But he was tall, and he was good at fighting and writing. Even if he was arrogant, condescending, and didn't like to talk to anyone, the group of children still liked to stick to his cold face and follow his lead, like a local tyrant who occupied a mountain and called himself a king. Huowujiu, on the other hand, didn't like to play with young girls. It was also during that period of time that Lu Wanjun was ostracized like never before. It was the silent violence that made people suffer unspeakably. Although Huowujiu didn't laugh at her, he also didn't pay attention to her. With a wave of his hand, he took a group of wild boys and ran off into the wild. Climbing trees, riding horses, hunting, Lu Wanjun couldn't keep up with them. She was young at that time and was so angry that she cried. Fortunately, Huowujiu had a quiet older brother, Huiyuyan, who was willing to stay and play with her. Wujiu is just a little arrogant. He doesn't mean any harm. Huiyuyan always tried to persuade her slowly. Don't argue with him. But Lu Wanjun didn't listen to him. When she grew older and learned martial arts, she wanted to compete with Huowujiu. She wanted to beat Huowujiu into submission one day so that she could be the big brother and isolate Huowujiu. In the end, Huowujiu's cold and arrogant personality looked down on her because she was a young girl. Even though she beat up all of Huowujiu's underlings, Huowujiu didn't care about fighting with her. Just like that, Lu Wanjun and Huowujiu were like fire and water for more than 10 years. Even now, when Lu Wanjun thought about it, she hated it so much that her teeth itched. Her father even wanted her to marry Huowujiu, he might as well kill her. Lu Wanjun strode to Huowujiu's door. She didn't knock. She raised her leg and the door opened. She turned around and took the gifts from the page boy. She raised her chin and said, "Wait outside." Then, she went into the room and kicked the door shut. The 5-room house was extremely spacious. The interior was luxurious, and the furnishings were also top-notch. With one look, one could tell that Huowujiu was eating and drinking well here. He didn't need anyone's concern at all. She hugged the gifts and looked around. Then, she heard the sound of a wheelchair rolling around. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall young man sitting in the wheelchair. His legs were especially long and he looked a little condescending as he rested on the wheelchair. The man's eyes were sharp and fierce. One of his eyebrows was cut off by a scar. The eyes under his eyebrows were like a hawk's. It was Huowujiu. Lu Wanjun burst out laughing. Oh, a cripple? She walked forward with a smile and put the gifts in her hands on the table. Then, she raised her leg and kicked Huowujiu's wheelchair. Suddenly, a shadow shrouded her like a mountain. Huowujiu, who was supposed to be crippled, stood up. He was very tall and his aura was extremely oppressive. Lu Wanjun couldn't help but take a small step back. You. She stuttered for a moment. She stared at Huowujiu for a moment before she found her voice. You're pretending? Huowujiu glanced at her. He walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. What's the matter? He didn't seem close to Lu Wanjun at all. Instead, he was the same as he was 7 or 8 years ago. He still looked arrogant and disdainful of others. It made Lu Wanjun's head itch. Lu Wanjun glared at him and sat down across from him. I'm just here to see if you're dead. Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to pour some tea? The second half of her sentence was directed at Wei Kai, who was standing next to her. Wei Kai trembled and hurriedly went forward to pour a cup of tea for this lady. He really didn't dare to provoke this young lady. His fear of her had already been engraved into his bones. It couldn't be helped. This young lady had never gotten along with the general since she was young. Since she couldn't beat the general, she could only beat up a group of small fries like them. Although they weren't pushovers, this young lady was really powerful. They couldn't beat her every time and were always beaten black and blue. They really didn't dare to think about it. Lu Wanjun took a sip of tea. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Hua Wujiu speak. Why did you come with Imperial Prince Jing? There was a hint of accusation in his tone. Lu Wanjun looked up and realized that something was wrong with Hua Wujiu today. This person looked down on everyone and didn't care about anyone. It was hard to make him smile, but even harder to make him frown. However, ever since she entered today, Hua Wujiu's brows hadn't relaxed. The way he looked at her was also extremely unfriendly. Only now did she realize that she didn't know how she had offended him. This was really strange. Lu Wanjun laughed and said carelessly, why can't we come together? We met at the door. What's wrong with chatting? Hua Wujiu's brows furrowed even deeper. He didn't take the imperial carriage? He asked. Lu Wanjun said, no. He didn't. Oh, when we entered, it stopped for a moment. He didn't take the carriage. He walked with me. After she said this, she felt Hua Wujiu's gaze become even colder. This made Lu Wanjun feel that it was strange. Why did this guy who didn't care about anything start to fuss over such a trivial matter today? Lu Wanjun continued to speak. Every word was from the bottom of his heart. Although this Imperial Prince Jing's reputation is a bit bad, he's really a good person. It's clear that the officials of the Imperial Court are spreading false rumors. They're the ones who aren't good people, she said. All these years, I've never seen a man who's so beautiful and has such a good personality. It's really strange, don't you think? She watched as Hua Wujiu's face darkened. He didn't say anything for a moment. Wei Kai, who was next to him, also kept quiet out of fear. After a while, Hua Wujiu squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. In the future, don't come to Imperial Prince Jing's estate if you don't have anything important to do. Stay away from him, he said. Even if you don't have anything important to do, don't come. Lu Wanjun understood a principle. He always heard people say that everything was up to fate. Some things really couldn't be forced. When the time came, it would naturally come, like a surprise that fell from the sky. For example, all these years, she had wanted to teach Hua Wujiu a lesson, but she never had the chance. Today, she had suddenly angered him to the point that he couldn't speak of his suffering. Lu Wanjun only felt refreshed. He admired Hua Wujiu's appearance as he tried to suppress his anger, then patted his clothes and left. Only Hua Wujiu was left sitting there with a cold expression. Sure enough, underestimating the enemy and being complacent were taboo for a military strategist. He was only happy because Xianxia wasn't a homosexual and the two gorgeously dressed men in his residence weren't a threat. He actually forgot that there was this kind of Qing Yao Jin who came out of nowhere. He saw Xianxia smile at Lu Wanjun. He also saw the way Lu Wanjun looked at Xianxia. His eyes were bright and cunning, like a wolf who only wanted to bring meat back to its den. Hua Wujiu's teeth were itching. But he didn't dare to say it. Xianxia's courage was not much bigger than a wild rabbit on the grassland. He would run away if he was scared. Moreover, he still had improper thoughts about him. He felt a little guilty. Hua Wujiu was like a caged beast. He was so angry that he walked around in circles in his room. That was until Xianxia came that night. Naturally, he had something to say. Recently, Peng Xiao had been making strange movements in the imperial court. Xianxia had also found some clues. If these clues were pieced together, they might be able to detect Peng Xiao's movements. But that night, Jiang Suizhou actually felt a little guilty. The information he brought out was not important. He had already checked it with Su Du. It was just ordinary corruption and bribery. It had nothing to do with Lu Yu. But he couldn't sit still the whole day. He wanted to find an excuse to meet Hu Wujiu and see what his attitude towards Lu Wanjun was. So, he brought these things with him. He sat face to face with Hu Wujiu in a serious manner, listing out the information and intelligence he had in his hands one by one. Finally, he said slowly, "It's just that I don't know much about General Lu. I don't know what Peng Xiao's actions have to do with him. Take a look." Hu Wujiu didn't say anything for a long time. He looked up in confusion and saw Hu Wujiu sitting there with a frown. "Hu Wujiu?" Jiang Suizhou called out to him in confusion. Hu Wujiu frowned and said, "You're quite concerned." The next moment, Hu Wujiu looked up and looked at him. "Lu Wanjun came today. Did you talk about anything on the way here?" His expression was serious, as if he was really arguing with Jiang Suizhou about this small matter. But only he knew that he only wanted to hear Jiang Suizhou tell him why he smiled at Lu Wanjun today. Jiang Suzhou, on the other hand, was slightly taken aback and didn't quite understand. What did he just ask? What did I say when I was traveling with Lu Wanjun today? Hu Wujiu's expression was overly serious, causing Jiang Suzhou's heart to involuntarily skip a beat. Was he suspecting that he had said something to Lu Wanjun that he shouldn't have, or was he simply unhappy because he had gotten close to her? Well, it was normal for him to want to monopolize someone who had a relationship with him. Jiang Suzhou suppressed the sourness in his heart and forced a smile, saying, "Nothing much. Miss Lu is very talkative and has a cheerful and extroverted personality. She just likes to gossip and gossip. She didn't say anything important." Cheerful and extroverted, Hu Wujiu's eyebrows were so furrowed that they could crush a flying insect. In his memory, Lu Wanjun was an unreasonable and clingy female tyrant. When had she ever been cheerful and liked to smile so much? She would even stare at the man next to her with sparkling eyes. It was obvious that something was wrong, but Jiang Suzhou actually praised her. Hu Wujiu couldn't help but compare himself to Lu Wanjun. He didn't talk much, and he definitely wasn't cheerful. Seeing how Jiang Suzhou smiled at Lu Wanjun just now, Hu Wujiu felt even more stifled. This was only the second time the two of them had met, right? The first and second times they met, Lu Wanjun was scowling at him and didn't even bother with words. Hu Wujiu's thoughts began to become unreasonable, causing his emotions to become even more unreasonable. As a result, his expression became even more unsightly. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. "You should stay away from her in the future," he warned. Lu Wanjun wasn't a good person. When they were young, she could annoy him to no end just because of a fight. Now, it was very likely that she would continue to annoy him, the clean and pure imperial Prince Jing. When that time came, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Suzhou's expression inexplicably became a bit downcast. "I understand," he said. Hu Wujiu nodded. For a moment, he actually felt a little guilty, and even a little distressed. What if Jiang Suzhou really had some ideas about Lu Wanjun? From the looks of it, it wasn't impossible. If he were to break up the couple, would Prince Jing be sad? However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared from Hu Wujiu's mind. Who cares, he thought fiercely. It was fine if he was sad, but he just couldn't get together with Lu Wanjun. As for who he could get together with, who cares? I'll take it one step at a time. It would be best if it was Hu Wujiu. Jiang Suizhou had no other choice but to temporarily divert his attention and place more of his energy on the court. Sure enough, within a few days, Peng Xiao made a big move. And this big move of his was actually directed at Qi Min. During this period of time, Lu Yu was acting tyrannically in the court. Not only did the Peng faction suffer, but Qi Min's faction was also deeply affected and was always implicated. Today, Peng Xiao sent a letter to Qi Min's subordinate officials. The letter didn't say that he would cooperate with them, but it sent a few accusations of disrespect towards Lu Yu. Some said that he roared at the court, some said that he openly disobeyed the imperial edict, and even meddled in some things that he shouldn't meddle in. For example, He stopped a few skinny horses that the new prefectural magistrate of Suzhou was sending into the capital as a present for the emperor to play with, and had his subordinates forcefully send the women back to Suzhou. Some of these things were known to Qi Min, while some were not known to Qi Min. In short, he wrote a few long pages. Although they were all trivial and not enough to cause Lu Yu to be punished, they were enough to anger the future emperor. At the end of the letter, Peng Xiao also wrote a few sentences with hidden meaning. He said that Lord Qi and everyone else should be clear that the consequences of military officials in power are not something that you and I can bear. Today, he dared to rely on his merits to create such an incident. Who can guarantee that he won't do something even more disrespectful in the future? These signs should be made known to the emperor. He had purposely sent this letter to Qi Min. Jiang Suizhou didn't expect that Qi Min would secretly send someone to send this letter to him. Qi Min attached a small line of words. Peng Xiao's heart, Your Highness can see it. Jiang Suizhou held the letter in silence for a moment. Although the contents of the letter were normal and there was nothing wrong with it, considering the relationship between them, Peng Xiao's intentions were extremely thought-provoking. He didn't have a good relationship with Qi Min naturally, he didn't send such a letter out of goodwill between colleagues. Instead, it was more likely that Peng Xiao wanted to borrow Qi Min's power to temporarily join forces with him to overthrow Lu Yu. He provided Qi Min with enough evidence and even helped him think of a crime against Lu Yu. He accused him of being disrespectful. On top of that, he was implying that it was reasonable for military officials to be apprehensive, and that it was impossible to guarantee that in the future Lu Yu would do something even greater. That was pushing him in the direction of rebellion, or even gathering troops for his own sake, and threatening the imperial power. Presumably, he knew that his reputation in front of the future emperor was not as good as before, so he wanted to borrow Qi Min's mouth to accuse Lu Yu in front of the future emperor. Then, what next? He must have a plan for the next step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly accused Peng Xiao of such a big crime. At this time, Jiang Suizhou received another secret letter. It was the news that Su Du's man of sacrifice had received. The secret letter said that Peng Xiao's subordinates had traveled back and forth between Linnan and the southern counties many times. They didn't do anything else but frequently entered the mansions of the governors. At the same time, Peng Xiao's subordinates had also intentionally or unintentionally contacted the governor of Lingnan, the former Suzhou magistrate, Fang Zhaohe, who had gone to Lingnan to take up his post. There seemed to be money transactions, but they couldn't find anything else. Jiang Suizhou held the two secret letters in his hands and pondered for a moment. After a while, his expression gradually became serious. If he didn't guess wrongly, Peng Xiao's action this time was already secretly looking for a candidate who could replace Lu Yu. This candidate didn't need to be an outstanding general. As long as he was obedient, he would meet Peng Xiao's requirements. As for Fang Zhaohe, if Jiang Suizhou remembered correctly, this person had been convicted of corruption and bribery in the history books, and his entire family had been executed after autumn this year. But now, this person had gone to Lingnan to take up his post. Although it was a demotion on the surface, Lingnan was Lu Yu's original stronghold. This person must have been bribed by Peng Xiao. Peng Xiao had saved his life, and he had become a part of Peng Xiao's plot to harm Lu Yu. As for what this person would do in Lingnan, Jiang Suizhou pondered for a moment, then ordered Su Du to immediately send someone to Lingnan to investigate. Su Du accepted the order and left. Only Jiang Suizhou sat in the study, deep in thought. He put away the two secret letters and wrote a reply to Qi Min. Peng Xiao's letter to Qi Min listed many crimes, but they were all superficial. In the end, Lu Yu would only be scolded. Peng Xiao's intention was probably to test Qi Min's attitude. Since that was the case, he might as well show Peng Xiao his allegiance and let Peng Xiao believe that Qi Min was willing to temporarily put aside their differences and work together against Lu Yu. In this way, Peng Xiao could temporarily rest assured about Qi Min. In order to advance his plan, he would at least reveal some important information to Qi Min. And this information was the most useful thing. Jiang Suizhou finished writing the letter and slowly dried it as he browsed through it. The ink gradually dried on the paper. Jiang Suizhou looked at his own signature and slowly sighed. He knew that Lu Yu had rejected Hua Wujiu, and Hua Wujiu had allowed him to reject him without threatening him. But now, Jiang Suizhou wanted to use the evidence in his hands to threaten Lu Yu. After all, these Things clearly told him that Pang Xiao had already set up an inescapable trap. If Lu Yu continued to hesitate, Pang Xiao would frame him and make his successor take away his military power and convict him. By then, it would be too late. Jiang Suizhou knew that threatening Lu Yu was the only way. And he had to do this, and he had to do it privately without Hu Wujiu's knowledge. Only then would Lu Yu and Hu Wujiu not be hostile towards each other. As for how Lu Yu would view him after this, Jiang Suizhou folded the letter expressionlessly. Let him be. Sure enough, during the next court assembly, the court was in an uproar. Just as Pang Xiao had predicted, Qi Men also hated Lu Yu to the core. According to the evidence on the letter that Pang Xiao handed over, he fiercely denounced Lu Yu and successfully infuriated the successor. Of course, the successor was not interested in what Lu Yu did. What he cared about was why Lu Yu acted on his own initiative and drove the thin horse, who should have been sent to the palace, back to Yangzhou. Because of this matter, the successor flew into a rage. Pang Xiao and Qi Min's officials added fuel to the fire. For a moment, Lu Yu's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He was scolded to the point that his face turned red. Even when the court assembly was dismissed, his expression did not return to normal. Jiang Suizhou watched from the side coldly from the beginning to the end. He knew that today's situation was the best opportunity for him to negotiate with Lu Yu. Lu Yu had just been isolated by the other officials in the court. He probably knew about the current situation and would be easier to persuade and turn to Hu Wujiu's side. Jiang Suizhou was 90% sure that he would succeed. With this in mind, he secretly thought about how he should phrase his words. When the court assembly was dismissed, all the officials left Guangyuan Palace Hall in satisfaction. Jiang Suizhou then stepped forward to catch up with Lu Yu, who was the last to leave. General Lu, please wait, he called out loudly. Lu Yu heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw His Highness Prince Jing, who had greeted him outside the city the other day, standing a few steps behind him. He was a very polite and sickly person. Lu Yu stopped and patiently waited for Jiang Suizhou to catch up. He asked, Your Highness Prince Jing, what advice do you have for me? Jiang Suizhou walked in front of him. Lu Yu saluted him and walked side by side with him. I can't say that I'm advising you, he said calmly. But today's situation is not very optimistic for General Lu. He stopped talking and deliberately gave Lu Yu time to react. He was waiting for him to respond so that he could continue. But he didn't expect, when today's events were brought up, Lu Yu's face showed some anger, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he sighed and said, That is indeed the case. I didn't expect that Qi Min would collude with Pang Xiao after not seeing each other for a few years. However, I must thank you, Your Highness Prince Jing, for remembering to stay behind and comfort this general. This made Jiang Suizhou speechless for a moment. He wasn't here to comfort Lu Yu. He was here to threaten Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu continued to talk to himself. This general can see that you are a good person. Just by talking about that child Hu Wujiu, I can see that you have a good heart. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he treated Jiang Suizhou as a close friend. It is also fortunate that we have you. Not only are you Hu Wujiu's benefactor, but you are also our Wanjuan's benefactor. Ever since I was a child, I realized that these 2 children were a good match. Say, with Wanjuan's arrogance, how could she follow Wujiu around every day? Say, isn't this fate bestowed by the heavens? Jiang Suizhou's belly full of schemes were all blocked by Lu Yu. His throat felt bitter and his heart felt sour, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled faintly and agreed. In his heart, he had already gritted his teeth. Forget it. To think that he was worried about destroying the relationship between Hu Wujiu and Lu Yu and insisted that he be the bad guy. Since that was the case, he might as well hand this matter over to Hu Wujiu and let him talk to Lu Yu himself, Jiang Suizhou thought in a fit of pique. Even though Jiang Suzhou said these harsh words in his heart, he knew that the more Lu Yu valued Hu Wujiu, the more he couldn't bring himself to destroy their relationship. He listened to Lu Yu talk all the way until they reached the palace gates. Only then did Lu Yu stop talking. Your Highness and I hit it off quite well. I've let you listen to my idle chatter for so long. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Jiang Suzhou smiled faintly. General, it's not a big deal. It's just that you love your daughter dearly. He paused, then continued meaningfully. However, General, it's good to repay kindness and take revenge, but if there's a day when you provoke someone to hate you, then you might not be able to guarantee your daughter's safety, let alone a golden marriage. Lu Yu froze. His smile froze on his face. What did your highness say? He asked in surprise. Jiang Suzhou calmly retracted his gaze and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, this prince has some information about you, General. I'm sure you don't know that Peng Xiao and his men are trying to force your family into a dead end. Lu Yu froze, then became furious. He lowered his voice and said angrily, so it's true. That old bastard has been pretending to be weak all this time. It turns out that he's secretly plotting something. Thank you for telling me, Your Highness. I definitely won't let him succeed. Jiang Suzhou chuckled. Even though Lu Yu was good at leading troops into battle, he was too straightforward and reckless. If he didn't stop him now, he would probably take his spear and smash the Peng estate's gate. General, you still don't know what Peng Xiao is up to, he said. If he wants to kill you without leaving a trace, General, what are your chances of winning? Lu Yu stopped in his tracks. He had indeed been hot-headed. After hearing Prince Jing's words, he realized that he had no chance of winning if he was in the open and Peng Xiao was in the dark. Then, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then his voice weakened. Does your highness have any ideas? Jiang Suzhou looked at him with a smile. It was like a fox pretending to be pure and innocent, finally revealing a few inches of its tail lazily for others to see. Not only do I have an idea, I also have a way to help you, he said. Lu Yu wanted to thank him, but when he saw his expression, he felt uncertain. Then your highness, this prince is also a little busy and needs your help, Jiang Suzhou said. But there is no need to be nervous, General. In a while, someone will send the time and place of the meeting to the general's residence. When the time comes, this prince will bring this prince's bargaining chip. Why don't the general come with this prince and find a quiet place to talk? Lu Yu naturally agreed to Jiang Suzhou's suggestion. However, when the two parted ways, he looked at Jiang Suzhou with a complicated expression. Jiang Suzhou naturally knew, but he pretended not to see it. He didn't care what Lu Yu thought, but right now, this was the only thing he could do. If he only helped Lu Yu would be pressured by his loyalty to the country, and there would be room for negotiation. It would be very difficult for him to agree to his conditions. Only by forcing Lu Yu into a dead end and making him unable to advance or retreat, where he could only choose between two sides, would he make the decision to make some sacrifices. As for how he would view him, Jiang Suzhou told himself in his heart that it wasn't important, just let him be. Even if he had a good friend misunderstand him, it wasn't a very comfortable thing. He got into the carriage and hurriedly left. When he returned to his residence, he summoned Su Du and Gu Chongyun to his room and agreed on a suitable time and place for the meeting. Then, he had Su Du's men of sacrifice secretly bring the news to Lu Yu's residence. The time was set for nightfall, and the location was set at a famous restaurant in Lenin, Jinyu Pavilion. Although there were many people there, officials and merchants often came and went, so it wouldn't attract attention. Moreover, Su Du had already asked around and found out that Peng Xiao would be having a banquet at Mingfeng House tonight. At that time, he wouldn't meet any of Peng Xiao's acquaintances at Jinyu Pavilion. After making these arrangements, he asked Gu Chongyun to book a private room at Jinyu Pavilion in his name. Jiang Suzhou quietly waited in his residence for night to fall. Soon, it would be night. He changed into his usual clothes, prepared the evidence he had gathered recently, and prepared to leave with Gu Chongyun. However, at this moment, Wei Kai arrived. The door was pushed open. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw Wei Kai standing at the door. He carefully looked in his direction and said, Your Highness, Madame Hua is looking for you. Jiang Suzhou was already dressed and ready to leave. Today, he used the excuse of taking Gu Chongyun out to drink and have fun. At this moment, Gu Chongyun was waiting by the side. The carriage was already waiting outside the prince's residence. Jiang Suzhou paused, then said, Go and tell Madame Hua that if there's anything, wait until this prince comes back. However, at this moment, Wei Kai's figure swayed. He was forcefully pushed away from behind by someone. Jiang Suzhou looked over and saw Hua Wujiao sitting there. His face was expressionless, but his brows were furrowed. While Jiang Suzhou was still in a daze, he had already pushed Wei Kai away, wheeled himself into his room, and closed the door from the outside. "What are you doing?" Hu Wujiu asked. Jiang Suzhou only wanted to cover it up. "It's nothing. It's just that Gu Chongyun." Hu Wujiu's gaze was unfriendly. He paused for a moment on Gu Chongyun's face, then looked at Jiang Suzhou. "Are you trying to fool me with words that you'd use to fool an outsider? You've discussed with the two of them for a long time today, and now you're going out. What's there that I can't know?" He looked aggressive and fierce, but only Hu Wujiu himself knew that he had been waiting for Jiang Suzhou for an entire day. He had long sensed that something was going on in Jiang Suzhou. Otherwise, the main house wouldn't be so lively today. However, Jiang Suzhou, who should have come to talk to him a long time ago, didn't show up. Hu Wujiu had been anxious for an entire day, and finally, he lost his patience. He didn't know why Jiang Suzhou was hiding things from him. He only knew that he had to stop Jiang Suzhou and ask him clearly. Jiang Suzhou knew that he couldn't hide it from him anymore. He took a deep breath, and could only honestly and concisely say, "It's really nothing. I just have an appointment with General Liu, and I have something to say to him." Hu Wujiu pushed his wheelchair in front of him and stretched out his hand. "Take it out." Jiang Suzhou reluctantly put the prepared evidence in Hu Wujiu's hands. Gu Chongyun was dumbfounded by what he saw. When did the prince start to listen to Hu Wujiu's words? And this Hu Wujiu, although he was a bit fierce, the way he looked at the prince was angry and helpless. This was the first time he saw such lively emotions on Hu Wujiu's face. When the two of them faced each other, the aura they gave off really made it seem like they were cut off. Hu Wujiu, on the other hand, didn't have time to pay attention to Gu Chongyun. He took the letters from Jiang Suzhou, skimmed through them, and then put them on his lap. "What do you plan to do? Remind him, or threaten him?" Although he asked this question, Jiang Suzhou could tell that Hu Wujiu had already guessed what he wanted to do. Sure enough, without waiting for him to respond, Hu Wujiu continued, "Do you really think that Liu Yu is easy to scare? You've only known him for a few days. Do you know what kind of person he is and what he'll do? Jiang Suzhou, you're quite brave." This was the first time Hu Wujiu had directly called Jiang Suzhou by his full name. Jiang Suzhou paused, and was a bit unconvinced. "I made a few preparations, so why didn't you tell me?" Hu Wujiu asked. Jiang Suzhou said, "You have a close relationship with him, and in the future, it's not appropriate for you to show your face." Hu Wujiu also didn't know what he was going to do in the future with Jiang Suzhou's vague past, but hearing him say this, he still couldn't help but feel angry, but also helpless. It was fine that he only wanted to protect this and that, but he also wanted to protect himself in front of Liu Yu. He was really stupid. Hu Wujiu didn't waste any more words. He folded the letter a few times, stuffed it into his lapel, and looked at Jiang Suzhou. "Then go," he said. "Wait for me." In an extremely inconspicuous private room in Jinyu restaurant, 4 people sat around a table. Among them, Liu Yu and Gu Chongyun were both shocked. For a moment, no one said anything. Gu Chongyun was originally used as a shield to find a reason for Jiang Suzhou to go to Jinyu restaurant. It was originally just a small matter, but he didn't expect that he would see such a shocking scene. Hu Wujiu's legs were actually healed. He only heard Hu Wujiu say to the prince to wait for him, but he didn't expect that he would be waiting for him at Jinyu restaurant. When he and the prince arrived at the restaurant and entered the private room, he saw Hu Wujiu standing there with his legs intact. He only exchanged a glance with Hu Wujiu, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know when this person had turned from a cripple who could be bullied to a god of war who could break his neck with one hand. He didn't even know. Even Peng Xiao, who was making such a big fuss at that time, didn't notice. As for Liu Yu, he opened his eyes wide and stared at Hu Wujiu in surprise. He had originally planned to confront the unfathomable Imperial Prince Jing, but he didn't expect that the person sitting across from him would be Hu Wujiu, who had one hand on his knee and a cold expression on his face. Imperial Prince Jing sat on the side without saying a word, and he looked rather pitiful. "General Liu, please sit." Hu Wujiu didn't bother to be courteous. He raised his hand to signal for the dishes to be served, then picked up his wine glass and gestured to Lu Yu to drink. Lu Yu's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do. "Wujiu, if you have something to say, just say it. His Highness Imperial Prince Jing also told you today, right? Today is different from the past. General Lu, I'm afraid that you won't be able to refuse me today," Wujiu said. His tone was cold and unyielding, and it didn't sound like he was here to negotiate. Instead, he almost put the word thread on a plate and brought it to the table. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. In contrast, Lu Yu looked somewhat indignant. "Are you that certain?" Lu Yu said unhappily. "You're forcing me to commit treason. Wujiu, even your father didn't do this in the past." Wujiu said, "I'm not forcing you. It's Pang Xiao." Lu Yu sneered and didn't take it to heart. What can he do? No matter how much power he has, he's still just a civil official. I have more than 100,000 soldiers under my command, and there are still tens of thousands of them outside the city. Do you think he can kill me? Wujiu was expressionless. In the end, these soldiers still belong to Jiang Suanheng. What if he wants to take them back? Is there anyone else who can command an army of more than 100,000 soldiers? Pang Xiao has already gone to find someone to replace you. Then I'll just have to retire. He won't let you die peacefully. I'm upright and have never done anything that would bring shame to Shangjing. What can he do? As long as he reaches out, framing me is a piece of cake. I'm in Lingnan. No matter how long his reach is, where can he reach? The current governor of Lingnan is already Pang Xiao's man. Do you think he can do it? The two of them went back and forth, neither showing any signs of weakness. Lu Yu was always fierce when he spoke, and Wujiu's attitude was also cold and domineering. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense, and the smoke of gunpowder rose. Meng Qianshan and Wei Kai, who were standing at the side, were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. As soon as Wujiu said this, Lu Yu stopped. After a moment, he frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Wujiu smiled coldly and took out the letter in his arms. It stopped in midair. Wei Kai hurried forward, took it for him, and handed it to Lu Yu. "Take a look for yourself," Wujiu said. "He has already made his move. It won't be long before your military power is reduced and a new person replaces you. After that, any evidence of corruption, dereliction of duty, or even treason will be sent back to Linen." Lu Yu flipped through the letters. His hands gradually began to tremble, and his eyes gradually turned red. Jiang Suzhou could see that Wujiu's actions were the same as his. He wanted to force Lu Yu into a dead end first before making him submit. However, Wujiu was too decisive and bold. He didn't give him any face at all. On the contrary, Jiang Suzhou couldn't bear it. No matter what, he was still a loyal official and a good general. It was extremely painful for him to watch as he was framed by a traitor and unable to do anything about it. Pang Xiao was determined to get rid of you as soon as he was born. He has always been such a hopeless person. The emperor has always believed in him since childhood. "General, you don't have to worry too much about it," Jiang Suzhou softened his voice and said. "However, you should also know that even though the soldiers are in your hands, there are thousands of ways to take them away. With an incapable ruler and treacherous officials above your head, not only will the soldiers not be your backing, they will fall into their hands sooner or later. When that time comes, not only will your family suffer, but the mountains and rivers will wither and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will only be a matter of time." After a long time, Lu Yu took a deep breath and put the letter back on the table. "I understand what your highness said." Lu Yu suppressed the trembling in his voice. After a moment, he looked at Wujiu. "My death is not to be regretted, but I will not let Wan Jun be implicated," he said. Wujiu smiled faintly, his face showing that he understood. Lu Wanjun's mother was Lu Yu's childhood love. She died while giving birth to him. Lu Wanjun was Lu Yu's lifeblood. However, if I make this choice, I will become a traitor in the future. My reputation will be tarnished, but if I am not careful, I will die," Lu Yu said in a low voice as he stared at Wujiu. "My death is not to be regretted, but Wan Jun cannot end up alone and without anyone to rely on," he said. Wujiu frowned again. "Then what does he want? Does he want me to introduce a girl to Lu Wanjun? Lu Yu took a deep breath. If you want me to agree, I only have one condition, he said. You have to promise me that you will take Wanjun as your wife, and that you will not let her down for the rest of your life. Jiang Suzhou's heart sank, and his mind went blank. He looked at Hua Wujiu and opened his mouth, but no words came out. He wanted to say something to stop him, but he was in no position to do so. But he regretted it so much that his heart ached. He regretted that he did not make up his mind to stop Hua Wujiu and fight Lu Yu to the death. But now, there was no turning back. Jiang Suzhou's vision blurred, and he felt like he was gradually losing consciousness. But at this moment, he saw Hua Wujiu stare blankly, then lean back in his chair. The corner of his lips curled up, revealing a sharp but cold smile. General Lu is too good at doing business, he said. But even if my father is still alive, he has no say in this matter. So I advise you not to even think about it. Jiang Suizhou felt even more unreal. He looked at Hua Wujiu in a daze, only to see Hua Wujiu leaning back in his chair, looking extremely indifferent as he looked up at Lu Yu. According to the original history, he had no reason to refuse Lu Yu's request. Therefore, the truth was completely different from what he had read in the official historical records. Before Jiang Suizhou could recover from his shock, Lu Yu's eyes widened. You brat, did you ask Lu Wanjun for his opinion? Hua Wujiu crossed his arms and frowned. What are you blindly arranging for her? She must have. Lu Yu didn't hesitate. Then you're wrong. Hua Wujiu didn't beat around the bush at all. She and I hated each other since we were young, and it's still the same even now. You're just a boor who spends all your time in the military camp. Can't you just fight your battles? Why are you acting like a matchmaker? His words were so blunt that Lu Yu couldn't say anything for a moment. But, Hua Wujiu continued, General Lu, you know very well what kind of person I am. The two of us are tied together, not by marriage, but by enemies. When that happens, it'll backfire on you, and it won't be the result you want. Lu Yu was speechless. At this moment, Jiang Suizhou was completely at ease. He actually felt like he had survived a disaster, and his entire body relaxed. But he also knew that this was a critical moment in his discussion with Lu Yu. He couldn't relax because of his personal feelings. He quickly focused his attention and saw that Lu Yu was clearly at a disadvantage. Lu Yu didn't say anything, so he quickly pressed on and persuaded. General Lu, even if you want to use the marriage of your children as a reason to start the war, you can't do that. You are afraid that the Shi family will scold you for being indecisive, for betraying the country and seeking glory. How could they not scold you for being sentimental and for not being able to take on important responsibilities? Lu Yu looked at him and said in a low voice, what you said makes sense. So, if you don't rebel now, you can only sit and wait to be killed, Jiang Suizhou said. Seeing Lu Yu hesitate, Hua Wujiu frowned and said, why are you afraid of them? It's just condemnation in speech and in writing. It's the most suicidal. Jiang Suizhou added, moreover, it's not a question of whether or not we're rebelling. Hundreds of years ago, who knows if the Emperor Taizong with the surname Jiang did not raise an army to overthrow the previous dynasty? The change of dynasties was just like the setting of the moon and the rising of the sun. Wasn't the current emperor of northern Liang also a retainer of the Jiang clan who started the war? Hundreds and thousands of years later, the historians will write. If we want to talk about it, we can only say that they are old and welcome the new. His words were full of confidence. Lu Yu was silent for a moment and then opened his mouth. Look. He pointed at Hua Wujiu with his chopsticks. You've been in His Highness Prince Jing's estate for so long, but you haven't learned the slightest bit from him. Instead, you're acting like a bandit. It's rude to talk to your elders like that. Hearing his words, Jiang Suizhou let out a long sigh of relief. If Lu Yu could say this, then it meant that it was a success. He couldn't help but look at Hua Wujiu. His eyes were full of surprise and joy. The moment he looked over, Hua Wujiu also turned his head to look at him. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes were very deep. After looking at each other for a moment, Hua Wujiu's lips curled up and he laughed. Weren't you the one who hated poor scholars the most? He asked. Lu Yu angrily poked at the food with his chopsticks. How can His Highness Prince Jing be the same? Although Hu Wujiu was talking to him, his eyes were looking at Jiang Suizhou. It's indeed different, he said. Although Jiang Suizhou let out a long sigh of relief, he still couldn't figure out why the truth was so different from what was written in the history books. After the banquet ended, he pondered this question. Hu Wujiu rushed into the carriage from the dark alley behind the restaurant. He saw Jiang Suizhou sitting in the carriage, deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Hu Wujiu asked. Jiang Suizhou blurted out, why did you refuse General Liu? Hu Wujiu was a bit confused, why else? I didn't want to. But Miss Liu, she... Jiang Suizhou said halfway before he realized that something was wrong. He originally wanted to say that Miss Liu was the person who would accompany him in the future, but he definitely couldn't say that. He hurriedly stopped talking. However, Hu Wujiu asked doubtfully, what's wrong with her? She's quite nice, Jiang Suizhou said vaguely. Unexpectedly, Hu Wujiu showed an unhappy expression when he heard this. What's so nice about her? Jiang Suizhou immediately heard the anger in his tone. He hurriedly turned his head to look and saw Hu Wujiu sitting there with a frown on his face. She's not that pretty, but she's acting like a man all the time. Her temper is also bad. Do you think she's nice to you because she's a good person? When she was 7 or 8 years old, she chased after Wei Kai and the others to beat them up. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I've never seen. Jiang Suizhou had never heard Hu Wujiu speak so fast and in such rapid succession. He was even speaking ill of others. Jiang Suizhou had never been one to speak ill of others behind their backs. When he heard Hu Wujiu say this, his face turned red and he hurriedly stopped him. Okay, I know you don't like her. Don't say too much. However, Hu Wujiu didn't back down at all. When he looked at him, there was an aggressive look in his eyes. Of course I don't like her, he said. So you should also keep your eyes open. Don't fall for her. This time it was Jiang Suizhou's turn to be puzzled. His face was full of surprise. What did you say? Of course I don't have any improper thoughts about Miss Liu. As soon as he finished speaking, for a moment, the two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. Only the sound of the swaying carriage could be heard. After a moment, Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but laugh. Why do you think so? He asked. Hu Wujiu opened his mouth and looked away as if he was a little guilty. Don't you still think I like her? After all, the two of you grew up together, Wei Kai and I grew up together, Hu Wujiu said. Jiang Suizhou burst out laughing. Hu Wujiu frowned and said unhappily, what are you laughing at? It's true. Do I have to like her because we grew up together? Jiang Suizhou heard this and nodded with a smile. Okay, I know. When Hu Wujiu returned to his room, he first called Wei Kai to his room. I found something, he said with a serious expression. But I'm not sure. Wei Kai happened to be holding an important letter. When he heard Hu Wujiu say this, he immediately perked up and showed a serious expression. General, please tell me. Hu Wujiu pondered for a moment and said slowly. Why do I feel that Prince Jing's feelings for me aren't unintentional? Wei Kai didn't know what to say. His tense nerves instantly relaxed in an extremely speechless manner. Under the light, he saw that the general's face was grave and stern, as if he was facing a great enemy. If he didn't say that, anyone would think that he was thinking about important military matters. General, Wei Kai said hesitantly. When he laughed in the carriage just now, Hu Wujiu said. Something's wrong. Wei Kai thought to himself, you're the one who's wrong. He didn't believe him at all and thought that his general was obsessed with her because of his one-sided love. However, Hu Wujiu continued, think of a way to help me find out more about him. No, I should be the one to tell him directly. Wei Kai hurriedly stopped him. General, don't. Hu Wujiu looked up at him and frowned. What's wrong? Wei Kai swallowed his words and hesitated for a moment. He had no choice but to use the secret letter in his hand. General, why don't you take a look at this first? Wei Kai said. Our brothers outside the residence sent it here in a hurry. It just arrived and said that the matter inside is very important and that it must be shown to you as soon as possible. Hu Wujiu frowned and looked at him. His expression was a little uneasy, but he still took the letter and opened it. The letter said that Pang Xiao's son, Pang Wei, had been sent out of the city by the Pang family and was heading south. This wasn't a big deal, but the Pang family had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they secretly send him away, but they also sent a lot of people to protect him. This meant that there was something unusual going on. Hu Wujiu read the letter from beginning to end several times and said, "Send someone to follow him. See where he's going and what he's doing." Wei Kai agreed and asked, "General, what did you find out?" Hu Wujiu held the letter and frowned. "Of course, I can't tell based on this. However, Pang Xiao has been keeping a close eye on Luyu these days and has sent people to Lingnan. If his son is also being sent to Lingnan, then he must have found something there." At this moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. The two of them turned around and saw Jiang Suizhou standing at the door with Meng Qianshan. Jiang Suizhou stood under the lantern in front of the porch. He didn't even have time to change out of his robe. Under the light, his face looked a little pale. He stood there and looked at Hu Wujiu. He was holding something in his hand, but he didn't move it. Hu Wujiu immediately frowned. "What's wrong?" He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and suddenly remembered something. He turned around and sat back in his wheelchair in annoyance. He supported himself in his wheelchair and quickly walked to the door. He pulled Jiang Suizhou in and closed the door. Jiang Suizhou's lips were trembling. He was holding something tightly in his hand. It was a very small roll of paper. It was obvious that it was a letter sent by pigeon. "Something has happened." His voice was trembling, and his face was full of confusion. This was the first time Hu Wujiu had seen him like this. Hu Wujiu felt as if his heart was being squeezed together. He felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. He immediately stood up from the wheelchair and dragged Jiang Suizhou to sit down on the couch at the side without any explanation. Only then did he take the thing in his hand and unfolded it to take a look. There were only a few strokes on the paper and only a few words. However, it said, "Fang Zhaohe has rebelled." Hu Wujiu looked at Jiang Suizhou. He looked up with a pale face and said slowly, "Fang Zhaohe has arrived at Lingnan. He took Pang Xiao's money and instigated General Chen Jun, who was left behind by General Liu in Lingnan, to rebel. Chen Jun is now in command of the 300,000 troops left behind by Pang Xiao in Lingnan. If he succeeds, these 300,000 troops will belong to Pang Xiao." Hu Wujiu's eyes darkened. If the main general has rebelled, then it won't be difficult to control the troops under his command. It's easy enough to receive an order from the higher-ups and then change the order to deceive the troops under his command and lead them to war, he said. "Then, he'll definitely succeed," Jiang Suizhou said. "So today, Pang Xiao sent Pang Wei out of the city to meet him in Lingnan?" Hu Wujiu asked. Jiang Suizhou paused for a moment before he spoke in a hoarse voice. "What? He sent his son out?" Hu Wujiu nodded. "Then he's definitely going to make a move." Jiang Suizhou took a deep breath and continued, "My subordinates found out that Lingnan is facing a plague of locusts now that it's summer. But Fang Zhaohe didn't send them out. He didn't even give them any compensation. If I'm not wrong, he wants to use the natural disaster to cause chaos in Lingnan. When the refugees rise, he'll fake an uprising and lead his troops into Linen. At that time, Pang Xiao will proclaim himself emperor or protect the new emperor. It'll all depend on what Pang Xiao thinks." Although he tried hard to appear calm, his throat tightened and he couldn't hide the tremor in his voice. Hu Wujiu's frown deepened. He lowered his eyes and thought about the countermeasures and chances of victory. But at this moment, Jiang Suizhou paused and spoke again. "It's my fault," he said. "The plague of locusts will rise quickly. In less than half a month, I'm afraid Pang Xiao will mobilize his troops. I was the one who wanted to sow discord between Pang Xiao and Jiang Suanheng. I forced Pang Xiao into a corner. That's why he came up with this plan. He wants to fight to the death. This time, not only will Lingnan be affected, but all of Nanjing will be plunged into misery and suffering. It's all my fault." His voice gradually became choked with sobs. Hu Wujiu didn't know where Jiang Suizhou's self-blame came from. He only knew that this stupid guy put the whole world on him and he wouldn't be able to hold on. He raised his hand and pressed the back of Jiang Suizhou's head, pulling him into his arms. "It's not your fault," he said. "Besides, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Jiang Suzhou was caught off guard. His body was thrown forward, and his head bumped into Hu Wuzhou's abdomen. It was a little hard, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of security, even though this was clearly the most critical moment for him. This was the first time he had been so flustered. He was so flustered that his limbs were in a mess. In the past, even if Peng Xiao was advancing step by step and his future master was aggressive, he was not flustered. This was because he understood them. He knew what kind of bargaining chips they had in their hands. He knew how to deal with them. Everything was within his control. But this time, the butterfly flapped its wings and disrupted the course of history. No matter how much he planned, he could not stop Peng Xiao, who no longer trusted his future master and wanted to destroy him. He sniffled softly. But Hu Wuzhou's warm palm pressed against the back of his head. His voice was a little muffled. In less than half a month, Nanjing will be in chaos. Even if we besiege and kill Peng Xiao now, it will be difficult to stop his plan. Hu Wuzhou muttered to himself for a moment, as if he had made a decision. I have a way to get troops, he said. Do you trust me? Jiang Suzhou did not speak for a moment, nor did he move. Hu Wuzhou clicked his tongue impatiently. His tone was a little lighter, as if he was really not afraid of anything. I'm asking you a question. But, no buts, Hu Wuzhou said. Just say it. Do you believe me or not? He was completely threatening him. Jiang Suzhou paused and said in a low voice unwillingly, I believe you, okay? Then what do you plan to do next? You don't have to worry about that, Hu Wuzhou said. As he spoke, he gently let go of Jiang Suzhou. The heat from the side of his face and the back of his head suddenly disappeared. Jiang Suzhou felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness, as if he had no one to rely on. He looked up at Hu Wuzhou and saw that Hu Wuzhou was also looking down at him. Since you trust me, then go back to sleep, Hu Wuzhou said. Jiang Suzhou said, but you forced me to say it just now. Go back to sleep, Hu Wuzhou repeated. I'm going out for a while. When I open my eyes tomorrow morning, I'll give you an answer, okay? Hu Wuzhou persuaded Jiang Suzhou in every possible way, then brought along Wei Kai and went straight to Lu Yu's general's mansion. He was not as calm and composed as he was in front of Jiang Suzhou. He barged into Lu Yu's residence and went straight to his room. He dragged the sleeping Lu Yu out of bed. Lu Yu was in a daze when he saw Hu Wuzhou standing in front of his bed and scolding him without any trace of politeness. You're still sleeping? Peng Xiao, that old scoundrel, has already destroyed your nest. Why are you still sleeping? Lu Yu felt like he was having a nightmare. It wasn't until Lu Wanjun, who had heard the commotion, hurriedly lit a lamp and illuminated the anxious Wei Kai and Hu Wuzhou in the room. Only then did he realize that it was real. What's wrong? What's Peng Xiao? Lu Yu hurriedly sat up. Imperial Prince Jing just received a report. Fang Zhaohe, who he sent to Lingnan, has already turned the soldiers you left in Lingnan into a rebellion. Hu Wuzhou said. In less than half a month, they'll be able to find a reason to attack Linen. Lu Yu felt like he was dreaming. What's Peng Xiao after? He asked anxiously. Isn't he satisfied that the emperor is so obedient to him? Hu Wuzhou didn't have time to explain the growing animosity between Peng Xiao and the future emperor. He only said concisely, it's just on the surface. I'm afraid he wants to kill two birds with one stone. First, he wants to eliminate his enemies. Second, he wants to change the dynasty. Lu Yu was scared out of his wits. Then what should we do? He asked. Even if you're here, your 50,000 soldiers are just a drop in the bucket if they want to fight against my 300,000 soldiers. Moreover, Lingnan isn't far from Linen. There are towns and counties along the way. It's not a place where we can fight. At that time, even if they won, the war would drag on for at least a year. How many people would die by then? Lu Yu didn't dare to think about it. That's why we have to make the first move, Hu Wuzhou said. Lu Yu hurriedly asked, you have a plan? Hu Wuzhou pondered for a moment. It's just a risk, he said. The only thing we can do now is to borrow the soldiers of Bailiang. When Lu Yu heard this, he knew that he already had dealings with Bailiang. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, he said. However, he heard Hua Wujiu say, "However, I want to borrow some soldiers from you. I want light cavalry. The more, the better." Lu Yu didn't understand. Why? Hua Wujiu looked at him and said in a deep voice, "You can't trust the people of Bailiang completely." Lu Yu was shocked. You mean, he hesitated and didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that with Hua Wujiu's abilities, he would be captured so easily. Either Nanjing was prepared in advance, or someone behind Hua Wujiu betrayed him. Since Hua Wujiu said so, it must be the second possibility. Hua Wujiu nodded. It's just a guess. Lu Wanjun, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, couldn't help but frown. Then if you go, won't you be sending yourself to death? That's why I want to lead the soldiers, Hua Wujiu said. I need you to suggest to Jiang Suanheng in the next few days that you find an excuse to send some soldiers to the riverbank. He won't stop you if you don't send a lot of soldiers. When the time comes, I'll lead the soldiers there and ambush them on the south bank. If they let their guard down, we can capture the bandit leader first. The rest of the soldiers will be at my disposal. Lu Yu said, but how can you be sure that they'll bring soldiers across the river? Hua Wujiu looked up at him. They'll definitely come. Lu Wanjun muttered to himself, if they want to help you, they'll definitely come back. If they want to kill you, they won't let go of this opportunity, right? Hua Wujiu slowly nodded. Lu Yu thought for a long time and took a deep breath. I'll do as you say. Hua Wujiu said, there's one more thing that you must do well. Lu Yu asked, what is it? Hua Wujiu looked at him. I don't know if I'll survive this trip. The capital might not be peaceful either, he said. Peng Xiao is keeping a close eye on Prince Jing's estate. If there's a battle on the riverbank, the capital won't be quiet. Lu Yu nodded. The remaining soldiers under your command must protect the imperial city. Don't let anyone important go, he said. Lu Yu replied, don't worry about that. But you need to go and come back quickly. There are guards in the surrounding counties. If you rush to Lin An's aid, you won't be able to hold on for long. Hua Wujiu nodded and continued, there's also Prince Jing. Lu Yu didn't understand. What about Prince Jing? Hua Wujiu looked at him with a heavy gaze. There was an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness in his eyes. Protect him well. If he's harmed in the slightest, I'll take your life. The next morning, when the sun rose, Lin was still peaceful and prosperous. There were no undercurrents in the city at all. It was the same in the imperial court. Lu Yu still liked to cause trouble, and he couldn't change his habit of pointing fingers. 2 days ago, he impeached Peng Xiao. Today, he wantonly criticized the lack of defense in the northern border of Dying. He thought that he could sit back and relax by relying on the natural mode of the Yangtze River, but in reality, it was difficult to deal with external troubles. In the end, it was Peng Xiao who was lazy in governance. He might even be suspected of embezzling national funds. His successor always heard him scold Peng Xiao. After a long time, he not only got tired of Peng Xiao, but also of Lu Yu. He had a headache from Lu Yu's loud voice, so he simply said, so, what does Minister Lu want to do? Lu Yu straightened his back and said in a loud voice, of course it's to strengthen the defense in case of any unexpected incidents. His successor felt a headache coming on. Although he only cared about romance every day, he was also aware of how much money he had in his pocket. This money was used to support the beauties in his palace, to support his luxurious life, and to raise the rare birds and beasts in his enclosure. Where would he find the money to raise some useless troops? He waved his hand and said, then let's send them out from your troops. Don't you have 50,000 troops outside the city? Allocate 5,000 and send them over first. Lu Yu looked unhappy. But. No buts. His successor didn't compromise at all. I can't send out troops either. In any case, your troops will be sent to a useful place sooner or later. If you send them over now, you'll save some money on provisions. Lu Yu didn't say anything. This matter was settled just like that. The troops outside the city were in full swing. Meanwhile, in Prince Jing's estate, Jiang Suzhou also knew about Hua Wujiu's plan. However, Hua Wujiu didn't tell him everything. He only said that he sent a messenger pigeon to Li Cheng, who was defending the north of the river. In a few days, Li Qing would send 150,000 troops across the river. This time, he would follow Lu Yu's troops to the north of the river and take the 150,000 troops into his hands. After that, Lu Yu would besiege the city, and he would lead the troops to reinforce the city. When the 200,000 troops surrounded Linen, it would be the day that Pang Xiao and Jiang Suanheng would die. At that time, they could quickly take over Linen and rush to Lingnan. They would block the 300,000 troops in Lingnan and kill Pang Xiao's son and the rebel general. At that time, the whole of Nanjing would fall into their hands. Jiang Suzhou thought about it and couldn't see any flaws in this plan, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy. If it was so easy for Hua Wujiu to mobilize his troops, why didn't he think of such a simple plan before? Since he could move freely and no one could catch him, why did he still want to infiltrate Lu Yu's 5,000 troops? He had some doubts in his heart, and the closer he got to Hua Wujiu's departure date, the more uneasy he felt. The day before he left, he returned from the Yamen. It was already late at night. He returned to Anin Hall, but he didn't go to the main room. He stopped in the courtyard, and then he went to Hua Wujiu's room. Hua Wujiu was sitting there, watching Wei Kai take inventory of their luggage. They didn't have much to bring, so it was easy to pack. When he saw Jiang Suzhou come in, Hua Wujiu looked up at him and waved at him. "Come," he said. "What's the matter?" Jiang Suzhou said, "I'm just here to take a look." Hua Wujiu stood up to pour him a cup of tea, but Jiang Suzhou stopped him. He looked up at Hua Wujiu. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm still a little worried." Hua Wujiu smiled and said casually, "What's there to be worried about? We're talking about 200,000 people. Even if Pang Xiao has twice as many soldiers, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I'm worried about." Jiang Suzhou frowned. "I'm just guessing, but can we trust the Liang dynasty's troops?" Hua Wujiu paused for a moment, but it was fleeting. He chuckled twice. "Those soldiers are all from the Hua family. What's there to doubt?" "Don't think too much about it," he said. But Hua Wujiu looked at him lazily. "Why? Are you thinking too much because you have nothing better to do?" Jiang Suzhou opened his mouth and was about to refute. However, Hua Wujiu raised his hand and pulled his wrist. Then, he waved his hand at Wei Kai as a signal. "All right, don't think too much about it. I'll take you to something to do," Hua Wujiu said. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly asked, "What are we going to do?" "Lu Yu is going to reward the troops outside the city tonight. I'll take you there." Jiang Suzhou didn't expect that Hua Wujiu would bring him directly to the city wall. The sky darkened, and the soldiers' tents below the city wall were lit on fire. However, it was pitch black above the city wall, and nothing could be seen. Hua Wujiu skillfully found a blind spot of the guards, stepped on the wall with Jiang Suzhou, and leaped up. The city wall of Linen was very high, and it separated the inside and outside of the city into two different worlds. The inside of the city was bustling with lights, and outside of the city, there were bright tents scattered all over the ground. Hua Wujiu led Jiang Suzhou to the edge of the city wall and sat down. Jiang Suzhou lowered his head and could see the bustling scene. This bustling scene was different from the one in the city. The camp was illuminated by the bonfire on the ground, and it was steaming hot. The voices of the soldiers around the bonfire were not soft. They were chatting and laughing noisily, as if they had been roasted by the flames. They sat on the ground, and the wine jars and food were placed on the ground. The aroma of the wine and meat rose together with the rising steam. Jiang Suzhou was stunned for a moment. "It's very lively," he said. "Are they like this every day?" "Because we're going to set out tomorrow, so it's like this today," Hua Wujiu said from the side. "It's a military rule." He seemed to be always sitting on the city wall. His feet were clearly hanging in the air for more than 100 feet, but his legs were swinging leisurely. He even raised his other leg and stepped on the edge of the city wall. On the contrary, Jiang Suzhou was quite nervous. Hua Wujiu helped him to sit down, and he didn't dare to move again. "After this, it's going to be hard work for the next few days," Jiang Suzhou said and looked at Hua Wujiu. "Are you going with them tomorrow?" Hua Wujiu put his arm on his knee and looked sideways at Jiang Suzhou. "Lu Yu has sent 2 sets of military uniforms. Tomorrow, Wei Kai and I will sneak in. Won't they find out?" Jiang Suzhou asked. The one leading the troops is Ji Hongqing. Hua Wujiu said. It's reliable, don't worry. Jiang Suzhou nodded. He then heard Hua Wujiu say, you, on the other hand. Lu Yu is also in the city, but you have to be careful. Don't let Peng Xiao find you. Jiang Suzhou replied, okay. Hua Wujiu continued, I still have some people in the city. From now on, they will protect you. Tomorrow, I have a subordinate who will enter the residence. You don't have to worry about him. He knows what to do. Jiang Suzhou nodded. So. He looked at Hua Wujiu. Is there really no danger? Hua Wujiu lowered his head to look at him. He didn't dare to tell the truth. He didn't know how many troops the other party would bring, what kind of intentions they had, and what kind of generals they would send. He couldn't be sure of any of these. He couldn't even tell what his chances of success were. The only thing he was sure of was that no matter what, he wouldn't let Jiang Suzhou be alone in danger for too long. He raised his hand to touch Jiang Suzhou's hair, but he stopped halfway. He said with certainty, as long as nothing happens to you, you'll be safe. Don't worry. Jiang Suzhou looked at him. If he was still the same person he was a few months ago, he wouldn't be worried at all. Who was Hua Wujiu? The god of war of Daliang had always been invincible. Even if he made a mistake once, there wouldn't be a second time. In front of him, there was no problem. But now, Hua Wujiu wasn't the general in the history books who had been bestowed with a divine personality. He was his sweetheart. After a long time, Jiang Suzhou slowly spoke. Then you must do as you say, he said. You can't lie to me. Early the next morning, the troops outside the city set out. Hua Wujiu's movements were quite secretive, and his movements were also very fast. When Jiang Suzhou got up early in the morning and rushed to his room, the person sitting in the wheelchair was no longer him. It was a young man who was about the same height as him. When he saw him come in, the man looked him up and down, then stood up nimbly. He cupped his hands towards Jiang Suzhou and said, This must be His Highness, Prince Jing? Your subordinate, Nie Yao, has been ordered by the general to protect your highness. Jiang Suzhou was stunned for a moment, then he found his voice and said. He's already left? Nie Yao said, Your subordinate escorted the general out of the city 2 hours ago. Jiang Suzhou lowered his eyes. After a moment, he said in a low voice, So early, Nie Yao nodded, Yes. The general specifically told me not to disturb your rest. Jiang Suzhou smiled at him. He didn't know why, but the corners of his mouth were a bit heavy, and his smile was a bit forced. I know. You just need to stay here with peace of mind. I've already told the Meng Qianshan that you don't need to worry about food and clothing. If anything happens, I'll definitely come find you. Nie Yao cupped his hands in acknowledgement, then Jiang Suzhou turned around and left. After the door was closed, the early summer breeze in June blew on his body. It was obviously gentle, but Jiang Suzhou felt a bit cold. He turned around and looked at the closed door. He didn't realize that, ever since he had transmigrated, this was the first day that Hua Wujiu wasn't by his side. It made him feel so unaccustomed to it that he even felt as if the whole world had become empty. He turned around and returned to the main room as if nothing had happened. Hua Wujiu had arranged everything very well for him. Although Lu Yu was still as tyrannical as before in the royal court, he was secretly cooperating with Peng Xiao, acting like he was strong in appearance but weak in reality. Step by step, Peng Xiao had turned him into a mere figurehead. From time to time, he would even act out incompetent rage. With Lu Yu diverting Peng Xiao's attention, it made things a lot easier for Jiang Suzhou to do things. He sent people to closely monitor Peng Xiao's every move, and also to check if there were any unusual movements from him. As expected, Peng Xiao was very busy these days. Other than taking care of Lu Yu, there were also many things that required his attention outside the city. He exchanged messages every day, so he didn't have time to care about Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou knew that it must have something to do with Lingnan. He also found out a thing or two from Peng Xiao's many messages. The locust plague in Lingnan was getting worse, but the news had been suppressed. Peng Wei had already arrived in Lingnan. He was just waiting for an opportunity to incite the people, and then he could use this opportunity to mobilize the troops. This was enough to show that Feng Zhaohe was really not clear-headed. Just from a few sporadic messages, Jiang Suzhou could tell that Peng Xiao didn't want Feng Zhaohe to live at all. Locust plague, embezzlement, and concealment. These crimes stacked together would definitely take Feng Zhaohe's life. When the time came, the troops would rise in Lingnan and endanger Linen. When the empress died and Peng Xiao pretended to suppress the rebellion, he would definitely punish Feng Zhaohe and take his head so that he could take the blame. But at this time, Feng Zhaohe was only focused on working for Peng Xiao. Jiang Suzhou was closely monitoring Peng Xiao's every move. In just 7 or 8 days, Lu Wanjun had secretly gone to his residence several times. He didn't have anything to say to him, but just wanted to talk to him. After a few times, Jiang Suzhou finally couldn't help but ask about his doubts. It happened to be night. He was sorting out the news under the lamp. Lu Wanjun was sitting on a chair not far away, drinking tea and eating snacks in boredom. "Who sent you these few times?" Jiang Suzhou asked. Lu Wanjun paused and said with a smile, "I wanted to come. I have nothing to do at home, but it's fun here." Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but laugh. "What's fun here?" he said. "Tell me, is it Huowujiao?" Lu Wanjun closed his mouth. After thinking for a while, he admitted it. "How did you know?" she asked. Jiang Suzhou smiled. "I just had a feeling. I didn't expect to be right." "Why did he send you here?" Lu Wanjun leaned back in his chair. "He's worried about you," she said. "I don't know what this Madame Ping Ping has to worry about. However, he said some harsh words to my father, and my father didn't dare to disobey. He could only send me, an idle person, to check if there's any danger in your estate, so that I can protect you." Jiang Suzhou only felt that this method was very stupid. After a moment, he smiled helplessly. "Really?" Lu Wanjun looked at him with bright eyes. "Did you see something as well?" she asked. Jiang Suzhou stared blankly. "What?" Lu Wanjun said, "Huowujiao." Jiang Suzhou looked puzzled. "What's wrong with Huowujiao?" Lu Wanjun made an ah sound and stared at him for a while. She said as if talking to herself, "That's not right. You're a homosexual. Can't you see that?" Jiang Suzhou's heart skipped a beat. "What?" His eyes contained a hint of disbelief and expectation. Lu Wanjun saw it at a glance. She laughed mischievously. "Nothing," she said. "Wait for him to come back. Let him tell you himself." At this time, a pitch-black shadow was faintly reflected on the surface of the Yangtze River. From the north to the south, several ships were like giant beasts lurking in the night, slowly crossing the wide river. There were no lights on the ships. Only when one was very close could they vaguely see the giant black shadows. One ship after another came ashore. Many soldiers silently disembarked from the ships. They wore thick black armor, and only occasionally shone a cold light in the night. Gradually, the soldiers lined up on the riverbank. There were actually tens of thousands of them. So many people, yet they were not noticed at all. The general leading the soldiers naturally knew what was going on. Li Qing sat on his warhorse and quietly looked south. He knew that Wei Kai had already sent him a message saying that the general guarding this place had been bribed by Lu Yu and would not appear here today. Therefore, he and his soldiers were the only ones left on the riverbank. Other than that, there was someone else he had been ordered to kill. The 10,000 soldiers behind him were just bait to lure the enemy into a trap. Naturally, these soldiers did not know anything. They all thought that they were here to avenge General Hua. Only he and the dozens of elite soldiers who had been hiding in the area knew that they were here to kill General Hua and eliminate the crown prince once and for all. He waited quietly. At this moment, a voice came from the forest in the distance. "Li Qing?" It was Huowujiao's voice from afar. For a moment, the densely packed soldiers behind him were somewhat excited, faintly letting out muffled sounds. Li Qing coldly glanced behind him, only to see that there were dozens of soldiers around him, all of whom were ready to attack. He sneered. Even with Huowujiao's prestige, he would be trampled into a bloody pulp by the horse's hooves. The soldiers behind him could only be angry, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, the crown prince was standing behind them. Li Qing looked away and raised his voice. "General, it's me." As he spoke, he waved his hand slightly, indicating for the soldiers around him to get ready. Not long after he finished speaking, a faint sound came from the forest. A tall person riding a horse galloped out of the forest and headed straight for Li Qing. Li Qing raised his hand. In the next moment, dozens of arrows pierced through the air like falcons. They tore through the silence of the night and flew towards the figure. The person on the horse could not dodge in time and was hit by several arrows. The warhorse neighed as it was hit and fell heavily to the ground. Li Chang's eyes lit up. It was done. The soldiers in formation were dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground. As for the dozens of soldiers around Li Qing, they firmly protected Li Qing in the middle. Li Qing raised the scroll in his hand. "I am here on His Majesty's imperial edict to kill the traitor," he said. "The traitor Hua Wujiu has long since pledged allegiance to Nanjing. If we don't kill him, he will become a threat to Liang in the future." The scroll glowed with a faint golden light under the night sky. The soldiers around him felt as if they had been struck by lightning. No one knew what had happened tonight. However, the imperial edict was in Li Chang's hand. Even if they did not know whether it was true or false, they did not believe that Li Qing would dare to falsify an imperial edict and kill Hua Wujiu so openly. For a moment, the soldiers in formation did not move at all. Only the man and his horse fell to the empty ground. Seeing this, Li Qing put away the scroll with satisfaction. Under the escort of the elites around him, he rode his horse to the corpse. As long as he could confirm that Hua Wujiu was dead, his mission would be complete. After tonight, the crown prince would no longer have to worry about Hua Wujiu being alive. He would no longer be threatened by Pang Xiao because Hua Wujiu was in his hands. Everything would be settled. He could not help but reveal a joyful expression. He walked up to Hua Wujiu and had a soldier light a torch. He wanted to see Hua Wujiu's death. The torch illuminated the corpse. There was only a dead horse on the ground. On the horse's back was a scarecrow. In the next moment, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced Li Chang's throat. The accuracy of the sword was steady and the force was heavy. It actually pierced through his neck bone. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Chang's eyes widened. He did not even have time to retract the smile on his face. In a flash of silver, he saw Hua Wujiu standing at the edge of the forest. He was riding on a horse with a cold expression. The bow in his hand was still drawn. In the next moment, Hua Wujiu put away his bow, pulled out the horsewhip at his waist, and lashed it through the air. Following the crisp crack of the whip, the sound of hooves could be heard in the darkness all around. The sound of hooves approached from afar. Soldiers riding horses from the darkness surrounded the hundreds of panicked elites who had scattered in all directions. Anyone who dared to use their weapons in resistance was immediately cut down from their horses. After a series of hurried clangs of swords and sabers, those people were cleanly captured by the soldiers surging from the darkness. Hua Wujiu rode his horse in the direction of the great river. The night was hazy, and the absence of the moon made it seem even darker. A few months ago, he had also led his troops across the river in such a dark night. In the end, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were supposed to cross the river with him didn't move at all. Only he and a few soldiers were left behind, besieged by Southern Scenery's defending army. This was the first time in his life that he had ever lost a battle. He had suspected that his strategy had been too radical, or that there had been a flaw in his deployment. He had always been self-confident to the point of being conceited. At this moment, he was trying to think of a way to take responsibility for these mistakes. He didn't want to think, it was his Hua clan's army that had stabbed him in the back. He walked forward and stopped in front of Li Chang's corpse. He lowered his head, sizing him up in the dusky night. Li Chang's death was extremely unsightly. His eyes were wide open, and his blood had already dyed the ground several square feet around him red. Hua Wujiu looked as if he was looking at an animal that had been shot dead. His eyes didn't ripple. "General," Wei Kai worriedly said from behind him. However, Hua Wujiu looked away, his face still expressionless. "Go count the soldiers," he said. "See how many men Li Qing brought to act as bait." Wei Kai knew that he was suffering. Seeing him act as if nothing had happened, he felt even more sorry for him. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Yes, sir." He turned his horse around. He had only taken 2 steps when he heard Hu Wujiu say, "Anyone who dares to resist will be killed." Wei Kai sniffled and said in a low voice, "Yes, sir." As soon as he walked away, Ji Hongqing's soldiers escorted him over. Most of them had died, and only a few of them were left alive. Hu Wujiu sat upright on his horse. He lowered his eyes and looked at the people who were forced to kneel on the ground. He calmly asked, "Who ordered Li Qing to do this?" One of them raised his head with an effort. A tall man sat upright on the tall horse. He straddled an arrow, carried a bow on his back, and held a horsewhip in his hand. He swung it leisurely in his hand, creating a slight sound of wind. The horsewhip clearly didn't land on his body, but it made his hair stand on end. This was the first time this person had seen Hu Wujiu face to face. Ever since he joined the army, he had been serving under General Hui Yuyan, the crown prince. Compared to Hu Wujiu's army, which was like a hot knife cutting through butter, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was gentle and cautious. He had always thought over and over again when he used his troops, advancing step by step. Ever since Hu Wujiu took over all the troops under his father's command, they had lived in Hu Wujiu's shadow. Everyone knew that Hu Wujiu was the undefeated god of war. Who could see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince thinking about them day in and day out and working hard? However, at that time, it didn't matter. When marching and fighting, life and victory were the most important things, not these things. But now, De Liang had already been established, and the one to ascend the throne was the current emperor. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was allowed to live in the shadow of a military general, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Tonight, these people who knew the truth were the people His Royal Highness the Crown Prince relied on the most and trusted the most. They couldn't do anything to betray him. That person looked at Hu Wujiu, gritted his teeth, and didn't say a word. However, he heard Hu Wujiu slowly say, "Hu Yuyan told him to do it." At the side, a soldier immediately shouted, "That's not true. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince doesn't know anything. General Li has been jealous of you for a long time and wants to get rid of you." Hu Wujiu sneered. "Jealous of me, so he wants to get rid of me?" He seemed to have heard a joke. "Who is he? Is he worthy?" As he spoke, he held the reins with one hand, and the horse obediently took 2 steps forward. "Without Hui Yuyan's decree, how dare he fake an imperial edict and lead troops to cross the river to kill me? There's no need for you to play dumb with me here. I've known all along. Today, I just want to hear you admit it personally before you die." The horse slowly paced in front of the crowd. When one of them heard Hu Wujiu's disrespectful words, his eyes gradually turned red. He couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Since General Hu knows, why are you still living in this world? If you really care about De Liang's country and treat His Royal Highness the Crown Prince as your own brother, you should kill yourself early and let him feel at ease. Why do you need him to personally give the order? You're so proud of your achievements, do you really think De Liang can't survive without you? On the contrary, as long as you're alive, His Majesty and the Crown Prince won't be able to sleep in peace." The slowly pacing horse came to a stop. Hu Wujiu lowered his eyes and looked straight at Hu Wujiu. This person probably didn't know that Hu Wujiu's confident words just now were just a bluff. He didn't expect that not only did he bluff out the truth, but he also bluffed out such words that made Hu Wujiu wonder. Ji Hongqing, who was standing at the side, couldn't listen anymore. After the birds had flown, the bow was put away. Any military general would more or less understand. However, if it weren't for Hu Wujiu, who would have the ability to beat the Jing dynasty, which had such a rich treasury and was at the peak of its power, down to its current state? 10 years ago, the Jing dynasty's emperor was just muddle-headed, but the foundation left by the late emperor was still far from being completely ruined. However, they were actually so afraid of Hu Wujiu that they were anxious to kill him. That was his biological uncle, his cousin, whom he could entrust his back to. General Hu. Ji Hongqing saw that Hu Wujiu hadn't said anything for a long time, so he nervously stepped forward. However, he saw Hu Wujiu raise the hand holding the horsewhip, indicating for him to shut up. Ji Hongqing shut his mouth. Under the night sky, Hu Wujiu slowly revealed a smile. There was nothing strange about it, but there was an indescribable bitterness and sarcasm. "Well said," he said. After he finished speaking, his face turned cold. He pulled the reins with one hand, kicked his foot, and urged the horse to gallop in the direction of the Yangtze River. Capture all of them. Kill them. That night, the Yangtze River was turbulent. Huowujiu counted the 10,000 soldiers and horses by the river. He unscrupulously swung his whip and ordered the Wei Kai to immediately carry Li Cheng's head across the river. They received his verbal order and sent all the soldiers guarding the Jiangbei River to Jiangnan overnight. The military boats coming and going didn't stop for the whole night. On the surface of the river, an inconspicuous gray pigeon flew across the Yangtze River and arrived at Linan City in the 4th watch of the night. When the sky began to brighten, an inconspicuous carriage pulled by 2 fast horses quickly traversed the gradually fading night sky. It stepped on the empty green brick streets that were dyed with morning dew and stopped outside the Tianshu gate. An urgent letter was passed through the tightly locked palace gates. A moment later, a corner door opened at the Tianshu gate. The people in the carriage hurriedly alighted and quickly walked in. With a heavy sound, the corner door closed. The entire magnificent imperial city once again became an iron prison that even birds couldn't fly in. Only the carriage was left quietly parked outside the Tianshu gate. Every day, the palace gates had to be locked at the appointed time. If an official wanted to enter the palace at night to have an audience with the emperor, they had to have an urgent report in hand. It had to be delivered through the Tianshu gate, which was closest to the emperor's residence. Only then would they have the opportunity to meet the emperor at night. This was the first time the Empress Dowager had been woken up in the middle of the night by an urgent report since she ascended the throne. He was draped in a robe and invited to the dragon throne. He leaned against it and dozed off. He had stayed up late last night with the 2 concubines who had just entered the palace and had just fallen asleep. A moment later, he saw Peng Xiao walking quickly towards him. With a thud, he knelt down in front of the dragon throne. I once hid something very important from the emperor. Now that it has been exposed, it's all my fault, he said. The emperor was puzzled. He suppressed the yawn that was about to come out of his mouth and asked, "What is it?" "Huowujiu has escaped," Peng Xiao said through gritted teeth. "I have been in contact with the Crown Prince of Northern Liang, Huiyuan. His subordinate sent an urgent letter today saying that Huowujiu has led Northern Liang's army across the river. I'm afraid there are 100,000 soldiers." The emperor's brows were tightly knitted together. He could understand every word Peng Xiao said, but when they were put together, he was confused. What was going on? How could so many things happen in one night? Peng Xiao took out a few letters that he had prepared with regards to Huiyuan. He placed them on the emperor's desk and quickly explained to him. Before Huowujiu crossed the river, Huiyuan found me. He wanted Huowujiu's life, but he didn't dare to do it himself. He said that he wanted to trick Huowujiu into coming here and use me to kill him. I originally wanted to kill Huowujiu, but I changed my mind at the last minute. I captured Huowujiu alive to restrain Huiyuan. After all, I can send Huowujiu back in one piece at any time and threaten his position as the crown prince again. Therefore, with Huowujiu in my sight, Huiyuan didn't dare to act rashly. However, the emperor still looked sleepy. He asked again, "Is this what you said to me? Is it useful to keep Huowujiu alive?" Peng Xiao looked at his dull and cowardly appearance and only felt annoyed. If it weren't for the urgent matter that required him to use his imperial edict to mobilize the troops in the surrounding counties, he wouldn't have come here to report this to this good-for-nothing. The words that came out of his mouth were 60% true and 40% false. He naturally wouldn't tell his successor that he had long relied on Huowujiu to swindle Huiyuan out of hundreds of thousands of taels of silver over the past few months. Peng Xiao gritted his teeth. Yes. But now that Huowujiu has escaped, he will endanger Linan from time to time. I request your Majesty's imperial edict to immediately send people to the surrounding counties to borrow troops to protect your Majesty's safety. The emperor was only halfway awake from his shock. Go quickly, he said. But, how did Huowujiu escape? Peng Xiao gritted his teeth. Naturally, Prince Jing let him go, he said. It will take at least 3 to 5 days to rush from Linan to the riverside, no matter how fast the journey is. After so many days, Prince Jing's residence has been peaceful. He must be covering for Huowujiu. At this point, Peng Xiao cupped his fists and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, you must capture Prince Jing and guard him. Since he can cover for Hua Wujiu, he must have a lot of information about Hua Wujiu in his hands. Perhaps even capturing him can restrain Hua Wujiu. However, the emperor didn't care about this. This sickly person is so bold that he dares to collude with the enemy. He gritted his teeth. He is indeed the unfilial son of AB*TCH. He is evil to the bones. As he spoke, he raised his hand and said, "Guards, quickly go to Prince Jing's residence and capture that B*TCH for me." However, Pang Xiao stopped him. "Your Majesty, you can't." The emperor frowned. "Why?" Pang Xiao said, "Prince Jing is unfathomable. I'm afraid that this will alert him. This subject has a plan that I hope your Majesty will listen to." The emperor hurriedly said, "Quickly say it." Pang Xiao said, "There will be a court assembly today. Your Majesty, why don't you wait until he enters the palace and then detain him? At that time, he will be in the palace. Wouldn't that be like catching a turtle in a jar?" When the emperor heard this, he felt that it made sense. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "We'll do as you say." Pang Xiao acknowledged and was about to leave. The emperor's drowsiness was also awakened. He watched as Pang Xiao bowed and retreated. Outside the window, the faint morning light faintly shone through and blended with the candlelight in the hall. The emperor suddenly spoke. "Uncle," he called out. Pang Xiao stopped. The emperor then asked, "No matter what, uncle will stay in the capital and protect me, right?" Pang Xiao lowered his head and bowed. Under his wide sleeves and tall hat, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. "This subject will naturally do so. I will definitely not abandon your Majesty." Early the next morning, Jiang Suzhou boarded his carriage and went straight to the palace to attend the imperial court meeting. He did not sleep well the night before and only managed to fall asleep in the second night watch period. When the sun rose, he got up again. However, he knew that he had to attend the imperial court meeting. If he claimed that he was sick and could not attend, the palace would definitely send an imperial physician to treat him. Everyone knew that Hua Wujiu was in his courtyard. If an outsider came, they would be exposed as soon as they saw some clues. He could only bite the bullet and get on the carriage. The swaying of the carriage made him dizzy. When he got off the carriage at Kaiyang Gate, the morning sun made him dizzy again. He frowned, gathered his robe, and walked into the palace. Based on his estimated speed, Hua Wujiu should have reached the southern bank of the Yangtze River in 2 days. However, he did not receive any news. He did not know if everything was going well. He walked through the vast white marble square in Kaiyang Gate and entered Guangyuan Hall. He arrived early, but Pang Xiao, who was usually late, was already waiting in the hall. A few officials surrounded him and talked, but he looked disinterested. It was as if he had something on his mind. Jiang Suzhou frowned. He had an idea. Pang Xiao was acting strangely. He must have done something, or was about to do something strange. He did not know if he would be able to find out anything during the imperial court meeting. If not, he would need Su Du to investigate further. As he was thinking, he saw Pang Xiao looking at him. It was just a hurried glance that swept past him. However, that gaze contained an inexplicable coldness, causing Jiang Suzhou's hair to stand on end. He retracted his gaze as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that he had found out about Hua Wujiu? However, why was there no movement in the residence? Why did he not send anyone to investigate? Jiang Suzhou glanced at Pang Xiao, then turned around and looked out of the hall. The strict imperial guards were stationed around the several palace gates, and the ministers were scattered in the square that was filled with sunlight, slowly making their way to Guanyuan Palace. Now that he had entered the palace, he naturally could not leave before the court session. After the morning court session, he needed to go back immediately to see what had happened. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the courtiers had all arrived and were waiting quietly in the hall. According to the Hoju's usual habits, they would have to wait at least a quarter of an hour before he would arrive. But at this moment, the eunuch's voice rang out. Hundreds of officials knelt down to pay their respects, and the Empress Dowager sat on the dragon throne. Jiang Suzhou felt even more uneasy. There must be something fishy going on. Moreover, both Pang Xiao and Hoju seemed to be acting strangely today. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, but he couldn't help but think about Huojiu. Although the two of them were different from usual, they were calm and steady, and didn't seem anxious at all. Could it be that Huojiu had been exposed and the plan had failed? Jiang Suzhou knew that he shouldn't distrust Huojiu so much, but he couldn't help but be confused by his concern. With his heart full of uneasiness, he finally made it through the court session. He reluctantly let out a sigh of relief and bowed along with the other courtiers. Seeing that many courtiers had already left, he turned around and blended into the crowd of courtiers. But at this moment, the Empress Dowager on the dragon throne spoke. "Fifth younger brother," he said. "Wait a moment." His expression was normal, but Jiang Suzhou felt inexplicably uneasy. He thought for a moment, then coughed a few times with a pale face due to lack of sleep. With a hoarse voice and a weak breath, he said with a forced smile, "Imperial brother. I just caught a cold 2 days ago. I'm afraid that I'll pass the illness to you, so I have to rush back home to take medicine." The Empress Dowager moved his body and leaned against the dragon throne. "There's an important matter," he said. "This matter needs to be handled by you. No one else can do it." Jiang Suzhou's eyebrows moved slightly, and he asked, "What is it, Imperial brother?" The Empress Dowager looked at him quietly for a while. "There's still more than a month until the anniversary of the imperial examination." His expression was cold as he looked at Jiang Suzhou quietly. His tone was very stiff. "I want the Ministry of Rites to hold a ceremony for the imperial examination. Fifth younger brother, you and I are the only 2 sons left in the imperial examination. Are you not willing to do this?" Jiang Suzhou coughed again. At this moment, his face was pale, but there was an abnormal flush. He looked sickly. But he quickly thought about it in his mind. The biggest grudge between the Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager probably came from the Spirit Emperor's favoritism. The Empress Dowager was cold to him because of this and even insisted on keeping him. Could it be that Pang Xiao persuaded him? No wonder Pang Xiao had such a strange expression this morning. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. But Jiang Suzhou still had doubts in his heart. He glanced at the Empress Dowager hesitantly, then turned around and looked out of the hall. After the court meeting, the officials were not allowed to stay in the palace without an imperial edict. At this moment, the officials in the court had all left. In front of the palace gates in the distance, guards and eunuchs had already gone to close the gates. Jiang Suzhou was shocked. How could the gates of the palace be locked in the middle of the day? But at this moment, he heard Jiang Suanheng's cold laugh behind him. "Fifth younger brother. Are you going to defy the imperial edict?" he asked. "Fine. Come, invite His Highness Prince Jing over for me." 3 or 4 tall and strong guards immediately came from all directions, sealing off Jiang Suzhou's escape route. The old eunuch standing behind Jiang Suanheng slowly walked down the steps with a fake smile. He bowed slightly in front of Jiang Suzhou. "Your Highness Prince Jing, please?" The eunuch raised his head and looked at him with an unfathomable smile. Jiang Suzhou's heart trembled. His original uneasiness was suddenly confirmed. At this moment, he had fallen into an inescapable trap all by himself. Lu Yu left the palace. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the residence, he saw Lu Wanjun anxiously waiting for him at the door. "Father." She came forward to greet him. Lu Yu hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Wanjun stuffed a note into Lu Yu's hand. "There's news from Huojiu," she said. "It was sent here by a fast horse just now." Lu Yu hurriedly unfolded the note. He saw that it was written in bold calligraphy. It was Huojiu's handwriting. "It's done. You can return in 3 days. Quickly surround Linen and don't let Pang Xiao escape. There may be changes in the city at any time. You must protect Jiang Suzhou well." The last few words were written extremely solemnly. Lu Yu took a deep breath. "It's done." As he spoke, he was about to quickly enter the residence. However, Lu Wanjun grabbed her arm and asked, "Where's Prince Jing? Since Huojiu said that you should hurry and bring him here. It's better to bring him directly to the army. It'll be safer there." Lu Yu nodded and said, "You're right. Father needs to go outside the city to arrange the troops. You should immediately send people to the Prince Jing estate to bring him over." Lu Wanjun complied and turned to go to the gatehouse to get the horse. However, at this moment, a slight noise came from the eaves of the residence. Lu Wanjun looked up and saw a person's shadow quickly dashing up from the side of the alley. With a nimble leap, the person landed in front of her. "Who is it?" She was shocked. However, the person didn't stop in front of her. He rushed out with large strides and pulled out Lu Yu, who was about to leave the city in a hurry. Lu Yu turned his head and recognized this person as one of Huozhou's subordinates in the capital. "General Lu, there's been a change in the palace," he said. Lu Yu frowned and asked, "What?" The person hurriedly said, "The palace gates have been locked. His Highness Prince Jing hasn't come out." Lu Yu was shocked. He turned around and was about to rush out of the city. Lu Wanjun hurriedly took a few steps forward and pulled him back. "Father, where are you going?" she asked. Lu Yu anxiously said, "Where else can I go? There are still troops outside the palace. If we enter the city now to save them, we might be able to make it in time." As he said this, he couldn't help but blame himself in a low voice. "It's my fault for leaving too early. I should have waited for Prince Jing." Lu Wanjun was so anxious that his eyebrows furrowed. "Is it faster for you to lead troops into the city to save people, or is it faster for the emperor to kill people?" she anxiously asked. Lu Yu stopped in his tracks. "Then what should we do?" He was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Lu Wanjun asked the informant, "Did Peng Xiao come out just now?" The informant replied, "He came out a long time ago." Lu Wanjun gritted his teeth. "Father," she said. "Now, we can only make an exchange." As she said this, she pulled out a horse from the gatehouse and galloped onto it. "Quickly go outside the city and immediately seal off linen. I'll go to Peng Xiao's residence and see if I can capture him alive," she said. "Even if we can't make an exchange, both sides have hostages. The emperor won't dare to kill people so easily." The news that was sent into the palace came one after another. After the court meeting, Peng Xiao's subordinates left in a hurry with the imperial edict. However, they didn't expect that they would be intercepted before they could even leave the city. The ones who intercepted them were Lu Yu's subordinates. More than 40,000 people had sealed off all 8 city gates of linen. For a moment, all the people and officials in the city were trapped in the city. Even a bird couldn't get in and out of linen. Lu Yu rebelled. The later lord was so angry that his whole body trembled. He hated that this reckless man had learned to rebel. He couldn't think of a solution, so he immediately sent people to the Minister of the Interior's residence and asked them to quickly invite the Minister of the Interior to discuss countermeasures. Unexpectedly, the Minister of the Interior's residence was empty. Peng Xiao was nowhere to be found. Only a group of servants, a few unfavored concubines, and the sons and daughters of concubines were left in the residence. Peng Xiao himself, along with his youngest son and confidant, had disappeared. Peng Xiao had taken advantage of the chaos when the city was sealed off just now and escaped. The later lord was anxious in the Golden Palace, waiting for Peng Xiao to come and help him out. However, he didn't expect. He sat on the dragon throne and listened to the report of the imperial guards who had hurriedly returned. He didn't say anything for a moment. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Uncle must have gone to get reinforcements for me," he said. "That's true. What can the people in the city do now? We can only find the soldiers outside to help me out." No one dared to make a sound. After a moment, the eunuch next to him couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty." However, Huozhou took a deep breath. "Great companion," he said. "But uncle promised me that he would stay in the city to protect me no matter what. Why would he go back on his word?" The eunuch next to him was speechless. The later lord laughed. "I'll wait," he said. "Uncle won't not come back. Besides, didn't that old thief Lu Yu only lock the city gates and not do anything else? I don't believe that he dares to bring soldiers into the imperial city and kill me. I'll just wait for uncle to come back and save me." With that, he stood up and left without saying goodbye to anyone. After taking 2 steps, he staggered and almost fell down. He barely managed to hold on to a pillar carved with a golden dragon. "Your Majesty!" The eunuchs around him hurriedly went to help him. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Lu Yu must have done this for the Prime Minister." He won't really do anything to you," the old eunuch hurriedly advised. The later lord said, "Shut up." The old eunuch hurriedly shut up. The later lord lowered his eyes. He had originally thought that with the death of the evil concubine, the death of his biased father, and his ascension to the throne, with his uncle treating him so well, he would no longer be alone and abandoned like in the past. However, he didn't expect that his uncle would abandon him one day. "Your Majesty," the old eunuch said in a trembling voice. However, Hoju took a deep breath. "Has he been locked up in the dungeon in Xianxia?" he asked. The old eunuch hurriedly replied, "Yes." The later lord chuckled. "Then let's go," he said. "I still have to discuss something with this younger brother." As soon as he left the main hall in Xianxia, he was tied up tightly by those people. He already knew what kind of situation it would be. These people were really superfluous. With his broken body, why would he need to be tied up like this? Even if they let him go, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, he was relieved. The later lord spent so much effort to capture him, which meant that Huowujiu hadn't fallen into their hands and had succeeded. That was why they had to turn around and capture him. Since that was the case, at least Huowujiu was safe. He was pushed and shoved all the way to a remote area of the imperial palace. He entered a simple and dignified palace garden and was then brought to an underground prison cell. There seemed to be no living person in the prison, but the smell of rot and blood was very strong. The smell was somewhat familiar, like the smell on Huowujiu's body when he first met Huowujiu. Presumably, this was the dungeon in the palace where serious criminals were locked up. Jiang Suizhou couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. The later lord really thought highly of him. These people opened the door to one of the prison cells and threw him inside. They locked the door and left. Jiang Suizhou fell onto the wet and rotten straw. His entire body hurt from the fall. He gasped for breath and began to look around. It was eerie and decaying. The straw and walls were stained with dark red blood. Jiang Suizhou had long heard that no one who entered this prison survived more than 3 days. After so many years, the only exception was Huowujiu. Other than him, there was no one else. Jiang Suizhou lowered his eyes and sighed. He thought that with his broken body, which required a lot of effort to walk a few steps, there was no chance of him being an exception. However, at this time, he was much calmer and didn't feel much fear. He originally thought that he was afraid of death, but he didn't expect that he was actually half a step into the gates of hell. He wasn't that afraid. Instead, he was glad that the thing he worried about in the imperial court didn't happen. Huowujiu was safe. That was good. After all, in history, he was only a sickly prince, and Huowujiu was a precious treasure of the Shi family. After all, he would rather be locked up here than let Huowujiu suffer. He sighed. He only felt that it was a pity. It was a pity that until death, he was the only one who knew about his feelings. He closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of messy footsteps could be heard outside the prison. He opened his eyes and saw that someone had already come to open the prison door. As soon as the door opened, before anyone could enter, 2 young eunuchs hurriedly carried a chair and placed it in the prison cell. They then retreated. He saw a black robe embroidered with a golden dragon. It was the Empress. He looked up and saw the fat man in the dragon robe expressionlessly step into the prison cell and sit down on the chair. Many eunuchs and guards followed him in. In an instant, the narrow prison cell became lively. However, even after everyone had entered, there was still no sign of Peng Xiao. Jiang Suizhou looked at the Empress and saw that the Empress was also looking at him. For a moment, their eyes met. Both of them looked at each other coldly. The Empress leaned back in her chair. "Guards," she said lazily. "Hang him up for me." Jiang Suizhou could vaguely see that something was wrong. The Empress clearly wasn't here to interrogate him. It seemed more like she was here to vent her anger. The guards' actions were extremely rough. Jiang Suizhou was pulled up from the ground. Then, a rope was pulled down from the beam. Jiang Suizhou felt a sharp pain in his body. It was so painful that his somewhat muddled divine sense suddenly became clearer. Where did Peng Xiao go? Now, there was only one Hoju left. Peng Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. Then, there were only two possibilities left. Either Peng Xiao already knew about Hua Wuzhou's plans and movements and went to capture him. Or, Peng Xiao escaped when the plan was about to succeed. Jiang Suizhou groaned as he was strangled. He raised his eyes and looked at Hozhu Jiang. The guards had already brought up the torture equipment. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Then, he laughed coldly, "Imperial brother, you really think highly of a sickly person like me." Hozhu Jiang met his eyes. He glared at Jiang Suizhou. His eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. He hated Jiang Suizhou so much that the expression on his face was somewhat distorted. The fat on his cheeks trembled slightly. After a moment, he said hatefully, "Jiang Suizhou, are you very proud of yourself?" He gritted his teeth. His voice was cold. It was obvious that he was forced into a dead end. He was already filled with hatred. Judging from his appearance, Hozhu Jiang and Peng Xiao's chances of winning were at least 10 to 20% because they thought highly of him. Jiang Suizhou closed his eyes and exhaled silently. This was good. This way, he did not have to worry about the consequences. Now that he had fallen to such a state, there was no way out for him. However, since both sides were at a dead end and the other side had painfully lost a right-hand man like Peng Xiao, he could try to take a gamble. He could gamble that Hozhu Jiang still had some extravagant hope and affection for his uncle. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "Imperial brother, why do you say that? Why do you say that?" Hozhu Jiang choked out a strange laugh and stood up from his chair. "What? Didn't you deliberately let Hua Wuzhou go because you were waiting for this day?" Jiang Suzhou chuckled. "That's not necessarily the case," he said. "It's just that Hua Wuzhou promised me some benefits so that we can each take what we need." "Each takes what he needs." Hozhu seemed to have heard a joke. Then, he gritted his teeth and said as if he had vented his hatred, "Everyone takes what they need. Will you be abandoned by him and stay here to wait for me to kill you?" For some reason, he emphasized the words abandoned, as if he was harboring some unspeakable hatred and grievance. Jiang Suizhou, on the other hand, smiled calmly. "Of course not," he said. "I also have something on Peng Xiao. That thing is what Peng Xiao wants the most. Peng Xiao won't kill me." As he said this, he seemed to be a little confused. He looked around and said, "Where's Peng Xiao?" Hozhu looked at him and frowned in confusion. "He's gone," he said. "Why?" When Jiang Suizhou heard this, he revealed an astonished expression. His previous calmness was completely gone. "That's impossible," he said. "Peng Xiao won't give up if he can't get that thing. Why would he leave?" Hozhu's frown deepened, but in his heart, he felt as if a rock had been lifted. He thought to himself, as expected, my uncle just went to get reinforcements for me. He didn't abandon me and run away. Even if it wasn't for me, it would be for the thing in Jiang Suizhou's hands, wouldn't it? Hozhu paused and asked, "What thing?" Jiang Suizhou remained silent. Hozhu was getting impatient. His uncle was always like this. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't tell Hozhu anything. He would only say that he had his own plans. Although Hozhu was happy to have nothing to do, he was also unhappy sometimes. It was as if he was excluded and became an outsider. It was fine if his uncle was like this, but what about Prince Jing, the sickly son of the evil concubine? Hozhu was unhappy. He didn't want to hold back anymore. He took 2 steps forward and kicked Jiang Suizhou's body. Although he had been indulging in debauchery for many years and his body was weak, his bloated body was still there. With the corner of his full strength, Jiang Suizhou let out a muffled grunt, and his body that was suspended in the air also staggered from the kick. "I'm asking you a question," Hozhu said. Jiang Suizhou raised his eyes and looked at him provocatively. "Imperial brother, if you have the ability, then beat me to death today," he said. "When Peng Xiao returns with his troops in the future, whatever he wants will rot in my stomach." Hozhu stared at him intently. This thing was very annoying. As long as one looked at him, they couldn't help but think of unpleasant things. However, he had always restrained himself. He had always avoided Hozhu's sharp edge and meekly endured it. This was the first time he had shown such an arrogant look in front of Hozhu. Zhu hated him so much that he wanted to immediately see this person suffer the dozens of punishments in this room. He wanted to cut him into pieces and slice off his flesh piece by piece. But he couldn't. He looked at Jiang Suizhou in front of him. He had only been hung in this cold prison for a while, but this sickly person's face and lips had already turned pale. This was a good-for-nothing who could die at any time. Even if this good-for-nothing had a rotten life, Zhu didn't dare to take the risk. No matter how much hatred there was between them, Zhu didn't want his uncle to be disappointed by a corpse when he came back. After all, his uncle didn't abandon him, right? His mother was still in the palace. She was his uncle's favorite sister. There were still things his uncle wanted in Jiang Suizhou. With these things, his uncle wouldn't abandon them. Zhu unintentionally acted like an isolated child. He took out all his valuable things, just so that others would take a second look at him. Zhu stared at Jiang Suizhou. His eyes were red and his hands were trembling. He wanted to kill this person, but he couldn't. After a while, as if he couldn't hide his emotions anymore, he snatched the whip soaked in salt water from the guard beside him and slammed it hard on Jiang Suizhou's body. The whip suddenly landed on Jiang Suizhou's body, tearing a hole in his thick imperial robes. Even though Zhu didn't have much energy, the whip still left a bloody mark on his body. Jiang Suizhou's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Even though he gritted his teeth, he couldn't help but groan in pain. His appearance greatly pleased the future master of the house. Zhu stared at Jiang Suizhou's bleeding robes. A twisted smile appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and slammed the whip on Jiang Suizhou's body again. The sound of flesh being whipped rang out in the prison cell. The smell of blood gradually filled the air and mixed with the rotten smell of blood in the prison cell. Even if he couldn't take Zhu's life, he wanted to make him suffer. If Zhu's father in heaven could see this, he would open his eyes and take a good look. Zhu's self-righteous love for this trash could kill him. Fortunately, Lu Yu deployed his troops very quickly. In less than an hour, the entire Lin was tightly sealed. In the chaos, he actually detained Pang Xiao's carriage. Although Pang Xiao brought a lot of men of sacrifice with him and lost a lot of Pang Xiao's soldiers, he was still able to detain Pang Xiao, his wife, and his youngest son. They were tightly locked up. At this time, Lu Wanjun, who had failed to capture Zhu, hurriedly returned with his men. Now, we need to send the news to the palace, Lu Yu said with a frown. Lu Wanjun stood to the side with his arms crossed. When he heard Lu Yu's words, he kicked Pang Xiao, who was tightly bound. "What's so difficult about that?" she said. "Cut off one of his fingers and send it to the palace." "Won't the emperor understand everything then?" Lu Yu gritted his teeth. "Aren't you afraid that he'll cut off one of His Highness Prince Jing's fingers as well?" he said angrily. Lu Wanjun frowned. "Then what should we do?" Lu Yu sized up the people who were tied up in the barracks. After a while, he looked at Pang Xiao's crying 5-year-old son and Pang Xiao's wife. "Write a letter and instruct someone to place the letter and his youngest son at the entrance of the palace," Lu Yu said. "Just say that what I did today was all because Pang Xiao took over the 300,000 soldiers of my Lingnan army. I want an explanation. Right now, Pang Xiao and his wife and son are in my hands. As long as someone brings back the head of the Lingnan rebel, I will let him go. However, I am indebted to Prince Jing. If Prince Jing can't live, I don't mind killing another Pang Xiao." Lu Wanjun hurriedly agreed. He picked up Pang Xiao's youngest son with one hand and turned to leave. However, Lu Yu called out to her. "Don't forget to tell him that Pang Xiao has already told him about Huojiu," he said. "Tell him not to worry. As long as the 300,000 soldiers are returned to their rightful owners, Huojiu can be handed over to me. There's no need for the emperor to worry." Sure enough, within half a day, someone threw the letter out of the city through the gap in the city gates. It was a letter written by the future emperor. The handwriting was messy, which showed how irritated the person who wrote the letter was. "Jiang Suizhou is not dead. Don't worry. Quickly send people to the south. Bring back whoever's head you want. But you must deliver the troops and horses without delay." Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The successor had been deceived by him. In this way, Jiang Suizhou in the palace could be considered safe for the time being. However, a day later, his nerves tensed up again. The new prefect of Suzhou was Pang Xiao's henchman. Because it was very close to Linen, he immediately sent a message to Pang Wei and Lingnan and immediately brought 30,000 Suzhou soldiers north to protect the emperor. On the evening of the second day, the Suzhou soldiers arrived. Lu Yu and his men were guarding the city gates. They could not enter the city, and there were enemy troops outside the city. For a moment, Lu Yu could not even take care of himself. He and a few of his generals each guarded a place to defend against the reinforcements from Suzhou. Fortunately, one side was guarding the city gates, and the other side had the intention of carefully probing. The person leading the troops was also a civil official who had never fought in a war. They did not even touch an inch of the city gates for an entire day. One group of people was even chased by Lu Wanjuan's troops for 20 li. However, that night, a spy brought news. When Pang Wei and Lingnan heard that Lin An was surrounded and his father was captured, he gathered 300,000 soldiers overnight and headed toward Lin An. The distance between Lingnan and Lin An was not far. In at most 3 days, the vanguard would arrive. Lu Yu and his generals gathered together to calculate. No matter how they calculated, Pang Wei would be faster than Hu Wujiu. What he meant was that everyone's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. After the discussion, no one said anything. They silently returned to the front of the city gate that they were guarding. They would lead the few troops under their command to hold on for a few more days until Hu Wujiu's reinforcements arrived. This kind of low pressure pervaded outside the city for an entire day. Until the second day. Early in the morning sun broke through the sky and shone brightly on the ancient city walls. The general guarding the north of the city had not slept the entire night. His heart had been stretched taut, and his eyes had long become blurry. He stood on the city walls and was about to go down to eat breakfast when he heard a soldier standing guard to the side suddenly cry out in surprise. "General," he said. "They're here." The general was shocked and quickly looked over. He saw dust rising from the horizon in the distance. It was the footsteps of soldiers and horses. A vast and mighty army with no end in sight was heading toward Linen City. It had only been 2 days since they learned of Pang Wei's departure that day, but he was actually so fast, the general hurriedly said, "Go, and tell General Liu. They're here." The soldier hurriedly responded. He had just run out 2 steps when he turned back. "General, who's coming?" The general wished he could kick him. Who else could it be? How could they be so fast from the Yangtze River? As he spoke, he looked in the direction outside the city. With just one glance, he was stunned. The north city gate he was guarding seemed to be in the direction of the Yangtze River. And the person in the lead of the approaching army really looked like Hu Wujiu. The general stumbled all the way down from the city wall and went straight out of the city to greet dozens of soldiers. Then, he met Hu Wujiu, who was galloping over on horseback. Just the cavalry behind him alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The rest of the troops would probably be more than 10 times that. How could this be? The general was so excited that he was about to cry. The Yangtze River was so far away from here, and he was leading troops from Jiangbei. How could they be so fast? However, the person in the lead on the black horse was indeed Hu Wujiu. After a while, Hu Wujiu raised his hand and stopped the troops behind him. He whipped his horse and galloped in front of the general. With one hand on the reins, he pulled the war horse to a stop. The war horse raised its front hooves and came to a stop. The general excitedly knelt on one knee and saluted Hu Wujiu with his fists. "General Hu." Hu Wujiu grunted in acknowledgement. He pulled the reins and headed toward the city gate. "I didn't expect the general to be so fast. We were so worried." The general hurriedly followed him. However, Hu Wujiu turned around and glanced at him. He responded indifferently and asked, "Where's King Jing?" The general was stunned. He didn't know why General Hu was looking for King Jing. "Is His Highness King Jing in the palace?" he asked. Hu Wujiu tightened his grip on the reins. The war horse neighed and stopped in its tracks. General Hu turned around. He was expressionless as well, but his eyes instantly turned cold and ruthless. The tall and burly general couldn't help but tremble. "What did you say?" He heard Hu Wujiu speak through gritted teeth. The general trembled in fear when he heard this. General Lu didn't give any orders. So this was something that General Hu couldn't know about. The general didn't know what to do. He stuttered for a while before stammering, It's just that a few days ago, the emperor left His Highness Prince Jing in the palace and didn't." Before he could finish, Hu Wuzhou's deep and cold voice interrupted him. "A few days ago?" The general didn't dare to say anything else. Hu Wuzhou quieted down. After a while, he gritted his teeth and looked down at the general. His terrifying expression made the general's knees go weak. "Did Lu Yu do something?" he asked. His tone was still calm, but the words were forced out through gritted teeth. That gloomy and stormy appearance was even scarier than others when they were enraged. The general hurriedly stuttered. General Lu had no other choice. "I don't know how His Majesty and the others got the news and specially took His Highness away during the court meeting." He held the horsewhip in one hand and raised his other hand, indicating for the general to shut up. The general hurriedly shut his mouth. Hu Wuzhou led the horse with one hand, turned his body sideways, and tilted his head behind him. The several high-ranking military officers behind him immediately received the order, and the well-trained soldiers split into several wings, and lined up outside the city. Hu Wuzhou turned his head and looked at the general next to him. "Tell Lu Yu to hurry up and burn incense and pray to Buddha. If something happens to Prince Jing, he won't be able to live either." His voice was cold as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Go open the city gates," he said. After that day, the Empress Dowager spent 2 days in the palace indulging in wine and pleasure. However, his debauchery today was very different from the past. His abnormal behavior was so abnormal that no one dared to persuade him. They only followed his orders and told him about the situation outside the city every day. They also went to the prison to see if Prince Jing was still alive. The emperor had been very ruthless that day. The emperor had never hit anyone in his life. After that day, Prince Jing, who had been released from the rope, was covered in bruises and he fainted. Because of the emperor's orders, the servants had been sending him medicine and food every day for the past few days. Prince Jing would sometimes wake up and sometimes faint, but he was still hanging on to his last breath and hadn't died yet. It wasn't until this morning that the guards who had gone to the city gates to scout for information rushed back to the palace and rushed to the backmaster's bedroom. "Your Majesty, it's not good, Your Majesty," the guard said anxiously. "The traitor Hu Wuzhou has already led his troops outside the city. Your Majesty, quickly pack up and escape from the palace," the Empress said. "Isn't there Lu Yu?" The guard was so anxious that he almost jumped up. "Emperor, General Lu is most likely lying to you. The spies at the city gates said that Hu Wuzhou's troops are already outside the city, but Lu Yu's troops haven't moved at all. They're clearly in cahoots." The Empress held the wine cup and looked at the swaying wine inside. After a moment, he calmly asked, "Lu Yu also betrayed me?" The guard was so anxious that his voice was trembling. "It's too late to talk about this now, Your Majesty. Nothing is more important than your life. As long as you're alive, these traitors will be killed sooner or later." For a moment, the servants in the palace were all kneeling, begging the Empress to run. Even the 2 beautiful concubines in the Empress's arms were so scared that they trembled all over. They didn't even have time to gather their robes and knelt on the ground in fear. If Northern Liang's troops really attacked the imperial city today, then no matter if the emperor was dead or alive, they wouldn't be able to survive. The Empress's drunken eyes were hazy as he sat there, looking at the dazzling palace full of people kneeling on the ground. Their heads were all on the ground, and he could only see the top of their heads. Although the palace was full of people, he only felt that he was the only one in this world. That's right. Although he lied to himself that his uncle had only left the city to call for reinforcements, who would bring their wife and children to call for reinforcements. Although he thought that Lu Yu was his last straw, in the end, Lu Yu was also lying to him. Everyone had given up on him. From the moment his imperial father abandoned him like a worn-out shoe, he would always be a piece of trash that no one wanted. The Empress held the wine cup and laughed to himself. The past few days in Xianxia were spent in chaos. Fortunately, these people really believed his words and didn't dare to let him die so easily. Every time he woke up, he forced himself to eat something to hang on to his last breath. But his body was really in pain. He had never been beaten since he was young, let alone beaten like this that could take his life. His entire body was in so much pain that it was numb. He only felt that the burning pain was like fire, burning all the way to his brain and burning his nerves. He didn't know how Huowujiu had spent the month here. He was always unconscious, and he didn't know how much time had passed. It wasn't until today that he barely regained consciousness. He only felt that his surroundings were dazzlingly bright, and there was also a heavy fragrance at the tip of his nose. It was completely different from the dungeon he was in. He opened his hazy eyes and felt the dazzling golden light around him. What was this place? Xianxia moved and felt that his hands were tied behind his back. He was sitting on a chair. His lower body was very soft, but the pain from the wound on his back was throbbing. At this moment, he heard a voice. "You're awake?" It was the Empress. Xianxia struggled to adapt to the strong light around him. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was sitting in a dazzling palace hall. This was the main hall of the Empress's palace. He was sitting on a wide dragon chair. In front of him was an imperial desk that had been pushed to the ground. Memorials and books were scattered all over the ground. Not far in front of him, the Empress was sitting on the thick carpet with her legs crossed. Her dragon robe was open and draped over her body. She held a pot of wine in one hand. Xianxia frowned and looked at her, not knowing what she was going to do. However, the Empress smiled and asked him in a drunken tone, "How is my dragon chair? Is it comfortable to sit on?" Xianxia's voice was hoarse and his breath was weak. "What do you want to do?" However, he heard the Empress smile and say, "Nothing. I just don't want to die. There are still many things that I haven't seen, so I can't die." As he spoke, he wanted to stand up with one hand, but he was tripped by the dragon robe and fell heavily to the ground again. He didn't mind. "In any case, I want to see you die," he said. "And Huowujiu. He destroyed my country, so I want to see him die." As he spoke, he began to laugh. "You don't believe me, do you?" the Empress said proudly. "I can't kill him, but someone can kill him for me." Xianxia asked hoarsely, "Who?" The Empress crossed her legs and comfortably drank a mouthful of wine. "His older brother," he said with a smile. "If it wasn't for his older brother, do you think you would have the fortune to marry him into the manor?" When Xianxia heard this, his mind, which had been muddled by the pain, cleared up for a moment. "What did you say?" he asked. He was a little anxious and choked to the point of coughing. The coughing pulled at his wound. The pain made his vision blur and he almost fainted. The Empress drank too much wine and couldn't see anything strange about him. He only supported himself with one hand and stood up shakily. He glanced at Xianxia. His elegant court robes had already been torn and were now stained with old and new blood. His hair was messy and draped over his shoulders. His face was extremely white, but it was also stained with blood. He looked very miserable. But he was born with a good appearance. Although his half-dead appearance was miserable, there was an indescribable beauty to it, like an orchid that had been trampled into a bloody mud. The Empress's lips curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. He held the pot with one hand and carelessly lifted the hem of his dragon robe with the other. He staggered up the Red Emperor's steps and knelt down in front of the scattered imperial desk in front of Xianxia. "You didn't expect this, did you?" He flipped through the messy pile of books on the ground. Finally, he pulled out a few pieces of paper and waved them in front of Xianxia. "Do you see this?" he said. "A secret letter. Huowujiu's older brother, the crown prince, sold him to my uncle long ago." As he spoke, he sat down on the ground and waved the few pieces of paper with a smile. "Because he's Huowujiu, the Liang dynasty's god of war, right? What's the use of that? He killed his father, and even his older brother betrayed him," he said with a smile. "Everyone is like that, not just me." Xianxia didn't care what he said. He only stared at the few pieces of paper. What did he just say? That Huowujiu's older brother betrayed him? Huowujiu only had one older brother, and that was Huiyuyan. For a moment, Xianxia's mind became clear. All of his questions seemed to have an explanation. Huowujiu's sudden defeat, his hesitation, and his reluctance to return to the north even after his leg recovered, Huiyuyan, who died early in the history books, and Huojiu, who guarded Yang Pass alone until his death. The instigator of all of this was actually Hui Yuyan. Jiang Suizhou's breathing quickened as he struggled on the dragon throne. But his hands and feet were tied. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Jiang Suanheng lightly loosened his grip and threw the few pieces of paper back to the ground. "Everyone is like that," he said with a smile. He raised his head, picked up the empty wine jug, and poured some more into his mouth. Jiang Suizhou suddenly used a lot of strength and tore open a wound on his body. The pain caused him to lean to the side and hit the golden dragon on the armrest of the dragon throne. His mind went blank from the pain. But in the next moment, he suddenly came back to his senses. The dragon throne, although he didn't know why his successor had tied him up here, he was definitely going to die today. Now that there were only the two of them in the hall, he had to think of a way to find a way for himself to survive. He clenched his teeth and endured the taste of blood rising in his throat. He sat up slightly and turned his body sideways. His hands, which were tied behind his back, were just enough to touch the angular golden dragon on the back of the chair. He clenched his teeth and stuck the rope on the golden dragon, forcefully grinding it. His movements were very careful. His successor had drunk too much wine, so he didn't notice. He leaned to the side and leaned against the red pillar on the side. "But, this one hates you the most," he said. "The day that your demon concubine mother gave birth to you, she should have known that this day would come. Father Emperor raised you to the heavens, so he should have known that this day would come." After saying this, he shook his head. "However, the grudges between us can be written off today." Jiang Suizhou put all his remaining strength into his arms. He pursed his lips and didn't dare speak, afraid that he would reveal anything. But fortunately, his successor didn't want to wait for him to respond. He stretched out his legs and said, "Today, you will die here for this one, so it can be considered a great help to this one. This one promises that after today, this one will no longer hate you." As he said this, he began to laugh drunkenly. At this moment, a eunuch's hurried voice came from outside the hall, "Your Majesty, it has already been prepared. Your Majesty should quickly leave with this servant." The successor gave an impatient sound of response. He supported himself on the ground and slowly stood up. "When we reach the end, don't hate this one," he said to Jiang Suizhou. "I only hate Father Emperor for giving you too much and wanting to kill you." After saying this, he stumbled down the steps. Before he left the hall, he turned around and grinned at Jiang Suizhou. In the next moment, he raised his hand and flipped over the golden candlestick on the side. The flames began to burn with a bang. Steam rose, and Hou Zhu swaggered off. Jiang Suzhou gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Who gave this dog emperor such a rotten idea? He actually wanted to burn himself to death in his palace and pretend that he was being burned to death. Jiang Suzhou turned around and began to grind the rope in his hands against the dragon throne. Fortunately, they thought of this method and didn't let him die immediately, giving him a chance to save himself. However, the palace was covered in silk and fur, so the fire burned very quickly. In a short while, it spread and became a sea of fire. Thick smoke rose, causing Jiang Suzhou to cough uncontrollably. However, he didn't dare relax at all. He clenched his teeth and began to grind the rope on his wrists. The skin on his wrists was broken and swollen, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Sweat fell on his wounds, and it was extremely painful. The wounds on his body had already been torn apart by his vigorous movements, and blood was seeping out again. Jiang Suzhou's entire body began to tremble. His eyes gradually became blurry from the pain and exhaustion. Only the crackling of the flames could be heard around him, and it gradually became hotter. His hands began to grind back and forth mechanically, and he no longer felt any pain or exhaustion. The flames spread throughout the palace, swallowing up the beautiful curtains. The blazing red and scarlet gold brightly intertwined, and gradually swallowed the entire palace into a sea of fire. After an unknown amount of time, there was a thin snap. The rope broke, and Jiang Suzhou suddenly lost all of his strength and fell onto the dragon throne. The hard and painful sensation finally made him sober up a bit. It was done. Tears unconsciously fell from his eyes, and he awkwardly climbed up. Without caring about anything else, he bent down to untie the ropes on his legs. His hands were weak and began to tremble uncontrollably. After trying a few times, he finally untied the ropes. Xianxia staggered to his feet. He held onto the dragon throne with one hand, and his vision blurred as he looked around. At this time, there was fire all around, and the main palace's door had already been sealed tightly by the flames. Only a small door on the east side had just been set on fire, so there was still some space for him to escape through. Xianxia ran straight there. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned around. He looked at the imperial desk that had fallen to the ground. At this time, the fire had not yet spread, and the memorials and books were scattered messily on the ground. Xianxia didn't even think and turned around. His exhausted legs couldn't support his body, causing him to almost fall onto the pile of books. He rummaged through it recklessly. Huiyuyan's letters must not be burned here. That was the only evidence that could tell Huiyujiu the truth of his defeat. It could tell him that the pillar behind him was not his way home, but a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. This was evidence that Huiyuyan had harmed him. Xianxia's hands were trembling. It was obvious that he had no strength left because of the pain, weakness, and exhaustion, but he somehow managed to summon strength from somewhere. He quickly rummaged through it and soon found the few pieces of thin paper scattered on the ground. With the help of the firelight, he could clearly see the words on it. Then, he held it tightly in his bosom. He supported himself on the dragon chair and staggered to his feet. But when he looked in that direction again, the corner gate was already surrounded by flames. The wooden structure could not withstand the fire. After a few flakes, it collapsed and fell into the flames on the ground. There was no way out. Xianxia tried his best to keep himself from falling. When he looked around again, there was already no way out. He leaned against the imperial desk and finally couldn't support himself anymore. He fell to the ground. Xianxia raised his hand to wipe his face. He didn't know when 2 drops of tears had rolled down his cheeks. He looked very pathetic. He thought to himself, did I come here for nothing? He didn't know if he would be in the underworld when he opened his eyes again, or if he would be back in front of his desk, facing the ridiculous thesis written by that student. He also didn't know how this history would change because of him, and how different Huiyujiu would be from the original. His only regret was that he didn't get to see the evidence in his bosom and hand it over to Huiyujiu. Perhaps he was still a little unwilling, but he didn't get to see Huiyujiu again before he died. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he felt what love was. It was also the first time that he felt what it was like to love but not be able to. He closed his eyes. He suddenly relaxed his strength. The energy and strength that he had overdrawn just now started to come back to claim his life. He only felt extremely dizzy. His whole body hurt terribly, but he was also tired. He almost couldn't open his eyes. At this moment, there was a rumble. He looked up. The beam in front of the hall finally couldn't withstand the flames and collapsed. Suddenly, a large part of the roof was shattered. Amidst the flames, a clear blue sky was revealed. Next, it was above his head. Xianxia looked at the sky. After a moment, he closed his eyes in exhaustion. When Huiyujiu rushed to the back of the main bedroom, he saw a sea of fire. He killed his way into the palace. The armor on his body was soaked in blood. On the side, there were soldiers trying to put out the fire, but they couldn't find a water source. On the side, there were people who were forced to kneel on the ground. The one in the lead was the disheveled and drunk Empress Jiang. Huiyujiu ran forward. The soldier next to him hurriedly said, "General. This dog of an emperor said that His Highness Prince Jing is there." Huiyujiu looked up. The sea of fire burned his eyes red. "It's already starting to collapse. General. How can we?" Before the soldier could finish speaking, there were cries of alarm around him. The scarlet cloak flapped in the wind. Their general rushed forward on the white marble steps. With a few leaps, he jumped onto the roof and fell into the sea of fire. "General." There were cries of alarm all around. The soldiers immediately panicked. Empress Jiang, who had collapsed on the ground, laughed loudly. "Good," he said. "Today, I can burn both of them to death. It's not a loss at all." The soldier next to him was red-eyed. He drew his sword and wanted to kill him, but he was stopped by his comrades. Don't be rash. The person next to him said anxiously. The general didn't give the order. We can't kill the captives. The soldier said with red eyes, but the general, at that moment, there was a loud bang. Everyone looked up and saw the majestic emperor's bedroom collapse in a sea of fire. Empress Jiang laughed even more impudently. Come on. He laughed. Kill me and avenge your general. However, at that moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. The smile also froze on his face. He looked up and saw Hua Wujiu covered in blood carrying a person in a tattered robe. The moment the main hall collapsed, he stepped on the roof that was about to collapse and jumped out of the palace. The fluttering cloak behind him was already stained with fire. The scarlet cloak burned with fine flames. The sparks rose and merged with the color of the cloak. The general is out. The officers and soldiers let out a series of shouts. Hua Wujiu landed steadily on the ground. He swung his body and extinguished the fire on his cloak. He knelt on one knee on the ground and carefully held the person in his arms. Immediately, soldiers went up to him. However, they heard Hua Wujiu order in a hoarse voice, "Go find a doctor, quickly." Everyone didn't dare to delay and quickly dispersed. Hua Wujiu knelt on the white marble floor in front of the burning ruins. He bent over and held Jiang Suzhou with one hand and gently touched his face with the back of his hand with the other. He wanted to wake him up, but he seemed to be afraid of breaking him. Jiang Suzhou, he said in a low, hoarse voice. Suzhou, open your eyes. Wei Kai, who had arrived with his troops, saw this scene and stopped in place. He didn't dare to move forward. He saw the scorched marks on the general's cloak and saw that the general's scarlet eyes were wet. He knelt on the ground. He wasn't injured, but he looked like a beast that had been shot in the vitals. He curled up on the ground and struggled for breath. Wei Kai's eyes also turned red. However, at this moment, there was a slight sound in Hua Wujiu's arms. It was the sound of Jiang Suzhou coughing. Wei Kai took a step forward, but stopped abruptly in his tracks. Jiang Suzhou coughed a few times. His eyelashes trembled, and he weakly opened his eyes. Jiang Suzhou. Hua Wujiu's hands holding him trembled. Jiang Suzhou, however, coughed and raised his hand strenuously. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Don't be afraid, the doctor will be here soon. Hua Wujiu said urgently in a hoarse voice. Jiang Suzhou raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Here. His voice trembled. His voice was almost inaudible amid the sound of the flames. What's wrong? Are you hurt here? Hua Wujiu panicked and hurriedly reached out to touch it. Jiang Suzhou struggled to pull out a few pieces of paper from his lapel. Those pieces of paper were stained with mottled blood. They were all from Jiang Suzhou. Hua Wujiu took those pieces of paper, glanced at them, and put them away. Why do you care about it at this time? He roared at Jiang Suzhou in a low voice. He sounded very fierce, but as he spoke, tears fell. 2 round drops of tears fell onto the pieces of paper. Jiang Suzhou tried his best to smile, but he couldn't raise the corners of his mouth. In the end, he used all his strength to raise his hand and weakly touch Hua Wujiu's face. His voice was weak, as if he was leaving some last words. Because I didn't dare to tell you. He said. I like you, so this is the only thing I can do for you. His voice was so weak that it was barely audible. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes had already closed. The veins on the back of Hua Wujiu's hand bulged, and his lips began to tremble. He couldn't say what he was feeling right now. He had suddenly heard the words that he had been dreaming of all these days, words that he didn't even dare to think about. However, his heart was fiercely clenched by these words, and his fragile organs were crushed to pieces. It was so painful that he almost stopped breathing. He couldn't speak. He only focused on using his trembling hand to feel Jiang Suzhou's breathing. It was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. However, Hua Wujiu could feel that weak but steady breath amidst the burning heatwave beside him. It was as if he had finally found a life-saving straw in a hopeless situation. Even though it was only a thin thread, it was enough to support his rapidly falling heart. His voice was low and hoarse, and it trembled slightly. He said to Jiang Suzhou, "It's okay. Nothing will happen. Don't worry." No one will let anything happen to you. His tone was very urgent. He was clearly talking to Xianxia, but the confusion and empty fear in his voice could not be concealed. He was clearly trying to persuade himself. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked around. He saw soldiers running all the way, dragging the stumbling imperial physician past the palace gates. Huozhou carried Xianxia and stood up. He turned his head to instruct Wei Kai, quickly have the imperial physician follow. The expression on his face was still as solemn and calm as usual, as if he was deliberately hiding his panic. However, his pair of red and watery eyes could not be concealed. Wei Kai hurriedly acknowledged and turned to provide support. Huozhou carried Xianxia, turned around, and walked straight to the undamaged palace room. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned around to look at the empress. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, completely paralyzed. His face was flushed red from drunkenness, but his eyes were fixed on Xianxia, who was in Huozhou's arms, full of venomous hatred. Huozhou lowered his eyes and glanced at him, then turned and left. "Tie him up and throw him into the fire," he said. There was a commotion outside the window. As soon as the army entered the imperial city, they detained all the palace servants and concubines. At this time, Huozhou's subordinates were all outside. Their late master was dead, and everyone was busy putting out the fire. However, the atmosphere in the hall was cold. The imperial physician's hand trembled as he took her pulse. At this time, there were heavily armored soldiers all around, strictly spread out in the surroundings. The general standing beside the bed, his armor still stained with blood, was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. It was as if the person on the bed was in any danger, he would immediately twist his head off. He was actually capable of doing such a thing. The imperial physician knew that this was the person who had just led the army into the imperial city and killed the emperor. After the imperial physician finished taking her pulse, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He knelt on the ground with a thud and buried his head in front of Huozhou's feet. "General, don't worry," he said. "Although His Highness Prince Jing was tortured, his injuries aren't too serious. He just lost a lot of blood, his body is weak, and he overused his strength just now. That's why he fainted. This humble one will prescribe medicine for His Highness Prince Jing and treat his wounds. After that, we can wait for His Highness to wake up." There was a faint sound. Huozhou, who was standing there, was too tense. He suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and his whole body felt weak for a moment. He leaned against the bedpost and made a sound. "Are you all right?" Huozhou asked. The imperial physician nodded repeatedly. "He's fine. General, don't worry." Huozhou slowly let out a sigh of relief. "Go and apply the medicine," he said. "Wei Kai, quickly go to Prince Jing's estate and bring Li Changning here." Wei Kai acknowledged and hurried out. Huozhou leaned against the bedpost and looked down at Xianxia. His tattered court robes were stained with blood, and his hair was scattered across the pillow, staining the bedding and pillow with the smell of blood. A few strands of his messy hair were stuck to his cheeks, and there was even some blood on them. His face was extremely pale, which made the color of blood seem very conspicuous. Therefore, when the imperial physician came back with his medicine box, he saw this scene. The stern-looking general from before was now half squatting and half kneeling by the bed, carefully brushing away the hair on His Highness Prince Jing's cheeks. The strength of his hand was extremely light, and because he was being careful, his hand trembled slightly. The imperial physician hurriedly lowered his eyes and pretended not to see anything. At this moment, a general rushed in from outside. It was Xianxia. "General." He hurriedly rushed in and said. General Liu asked this subordinate to report that Peng Wei has brought troops and horses and is almost outside the city. Huozhou's hand, which was on the side of Xianxia's face, paused slightly. Then, he asked, "How many did he bring?" Xianxia said, "I'm not sure at the moment, but at least 100,000. But looking at the situation, Peng Wei must have come in a hurry, so he won't be able to bring 300,000. Huozhou was silent for a moment. He wanted to stay here and watch the imperial physician treat Xianxia until he woke up. However, he didn't forget that if it weren't for Peng Xiao and Peng Wei's dangerous move, he wouldn't have been forced to leave Linen, and he wouldn't have left Jiang Suizhou alone in the city, allowing Pang Xiao and Jiang Suanheng to take advantage of the situation. He had to take revenge. He carefully touched Jiang Suizhou's cheek with his knuckles, then stood up with one hand on the edge of the bed. "I'll go immediately," he said. Ji Hongqing happily agreed and was about to turn around to lead the way. However, he heard Hu Wujiu say, "You stay here." Ji Hongqing was stunned and turned around to ask, "General, do you have any other orders?" Looking at Hu Wujiu's serious and cold appearance, could it be that there were still remnants of the enemy in the imperial city? Or could it be that there were some unstable factors in Linen that would cause them to fail on the verge of success? However, Hu Wujiu turned his head and looked at the imperial physician who was carrying a medicine box at the door. "Keep an eye on him," he said. "Let him treat Prince Jing properly. If he dares to do anything, kill him." Jiang Suizhou's consciousness returned to the cage in a daze. At first, he only vaguely felt some changes in his body. It was a refreshing feeling that he hadn't felt for several days. It was as if his body was covered in blood and couldn't be cleaned. Then, the smell of medicine lingered at the tip of his nose. It was very bitter and mixed with the smell of blood. His eyelashes fluttered and his eyes felt a little light. He frowned and immediately heard a slight sound from the side. It seemed that someone was guarding the bed. At this moment, the person was leaning against the edge of the bed and moving closer. He moved his eyelids and struggled to open his eyes. In an instant, the light from the surrounding candlelight illuminated his vision and his eyes closed again. However, he immediately heard a familiar but slightly hoarse voice. "You're awake?" It was Hu Wujiu. Jiang Suizhou's muddled divine sense immediately cleared up. He opened his eyes with great effort and saw Hu Wujiu standing guard beside the bed in the middle of the bright candlelight and layers of curtains. Jiang Suizhou was about to speak when his throat felt uncomfortable and he immediately coughed. The coughing affected the wounds on his body and caused pain all over his body. In between coughs, he gasped for air. Hu Wujiu immediately panicked. He was flustered. He wanted to help him breathe but was afraid of hurting him. For a moment, he held him in his arms and his body stiffened. He didn't dare to move. "Li Chongning!" Hu Wujiu anxiously called out. Immediately, the sound of panicked footsteps approached from afar. Li Chongning hurried over and checked Jiang Suizhou's pulse and his wounds. "General, don't worry. It's nothing serious," Li Chongning said. "It's just that he choked in the fire just now. He'll be fine after taking some medicine and resting for 2 days." Hu Wujiu reluctantly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Is the medicine still boiling on the stove? Quickly go back and take a look." Li Chongning acknowledged and retreated. After a bout of coughing, Jiang Suizhou's consciousness and memories gradually returned to him. He thought of his drunken successor and the raging flames that filled the hall. At that time, he was really exhausted. He only cared about retrieving the few pieces of evidence of Hui Yuyan's betrayal of Hu Wujiu. He fell beside the dragon throne and watched the roof collapse from the flames. After that, his memory became so blurry that it seemed like an illusion. Amidst the flames, he seemed to hear Hu Wujiu's voice calling out to him. Then, he fell into a rather familiar embrace. It was Hu Wujiu's. At that time, he thought that his obsession before his death had been detected by the heavens and thus created such an illusion. But now, it seemed that, it might all be real. At the end of his memories, he seemed to have desperately taken out the few pieces of evidence and said to Hu Wujiu. When he thought of this, Jiang Suizhou's heart skipped a beat. He actually relied on the fact that he didn't have long to live to tell Hu Wujiu the words that were hidden in his heart. His coughing gradually stopped, and he carefully stole a glance at Hu Wujiu. He saw that Hu Wujiu didn't even have time to change his clothes. He was wearing a heavy black armor, and his body was stained with dark red blood. At this time, it had already dried up. At this moment, he had turned around and was pouring tea at the table. When he turned around, Jiang Suizhou saw the burned red cloak behind him. Presumably, if he didn't mention it, no one would dare to remind him to change. At this moment, Hu Wujiu turned around. Jiang Suizhou panicked. For a moment, he actually wanted to quickly close his eyes and pretend that he didn't wake up at all. But it was too late. He was supported to sit by Hu Wujiu. Because of his injury, his movements were slow and he didn't have time to lie down. In the time it took to take a breath, Hua Wujiu had already returned. He held a cup of warm tea and brought it to his lips. "Moisten your throat first," Hua Wujiu said. "Li Chongming's medicine will be ready in a moment." Jiang Suizhou reached out to take it, but Hua Wujiu grabbed his wrist and forcefully stuffed him back into the quilt. "Don't move," Hua Wujiu said. Jiang Suizhou couldn't argue with him. He could only hold his anxiety and drink a few mouthfuls of water carelessly. Presumably, Hua Wujiu also didn't expect this, right? He actually went back on his words. He clearly said that he wasn't gay, and then turned around and told him that he liked him. Straight men were always disgusted by this kind of thing. He didn't know if Hua Wujiu was being nice to him because of the evidence that he found for him. Jiang Suizhou's thoughts ran wild until he saw the bottom of the cup of tea. Hua Wujiu lifted the teacup. Jiang Suizhou hurriedly opened his mouth, trying to find a topic that wouldn't embarrass him. "Where are Peng Xiao and Jiang Suanheng?" he asked. Hua Wujiu turned around and put down the teacup as he said, "Jiang Suanheng was burned to death. Peng Xiao is currently locked up in prison." Then Peng Wei, he was so anxious because his father was arrested that he lost his mind. He brought over 100,000 soldiers and horses with him. He came this morning and was already arrested at dusk. Those soldiers and horses were tricked by him into thinking that they were coming to the capital to rescue the emperor. In the end, when they arrived, they found out that it was General Liu who beat them up. Naturally, they refused. "It didn't take me much effort," Hua Wujiu said. Jiang Suizhou breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Then, however, Hua Wujiu turned around. "Didn't you hear what Li Chongming said just now? He told you to rest well. Why do you have so much to say when you just woke up?" It was clearly a fierce sentence, but Hua Wujiu's tone was inexplicably soft. He was clearly scolding him, but no matter how you listened to it, it sounded a little affectionate. Jiang Suizhou only thought that it was an illusion and awkwardly shut his mouth. In Hua Wujiu's eyes, his expression was full of grievances. Hua Wujiu only felt that his heart had melted into a puddle of spring water. He turned around and walked to the side of the bed. Then, he knelt down on one knee in front of the bed so that he was at eye level with Jiang Suizhou. "Since you want to talk, why don't I ask you?" Hua Wujiu looked at him and said. Jiang Suizhou nodded. Hua Wujiu stared at him for a while. Then, he reached out his hand and touched Jiang Suizhou's cheek with his knuckles. He gently stroked it. "Then let me ask you. Do you still remember what you said to me today?" The expression on his face was serious, but his eyes were filled with a soft smile. Jiang Suzhou's heart skipped a beat, and his mind went blank. He panicked and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. After a while, he explained in a panic, "No, I was just..." He then saw Hua Wujiu laugh, his eyes staring straight at him. "I know," he said. "You were just anxious and told me the truth." Jiang Suzhou was about to speak, but Hua Wujiu interrupted him. He reached his hand into Jiang Suizhou's blanket, grabbing his hand that was under the blanket. Normally, Hua Wujiu would often pull him over, but every time, he would only hold his wrist through his sleeve. This time, it directly covered the back of his hand and held his entire hand in the palm of his hand. Jiang Suizhou was stunned for a moment. Gradually, he came back to his senses and realized what Hua Wujiu's action meant. The palm of that hand was very rough, and it was obvious that it was the result of years of martial arts practice. That hand was not as calm as its owner's face. Instead, it was clenched tightly, as if it was full of turbulent emotions that could not find an outlet, and it hurt his finger bones. Then, Hua Wujiu seemed to think it was not enough, and pulled his hand out of the blanket and wrapped his other hand around it, holding his hand tightly in both of his hands. Jiang Suzhou stared at him in a daze. His reaction, could it be that he was also, for a moment, Hua Wujiu's gaze, smile, and sometimes unhappiness for no reason, all had an explanation. Jiang Suzhou felt like he was in a dream. How could it be, a person like him, how could he silently do this to her? The impact of this response was so strong that he even forgot to be happy for a moment. Hua Wujiu, who was kneeling by the bed, pulled his hand forward and pressed it against his face. "Why didn't you do it earlier?" His tone was very low, as if he was talking to himself. For a moment, he looked foolish. As soon as he said this, he seemed to immediately overturn his own question and continued to talk to himself. No, it's my fault. I actually asked you to speak first. At this point, he frowned and said, but I couldn't see it at all. Xianxia replied in a low voice. I couldn't tell either. Huowujiu didn't even think about it. He said matter-of-factly, of course I can't let you see it. You already told me that you're not gay. What if you see it and run away in fear? I can't just tie you up and bring you back. Of course not, Xianxia blurted out. Only then did he realize what he was saying. He quickly shut his mouth and swallowed the rest of his words. How strange. Previously, in order to prevent Peng Xiao from getting suspicious, what kind of unpleasant words did he not say in front of everyone? He had always been calm and composed, and he could even put on a vivid performance. But now, it was just a simple sentence from the heart. It was difficult for him to say it out loud. Even though his hand was warm, his heart was boiling hot. But Huowujiu in front of him seemed to understand. He looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze and laughed for a moment. His laughter was very pleasant to the ears. It caused a stuffy tremor in his chest, all the way to Xianxia's hand. Then, as if it wasn't enough, Huowujiu squeezed the hand in his hand a few times. Then, he pulled it from the side of his face to his lips and kissed his fingers deeply. Then, he pressed his lips tightly against his lips. He sighed with a smile. The warmth of his breath traveled through his fingers to Xianxia's. Xianxia's ears were instantly ignited by that breath. He tried to pull his hand away, but it was to no avail. Instead, Huowujiu tightened his grip. That burning gaze full of laughter was so invasive that he couldn't help but avert his gaze. He lowered his eyes in a panic, like an ostrich that had plunged into the sand. This self-deceiving avoidance made the invader even more excited. His muffled laughter traveled from his warm lips to his knuckles. It traveled down his arm and numbed all the meridians in his body. Huowujiu's soldiers were very efficient. This was also thanks to Hui Yuyan's arrangements. At the beginning of the year, he instigated Huowujiu's subordinate, Wu Qianfan, causing Huowujiu to be isolated and helpless. After that, he killed Wu Qianfan to silence him. The number of soldiers under Huowujiu's command was several times greater than Hui Yuyan's, and most of Hui Yuyan's forces were deployed around Yi City. Thus, he couldn't allocate any men to replace the soldiers from Jiangbei. Therefore, other than the deadly Qing and his trusted aides, the 200,000 troops he brought today were all Huowujiu's own subordinates. Within a day, they firmly controlled the imperial palace and Lenin. All the residences of the officials in the capital were heavily guarded. After Peng Wei's death, Huowujiu divided the troops outside the city into several groups and sent them out to control the various counties in Nanjing. Deep into the night, everything was peaceful. Li Chongming sent over the decocted medicine. He told Xianxia to rest more these few days and not to exhaust himself. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his recovery. Therefore, not long after he drank the medicine, Huowujiu forced him to sleep. After Xianxia fell asleep, he went straight out of the palace. At this time, the palace next to the empress's bedroom was a dark ruin. There was no one around. Wei Kai and Meng Qianshan were waiting at the door. His eyes were red and he was so anxious that his eyes were rolling. Seeing Huowujiu come out, Meng Qianshan hurriedly went up to him. General, Huowujiu waved his hand and said, "Your prince is fine. Go in and serve him. Be gentle. He's already asleep." Meng Qianshan nodded repeatedly and bowed to thank him. Then, he turned around and quietly went into the palace. Wei Kai came up to him and said, "General, I've already prepared a place for you to stay. It's not far from here. I'll take you there." Huowujiu made a sound of acknowledgement and followed him. For some reason, Wei Kai felt that his general's footsteps were quite light and lively. Could it be that the general was so happy because His Highness Prince Jing's injuries weren't serious and it was a false alarm? That didn't seem to be the case. Maybe he was mistaken. However, as soon as Wei Kai entered the palace, he realized that he wasn't mistaken. The people waiting in the palace were all people from the prince's estate and Huowujiu's subordinates. Wei Kai led him in and told him where the front hall was, where the bedrooms were, and how the imperial palace was decorated. However, he noticed that his general was already absent-minded. He saw the general stroll around the room as if he didn't hear anything. He casually sat down on the couch and poured himself a cup of tea. When Wei Kai saw this, he waved his hand and signaled for the servants around him to leave. When he turned around, he saw that their general was holding the teacup with one hand. He didn't drink from it and just stood there, staring at the surface of the water as if he was lost in thought. Wei Kai frowned. Could it be that someone had tampered with the tea and the general had noticed? He hurriedly went forward. "General?" Just as he was about to ask, he saw Hu Wujiu look up at him. He couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. It even made his mood rise. Although he didn't move or smile, he was inexplicably in high spirits. Wei Kai was dumbfounded. "General." He saw his general put down the teacup on the table and lift one of his long legs to step on the edge of the couch. He put his arm up and the corners of his mouth curled up. "What's with that expression?" "Did someone die?" he asked. "Smile for me." Wei Kai was speechless, but he could only obediently smile. "General, did something good happen?" he asked. Hu Wujiu raised his eyebrows. "How do you know it's something good?" Wei Kai was speechless. In the past, when their general was in a good mood, he did look like he deserved a beating. However, it couldn't be helped. He had been impudent since he was young, so it was normal for him to be like this. However, the general's expression today was especially annoying. Something good must have happened. When he thought of this, Wei Kai was startled. For a moment, an immature guess appeared in his mind. "General," he said. Could it be that His Highness Prince Jing has... Before he could say the word relationship, he saw his general break into a smile. The hand on his knee also started to rub on it, like a dog's tail that was wagging in circles. Wei Kai didn't expect his immature guess to be true. "It's actually His Highness Prince Jing." He was delighted. However, he saw their general snort and a fierce look appeared on his face. "It's none of your business," he said. "If you have the time, go and patrol the palace before the third watch period. Pay attention to the residences of the officials and the concubines, eunuchs, and maids who are detained in the palace. Don't let anyone out who's looking for trouble." Wei Kai secretly curled his lips. "Yes," he replied, unwilling to give in. Hu Wujiu waved his hand and said, "Get out of here." Wei Kai responded. He cursed in his heart and left. Once the door was closed, only Hu Wujiu was left in the hall. He stared at the flickering candle flame in front of him for a while. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He couldn't help but jump off the couch and walk back and forth in the hall a few times. The 7 rooms of the palace were so spacious that one couldn't see the other end. However, Hu Wujiu felt that the room was very small. After walking around a few times, he couldn't even stretch his muscles. There was an emotion that was rampaging through his limbs and bones. It made him extremely excited, but he couldn't find a way to vent it. He couldn't help but laugh, but it didn't work. He seemed to need to go out into the night and have a good ride. However, the imperial city he was in right now didn't have a wide grassland. There were only layers of palaces that stretched to the horizon. Perhaps he needed to find a battle to fight. It would be best if it was an extremely difficult opponent that could make him fight to his heart's content and exhaust his strength. However, looking at all of Nanjing, there was already no one who could be his opponent. Or perhaps, what he needed the most was to take another look at Xianxia. He didn't need to do anything else. As long as he looked at him, touched him lightly, and watched over him by his bedside, all of his anxiety would vanish like smoke in thin air. However, Li Chongming just had to say that Xianxia needed a good rest. He really did need to rest. Hu Wujiu still saw how he was injured and on the verge of death today. He also knew that Xianxia was a light sleeper and couldn't be disturbed. Therefore, he pretended to be serious and left. Even though he was pacing around the room like a trapped beast, he didn't dare to actually sneak into his room. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head back and drank the cup of tea he had just poured. Then he pushed open the door and walked out. That night, Hu Wujiu's palace was lit with candles all night long. However, there wasn't a single person in the huge palace. In the dewy night, the sky full of stars seemed to be encircled by the four walls of the palace. They quietly shone on the resplendent glazed roof tiles for the entire night. However, no one knew that on this night, Huowujiu sat alone on the white marble steps in front of Xianxia's gate until dawn. He had never quietly stared at the stars for an entire night like this, nor had he ever quietly listened to a person's breathing like this before. His entire chest was filled with warmth. The next day, not long after Xianxia woke up, he saw Huowujiu arrive. He was full of energy and looked like he had slept well the night before. However, even though it was summer, he came in with a burst of damp and cold air. It was as if he had taken a stroll in the imperial garden before sunrise. Xianxia couldn't help but look at him a few more times. "What's wrong?" Huowujiu asked when he saw him staring at him. Xianxia met his gaze, only to see that there seemed to be a faint layer of bruise under his burning eyes. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. The nervousness he had felt when he was about to return to his hometown disappeared in an instant. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Did you not sleep well last night?" he asked. Huowujiu subconsciously denied it. "I slept well." Xianxia didn't say anything, but his gaze paused on the bruise under his eyes. Huowujiu seemed to have sensed something. He cleared his throat and sat down on the bed with a serious expression on his face. "I had some urgent matters to attend to last night, so I didn't sleep for long." Xianxia smiled faintly and didn't continue to argue with him about this. At this time, people were going in and out of his palace. They were all servants who had come in to arrange breakfast and tidy up the palace. Huowujiu didn't dare to use the original palace servants, so these people were all brought in from Prince Jing's estate. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the palace. And there weren't many masters that needed to be served. Thus, they had enough manpower. With so many people around, the two of them didn't say anything for a while. Xianxia looked up and saw Huowujiu sitting on a chair next to the bed. He was looking at him quietly. His sitting posture wasn't very proper. His legs were crossed and his body was leaning back. It was an extremely casual and relaxed appearance. However, his gaze seemed like it could burn someone. Xianxia subconsciously looked away and lowered his gaze to look at the golden thread on the bedding. Huowujiu's deep laughter could be heard. Naturally, he didn't know that the early morning sun shone on his face and illuminated his eyelashes. In Huowujiu's eyes, they seemed to glow. He felt that waiting outside the door for an entire night in exchange for this early morning glimpse was the most worthwhile thing he had ever done in his life. Xianxia cleared his throat, and his ears were a little hot. He lowered his eyes and changed the topic. "I still don't know how linen is now." Huowujiu responded and said, "Everything inside and outside the city has been settled. You don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on recuperating." Xianxia was about to ask again when he saw Wei Kai come in with a bowl of black medicinal concoction in his hand. It was time for him to drink his medicine. For a moment, the fragrance of the dishes in the palace was overshadowed by the smell of medicine. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched, and he sat up straight in resignation. But before he could move, Huowujiu got up first. He held his shoulder with one hand and pulled over a pillow with the other. He helped him to sit on the bed. "Be a snack," Huowujiu said in a low voice. "Don't pull on your wound." The clear and moist smell of Chinese soap mixed with the unique smell of iron armor firmly enveloped Xianxia in place. He lowered his eyes uncomfortably and let Huowujiu fiddle with him. Wei Kai stood at the side and was about to hand over the tray in his hand when Huowujiu took the bowl away. Then, Huowujiu sat on the edge of the bed and somewhat clumsily scooped up a spoonful of medicine and blew on it to cool it. He couldn't control his breath well, and most of the spoonful of medicine was blown back into the bowl by him. Only a pitiful amount was left and covered the bottom of the spoon. Xianxia saw this and couldn't help but smile. He let out an extremely light laugh. He saw Huowujiu glance at him, and persevered as he scooped up another spoonful of medicine. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, he reached out to take the bowl. Huowujiu dodged to the side. "You're still injured." Xianxia said warmly, "It's not like I can't move." "How long will it take to drink like this?" "Give it to me." In the half year since he came here, he had drunk an uncountable amount of all kinds of medicine. He was already used to it. No matter what medicine it was extremely bitter. Rather than being tortured spoonful by spoonful, it was better to drink it all in one gulp. Huowujiu was obviously not at ease. After a while, he reluctantly handed the bowl to Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou placed the jade spoon in the bowl to the side and blew on it. Then, he slowly drank the warm medicinal juice bit by bit. His movements were careful but smooth. However, he couldn't help but frown bitterly. He was so focused on the bowl of medicine in his hand that he didn't notice Huowujiu's frown. Finally, the bowl of medicine was empty. Jiang Suzhou put down the bowl and sighed in relief. However, before he could finish sighing, Huowujiu suddenly stuffed something into his mouth. For a moment, a sweet, juicy taste spread in his mouth. It was as if it wanted to drive away all the remaining bitterness in his mouth. It was a peeled grape. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw that Huowujiu had pulled a small table to the side of the bed. The tribute fruits on the table were the grapes that the western regions had sent as tribute a few days ago. Huowujiu stuffed one grape into his mouth and then peeled the second one. His hands were clearly not as skilled as when he was peeling the grape. It was as if he had a grudge against the grape. When he peeled off the skin, he was already about to crush the grape. Before Jiang Suzhou could speak, another grape fell into his mouth. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly swallowed the grape and hurriedly stopped him. No need. It's not that bitter. How could it be that precious? In the past, when he drank his own medicine, he just washed it with tea. He was an adult and wasn't afraid of bitterness. However, he heard Wei Kai chuckle. Your Highness, you don't know. Our general is the one who is most afraid of bitterness. Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw that Huowujiu was also looking up from the plate of grapes. His hands were dipped in grape juice, and his eyes were fierce as he stared at Wei Kai in warning. Wei Kai laughed mischievously and quickly continued, ever since he was young, the general has never been sick. Even if he did get sick once in a while, no one would be able to force medicine into his mouth. The old duke was so angry that he beat him up, but it was useless. Even when he had a fever, he would still run around the room trying to escape. Maybe he's afraid of bitterness and thinks that you're afraid of bitterness as well? Is your skin too tight? Or is your head too heavy on your shoulders? Huowujiu interrupted him with gritted teeth. Get lost. Wei Kai laughed and ran away. Huowujiu turned around with a gloomy expression and saw that Jiang Suzhou was also looking at him with a smile. He's talking nonsense, Huowujiu blurted out. However, it was obvious that Jiang Suzhou didn't believe him at first glance. I actually didn't see it, Jiang Suzhou said with a smile. When you first came to the prince's estate, I also saw you drink medicine. Huowujiu hated Wei Kai for being such a blabbermouth. Who would like to drink medicine? How could such a bitter thing be delicious? He would feel nauseous if he took a sip, but he was already an adult. He couldn't act like he did when he was young, right? He didn't like to drink medicine, but he didn't like to lose face even more. However, when he saw Jiang Suzhou's smiling face, he couldn't get angry at all. On the contrary, all the anger in his heart melted into spring water. This person in front of him was just too attractive. He was clearly showing his ferocious side, but Jiang Suzhou wasn't afraid at all. He only looked at him and smiled. Huowujiu ground his teeth. After a while, he leaned over and fiercely wiped the grape juice on his thumb onto Jiang Suzhou's lips. Is it that fun? You're still smiling. He was clearly gritting his teeth, but there was also a smile on his face that couldn't be dissolved. Jiang Suzhou only had an illusion. It was as if a large dog had suddenly appeared beside him. Although it didn't make a sound, it always quietly circled around him. From time to time, it would secretly lick him. It was so happy that it wanted to run around. He didn't know where this illusion came from. After all, before this, he had spent time with Huowujiu day and night. They ate and lived together, so there was nothing strange about it. Huowujiu stayed by his bedside that day. He first accompanied him to drink his medicine, then had breakfast with him. Because Huowujiu was watching him so closely, Jiang Suzhou was forced to eat half a bowl of porridge. For a moment, his stomach was full and hot. It was so hot that he wanted to doze off. At this moment, Wei Kai turned back. General, he said. General Liu has returned from Yangzhou. Hu Wuzhou's eyebrows furrowed. 2 days ago, the situation in the capital was urgent. Yesterday, when he divided the military forces, he lacked a general. Yangzhou was very close to Linen, and the garrison in Yangzhou was an old friend of Liu Yu. Yesterday, he had asked Liu Yu to lead troops to deal with Yangzhou and the surrounding counties. Now that he had returned, it was likely that the matter had been settled. Since that was the case, it was time to settle some of the private accounts between the two of them. Hu Wuzhou responded. Then he stood up and bowed to Jiang Suzhou. I have some matters to take care of. I'll be back tonight. Jiang Suzhou saw the slight change in his expression. Although he still looked the same, the aura around him was a bit colder. It was as if he was going to find someone to settle accounts at an opportune time. He hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" Hu Wuzhou only answered vaguely, "Nothing." Jiang Suzhou had some vague guesses. Before Hu Wuzhou left a few days ago, he had told him that Liu Yu would protect him in the city. However, Liu Yu's hands couldn't reach into the palace. It was also unexpected that the future emperor would suddenly get the news before them and detain him in the palace. Jiang Suzhou was a bit worried that the matter Hu Wuzhou said he had to take care of was this matter. Tell me the truth, Jiang Suzhou said. Are you going to find Liu Yu to take care of something? Hu Wuzhou didn't say anything, as if he tacitly agreed with Jiang Suzhou's guess. Jiang Suzhou sighed and explained in a warm voice, if it was because I was detained by Jiang Suanheng that day, then there would be no need. General Liu is also very concerned about me, but the palace is heavily guarded, and his men are outside the city. It's reasonable that he can't do anything when the matter is urgent. Moreover, he used Peng Xiao as a threat. If not for that, Jiang Suanheng might not have been able to keep me for a few days. Hu Wuzhou lowered his eyes, and his voice also lowered. Don't talk nonsense, he said. So, are you going to find Liu Yu to settle the score? Jiang Suzhou asked. Hu Wuzhou's fierce aura suddenly weakened, and he looked like a big wolf with its tail down. But he wasn't careful, Hu Wuzhou said stubbornly. Jiang Suzhou said, even if he was careful at that time, what could he do? Would he be detained in the palace with me? Hu Wuzhou didn't say anything. He was very tall, and when he stood there, he had to lower his head to talk to Jiang Suzhou. He was a little dejected now, and he looked a little pitiful with his head lowered. It made people want to pat his head and smooth his hair. No matter what, he's still your elder, Jiang Suzhou said. Just talk to him nicely, don't scold or punish him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we have today, right? Hu Wuzhou was silent for a moment, and then he spoke in a small voice. As if I'm that scary, he said. I'm not going to kill him, so why are you wasting your breath to plead for mercy? Jiang Suzhou burst out laughing. In all fairness, who wouldn't be afraid of Hu Wuzhou when he was outside? Looking at his posture just now, he was really afraid that Hu Wuzhou would act impulsively and take Liu Yu's life. When he laughed like this, Hu Wuzhou felt even more indignant. He turned to look at Wei Kai, and Wei Kai quickly ran away. Then, he turned back, leaned over, and put one hand on the pillow inside Jiang Suzhou's bed. In an instant, his shadow pressed down on Jiang Suzhou, enveloping him under his body. Jiang Suzhou suddenly felt a sense of oppression, and for a moment, he found it difficult to breathe. What are you doing? His smile froze, and he was so nervous that he stuttered. Hu Wuzhou leaned over, his arms on both sides of his body. When he lowered his head, his forehead was so close that it was almost touching Jiang Suzhou's forehead. I'll listen to you. Jiang Suzhou's aggrieved expression disappeared, and the oppression immediately increased by several degrees. Amidst this oppressive feeling, there was an indescribable ambiguity. He spoke in a low voice. Then you have to give me a reward in exchange, right? Jiang Suzhou leaned tightly against the pillow behind him. There was no way out at all. Hu Wuzhou sensed that he was trying to escape. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic. He placed his hands on either side of Jiang Suzhou and moved closer. Their warm breaths intertwined. Hurry up. He pushed for a yard after taking an inch. Don't keep General Liu waiting. Jiang Suzhou had nowhere to run. Hu Wuzhou's breath fell on his face. It was warm and moist, and it made his heart beat wildly in his chest. Then close your eyes, he stammered after a moment. Hu Wujiu immediately closed his eyes obediently. The corners of his mouth curled up. Jiang Suzhou's gaze lingered on Jiang Suzhou's lips for a while. Although they were very close, Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but shrink back. He paused. Then, he closed his eyes and steeled his heart. He raised his head and planted a kiss on Hu Wujiu's forehead. It was as quick as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Hu Wujiu opened his eyes. He saw that Jiang Suzhou had returned to his original position. He said matter-of-factly, "All right, you can go now." Jiang Suzhou's eyes were very clear. Now that she was enveloped in Hu Wujiu's arms, she looked up at him. There was an indescribable sense of innocence and loveliness in her eyes. Hu Wujiu raised his hand and touched his forehead. That kiss was too short. It didn't even leave much warmth behind. All that was left was an illusory soft touch. It was as if someone had hooked a finger on his heart and gently tickled it. Hu Wujiu gritted his teeth. That's it? Jiang Suzhou felt a little guilty, but he still nodded. Hu Wujiu clicked his tongue. In the next moment, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped him. Hu Wujiu's breath suddenly closed in. He turned his head and kissed Jiang Suzhou hard on the lips. Hu Wujiu didn't have the slightest bit of experience himself. Impulsively, rather than a kiss, it was more like a collision. He even knocked his teeth on Jiang Suzhou's lips. She was like a wild animal that didn't know how to act coquettishly but insisted on pouncing on people. It hurt when it bumped into people, but it also made people feel a burning passion. The kiss didn't last long. After a short toss and turn, they separated. Hu Wujiu leaned against Jiang Suzhou's forehead and chuckled in a hoarse voice, "Let's go." As he spoke, he propped himself up on the bed, raised his hand, and intimately wiped his lips in Jiang Suzhou, turned around, and strode away. Jiang Suzhou was still in a daze. He stared at his back for a moment before raising his hand and touching his lips with his knuckles. A moment later, he chuckled softly. It really felt like he had been bitten by something. Outside the palace, Wei Kai stood ramrod straight. When he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, he raised his head to look. He saw their general walking with large strides. His scarlet cloak fluttered behind him as he walked. He was clearly walking, but it looked like he was riding a horse. "General!" Wei Kai went forward to greet him. Under the bright and beautiful sunlight, he saw the water on his general's lips. Wei Kai stared at the water, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. He looked a little silly. Their general looked up and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. In the next moment, he mercilessly kicked the unprepared Wei Kai, causing him to stagger. He didn't use any strength in his kick. Wei Kai cried out in pain and almost fell to the ground. However, he saw that the general hadn't even retracted his leg when the corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled so widely that his usually faintly discernible canine teeth were revealed. Their general turned around and left. As he turned around, he even raised his hand and rubbed his thumb against his lower lip. He acted like a ruffian, like a satisfied wild wolf. "Follow him." His voice was deep and arrogant. It was no different from usual. However, Wei Kai could vaguely tell that their general hadn't kicked him because he had done something wrong or because he was in a daze. He was just having fun. He grimaced in pain and lamented in his heart. He limped and followed. The entire imperial city was heavily guarded. It was Hu Wujiu's territory. Lu Yu waited in the imperial study. After a while, he heard a soldier report that General Hu would be arriving soon. He couldn't sit still in his chair. When he heard this, he immediately stood up and rubbed his hands together uneasily. Hu Wujiu walked in from behind with large strides. Without any hesitation, he flung his cloak and sat down on the dragon throne. Lu Yu was about to go up to him when Hu Wujiu waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Sit down." Lu Yu clasped his hands in front of him. He stood there uneasily and didn't move for a while. He had watched Hu Wujiu grow up. He knew that this fearless and arrogant brat was a man of his word. He never joked or went back on his word. Moreover, this time it really was his fault. He hadn't done what Hu Wujiu had asked him to do. He had a good impression of Imperial Prince Jing. He felt very guilty that he had been detained by the late emperor right under his nose and had almost lost his life. For a moment, he even hoped that Huowujiu would do as he said and punish him. However, Huowujiu raised his head and glanced at him. He stepped on the imperial throne and said, "What are you afraid of now?" "He's not dead." Lu Yu said in a low voice, "It really was my fault. I have nothing to say. You're my superior now. It's up to you how you want to punish me. You also know that it was your fault?" Huowujiu put his arm on his knee. Lu Yu didn't know why, but he felt that although his voice wasn't kind, it didn't sound like he was angry. Instead, it sounded like he was holding someone high and dismissive. Huowujiu continued, "My father has told you many times, right? As a general, you shouldn't just think about how to fight a war. Even if you don't do it, you should at least understand the twists and turns of the imperial court. Don't you think so?" Lu Yu replied in a muffled voice, and Huowujiu leaned his head back. Lu Yu was stunned. He hesitated and said, But why are you saying this now?" Based on Huowujiu's temper, he shouldn't waste any more words with him. He should just order someone to take him away and deal with him according to military law. However, Huowujiu interrupted him. Instead, he raised his hand and asked the soldier beside him to pour Lu Yu a cup of tea. "There's no but," he said. "This matter is over. Don't bring it up again." Lu Yu's face was full of astonishment. "But, why is that?" Huowujiu glanced at him. He unconsciously raised his hand and touched his lips. That hand also blocked the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. "Because you're my elder," he said. Lu Yu was dumbstruck. "Hurry and sit down. How are things in Yangzhou?" Huowujiu cleared his throat and changed the topic. Lu Yu was a bit confused. However, when he heard him ask about serious matters, he didn't dare to slack off. He said, "Everything is in order. Fortunately, the generals in those counties are all my old friends. When the news of the late emperor's death spread, they also knew that there was no other way to go, so they all pledged their allegiance. Presumably, many of the other counties in the country are also like this. After all, each of them is guarding one side. Their military strength is divided. At this time, they are like a group of dragons without a leader. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't resist." Huowujiu grunted. "Looking at it, it won't be long before the entire south of the Yangtze River is under our control." Lu Yu responded, but then frowned. "But, have you thought about what to do after this?" Huowujiu looked at him and saw Lu Yu sitting there, looking at him with worry. "The country can't go a day without a ruler. Although we have a large number of troops under our command and can suppress all of Nanjing, this isn't a long-term plan. Right now, whether it's Linan or the other counties, the civil officials are being held hostage. The Yamen is useless now. You need to quickly contact Bailiang and send officials and generals here. This can be considered as recovering the lost territory." When Huowujiu heard this, he frowned and didn't say anything for a while. He tapped his fingers on his knee as if he was thinking. Lu Yu was a bit confused. After a while, he reacted and asked hesitantly, "You don't want to give Nanjing to Bailiang?" When he thought of this, a face suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Could it be because of Prince Jing? When Huowujiu went out to borrow troops, the only person he was worried about was Prince Jing. When he came back that day and heard that Prince Jing had been captured, he looked as if he had gone crazy. Could it be? Lu Yu was stunned. "You don't want to support a new ruler, do you?" He saw Huowujiu raise his head to look at him. Lu Yu read a bit of certainty in his eyes. "You need to think about it carefully," Lu Yu said. Huowujiu wasn't an outsider. If he was just a random general in Bailiang, his choice would be understandable. However, he wasn't. He was the nephew of Bailiang's new emperor and the only son of Marquis Dingbei, who had started the rebellion against Nanjing. He had an inseparable blood relationship with Bailiang. Whether it was Bailiang or Nanjing, he was an unstable factor. Even if Bailiang's new emperor acquiesced and Jiang Suizhou agreed, it would be difficult to calm the discussions in such a big country. The two countries couldn't maintain such an awkward relationship. Huowujiu quietly looked at him for a while and slowly exhaled. "What if I say I don't know?" he said. Lu Yu couldn't say anything for a while. He looked at Hua Wujiu and saw Hua Wujiu frown and lower his head. He raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. So annoying, he muttered to himself in a low voice. Lu Yu looked at him and couldn't figure it out for a moment. In Lu Yu's opinion, this was the best decision he could make. Destroying Nanjing was something Hua Wujiu had always wanted to do. When he killed Nanjing's monarch, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. The only thing that was difficult to deal with was His Highness Prince Jing's status. However, wouldn't it be easy for Hua Wujiu to give him a clean identity? Could it be that the problem lay in Bailiang? Lu Yu didn't dare to say much, nor did he ask any questions. He could only wait quietly. After a while, Hua Wujiu slowly exhaled. It's fine, he said. Even if the surrounding counties have already surrendered, you still need to be more vigilant. These things can't be messed up again. Lu Yu acknowledged in a low voice. Hua Wujiu waved his hand and dismissed him. Once Lu Yu left, the imperial study was empty. Jiang Xuanheng's things on the desk had all been cleared out, but now the big desk was piled up again. They were all letters and memorials sent in by the generals inside and outside the city. Hua Wujiu leaned against the dragon throne. He didn't need to look to know what was written in the memorials. The bones of scholars were always harder than life. Even if they were suppressed now, they wouldn't be able to live peacefully. There were so many people in Nanjing. It was fine if they didn't have their parents or officials for a day or two, but they couldn't be left alone for a year and a half. He knew how chaotic Nanjing was. However, this was the first time in his life that he wanted to escape. He didn't want to think about Bailiang. He didn't know how much his uncle knew about what his cousin had done, or if it was his uncle who had instructed him to do it. He also didn't know when his elder brother, who had gone through fire and water with him, had become so fearful of him and had been so careful with his every move. He was only in his early 20s. In his short life, he had only learned how to kill enemies, but he didn't know how to deal with relatives who were different from the past. Before his father died, he had held on to his last breath and told him to take good care of his relatives. He looked at the table full of documents and for a moment, he felt a little lost. This kind of loss would give people the illusion that they were all alone. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. The sky had just brightened, and it wasn't even noon yet. However, he was already starting to miss Jiang Suizhou. Hua Wujiu went back very late that night. Even if he didn't want to face it, he still had to deal with the trivial matters that were sent to him. Many things could happen in a single day in Linen, not to mention the entire Nanjing. No matter how perfunctory Hua Wujiu was, by the time he finished all the documents on the table, the moon was already high in the sky. When he stood up, he felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. He rarely felt this way. Even if he had been marching and riding for several days, he had never felt so tired. But he didn't expect that sitting motionless for an entire day would also kill him. He stood in place with some annoyance. He stretched his sore shoulders and neck a few times before turning around and leaving the imperial study. The night outside was very cold. The carriage had been parked outside the hall for a long time. The palace was big, and everywhere was far away. If he walked alone, an ordinary master who lived like a prince wouldn't be able to walk. But Hua Wujiu only glanced at it, then bypassed the carriage and walked back. He had been sitting all day, and his waist and back were sore. At this moment, he felt a little disgusted when he saw the chair. If he really let them carry him back, he was afraid that all the bones in his body would fall apart. Hua Wujiu strode back. The people behind him couldn't keep up with his footsteps, so they all trotted along. When Hua Wujiu finally walked back to the palace where he lived, the people behind him were already panting. Hua Wujiu walked all the way to the gate of Jiang Suizhou. He stopped, but didn't go in. Wei Kai, who was behind him, hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "General." Hua Wujiu frowned. "What time is it?" Wei Kai said, "There's still half an hour before the third watch period." Hua Wujiu clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned to leave. Wei Kai hurriedly followed. "General, where are you going?" Hua Wujiu didn't even turn his head. "Back to sleep." His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Wei Kai hurriedly said, "Didn't you say this morning that you were going to visit His Highness Prince Jing tonight?" Hua Wujiu gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this kid really knows how to touch a sore spot. Of course, he wanted to see Jiang Suizhou. He spent the whole day in the imperial study for nothing. The booklet was filled with words, making him dizzy and his back sore. He had been enduring the pain of being cut by a blunt knife. Wasn't it because he wanted to take a few more glances at Jiang Suizhou, but now that it was so late, he was afraid to disturb his rest in Jiang Suizhou. Hu Wuzhou's body was weak to begin with, and the illness he had left behind had not been completely cleared. Now that he was injured, Hu Wuzhou could not sit still when he thought about the suffering he had suffered all day. At this time, he would rather go back and toss and turn all night than go to Jiang Suizhou and wake him up. Hearing Wei Kai's inconsiderate words, he was a bit annoyed. He turned around and was about to say something when he saw Meng Qianshan pushing open the door and coming out of the hall. Meng Qianshan was carrying a basin. He was about to come out and do some work, but he was startled when he saw Hu Wuzhou standing at the bottom of the stairs and about to leave. "General Hua?" Meng Qianshan quickly called out to him. "Why aren't you going in?" Hu Wuzhou turned around and looked up at Meng Qianshan. "I'm not going in. Help your prince sleep." Meng Qianshan was a bit confused. "His Highness is still awake. He's waiting for you," he said. Wei Kai was stunned when he heard this. He turned around and was about to call out for the general, but he felt a gust of wind in front of him. It was cold and sharp. He looked over and saw that their general had already walked into the hall. The general's figure was still steady. From behind, he looked dignified and reliable. He was not in a hurry at all. However, if he were to walk up the stairs a little slower, instead of running like this, he might be able to show a more stable aura. Hu Wuzhou walked into the hall and turned into the sleeping quarters. He saw Jiang Suizhou leaning against the bed and reading a book. He was yawning again and again. He was holding a book loosely in his hand, but the book was already tilted to the side. It was obvious that he was sleepy and dizzy. Hu Wuzhou took a few steps forward and took the book from his hand. "What are you reading when you're so sleepy?" He seemed a bit unhappy, but his tone was soft. Jiang Suizhou jumped in fright when the book in his hand was suddenly taken away. He looked up and saw Hu Wuzhou wrapped in the cool night air. He laughed softly. "No, didn't you say this morning that you were coming back tonight?" He slowly reached out and took the book from Hu Wuzhou's hand. He tidied it up and put it to the side. "Why are you back so late? Did you just finish?" The candles in the room burned brightly, giving people a warm feeling. Jiang Suizhou was so sleepy that his voice was a bit hoarse. His tone was also softer than usual. It was just a few simple sentences, but a strange feeling rose in Hu Wuzhou's heart. He had never felt this way before. After all, he had been fighting outside for many years. He had never experienced the feeling of being waited for to come home. It actually made the tiredness and irritation that he had felt for the entire day disappear like smoke in thin air. He sat down on the edge of the bed and reached out to search for Jiang Suizhou's hand. "I had a lot of things to do, so I'm a bit late." He held Jiang Suizhou's hand in his palm and rubbed it. "I only said that I was coming. I didn't say that I didn't want you to sleep. What's there to wait for?" His tone was serious, but Jiang Suizhou could tell that he was not speaking from his heart. Jiang Suizhou did not reply. Instead, he leaned on the bed and laughed. His eyes were full of smiles as he looked quietly at Hu Wuzhou. Hu Wuzhou's heart thumped wildly. He gritted his teeth, leaned forward, and gently bit Jiang Suizhou's lips as if he was familiar with the first time. "What's so funny?" he said in a low voice. Jiang Suizhou dodged to the side, which allowed Hu Wuzhou to catch up. It was just a simple bite, but it gradually turned into a tangle of lips and teeth. Hu Wuzhou had no experience at all. He only followed his instincts. He did not know how to hold back and was very reckless. After a while, Jiang Suizhou could not catch his breath. He raised his hand and pushed Hu Wuzhou. Hu Wuzhou knew that Hu Wuzhou was injured, so he did not dare to be stubborn. He let Hu Wuzhou push him twice and sat back down. Jiang Suizhou was busy trying to catch his breath. Hu Wuzhou sat there and stared at Hu Wuzhou. The corners of his mouth were curled up, and he looked proud and arrogant. Jiang Suizhou glanced at Hu Wuzhou. He felt lucky that Huowujiu did not have a tail. Otherwise, Huowujiu would be very proud. However, he could see that Huowujiu's expression was completely different from when he entered the room. Jiang Suizhou could guess what was going on. Seeing that Jiang Suizhou was looking at him, Huowujiu reached out for a yard after getting an inch and leaned forward to bite him. Huowujiu was addicted to this kind of thing the first time. Jiang Suizhou could not push Huowujiu away, so he let Huowujiu kiss him again. After the kiss, Huowujiu leaned against Huowujiu's shoulder and was firmly held in his arms. "Don't mess around anymore," Jiang Suizhou reprimanded him softly while panting. Huowujiu agreed seriously. Before he finished speaking, he had already lowered his head and kissed Huowujiu lightly on the lips. He was very presumptuous and looked as if he had nothing to fear. Jiang Suizhou could not be bothered to argue with Huowujiu, so he let Huowujiu hug him. After a while, he asked, "Were the things you handled today very troublesome?" Huowujiu paused. Of course they were troublesome. Huowujiu had never dealt with civil officials in his life. These people were not prisoners of war, so they could not be killed. Moreover, they might be of use in the future. However, a change of dynasty had always been the most unacceptable thing for them. Even if they did not die, they would never settle down. Speaking of linen alone, within one day 3 urgent letters were sent, all from Taichung Fu, saying that when Qi Mindarin heard that the emperor was killed by Huowujiu, he wanted to ram the swords and sabers of the defending army, asking them to give the civil and military officials a quick death. If they wanted to kill or cut, they could do it, but there was no need to keep them alive to be humiliated. Huowujiu naturally felt a headache coming on. But at this moment, he was holding Jiang Suizhou in his arms. There were only a few thin clothes between the two of them. Huowujiu's warm body temperature and undulating breathing were continuously transmitted to him. This made Huowujiu feel that these messy things were not so difficult to deal with, and there was no need to bother Jiang Suizhou. "It's just a little trivial," he said. "Nothing else." Jiang Suizhou only felt that he was stubborn. He was about to look up at Huowujiu, but Huowujiu seemed to have noticed his intentions. He raised his hand and pressed him back into his arms, hugging him tightly. "What, you still don't trust me?" Huowujiu asked. Jiang Suizhou said, "No, it's just that they are a little difficult to deal with, and you are from Bailiang." Hearing what he said, Huowujiu was alarmed. Jiang Suizhou's words meant that he wanted to help him deal with it. Really, he had just been injured for 2 days. Why did he care about these messy things? Huowujiu refused. "It's fine," he said. "Even the old officials of Nanjing are just a group of scholars. I kept their lives because I could deal with them." Jiang Suizhou hurriedly said, "You can't kill people randomly." Huowujiu clicked his tongue. "Am I that kind of person in your eyes?" He lowered his eyes and asked. Jiang Suizhou laughed gloomily. "Of course not," he said. "It's just that those scholars tend to speak harshly when they are anxious. I'm afraid that you will be angry with them." Huowujiu gently pinched his face. "Then don't worry," he said. "I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill someone, I won't be able to explain it to you when I come back." At this point, he lowered his head, and his lips gently touched Jiang Suizhou's hair. "Anyway, don't worry. Just focus on recovering," he said. "If I can conquer this place, why can't I take care of it? If I can't, I'll just fight again." The latter half of his sentence was clearly a light joke. Jiang Suizhou laughed. "Okay, I know you can fight," he said. The two of them talked in bits and pieces, and the night gradually deepened. Jiang Suizhou got tired easily after drinking the medicine. As they talked, he gradually became sleepy again. Huowujiu acutely sensed it. He didn't say anything, and only gradually lowered his voice. After a while, the sound of even and subtle breathing came from his arms. Huowujiu carefully lowered his head, and what he saw was Jiang Suizhou sleeping. Face. He quietly leaned in his arms, sleeping soundly. This realization made Huowujiu's entire heart go numb, a little itchy, and a little limp. This was the most beautiful person he had ever seen in his 20-odd years of life. He had always been arrogant, but for the first time, he had the thought of taking someone for himself, but he didn't dare to move forward. And now, all of his dreams and fantasies had become reality. He had finally taken this person into his arms, and naturally, he couldn't bear to let him suffer even a little bit more. He would block all of it behind him, whether he was good at it or not. Jiang Suzhou could clearly feel Hu Wuzhou's exhaustion over the past few days. He never said anything about it. Every day, after finishing his work in the imperial court, he would come to Jiang Suzhou as usual. He insisted on personally seeing how Jiang Suzhou was recovering, and then he would accompany Jiang Suzhou until Jiang Suzhou fell asleep. His expression was still the same as usual, but the dark circles under his eyes were getting worse by the day. Every time Jiang Suzhou wanted to ask, Hu Wujiu would beat around the bush, telling him that he was fine. He couldn't ask any more questions. A few days passed like this. Jiang Suzhou was recovering well, and he was gradually able to get up and walk. The wounds on his body had all formed scabs, and he was getting better by the day. Li Chongming's medical skills were amazing. Seeing that his wounds were recovering well, he added a few more herbs to nourish his blood and qi, helping him to warm his foundation. However, Hu Wujiu was still not at ease. When he saw Jiang Suzhou moving on the ground, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. His entire body tensed up, and he had to help Jiang Suzhou back. Wei Kai, who was at the side, couldn't bear to look at him. As long as their general didn't lose an arm or a leg, he would be fine no matter how serious his injuries were. He was like this himself, and he was also like this when he served the emperor. When had he ever seen him so cautious? Sure enough, love was the best way to change a person's temperament. Although Jiang Suzhou didn't say much these past few days, he had been silently observing Hu Wujiu's condition. He knew that Hu Wujiu was stubborn and could endure. Even when he couldn't take it anymore, he wouldn't take the initiative to show weakness. Moreover, he had been injured these past few days. Hu Wujiu was being very careful around him, so he naturally hid the things that he had to face even more deeply. However, Jiang Suzhou didn't want to let him do as he pleased. Hu Wujiu used to be so stubborn because he was indeed all alone in the world. Everyone said that he was an indestructible god of war. Everyone relied on him. Naturally, he had no one to rely on and could only hold on by himself. But now, it shouldn't be the same as before. Jiang Suizhou waited quietly, all the way until this day. After Hu Wujiu left early in the morning, he drank the medicine delivered by Li Chongming and felt refreshed. His body also felt lighter, so he got out of bed and took a walk outside the palace. Today, he was living in the back of the original Hoju's palace. It was originally the palace where the favored concubines lived, but because Hoju was always impartial, it had been left empty for a long time. The scenery in the courtyard was beautiful. Meng Qianshan, who was walking beside him, told him with a smile that General Huo was staying in the side chamber and would be here every day. His words were sweet and his smile was joyous. Jiang Suzhou glanced at him with a faint smile but didn't say anything. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw that there was a scenery with every step in the palace garden, which made the golden and dazzling pavilions look quite lively. He didn't come out today to look at these things. He just wanted to see how well he had recovered and how far he could go. He was satisfied with the results of this test. He stood in the corridor for a while, then returned to his room and waited until nightfall. It was already past the second night watch, but Hu Wujiu still hadn't returned. Usually at this time, he would be in Jiang Suizhou's palace. Today, he must have run into some trouble. Jiang Suizhou sat there quietly for a while, then got up. Meng Qianshan saw him get out of bed and hurriedly greeted him, "Your Highness?" "Jiang." Suizhou said calmly, "Change my clothes and have someone prepare a carriage. I'm going out." Meng Qianshan hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, it's late in the night outside. Your injuries haven't healed yet, then prepare a thick cloak for me," Jiang Suizhou said. Meng Qianshan was still hesitant, but Jiang Suizhou looked up at him, "What's wrong? My words don't carry any weight?" Meng Qianshan clenched his right hand with his left hand, feeling a little uneasy. Jiang Suizhou said, "It was Hu Wujiu's orders, right? Just go, he won't do anything to you." Meng Qianshan saw Jiang Suizhou's resolute attitude and had no choice but to grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and agree. Hu Wujiu's side was indeed in a terrible fix. The civil officials of the Pang party, who were originally difficult to deal with, were now much more well-behaved. They were fence-sitters to begin with. When they lost power, they would abandon Pang Xiao. When Pang Xiao was in power, they followed him. Now that Hua Wujiu was in power, they were extremely obedient and didn't cause any trouble for Hua Wujiu. The ones who were difficult to deal with were those self-proclaimed bookworms. The Jing dynasty had fallen. Thus, they would seek death all day long. Even cursing at the guards was considered a light punishment. However, Hua Wujiu couldn't let them die. After all, if too many officials died, the world would be in a state of panic. There wasn't a day that went by when these people didn't cause trouble for him. That wasn't all. After a few days, Hua Wujiu was quite proficient in dealing with them. However, today, the person who made him the most agitated was his uncle. Naturally, Nanjing's movements couldn't escape Beiliang's eyes. Beiliang's new emperor, Emperor Zhao Yuan, Hua Wujiu's uncle, had already sent someone to deliver a letter to him. It arrived today. The letter was stamped with the emperor's seal. It was absolutely authentic. Hua Wujiu placed the letter on the table. Just as he was feeling vexed, someone came to report that Qi Min, Lord Qi, tried to kill himself again today. Fortunately, he was stopped in time and didn't die, but he was slightly injured. This news was like a spark falling into a pile of dry wood. You can't even take a good look at a person? Hua Wujiu said angrily. He's just an old man who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How can he torment you into such a cowardly state? The person who came to report hurriedly explained that Lord Qi's emotions were unstable and he didn't want to have any interaction with the people of Beiliang. They really couldn't do anything about it. I don't believe that he'll die if you tie his hands and feet, stuff his mouth, and force food into his mouth 3 times a day. Hua Wujiu gritted his teeth. His voice was so cold that it sent chills down their spines. The person who came didn't even dare to raise his head. He trembled as he repeatedly acknowledged and knelt down to appease General Hua's anger. Then why aren't you leaving? Hua Wujiu threw the booklet to the ground. If he let him look at it one more time, it would kill him. The person repeatedly acknowledged and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from the side. Wait. Everyone in the imperial study was shocked. Hua Wujiu looked up and saw Jiang Suzhou standing behind the screen at the back of the imperial study. His complexion was still a little pale. He wore a thick black cloak with a cloak wrapped around it. It was clearly summer, but he was dressed for autumn. The soldier kneeling on the ground broke out in a cold sweat. Who was this person who dared to interrupt the general when he was throwing a tantrum? Ever since the old marquis passed away, no one in the world had such guts. That person knelt on the ground. He couldn't advance or retreat and could only remain motionless. Suddenly, there was a sound from the dragon table. It was their general who had stood up. Not only did the general not punish him in anger, but he also hurriedly stood up and went to the person's side to support him. Why are you here? That voice actually sounded a little panicked, and the thunderous fury from before instantly dissipated by 70 to 80%. That person opened his mouth. If I didn't come, I wouldn't have heard you throw a tantrum. His voice was still unhurried. Perhaps because of his poor health, his breathing was a little weak. It sounded clear, gentle, and a little soft. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Their general hurriedly explained. It's so cold at night. How could I let you go out so far? How could you be such a bad man, Xianxia? That person laughed softly. What, are you going to punish my people? When General Hua heard this, he didn't say anything. At this moment, the soldier kneeling in front of the table was even more curious to see who this person was. What kind of deity had descended from the heavens to make this general, who was so angry that even the heavenly king couldn't control him, become so obedient? He didn't dare to raise his head. He only heard the general supporting that person until he sat down on the dragon chair. The general, on the other hand, stood to the side. That person spoke again. Stand up and speak, he said. This was what he said to the soldier kneeling there. The soldier didn't dare to move for a moment. As soon as he raised his head carefully, he heard their general's angry voice. Are you deaf? The soldier hurriedly got up. What happened just now? That person asked again. This time, the soldier stood up straight. As soon as he raised his head, he could see the person's face. It was a young man with exquisite features. He was very young, but he looked like he hadn't recovered from his illness. The dark robe he wore was graceful and elegant. It wrapped around him, giving him an air of arrogance and nobility. His expression, however, was calm. The soldier's courage grew. "Young master, it's a matter at Taichung's residence," he said. "What is it?" the young master asked. "Taichung has been in a bad mood these past few days. He's been trying to kill himself," the soldier said. The young master raised his head and looked at General Hua, who was standing to the side. "I don't remember Sir Qi being like this," he said. "What have you been doing these past few days?" General Hua lowered his head to look at him. General Hua was tall and straight. Now that he was wearing a military uniform, he should have looked arrogant and unbridled. However, he lowered his head. Although his expression didn't change, he looked somewhat tame, like a wild wolf that had recognized its master. "Nothing much." General Hua's tone was full of dissatisfaction, but also a little guilty. "I haven't thought of how to deal with them, so I locked them up in their old residence." The young master chuckled, a little helpless. "Do you think they're prisoners?" he said. "If you really want to kill them, there's nothing wrong with doing so. But since you don't want to, you should at least treat them with respect. That's the only way to appease them." Appeasing people was a blind spot in their knowledge. Hua Wujiu and his group of generals and soldiers had been guarding the pass from the start. To them, after a victory, they had always killed the local officials quickly. Sparing their lives was already an extremely special mercy. They had already lost. Why would they need people to appease them? The soldier below also scratched his head in confusion. The young master pulled out a piece of paper and started writing on it with a brush. After a while, he put down the pen and picked up the paper. He read it from top to bottom, then slowly dried the ink. "But I think that no matter what you do now, they won't listen," the young master said. "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to pass this letter to Lord Qi on my behalf. You don't have to say anything. The letter is signed. You don't have to worry about anything else." As he spoke, the ink dried. The young master folded the paper and handed it to the table. The soldier hurried forward to take it. When he looked up, he saw the young master smiling at him. "Go," he said. The soldier hurriedly bowed and left. Before he left the imperial study, he secretly looked up and saw the young master looking up and saying something to General Hua in a low voice. General Hua had one hand on the armrest of the dragon throne. He obediently lowered his head and listened. There was no trace of the fierceness from before. The imperial study was brightly lit. For a moment, there was a sense of harmony and tranquility. The soldier didn't have much education, but a sentence immediately popped up in his head. Everything had its vanquisher. Hua Wujiu actually felt a little guilty. He didn't know why he felt guilty, but Jiang Suzhou was sitting there. He lowered his head to look at Jiang Suzhou's side profile and felt a little uncertain. After all, he had let him see him lose his temper. Moreover, if one looked at him from the outside, he was the one throwing a tantrum. He didn't expect that he would be afraid of this one day. Normally, unless he had no other choice, he would do as he wished. People who fought wars were born from the mud. Face was the least important thing to them. Not to mention, it was normal for him to throw tantrums. However, when Jiang Suzhou saw him like this, he actually felt a little scared. He didn't realize that he had unconsciously developed the mentality of a male peacock. When courting a mate, he had to spread out his tail feathers and put them in front of his sweetheart in a magnificent manner. He absolutely refused to reveal the gray tail behind his tail feathers and didn't look the slightest bit ugly. Hua Wujiu just stood there uneasily. He saw Jiang Suzhou slowly pick up a few memorials from the table. After skimming through them, he put them back. He raised his head to look at Hua Wujiu. "Is this the nothing you tell me every day?" Jiang Suzhou asked. Hua Wujiu paused. He immediately recovered from his previous annoyance. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he was speechless. After a moment, he retorted in a low voice, "It's not a big deal to begin with." Jiang Suzhou tapped his finger on the table. If you hide it for a few more days, there will be a murder case in the capital, he said. When that time comes, the whole world will only say that you, Hua Wujiu, mistreated the old officials of the previous dynasty and killed the loyal. When that time comes, who will you reason with? Hua Wujiu didn't take it to heart. Let them say whatever they want. Just write it down in the history books. Jiang Suzhou blurted out, how can that be? How can you let the Shi family criticize you like this and leave it for future generations to see? His tone was shockingly serious. When Hua Wujiu heard this, he looked straight at him. He saw Jiang Suzhou raise his head and look a little flustered. I'm saying that you can't not cherish your feathers, he explained. Hua Wujiu laughed out loud. Imperial Prince Jing really didn't know how to lie. How was he asking him to cherish his feathers? It was obvious that this notorious prince was cherishing Hua Wujiu's feathers. Hua Wujiu's courage was boosted as if he had received favoritism. He walked forward and sat down next to Jiang Suzhou on the dragon throne. Luckily, the throne was big enough to fit both of them. Even so, the two of them were still close together. Hua Wujiu stretched out his arm and pulled Jiang Suzhou into his embrace. Hua Wujiu slowly exhaled and rested his chin on Jiang Suzhou's shoulder. When he spoke again, there was a hint of compromise in his tone. I didn't want you to worry about this, he said. It's just that I really can't handle this kind of thing well. Even if you hide it from me, I can still tell, Jiang Suzhou said gently. But your injuries haven't healed yet, Hua Wujiu said. Jiang Suzhou retorted, then didn't I go out today? Hua Wujiu bared his teeth and said fiercely, that's why Meng Qianshan should be taught a lesson. You're the one who should be taught a lesson, Jiang Suzhou mercilessly raised his hand and pinched Hua Wujiu's forearm. The arm muscles were tight and hard like stone. Jiang Suzhou's hand hurt when he pinched it. He withdrew his hand in embarrassment and heard Hua Wujiu's muffled laughter. Jiang Suzhou's ears turned red, but he didn't pay attention to him. He tidied up the memorials that Hua Wujiu had thrown on the table and flipped through them one by one. Since I've recovered a lot, I can help you with these things, Jiang Suzhou said. These words were true. Compared to Hua Wujiu, who only knew how to brandish his sword and spear and shout about killing, he was a history teacher who had transmigrated 1,000 years later. At the very least, he knew the officials of the current Nanjing imperial court like the back of his hand. He had a general idea of each person's temperament. Naturally, he also knew who was useful and who was restless. However, Hua Wujiu didn't agree. You haven't fully recovered yet. Don't mess around, he said. Jiang Suzhou turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Hua Wujiu was dissatisfied. He clicked his tongue with a fierce expression, but didn't say anything. After a while, as if venting his anger, he leaned over and kissed Jiang Suzhou on the lips. If you want to do something, that's fine. I have to follow you. Jiang Suzhou didn't refuse. Hua Wujiu finally compromised. He pushed all the memorials on the table in front of Jiang Suzhou. However, in a place where Jiang Suzhou couldn't see, he turned his hand and hid Emperor Zhao Yuan's handwritten letter. The candlelight burned quietly, occasionally letting out one or two crackling sounds. Jiang Suzhou flipped through the memorials on the table wholeheartedly. Hua Wujiu quietly stood to one side, not saying a word. He only looked at him quietly. These days, Hua Wujiu had always hated the imperial study. However, he had no choice but to come here. He could only suppress his disgust. However, at this moment, he felt that the candlelight in the imperial study was bright and peaceful. It had become the best place in the world. The only difference was that there was one more person here. This person was the biggest miracle in the world. His gaze was deep and quiet as he stared fixedly at Jiang Suzhou. Jiang Suzhou, on the other hand, was completely focused. His eyes were fixed on the memorials in his hands. After a long time, he slowly put the last memorials back. Apart from these, did anything else happen? He raised his head and asked Hua Wujiu. Hua Wujiu didn't come back to his senses for a moment. After a while, he replied, what? Jiang Suzhou patiently repeated. Hua Wujiu's eyebrows twitched. However, he didn't change his expression and asked, why do you ask? Jiang Suzhou sighed. How could these things alone make you so angry? He asked. Huowujiu didn't know how Jiang Suzhou understood him so well. This kind of understanding naturally made him quite happy. However, when he wanted to hide something, it was a bit annoying. It was just a tiny bit. Huowujiu didn't say anything for a while. In Jiang Suzhou's eyes, this was taken as a tacit agreement. However, even if it was a tacit agreement, he still stubbornly refused to say anything. Jiang Suzhou's expression was a bit gloomy. He had been enduring for several days. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. There was a big mess in the palace. Now, the world was also in chaos. However, Huowujiu was hiding everything from him. He didn't want him to know. It was as if he wanted to protect him tightly under his wings. He knew Huowujiu's intentions, but he didn't want to do this. He had read so many history books that he knew what kind of storm a change of dynasty was. This wasn't something he could shoulder alone. He also didn't want Huowujiu to shoulder it alone. He could clearly be with Huowujiu, but Huowujiu wouldn't let him. He had endured for several days, waiting until his body was better and he could finally walk. Only then did he manage to catch Huowujiu red-handed, and now he wanted other witnesses and material evidence, so he couldn't deny it. However, even now, Huowujiu was still hiding things from him. Jiang Suzhou pursed his lips. He quietly looked at Huowujiu, but didn't say anything. Huowujiu immediately sensed that something was wrong. "What's wrong?" he hurriedly asked. He reached out to touch Jiang Suzhou. However, Jiang Suzhou hit his hand to the side. He didn't use much strength, but Huowujiu couldn't take it. "Huowujiu." Jiang Suzhou's voice was a little sluggish. "Since you like me, you should be honest with me." Huowujiu immediately panicked. "No, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that these things." He couldn't continue. It was just that these things were too terrible. He couldn't figure it out himself. He didn't have any ideas, and he couldn't bear to let Jiang Suzhou worry about it. He just couldn't bear to. He couldn't bear to. However, Jiang Suzhou asked, "What's the matter?" His voice was so cold that Huowujiu couldn't stand it. He clenched his teeth and grabbed the letter hidden in the crack of the table, stuffing it into Jiang Suzhou's hands as if he was going to die. "It's not a big deal." He was still stubborn. Jiang Suzhou lowered his eyes and opened the letter. The letter was written with a red brush, and it was sealed with Emperor Zhaoyuan's imperial seal. The letter was written with great care, and it was even written with great concern and joy. Emperor Zhaoyuan was happy that Huowujiu's legs weren't crippled and that he had recovered. He also blamed him for not letting him know earlier and not returning to court earlier. Now that he heard that the fall of southern Jing nation was caused by Huowujiu, Emperor Zhaoyuan was even happier. He only asked Huowujiu how he planned to settle down in the future and how he would reward Huowujiu. Emperor Zhaoyuan's health was very poor, but the letter was written in a very thick way. Towards the end of the letter, one could even vaguely see that he couldn't hold the brush. His handwriting was trembling, but he didn't stop writing. Jiang Suzhou quietly finished reading the letter and put it away. "So, you're unhappy because of this letter, right?" Jiang Suzhou asked. Huowujiu answered sullenly and reached out to take the letter. His evasive manner was clearly deceiving himself. Jiang Suzhou's hand dodged to the side, causing Huowujiu to grab empty air. "You knew you would have to face this," Jiang Suzhou said. "So, you've been heavily guarding southern Jing nation, but you haven't done anything else, right?" Huowujiu didn't say anything. Jiang Suzhou knew that this was an extremely difficult choice for him. After a moment of silence, he slowly sighed and raised his hand to place it on the back of Huowujiu's hand. "You can see something in this letter, right?" he asked. Huowujiu didn't say anything and held Jiang Suzhou's hand. Jiang Suzhou silently held his hand back. He had already guessed it, and today's letter made his guess true. If Emperor Zhaoyuan and Hui Yuyan were of one mind, then the throne and the position of crown prince would both belong to them. Hui Yuyan wouldn't have to worry about personal gains and losses and take the risk of privately communicating with the enemy's ministers just to kill Huowujiu. If Emperor Zhaoyuan also wanted Huowujiu to die, then Hui Yuyan wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Now it seemed that Emperor Zhaoyuan was most likely unaware of Hui Yuyan's behavior. Hu Wujiu gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. The father and son didn't even discuss it, he said. Do you want my life or not? Give me a definite answer. His tone was very fierce, but Jiang Suzhou could hear the sadness in it. No matter what, Hui Yuyan and Emperor Zhaoyuan were father and son. If they were both heartless and unjust, Hu Wujiu would immediately lead his troops north and turn against them. However, Emperor Zhaoyuan was still a loving uncle to him. He couldn't do it. Instead, he was forced into a dilemma. Jiang Suzhou gently held his hand. I have an idea, he said. No matter what, we can solve the current dilemma first. Hu Wujiu raised his eyes and looked at him. What idea? However, Jiang Suzhou quietly looked at him for a while. When he spoke again, he had already changed the topic. I can tell you. He slightly narrowed his eyes and glanced at Hu Wujiu. But you have to promise that you won't hide anything from me in the future. Hu Wujiu lowered his head and didn't say anything. He still didn't know how to love. He only knew that he had to give the best to him and stop the worst for him. If such an unpleasant thing were to happen again, his choice would definitely not change. However, Jiang Suzhou continued, I know what you're thinking, but I also like you. You can't deprive me of the right to bear the wind and rain for you. Hu Wujiu's heart trembled slightly. He looked at Jiang Suzhou without blinking. He never felt that he needed anyone to protect him, let alone rely on anyone. Everyone taught him to be independent and strong. Only Jiang Suzhou quietly told him that he would bear the wind and rain for him. He couldn't control his wildly beating heart. Hu Wujiu's heart was so hot that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He moved his lips and was about to speak, but Jiang Suzhou spoke again. What's more, you're my concubine. You have to listen to everything I say, and you're not allowed to lie to me. Hu Wujiu's expression changed. In the next moment, the world spun. Jiang Suzhou's vision suddenly blurred, followed by a sharp pain at his waist. He was lifted up and pressed down on the imperial table. At this moment, Hu Wujiu's voice rang out from above his head. Who are you calling a concubine? Jiang Suzhou looked up and saw a shadow in front of him. Under the shadow, Hu Wujiu's covetous eyes stared fiercely at him. Jiang Suzhou took a deep breath and hurriedly reached out to push him away. Stop it. However, Hu Wujiu did not listen to him and only pressed him tightly onto the table. I'm asking you a question. Who's the concubine? Hu Wujiu ground his teeth. He didn't know where this little rabbit had learned the art of bringing up a pot that didn't boil. He even chose to pour cold water on people when they were touched. When he got angry, Jiang Suzhou found it funny. You're the concubine to begin with, he said seriously. You were carried in through the corner gate of the prince's mansion. You weren't even allowed to enter through the main gate. It's only been a few months. How could you forget? Hu Wujiu pressed on him and was about to bite him. Jiang Suzhou hurriedly ducked away. For a moment, the two of them were breathing in a mess. Gradually, the two people's breathing became heavier, and because Hu Wujiu was currently pressing down on him, the two people's lower bodies were extremely close to each other. At times like this, it was easy to have some unspeakable reactions. Jiang Suzhou immediately sensed it. He looked up and saw Hu Wujiu's pitch-black eyes half-squinting and looking at him deeply. The fire that Jiang Suzhou felt was also burning in Hu Wujiu's eyes. Behind him, the imperial study was solemn and serene. The coiled dragon on the golden pillar opened its eyes and looked solemn. Jiang Suzhou was shocked. He hurriedly raised his hand to push Hu Wujiu away. It wasn't easy to push Hu Wujiu away unless Hu Wujiu was willing. The more Jiang Suzhou pushed, the tighter Hu Wujiu pressed on him. Jiang Suzhou couldn't resist. His back gradually pressed against the piles of documents on the imperial desk. After a while, Hu Wujiu released him, panting heavily. When he looked at him again, his pitch-black eyes were frighteningly hot. Hu Wujiu also realized that by pushing his luck, he wasn't torturing Jiang Suzhou, but himself. He still remembered that Jiang Suzhou's injuries hadn't completely healed and couldn't be messed around. He had to endure the anger that he had stoked and forcefully suppress it. Hu Wujiu was vexed, but his mouth didn't show any mercy. He gritted his teeth and moved closer to Jiang Suzhou's ear and bit it. However, although his posture was scary, when he bit Jiang Suzhou's ear, it was wrapped in hot air and gently rubbed it. Jiang Suzhou, on the contrary, he shivered in half of his bones and flesh. Didn't you say I was a concubine? Hu Wujiu gritted his teeth. Why don't you let me serve His Highness as a concubine? He really held a grudge. Jiang Suzhou pushed him on the shoulder. Hu Wujiu reluctantly let him go. You're not. Jiang Suzhou said helplessly and half-heartedly. You're the legal wife, the princess consort. Okay? Hu Wujiu sat back on the dragon throne and pulled Jiang Suzhou back into his arms. Although he was still dissatisfied, he magnanimously let him go. That's more like it. He snorted coldly. If others didn't know what he was talking about, they would think that he was sitting in a tent and arranging troops. Jiang Suzhou couldn't help but laugh. Hu Wujiu continued. Then you can't just brush me off. He said. The 3 letters and 6 rights, the imperial edict of conferment. None of them can be missing. Although Hu Wujiu was the most autocratic person in the world, he always had a weak spot that made him unable to do anything unexpected. Although he was still unwilling to let Jiang Suzhou leave, he couldn't stop him. After a day or two, he compromised. The first thing Jiang Suzhou did when he was free was to go to the imperial study. He discussed with Hu Wujiu and wrote a letter to Emperor Zhaoyuan. Even if his guess was mostly correct, he still had to be careful. He asked Hu Wujiu to choose his words carefully. In the letter, he wrote about the current situation in Nanjing. He also said that the uprising was urgent and that all the matters in Nanjing were in a mess. Therefore, he planned to stay in Nanjing and settle things south of the Yangtze River before returning to the imperial court. The letter also said that Nanjing's officials couldn't be fully utilized and that Emperor Zhaoyuan needed to allocate more officials. Jiang Suzhou came up with a list of officials. They were all ministers of Bailiang. They were all followers of Hu Wujiu and his son. They could be considered as part of their faction. Jiang Suzhou was familiar with the list. The list ranged from the old marquis's aides in the tent to the local officials who submitted to Hu Wujiu before Emperor Zhaoyuan became emperor. There were also a few courtiers whose names Hu Wujiu couldn't remember. For a moment, Hu Wujiu was stunned. How do you know so much? Hu Wujiu sat to the side and couldn't help but be surprised. Jiang Suzhou glanced at him indifferently. Of course he knew. Not to mention which camp they were on, Jiang Suzhou knew very well how many children they would have in the future, how old they would be before they died, and what they would do in the future. After he finished writing the list, he looked through it carefully. After confirming that these were all trustworthy people who had left a certain amount of power in Bailiang, he handed the list to Hu Wujiu and asked him to copy it. This way, we can more or less test your uncle's intentions, Jiang Suzhou said. This move has a path to advance and retreat. After that, we can see as we move. When the list was sent to Emperor Zhaoyuan's desk, Hu Wujiu's intentions were clearly written on paper. He conquered Jiangnan and got his officials to govern it. If Emperor Zhaoyuan trusted him, he would only think that he understood these people and was willing to use them. If Emperor Zhaoyuan didn't trust him, he would immediately believe that he wanted all of Jiangnan to belong to his power. He would definitely not agree and let Hu Wujiu grow stronger. In this way, they would be on opposite sides. At this time, Hu Wujiu had troops and territory, and he was in Jiangnan. At this time, he could establish himself with troops. Even if the worst result was a falling out with Jiangbei, they would each occupy a region. As for what name they would use when the time came, if Hu Wujiu was willing to establish himself as emperor, that would be the best. If he had a knot in his heart, Jiang Suzhou wouldn't mind becoming the new emperor who killed and seized the throne. He would support Hu Wujiu's country and be his backing. After all, at this point, he couldn't care less about the course of history. Jiang Suzhou was sick these days and was also thinking about this matter. Since he came here, he had already become a butterfly flapping its wings. He had turned the original history around, and it was already different from the original. He knew that history needed to be respected, but now that he was here, he felt that the people in the current history needed to be respected even more. He did not want to let the villains continue to do evil in order to maintain the trajectory, let the loyal officials and good generals still not have a good ending, and let the people suffer. More importantly, he could not watch Wu Wujiu act like he did in his previous life, supporting his cousin who had ulterior motives as the emperor and going to the Yang Pass alone to guard that desolate place where his memories of his best clothes and his best horses were kept. He wanted the Wu Wujiu he liked to be so wanton and bright for the rest of his life. Since this was the case, he had to do a lot of things. Since he was going to do it, he might as well do it to the end. These thoughts only existed in his heart, and he didn't tell Wu Wujiu. Wu Wujiu naturally didn't know. At this time, he was holding a brush. He was a bit impatient, but he suppressed his temper and wrote down the list one by one. Xianxia quietly watched for a while. Then, he heard Wu Wujiu speak as he wrote. "When you're done with this, hurry up and rest for 2 days, Wu Wujiu said. "It's not that important. I can do it." Xianxia glanced at him. "It's not over yet," he said. "Don't even think about locking me up." Wu Wujiu couldn't do anything. Although he was worried and unhappy, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only vent his anger on Li Chongning, blaming him for the mediocre effect of the medicine that Xianxia still hadn't recovered. Li Chongning knew best how difficult it was to deal with people who were immersed in love. When he heard Wu Wujiu scolding, he just treated it as a gust of wind blowing past his ears. It wasn't until Wu Wujiu left that he said a few words to Wei Kai. "If dogs are emotionally unstable, always biting things, and howling for no reason, then that's a sign of courtship," he said. Wei Kai didn't understand. "What did you say?" Li Zhongning smiled faintly, his eyes filled with deep meaning. "Nothing," he said. "I'm just telling you that not only do I know how to treat people, but I also have some understanding of the diseases of animals." Xianxia had been organizing the list of all the officials in and out of the capital these past few days. He found those who weren't very stubborn but were very capable. He either threatened them with power or tempted them with money. Then, he had Wu Wujiu's soldiers and generals watch over them strictly. He had them take over the affairs of the various counties one by one. With these officials in charge, Wu Wujiu could gradually withdraw his troops and withdraw them outside the city to stand guard. After a few days, Nanjing gradually regained its original order. After all, for the common people, the role of the officials was much more important than that of the emperor. As long as the yamen had a clear and impartial master, no one cared who was sitting in the throne room. It was the same in Linen. The officials of various departments gradually returned to their positions under Xianxujiu's selection. Because they were frightened by Wu Wujiu these days, and now that Xianxujiu was here, most of the officials could be considered as having a backbone and gradually returned to the imperial court. The only ones left were either the core members of the Pang party who hadn't been dealt with yet, or the old officials of Nanjing who were on Qi Min's side. Xianxujiu was a little reluctant to let Qi Min go. He knew that Qi Min was talented, knew that he was a person of virtue and prestige, and also knew that he was killed by Pang Xiao's power in history. He couldn't bear to see the country without Qi Min. Now that the imperial court was in a state of panic, he also needed Qi Min to hold the fort. After taking care of the important matters, he personally paid a visit to Qi Min's residence. His body hadn't fully recovered, and if he moved a little more, his face would turn pale again. Wu Wujiu didn't allow him to leave the palace, but he couldn't stop Xianxujiu either. In the end, he followed Xianxujiu to the Qi residence in the carriage. The Grand Prefect's residence was still heavily guarded. When Xianxujiu got off the carriage and entered the residence, he saw that everyone in the residence was as silent as cicadas in winter and didn't dare to raise their heads. However, although the Qi residence was lifeless, it was still orderly. It could be seen that although Wu Wujiu kept a tight watch, he didn't treat them harshly. Xianxujiu and Wu Wujiu went straight to Qi Min's courtyard under the guidance of the servants. The courtyard was very simple, and the small courtyard was filled with parasol trees. As Xianxujiu walked up the stairs, Wu Wujiu was one step ahead of him. He opened the door for him and held his arm with one hand. His actions were very domineering and unquestionable, but he was also very cautious, like a giant dragon that was only guarding its treasure. Xianxujiu could only let him be and entered Qi Min's bedroom. At this time, Qi Min was sitting under the closed window, holding a book in her hand. When he heard the door and footsteps, he didn't even raise his head. He just quietly flipped another page of the book and said calmly, "General Hua, after keeping me for so long, you finally can't hold back anymore?" As he spoke, he put the book on the table. "If you want to persuade me to surrender, then you can go back. If you want my life, then do as you please." After he finished speaking, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the door. Then, his calm demeanor of facing death with equanimity completely froze on his face. "His Imperial Highness Prince Jing?" He immediately stood up and was about to speak, but then he looked behind Jiang Suzhou. The two people who should have been like fire and water, fighting to the death, were now standing side by side. Hua Wujiu, the traitor who killed the emperor, was still supporting Prince Jing with one hand. He looked very careful, as if he was protecting a fragile treasure. Qi Min's gaze moved back and forth between the two of them. He was somewhat speechless. End of chapter 100. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.